Chapter 651, Talent like a double-edged sword. There was naturally no need to mention the illusory fate race's common sense inheritance and the illusory fate race's secret inheritance. They were all used to increase Zhou Zhou's foundation. The talent of the illusionary heavenly fate surprised Zhou Zhou. Using it actually consumed one's life force or even fortune. Vitality was nothing. As a chaos human, Zhou Zhou's greatest strength was his vitality. His vitality was even stronger than some god-tier bloodlines that focused on the law of life talent. However, fortune was not something that could not be casually consumed. This thing was simply his future. There was a saying, someone's fortune is over. There's not much good life left. It referred to such fortunes. It could be seen how important fortune was. Zhou Zhou naturally cherished his own fortune. He could clearly feel it now. His fortune was quite strong. Even the luck of the emperors in ancient China did not even have 0.001% of his current fortunes. But even so, Zhou Zhou was unwilling to exhaust even a little of his fortune. What if what he lacked in the end was this bit of fortune when he fought for the position of the Lord of all races in the future? At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou secretly decided. Unless he had no choice, otherwise, when he used the illusionary heavenly fate, he would only deduce and divine things that consumed his life force. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of something else. Back then, the high-tier deity levels of the illusory life race must have consumed a terrifying fate in order to deduce the main Scarlet Generals of the hidden battle axe Scarlet Divine Kingdom. According to the common sense inheritance given to me by the illusory life race. Back then, after the illusory life race deduced the location of the Scarlet General, 2 high-tier deities, 4 mid-tier deities, and 6 low-tier deities died in the race. Back then, the illusory life race, which was considered a relatively famous high-level bloodline race, suffered a huge blow because of this deduction. They had no choice but to publicize that map and let the other high-level races take a share of the loot. Even though I still obtained the final event reward of the Supreme Will in the end, I was forced to hide for 10,000 years. The fact that the illusory life race is trapped in the myriad illusions small world and is on the verge of extinction might be related to the divination back then that almost exhausted the luck of the illusory life race. The more Zhou Zhou thought about it, the more he felt that this divination technique was a double-edged sword. It was used well. To be able to stand out from the myriad races and even obtain the final event reward of the supreme event. It was not used well. Not only would he die, but he might even cause his race to be on the verge of extermination. The god spirits of the illusory fate race back then might have also expected this. However, they chose to gamble. As for the outcome of the bet, Zhou Zhou shook his head. It was very difficult for him to make an evaluation. He shook his head and laughed. This was a matter of the illusory life race. Why was he thinking so much? He looked at the other 2 bloodline talents. Fate perception was also a good bloodline talent. It could actually allow him to have a certain talent in the law of fate. The law of fate was one of the top laws among the many laws of the supreme will. As for the mental divination technique, it was also a good bloodline talent. At least in the future, whoever lost something, such as keys, mist cores, or other small items, there was no need to trouble yourself to look for it. He calculated in his heart and found it. Now that I've mastered divination and the law of fate talent, the abilities in my body are getting more and more mixed. Lightning law talent, spatial law talent, fate law talent, bloodline path, blood law talent, light law talent. What kind of path will I walk in the future? What kind of nomological talent will I use to achieve my God Spirit path? Zhou Zhou looked even more confused. He was a little happy and vexed. It was not good to master too many abilities and talents. For those with limited abilities and talent, at his current level, he would probably be very clear what kind of God Spirit path he would walk in the future. There was no other path to take after all. Honorable Supreme Will, what law path should I take to become an achievement God Spirit? Zhou Zhou asked casually. He had asked this question before. However, the Supreme Will did not make a reply. Occasionally, he would say the path of the law is on you. But wasn't this obvious? Ask the Bodhi Supreme. He will help you solve your problem. At this moment, a notification from the Supreme Will appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou was stunned. There was actually a different reply. However, when he saw the answer of the Supreme Will, joy immediately appeared on his face. Can the Bodhi Supreme really help me solve my problem? Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. He had actually wanted to ask this question when he obtained the Bodhi Supreme. However, he was not too confident. Now that he had the answer of the Supreme Will, he felt much more confident. I'll ask Bodhi Supreme tonight. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. As for now, he had to let his soldiers continue doing faction quests. After that, Zhou Zhou did not stay any longer and returned to the back Blazing Sun Kingdom through the Black Iron Tier territory. In the future, he planned to occupy a few more territories here. This way, even if this Black Iron Tier territory was captured, there were at least other territories that he could teleport over. As for directly building a territory and teleportation array in the Myriad Illusions small world, it sounded beautiful, but that would not work. This was because the heaven-sealing void life concealment technique of the illusory life race had already completely blocked the internal and external space of the Myriad Illusions small world. The spatial teleportation array could not produce an effect at all. Even Zhou Zhou's yellow gold tier return to the city could not pass through the heaven-sealing void life concealment technique. Unless Zhou Zhou could raise it to a higher level. However, Zhou Zhou did not have so many white platinum tier Lord Talent crystal fragments in his hands now. He could not upgrade to return to the city for the time being. He could only wait until he gathered enough resources. Blazing Sun Kingdom. After Zhou Zhou returned to the capital of the Blazing Sun, he immediately used the spatial teleportation array to arrive at the Night Empire. He then teleported to the latest epic tier spatial teleportation array that they had captured yesterday. The soldiers of the Night Empire who were guarding this spatial teleportation array were very polite to Zhou Zhou and the others. After asking if he wanted to rest, Zhou Zhou tactfully refused. Then, he led the soldiers onto the Starry Night and flew to the next destination, a legendary tier advanced grade spatial teleportation array. More than 6 hours later, after occupying 4 extraordinary tier advanced grade spatial teleportation arrays and 2 epic tier advanced grade spatial teleportation arrays, Zhou Zhou successfully underwent 2 insight defections in the Scarlet Garrison of the 2 epic tier advanced grade spatial teleportation arrays. A total of more than 10 million Scarlet Garrisons gave him 2,561,636 Scarlet Monsters for insight defection. Chapter 652, Military Industry Lord's Request. After the insight defection was completed, Zhou Zhou left a bloodbat avatar for Bai Yun and the others as usual. Then, he let them conquer the other spatial teleportation arrays themselves while he returned to the Blazing Sun Kingdom alone. In a study room in the advanced grade Lord's Paradise of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, Zhou Zhou returned and was about to upgrade the green bronze tier Lord Talent, Scavenger, when he suddenly realized that the message interface had flashed. He opened it and realized that it was a message from the Military Industry Lord. He looked over curiously. Military Industry Lord, Your Majesty, why haven't you bought the weapons from our Military Industry Alliance recently? We have recently developed many new cerulean planet weapons. Our weapon developer even added some inspiration for the design of Machina race weapons in the High Continent. Their lethality is much stronger than when they were on the cerulean planet. Zhou Zhou scratched his head. Cerulean planet weapons. He had indeed bought some firearms and weapons from the Military Industry Lord. However, at that time, the Military Industry Lord could only develop some firearms from the First World War. Even though they were considered strong and could reach the standard of bronze and silver arms, as the strength of his soldiers increased rapidly, these weapons gradually could not match the strength of the soldiers. In addition, his ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou had obtained the loots of the Machina race's Lord Father. He had grasped high-level war technology manufacturing blueprints of the Machina race, such as the Invisible Ghost, the Shield of Light, the Soul Residence, the Giant Axe Ripper, and the Suicide Bomb Needles. Therefore, he had long stopped using those primitive and backward First World War weapons. Lord of the Blazing Sun, I forgot to buy weapons from you recently because I have new weapons channels. Zhou Zhou replied truthfully. Military Industry City Territory. When the military industry lord saw the Lord of the Blazing Sun's answer, he could not help but smile bitterly. That's true. With His Majesty's strength, it would be strange if he still takes a fancy to our weapons back then. I wonder if my current bargaining chip can move him. The military industry lord muttered to himself. Then, he looked out of the territory at the fatigue, panic, and confusion on the faces of the subjects. His eyes gradually became firm. Not every lord of the cerulean planet was as heaven-defying as Zhou Zhou. Not only could he do the top-notch faction quests in this King of 10,000 Kings event, he even had time to conquer an intermediate kingdom. Most of the cerulean planet lords, even top-notch lords like the military industry lord, were deep in the mire of the King of 10,000 Kings activities and struggling. The pressure brought to them by the large-scale offensive of the Scarlet faction was too terrifying after all. There were really as many Diamond Tier Extraordinary Tier experts as there were dogs. Epic Tier Legendary Tier experts were everywhere. Even Scarlet God spirits began to appear. It was very difficult for them to resist such a Scarlet faction with the forces they had developed so far. It was very difficult for them to resist such a Scarlet faction with the forces they had developed so far. No wonder the Supreme Will asked the lords of all races to join the Kingdom or Empire faction to assist these local factions in resisting the invasion of the endless Scarlet factions, instead of letting the lords of all races fight head-on. With this difference in strength, wouldn't a head-on confrontation be pure sending him to his death? In this war situation, even top lords like the Military Industry Lord, the Dragon Lady Lord, and the Undead Lord had a hard time surviving. Only Cerulean Planet Lords with legendary tier Lord talents like the Overlord Lord, the Dragon God Lord, and the Insect Lord could barely live better. However, it was not much better. They did not even dare to hope to obtain a high ranking in their faction now. Being able to live through this King of 10,000 Kings event unscathed was their greatest wish. The Military Industry Lord did not think too much about it and typed to Zhou Zhou again. Military Industry Lord, Your Majesty of the Blazing Sun, I want to make a request of you on behalf of the entire Military Industry Alliance. Lord of the Blazing Sun, you don't have to be so polite. We're old friends. If you have anything to say, just say it. Zhou Zhou had a good impression of the few lords who could work with him among the Cerulean Planet lords. In addition, this guy was the only lord without a lord talent among the lords of the Cerulean Planet. Zhou Zhou admired him. Military Industry Lord, I want to buy an extraordinary tier elementary grade kingdom token from you. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Then, he typed. Lord of the Blazing Sun, you want to build a kingdom? The conditions to build a kingdom are very difficult to achieve. Military Industry Lord, we can already satisfy the other two conditions other than the extraordinary tier elementary grade kingdom token. Zhou Zhou was really surprised when he saw his reply. Even he had spent a considerable amount of time and effort to gather the three conditions to establish a kingdom. He was not an arrogant person. However, he could not help but feel that it was very difficult for a second Cerulean Planet Lord to have his talent, opportunity, and strength to gather these three conditions to establish a kingdom in a short period of time to build a second Cerulean Planet Lord's kingdom other than his. The Military Industry Lord actually said that he was only lacking an extraordinary tier elementary grade kingdom token to gather all the conditions to establish a kingdom. How could he not be surprised? Zhou Zhou asked without thinking too much. Lord of the Blazing Sun, how did you satisfy the other two conditions? Military Industry Lord, sigh, isn't it because of this King of 10,000 Kings event, or rather, the Tribulation of All Races event? Military Industry Lord, I'm a little embarrassed to say this. In some ways, we have to thank the King of 10,000 Kings for this event. Military Industry Lord, if not for this tribulation of all races, there wouldn't be so many kingdom-level factions scattered by the Scarlet faction, and so many experts and resources wouldn't have fallen into the hands of low-level lord factions like us. Military Industry Lord, Your Majesty, you're right. The reason why we have gathered the other two conditions to establish a kingdom is because we obtained the remains of those kingdom-level forces that have already been destroyed. Military Industry Lord, after the kingdom was destroyed, the descendants of these kingdom-level lord forces brought a portion of the resources accumulated by their kingdom to wander the high continent. Military Industry Lord, I saw the opportunity and found these descendants. After accepting them and discussing it, they said that they are willing to use the resources they have as a bargaining chip to unite our Cerulean Planet Lord to build a federation kingdom governed equally by our Cerulean Planet Lord and them. Military Industry Lord, this way, they can also restore their country and we can step into the kingdom-level lord faction in advance. Military Industry Lord, this tribulation of all races event really lives up to its name. I'll be honest with His Majesty. Even though I'm now one of the top lords on the Cerulean planet, I'm not confident that I can last until the end of this tribulation of all races event. Military Industry Lord, I agreed for the sake of my subjects and my future. Chapter 653, Zhou Zhou's Condition. The confused Military Industry Lord. When the Military Industry Lord mentioned discussing this matter, his face turned slightly red. In fact, the descendants of kingdoms who had the resources of kingdoms or even heroes had originally wanted to dominate the federal countries in the beginning. Facing this situation, the Military Industry Lord and the others did not think of a way to deal with it at first. Even in search of survival, some of the higher UPS of the Alliance even suggested that they might as well obey their suggestion and compromise for the time being. In any case, who could say for sure what would happen in the future? But at this moment, a higher-up of the Military Industry Alliance suddenly had an idea and asked if he should pull the banner of the Lord of the Blazing Sun to boost their confidence. Even if he did not convince the other party in the end, he might be able to fight for more benefits and rights. With the intention of giving it a try, they told them in the next meeting that the Lord of the Blazing Sun was of the same race. They even thickened their skin and said that His Majesty the Blazing Sun was actually their backer. In the end, they were stunned. After hearing that the Lord of the Blazing Sun was their race and backer, the attitude of these descendants of the kingdom, who were originally quite arrogant, actually changed drastically. They were even willing to treat him as an equal. Only then did the Military Industry Lord and the others realize that the Lord of the Blazing Sun from the Cerulean planet actually had such an astonishing reputation and status in the eyes of the life forms of the high continent, especially the human life forms. Lords of the Cerulean planet were already smug that they had some initial acquaintance diplomacy with kingdom-level forces. He did not know that the Lord of the Blazing Sun had already achieved such a high reputation status outside. On the other side, Zhou Zhou cursed in his heart when he heard the Military Industry Lord's words. He had to admit that he was jealous. It was so easy to obtain the resources and heroes to build a kingdom. In comparison, his act of building a kingdom with his own hands was simply a model among the lords. However, when he thought about how the Military Industry Lord would not receive any good rewards even if he built a kingdom as the first person to eat the benefits of establishing a kingdom-level lord faction, he felt much better. He had to give others some soup, right? Zhou Zhou reminded himself and gradually calmed down and began to think about how much benefits this matter would bring him. He now had 5 kingdom tokens. Among them, he would use the epic tier elementary grade kingdom token of the Ice Demon Kingdom to build an intermediate kingdom in the future. The other 4 kingdom tokens came from the 4 beginner kingdoms: Aurora Kingdom, Original Taiyan, Original Titan, and Original Nether Bark. He could sell one to the other party. In any case, there was no point in keeping it. As for using the additional kingdom token to build an additional kingdom as his subsidiary kingdom, this was not beneficial to him at all. If he had the time and energy, he might as well focus on developing the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and typed, "Lord of the Blazing Sun, I can sell you a kingdom token, but what can you give me? After Zhou Zhou sent it, he waited for a long time before the other party sent a message. Military Industry Lord, what does His Majesty want? Lord of the Blazing Sun, what do you have? Military Industry Lord, we have recently figured out a portion of the manufacturing process for nuclear-level arms. After appraising it, we realized that it has the destructive power of a low-tier deity. I wonder if Your Majesty needs it. The Military Industry Lord was a little helpless when he raised this condition. This was originally their greatest trump card. However, the industrial foundation needed to make a nuclear weapon was too much and too broad. Coupled with the current situation, he could only use it as a bargaining chip, hoping that the other party would take a fancy to it. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. He actually created arms of that level so quickly. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and typed. Lord of the Blazing Sun, not enough. Lord of the Blazing Sun, what you're talking about is just a half-finished product. It's not even a half-finished product. It's just a production method. Its production requires very professional talents. I don't have anyone in this field. I can't make it even if you give it to me. I can, but this alone isn't enough. Zhou Zhou had the ultimate lord, Zhou Zhou, Wenye, and a series of robot armies. After obtaining the production method and gathering enough materials, there was a high chance of making nuclear weapons. However, he naturally could not expose his background so easily. He would bargain first. Military Industry Lord, I knew His Majesty wouldn't fancy such things. There's another benefit. After the Holy Army Kingdom is established, our Holy Army Kingdom and the Cerulean Planet Lord of the Military Industry Alliance under my command will follow His Majesty the Blazing Sun's lead in the future. Military Industry Lord, if Your Majesty needs any Cerulean Planet technology arms, we can provide complete and detailed manufacturing blueprints and corresponding military manufacturing talents for free. Military Industry Lord, we can also become His Majesty's substitute factory. If His Majesty needs orders for Cerulean Planet arms, we can provide arms manufacturing and later maintenance services to His Majesty at an absolute cost price. Military Industry Lord, in addition, if you encounter the Lord's territory of our Military Industry Alliance during the development of your territory, the Lord of our Military Industry Alliance can directly give up his status as a Lord and offer the territory to you with both hands. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. This Military Industry Lord was really willing to spend a lot of money. Lord of the Blazing Sun, can you make decisions for those two sides? Military Industry Lord, I have to make a decision even if you can't. Now is not the time to be willful. Zhou Zhou was silent. It seemed that the Military Industry Alliance was really not in a good situation. Still, Lord of the Blazing Sun, it's still not enough. The Military Industry Lord originally thought that his sacrifice was great enough, but when he saw Zhou Zhou's reply, he could not help but feel angry no matter how good his temper was. Wasn't His Majesty of the Blazing Sun going too far? He had already given him everything he could, but this Emperor of the Blazing Sun was still not satisfied. He already had the thought of retreating. He no longer had any other assets after all. However, at most, he would discuss with the other top Cerulean Planet Lords and see if they could join forces. Even though the other Cerulean Planet Lords were not doing well either, it was very difficult for them to support each other even if they joined forces. However, it was still a path that could be tried. At this moment, the Lord of the Blazing Sun sent another message. Lord of the Blazing Sun, you came to ask me for the kingdom token. The descendant of that kingdom should have lost the kingdom token, right? Lord of the Blazing Sun, you've already sacrificed so much. Why don't you let the other party pay a little too? Lord of the Blazing Sun, tell the descendants of that kingdom that if you want to exchange for the kingdom token in my hands, you can take out a third of the country's wealth. This way, I will hand over my kingdom token with both hands. Military Industry City. The Military Industry Lord looked at the text sent by Zhou Zhou in shock. There was only one thought left in his mind. Why was his appetite so big? A third of the kingdom's wealth. How could he think of that? The military industry lord's expression was gloomy for a long time. Then, he replied, "Let me try asking." Then, he went to contact the descendants of the kingdom. A moment later, the military industry lord walked out of a temporary palace in a daze. Because, facing the harsh conditions given by the Lord of the Blazing Sun, that descendant of the kingdom actually agreed after only thinking for a moment. And he looked very excited. What was going on? Could it be that the king of the Blazing Sun had eaten the fruit of his pride? He actually agreed to such a huge matter so easily. At this moment, the military industry lord felt that his worldview had been overturned. Chapter 654, Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent Trashman. The military industry lord told Zhou Zhou this result in a daze. Zhou Zhou was also quite surprised. Lord of the Blazing Sun, is the descendant of that kingdom a man or a woman? Military industry lord, male. The military industry lord replied subconsciously. Zhou Zhou nodded inwardly when he saw the reply. Zhou Zhou nodded inwardly when he saw the reply. It shouldn't be the same for men. Military industry lord, by the way. Military industry lord, that descendant of the kingdom also has a small request. Military industry lord, he said that he wants to visit you if there's a chance in the future. The military industry lord thought of this and hurriedly said to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou agreed without hesitation, giving him a third of the wealth of his kingdom. So what if they met? If every descendant of a wandering kingdom had such an awareness, he was willing to meet them every day. Then, Zhou Zhou and the military industry lord chatted about some specific matters about this matter. As there was more to talk about, the two of them simply turned on the voice chat. In terms of the content of the conversation. For example, the descendant of that kingdom was from a descendant called the Holy Roman Kingdom, Eston. The Holy Army Kingdom that the military industry lord had mentioned just now was the name of the future federal kingdom that he and Eston had discussed. Other than that, they also chatted about the specific division of power between the military industry alliance and the Eston faction. Due to the Emperor Heart skill, Zhou Zhou had the inheritance of many emperors' ways of handling matters. Therefore, he had a deep understanding of the Federation Kingdom mentioned by the military industry lord. Therefore, during the conversation, Zhou Zhou pointed out many mistakes in the military industry lord's words and easily provided many solutions. He even mentioned many examples. When the military industry lord heard Zhou Zhou's persuasive theory, he was so shocked that he was speechless. "Your Majesty, may I ask what your background was before you came to the High Continent?" "Normal working class." "Hey!" The military industry lord's mouth was wide open in disbelief. "Are you kidding me? Working class? How can the working class have your knowledge?" Based on your comments and opinions just now, the military industry lord even suspected that the other party had transmigrated from the previous emperor era? Otherwise, why would there be so many practical theories that could empathize with him? However, seeing that Zhou Zhou had no intention of explaining further, the military industry lord was smart enough not to ask further. A moment later, their conversation came to an end. The military industry lord looked unsatisfied. Zhou Zhou was a little impatient. Why was this military industry lord like a block of wood? His brain was all focused on technology. Zhou Zhou said, "Let's talk next time," and hung up. Unexpectedly, the other party sent another message. "Military industry lord, Your Majesty, I want to ask you about establishing a kingdom. Before looking for you, I had discussed it with other top lords, including the Overlord Lord, the Dragon Lady Lord, the Undead Lord, and other lords. Military industry lord, they actually have the idea of building a kingdom. I wonder if you..." Perhaps it was because he had admitted that Zhou Zhou was his direct superior. The military industry lord's tone became cautious. When Zhou Zhou saw the message, he immediately understood what the other party meant. He casually typed a reply. Lord of the Blazing Sun, you decide what to say and what not to say. However, if they really want to exchange for the kingdom token in my hands, fine. Bring at least the value you just paid and come find me. Lord of the Blazing Sun, I have limited kingdom tokens. First come, first served. Military Industry Lord, yes, Your Majesty. The Military Industry Lord could not help but click his tongue. It seemed that His Majesty was going to make a killing this time. For some reason, he actually felt a little happy. If these top-notch lords wanted to survive this event, they had to build a kingdom and use the power and resources of the kingdom to coordinate all the forces that could be used. Therefore, they had to buy His Majesty's kingdom token even if they wanted to. He thought of something interesting. The Military Industry Lord smiled. On the other side, Zhou Zhou did not pay much attention to it after closing the chat interface. Even though the Dragon Lady Lord was once a competitor he valued when he was weak, the difference between the two sides could be said to be worlds apart. Zhou Zhou no longer minded what had happened back then. Then, he took out 10 white silver tier Lord Talent crystal fragments and fused them into a white silver tier Lord Talent origin divine crystals to upgrade the scavenger to a white silver tier Lord Talent. Lord Talent, Scavenger, white silver tier. Scavenger, as an old scavenger, you already have an almost innate intuition towards the treasures within a radius of 10,000 meters around you. You can acutely sense the location of the treasures. At the same time, the treasures you have collected can be used for twice the time if they have characteristics such as time limit or endurance. When you extract the loot from the corpse, the drop rate will increase by an additional 10%. Zhou Zhou. He had a toothache. The effect of this upgraded Lord Talent had indeed increased. Whether it was the increase in the range from 1,000 meters to 10,000 meters or the increase in the drop rate from 5% to 10%, it was a huge increase for others. But to Zhou Zhou, what he wanted the most was an increase in time use. He looked at his Lord Talent fragment storage and realized that it could still be upgraded to yellow gold tier. However, he could not continue charging at the white platinum tier. There was no hesitation. Zhou Zhou used another 10 yellow gold tier Lord Talent crystal fragments to fuse into a yellow gold tier Lord Talent origin divine crystals and upgrade the scavenger to the yellow gold tier. Lord Talent, Trashman, yellow gold tier. Scavenger, you are the leader of the scavengers, a famous trashman. You, who is quite talented in picking up trash, already have an almost innate intuition towards the treasures within a 100-kilometer radius of you. You can acutely sense the location of the treasures. At the same time, if the treasure you collected has characteristics such as time limit or endurance, you can use your rich experience to find a way to extend the usage of this treasure. It can be extended by up to 3 times. When you extract the loot from the corpse, the drop rate will increase by an additional 15%. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. The scavenger had been upgraded to Trashman. Is this considered an upgrade? Zhou Zhou shook his head. He looked at the upgraded Lord Talent and smiled. He had finally upgraded to what he needed. Another increase, the range of perception had increased from 10,000 meters to 100 kilometers. It was also 10 times stronger. As for the final 15% drop rate, it could basically be ignored. He immediately took out the Bodhi Supreme. As he watched, a text notification gradually appeared in front of him. Trashman Talent Hint, as an experienced trashman, you vaguely feel that this seed-like treasure seems to have a life of its own and is constantly emitting a rich desire for knowledge. The desire for knowledge? Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Chapter 655, Use Dispelling Questions. Wenya. Zhou Zhou suddenly said. Wenya is here, Your Majesty. Wenya's gentle voice appeared in the room. Take out the bloodline inheritances I recorded previously. He said. Yes, Your Majesty. After Wenya finished speaking, a large number of virtual texts slowly appeared around Zhou Zhou. All kinds of bloodline inheritances were recorded on these virtual texts as if they were free. Zhou Zhou did not notice this. His gaze had been on the Bodhi Supreme in his hand. The next second, under Zhou Zhou's surprised gaze, the Bodhi Supreme that had been motionless suddenly moved slightly after these bloodline inheritances appeared. Then, it floated in the air. Wisps of golden light emitted from the golden patterns on its surface, looking mysterious, dazzling, and eye-catching. This light landed on the virtual text. With every virtual text that recorded the bloodline inheritance, the golden light on the surface of the Bodhi Supreme became brighter. At the same time, the virtual text that was scanned disappeared, as if it had been absorbed by the Bodhi Supreme. Zhou Zhou did not care. It was just a replicated virtual text. Wenya could make as many of these things as she wanted. After these virtual texts were absorbed by the Bodhi Supreme, the light on his body gradually dimmed. Zhou Zhou said without hesitation. Next batch. A new batch of virtual texts recording the bloodline inheritance appeared in the air around Zhou Zhou. Seeing this, the Bodhi Supreme was like a child who had seen delicious snacks. The light on his body immediately lit up again. Then, he began to absorb these bloodline inheritances again. After 7 to 8 such experiences, the bloodline inheritance that Zhou Zhou had recorded was finally absorbed by Bodhi Supreme. He looked at Bodhi Supreme. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he could actually feel that it was not done yet. Don't be anxious. Tomorrow, I'll continue to engrave the bloodline inheritance and let you eat your fill. Zhou Zhou comforted him as he was secretly shocked by this fellow's bottomless pit. He felt that the other party was like a big rice bucket. The Bodhi Supreme floating in the air seemed to have a life of its own. It moved slightly when it heard Zhou Zhou's words before landing in his hand again. Zhou Zhou looked over expectantly. Treasure name, Bodhi Supreme. Treasure grade, mythical tier. Treasure effect 1. No doubts, with the Bodhi Supreme in your hand, ask the Bodhi Supreme the question in your heart. The Bodhi Supreme will give you an answer. Current number of questions answered, 1/3. Prompt 1. After the enhancement of your scavenger talent, the current number of questions answered by the Bodhi Supreme has increased to 2/3. Prompt 2. The Bodhi Supreme is satisfied with your feeding and is willing to answer an ordinary question for you. Current number of normal questions answered, 1/1. Treasure effect 2. Bodhi heart, with the Bodhi Supreme in your hand, your comprehension ability will increase greatly. Treasure description, a mythical tier treasure personally created by the Supreme Will. It can resolve all the doubts in the world. Zhou Zhou looked a little excited when he saw the update on the treasure. Not bad, not bad. Even though it only increased the number of normal questions. However, at the very least, it proved that his trashy Lord talent provided him with a feasible method to increase the use duration. Moreover, who knew what kind of range of problems the normal problems in the eyes of the Bodhi Supreme covered? The opportunity to answer this normal question was definitely quite precious. Use this method to increase the number of times Bodhi Supreme can be used. I'm afraid only I and the other high-level bloodline races with a large amount of bloodline inheritance can do it. Zhou Zhou came back to his senses and was secretly rejoicing. He did not expect this either. His bloodline inheritance could actually be useful in this aspect. He thought for a moment and decided to use the normal question first to see the specific effect. In any case, there were still many bloodline inheritances in his mind. This ordinary question was not a big deal. He held the Bodhi Supreme in his hand and was about to ask something when a lazy voice that sounded like a man and a woman sounded. Human, what question do you want to ask? This was the Bodhi Supreme? Zhou Zhou was surprised. Even though he had previously learned that the Bodhi Supreme had his own wisdom will through the illusory life race and had even made an agreement with Patriarch Shi Luo back then. However, this was the first time he had come into contact with the intelligence will that was born from the treasure. I want to ask, what's the difference between normal questions and answering questions? Zhou Zhou did not waste his breath and asked in his heart. Normal problems are just some not-so-secret problems. Even though these normal questions do not involve the most secretive secrets of the myriad worlds, they will still be answers that some high-level bloodline races have been pursuing bitterly but can't obtain. As for answering questions, its scope is huge. Basically, as long as there are questions in the myriad worlds and there are answers to them, I can answer almost all of them for you. Not only that, but if there's a need, I'll also give the inquirer some benefits that can assist in clearing his doubts. For example, when I was answering a illusory fate race member's doubts previously, that illusory fate race member asked me if I could resolve its predicament. After answering his questions, I gave him a set of blood seal technique. Almost. Zhou Zhou acutely sensed this word. Yeah, you discovered me. Of course, in the current world, I basically know everything. However, I was created by the Supreme Will after all. As you cerulean planet people or Earthlings have said, Bodhi has no choice in the pugilistic world. If the Supreme Will doesn't want me to reveal some secrets, I can only choose not to. As the Bodhi Supreme spoke, he sounded helpless as if his talent had been delayed by the Supreme Will. It sounded like he deserved a beating. Zhou Zhou nodded on the surface. He was a little shocked. He could actually tell at a glance that I was a transmigrator. As expected of the omniscient Bodhi Supreme. Moreover, from the other party's calm tone. Were transmigrators not rare in this world? Zhou Zhou instantly thought of many things. He pondered for a long time before coming back to his senses. He looked at the Bodhi Supreme in his hand and said seriously. Bodhi Supreme, I want to use that opportunity to clear my doubts. Ask away. Bodhi Supreme said lazily. May I ask what path of laws I should use to become a god spirit in the future? You don't know. Should I know? It's on you. You actually don't know? Ha 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 ha, you're teasing me to death. Bodhi Supreme laughed out loud, as if he had heard something extremely funny. Zhou Zhou's expression darkened. This Bodhi Supreme. His personality was really bad. But then again, this Bodhi Supreme's answer was exactly the same as the hint given to him by the Supreme Will. Chapter 656, Lord Law. All right, I won't laugh at you anymore. Bodhi Supreme composed himself and replied leisurely. It's not your fault. It's the number one law path among the endless laws after all. Even those high-level bloodline races will find it difficult to see its appearance, let alone you. What kind of law is it? When Zhou Zhou heard the other party's words, his eyes lit up and he immediately asked. Idiot, the strongest method you've used to reach this point is also the strongest law path you have. It's naturally yours. Many Lord talents. Zhou Zhou could not help but tremble. Lord talents. When he heard this word, Zhou Zhou immediately felt the fog that enveloped the path ahead disappear almost instantly. It was as if a light suddenly illuminated the future path that he had been searching for a long time but had not found. However, Zhou Zhou still had a question. Lord talent. Isn't it a personal talent? Zhou Zhou asked doubtfully. Most of the innate talents of life forms are manifestations of endless laws on life forms. It can also be said to be an ability that simplifies laws billions of times. Therefore, talent tracing back to the extreme is the law. You're very lucky. From the beginning, you became one of the few lords chosen by heaven with a complete lord talent. Even though your legendary tier lord talent 100% drop rate back then was not the top lord talent among the many lord talents. But it is the best prerequisite for this path of laws. Especially after you upgraded it to the mythical tier unique grade Lord Talent King of Lutes, this prerequisite for underwent an extreme transformation. If the path to this supreme law requires talent, then you, who has this strongest prerequisite for, are the strongest talent owner. And it's foreseeable that your talent will continue to increase after you obtain more Lord talents in the future. No matter how bad the Bodhi Supreme's personality was, his evaluation of Zhou Zhou's talent was quite high. Zhou Zhou was not proud. After all, talent was only a talent. It was useless no matter how talented he was if he did not become the last lord of all races. Just as an old saying went, a dead genius was not a genius. What's the name of this path of laws? Zhou Zhou asked. You can call it the Lord's Law, or the Supreme Law, the Control Law, the Control Law, the God's Law, the Original Law. There are many names. It's up to you. Bodhi Supreme said. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment. Since he targeted the Lord of all races, he would call it the Lord's Law. How should I comprehend the Lord's Law? How should I comprehend the Lord's Law? That's another problem. Bodhi Supreme said leisurely. Normal question or answer question? Zhou Zhou immediately asked. Let's see what answer you want. If it's a normal question, I can at most hint you with some methods verbally. However, if it's an answer at the enlightenment level, not only can I hint you with some methods verbally, I can also give you good things like the blood restriction and the heaven sealing void life concealment technique, allowing you to master the method to directly reach the Lord's Law. Bodhi Supreme tempted. Zhou Zhou's expression was strange. This Bodhi Supreme. Why did he look like the kind of person who wanted to tell him his secret but did not want to say it himself? Instead, he wanted others to take the initiative to ask for guidance. I want to dispel my doubts. Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it and said in a low voice. Wise choice. Bodhi Supreme praised and said. To you, you have two innate conditions to comprehend the Lord's Law. The first is to casually choose one of the large number of Lord Talent crystal fragments you have and comprehend the incomplete Lord Law that is billions of times simpler. However, this method is a little worse than the second method. The second method is to start with the Lord Talent you have and comprehend the Lord Laws within. The second method is to start with the Lord Talent you have and comprehend the Lord Laws within. However, you can't bite off more than you can chew at the beginning. You have to start comprehending from your lowest level Lord Talent. It's too complicated a Lord's Law. You won't understand it. Bodhi Supreme reminded. Zhou Zhou nodded thoughtfully. At this moment. However, Bodhi Supreme's tone changed and he said, there are billions of existences in the endless heavens who have the Lord Talent. But do you know why, after countless years, very few or even almost no experts in the myriad worlds are famous for the Lord Law? Why? Zhou Zhou also realized this problem. There were countless bloodline inheritances in his mind. However, he only realized a problem now. None of the bloodline inheritances in his mind mentioned anything about the Lord's Law. Not to mention a god spirit that had become a god with the Lord's Law. It was as if even those top-notch bloodline races did not know the existence of the Lord Law. It was unbelievable just thinking about it. That's naturally because there is an extremely high threshold to sense the Lord's Law. If you can't cross this threshold, not to mention becoming a god with the Lord's Law, even living beings with high talent can't sense the existence of the Lord's Law. You have so many Lord Talents on you, but don't you feel anything about the Lord Law? You have so many Lord Talents on you, but don't you feel anything about the Lord Law? I'll teach you a secret technique now. If you learn this secret technique, you can feel the existence of the Lord's Law. The name of this mystic technique is Supreme Eye. Listen carefully. Then, the Bodhi Supreme explained the Supreme Eye mystic technique tirelessly. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes and listened to the mystic technique worn by the Bodhi Supreme. Gradually, white fog emitted from his body and condensed above his head. A moment later, a circular pure white eye floated above Zhou Zhou's head. If the Black Moon King was still alive, he would probably be able to tell at a glance that this pure white eye was the phenomenon of the world that appeared when he faced the Supreme Will. However, compared to a phenomenon of that level, at this moment, the Supreme Eye above Zhou Zhou's head was much smaller. Moreover, it did not have that supreme and terrifying heavenly might. There was no time freeze or spatial distance astronomical phenomenon. At the same time, Zhou Zhou realized that when he used this Supreme Eye, his perspective seemed to have suddenly changed from a first-person perspective to a God's perspective. Not only could he observe everything around him from 360 degrees without any blind spots. Moreover, he could see things that most life forms could not. For example, Zhou Zhou moved the supreme eye and looked down at his body. It was as if he had X-ray vision and could see straight into his body. In his body, colorful mystical law engravings spread throughout his body. It was as if he had seen the most profound and fundamental thing in the world, making him unable to help but be addicted. He looked at these secrets of the mysterious laws. He suddenly seemed to understand something. This is the law that controls everything. This is the supreme path. This is a Lord's law. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Chapter 657, Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Hand of Wealth. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the profound patterns on his body. These law engravings that represented the Lord's laws were many and varied. They looked very scattered, as if they were independent. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that they were actually vaguely similar in nature, but they differed in the division of labor. Zhou Zhou controlled the crowd control supreme eye and his gaze landed on the largest Lord Talent law engraving in his body. This Lord nomological secret pattern was 9-colored and looked extremely noble, as if it contained a world. As soon as they came into contact, Zhou Zhou knew what the Lord's law was. It was his most powerful Lord Talent mythical tier 1 and only Lord Talent, King of Lutes. It represented the secret laws. Zhou Zhou was naturally the most confident in this Lord Talent that had followed him for the longest time. After he came into contact with it, he subconsciously went deeper and prepared to comprehend this law engraving. He had completely forgotten the Bodhi Supreme's reminder. A moment later, he retracted his consciousness from the King of Lutes' nomological secret engravings with a dumbfounded expression. After his consciousness entered it, he was like a child who had never gone to school and suddenly saw an academician-level scientific research paper. He didn't and could not understand it at all. I told you to start from the lowest level Lord Talent, but you didn't listen. Are you dumbfounded? Did he really think that it was so easy to comprehend an ultimate maxim? Bodhi Supreme mocked mercilessly. Zhou Zhou was so embarrassed that he did not know what to do. I was wrong. I'll comprehend the lowest level Lord Talent now. Zhou Zhou was not stubborn. He looked at the nomological patterns represented by the smallest Lord Talent. Soon, his gaze landed on a Lord Talent that was emitting a bronze glow. It was the green bronze tier Lord Talent Beauty. It was one of his few green bronze tier Lord Talents. It was all thanks to this Lord Talent that so many refugees could come from thousands of miles away to join his territory every day. His consciousness was immersed in it. A moment later, a slight frown creased his brow. The Bodhi Supreme was right. A low-level Lord Talent was indeed easier to comprehend. Still, Zhou Zhou was so embarrassed that he did not know what to do. Even the green bronze tier Lord Talent was very difficult for him to comprehend. The only thing that made Zhou Zhou happy was he had really comprehended a little of the profundity of the Lord's laws. For example, this beauty Lord Talent. After a while of comprehension, he vaguely understood how this Lord Talent had unknowingly improved the looks of the subjects. According to this progress, he continued to comprehend. Perhaps in another 10 days or 8 days, he could change a person's appearance without relying on his Lord Talent. It could even improve one's figure and temperament in all aspects that affected one's appearance. Sensing this, Zhou Zhou looked excited. I say, what are you so happy about? At this moment, the Bodhi Supreme threw another merciless voice over. Zhou Zhou opened his eyes and looked at Bodhi Supreme. Bodhi Supreme lectured again. For the Lord Talent, you're just a kid who can't even remember the numbers. Now, instead of studying the kindergarten curriculum, you're thinking of skipping grades to study the first and second grade curriculum. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Bodhi Supreme did not stand on ceremony. Zhou Zhou nodded. He wasn't angry. That was because he knew that the other party was right. With his current understanding of the Lord's law, it was indeed a little too difficult to start with the green bronze tier Lord talent. However, the black iron tier Lord talent that he had previously had long been upgraded. Since that was the case, Zhou Zhou flipped his right hand and took out 10 black iron tier Lord talent crystal fragments. Then, he fused them into a black iron tier Lord talent origin divine crystals. He looked over. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere Hand of Wealth. Treasure grade, black iron tier. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have the black iron tier Lord Talent Hand of Wealth. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. You can obtain a yellow gold tier Lord Talent after absorbing it. Since I don't have the black iron tier Lord Talent, I can only create a black iron tier Lord Talent on the spot. Zhou Zhou looked at this Lord Talent and thought to himself. Actually, with the Lord Talent crystal fragment he could completely create a large number of low-level Lord Talents. But he understood that no matter how many low-level Lord Talents he had, they could not compare to the benefits that a high-level Lord Talent would bring him. In addition, upgrading other high-level Lord Talents required a large number of low-level Lord Talent crystal fragments to synthesize. Therefore, he had never used these low-level Lord Talent crystal fragments. However, this situation was different. It was fine to use a few pieces. He directly chose to absorb the 27th Lord Talent without hesitation. Soon, he finished absorbing it. Then, he looked at the talent information of this Lord Talent. Lord Talent, Hand of Wealth, Black Iron Tier. Specific Talent Effect 1, with the Hand of Wealth in hand, scoop into the void and you can randomly obtain 1 to 100 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores. This talent effect can be used once a day. Specific Talent Effect 2, when you and your subject extract the spoils of war from the corpse, there is a 1% chance of obtaining an additional mist core equivalent to the corpse's strength realm. After reading it, Zhou Zhou shook his head. He might be very interested in this Lord Talent if he had just descended to the high continent. But now, he could harvest hundreds or thousands of legendary tier mist cores every day. He was naturally not interested in such a weak increase in the drop of the mist core. However, this Lord Talent effect is quite useless. But it can be used to comprehend the Lord's law contained in it. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he closed his eyes and entered the Supreme Eye's perspective again to observe his body. Soon, he found the Black Iron Tier Lord Talent that represented the Hand of Wealth. His consciousness was immersed in it and a smile appeared on his face. Not bad. Even though it was still difficult to comprehend the nomological secret engravings of the Black Iron Tier Lord Talent, he could at least comprehend them normally. He saw his body in reality holding the Bodhi Supreme. At this moment, Zhou Zhou immediately felt that his comprehension had improved greatly again. Previously, Zhou Zhou had found it somewhat strenuous to comprehend the nomological engravings. Now, he no longer felt any difficulty at all. Comprehending the Black Iron level law engravings was as natural as eating and drinking. When Bodhi Supreme saw this scene, he praised the human in front of him. As expected of the Chaos humans, he could actually comprehend this Supreme Lord's law normally. Even though he had the enhancement of the Bodhi heart and could only comprehend the Black Iron Lord Talent law engravings. However, as long as the Lord in front of him took his time, the speed at which he comprehended the Lord Talent's nomological patterns would become faster and faster. In fact, it was not impossible for him to become a God Spirit with achievements with the Lord's law in the future. Chapter 658, Taking Out a Portrait of Grandpa Mao? The sky gradually darkened. In a cultivation room in the advanced grade Lord's Paradise, a handsome man in the Emperor Dragon robe was sitting cross-legged on a mat and cultivating. This person was naturally Zhou Zhou. And above his head, a circular eye emitting a pure white light was focused on Zhou Zhou's body. This round pupil reflected the Black Iron Law engravings, looking a little mysterious. A moment later, the pure white round pupil disappeared. Zhou Zhou, who was sitting cross-legged on the mat, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with fatigue, and his face was a little pale. He looked like he had used up too much energy. I didn't expect that comprehending the Lord's laws would consume so much of my essence, energy, and spirit. Especially after using the Bodhi Supreme, the consumption has actually doubled. Now, I feel like I've stayed up for 3 to 4 nights when I was an ordinary person. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. The Lord's law was indeed the strongest law that governed everything, so he wanted to continue using the Bodhi Supreme to increase his comprehension. The Bodhi Supreme had added too much to his comprehension. The difference in comprehension between him holding the Bodhi Supreme and him not holding it was 10 times or even greater. One had to know that he was a chaos human to begin with. He had a racial talent that greatly increased his perception, such as the high-level chaos core. But even so, he had actually been enhanced by the Bodhi Supreme so much. It could be seen that the Bodhi Supreme was top-notch. With a top-grade treasure like Bodhi Supreme, he would definitely be able to greatly increase his efficiency in comprehending the Lord's laws. With a flip of his right hand, he took out a bottle of Epic Tier Intermediate Restoration Potion and a bottle of Epic Tier Soul Restoration Potion. Then, he uncorked the bottle and drank it in one gulp. After tasting it for a while, he realized that his energy and soul fatigue had recovered slightly, but it was not as much as his chaos human constitution's self-recovery. He shook his head and gave up on taking the medicine. Then, he thought of something and smiled. He raised his right hand. The next second, his entire right arm was emitting a faint black iron light. Just like that, he raised his right hand and extended it into the void, until his arm completely disappeared into the void. Right on the heels of that, he made a rummaging motion. Soon, he seemed to have grabbed onto something as he retracted his right hand from the depths of the void. Then, with a flip of his right hand, some black iron tier mist cores appeared in his hand. 23 black iron tier mist cores. Tisk tisk, my luck isn't too good. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. These 23 black iron tier mist cores were obtained by him through the hand of Wealth Lord talent that he had just obtained. Even though there were very few of them, Zhou Zhou did not mind. The next step is the most important. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. His expression turned solemn. He raised his right hand and looked at it. Whoosh! Invisible nomological fluctuations rippled around him. This nomological fluctuation was extremely unstable. It was like a kite controlled by a newbie. It could leave his hand at any time, causing the kite to fail. Drops of sweat appeared on Zhou Zhou's forehead. He was trying his best to control the laws around him and condense them in his right hand. A moment later. Boom! A soul-piercing explosion sounded. The dharmic power fluctuations around Zhou Zhou suddenly became chaotic. Then, they suddenly exploded and dissipated. Zhou Zhou's expression was calm. It was just that his attempt had failed. He didn't say anything and tried again. 2 hours later. Zhou Zhou continued to use the Lord's law, but all of them failed without exception. Fortunately, such a failure would not cause any damage to Zhou Zhou's body. It would only make him more tired. It was just exhaustion. Naturally, he could not stop Zhou Zhou's enthusiasm for the Lord's laws. Therefore, he endured the double exhaustion of his spirit and body and continued to practice even more seriously. The 67th attempt. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath as his body emitted invisible nomological fluctuations again. Then, he forcefully retracted the nomological fluctuations towards his right arm. Soon, all the nomological fluctuations approached his right arm at a slow but firm speed and finally converged on it. At this moment, his right arm emitted an extremely faint black iron light. Zhou Zhou's expression remained solemn. He did not look smug at all. Retracting the nomological fluctuations to his right arm was something he could already do on the 35th time. However, the final step, which was to take the wealth from the void, was the most crucial part of his failure. He concentrated, raised his right arm, reached into the void, and began to fish. A moment later, Zhou Zhou was delighted. This was because he felt that his right hand, which was engraved with the Lord Talent, seemed to have grabbed something. At this point, his expression became even more solemn. Zhou Zhou slowly retracted his right arm from the void. When his arm was completely retracted from the void, his expression immediately became ecstatic. It worked. It did not fail. He jumped up from the futon excitedly. Zhou Zhou is talented in the Lord's law as expected. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Zhou laughed out loud. While he did not show anything on the surface during the previous dozens of failures, he was about to doubt his life. Thankfully, the bitter end was over, and he finally succeeded. Success my *SS. Let's see what you're holding. At this moment, Bodhi Supreme's voice sounded again. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He had a bad feeling and looked at his right hand. He was holding a red note tightly in his hand. He opened it and was dumbfounded. Grandpa Mao. He looked left and right. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this was a piece of Grandpa Mao. How am I going to take out one of Grandpa Mao's? Zhou Zhou was at a loss. This is considered a normal problem. Bodhi Supreme said. I'll record new knowledge for you tonight. Zhou Zhou said. Okay. The Bodhi Supreme was still very passionate about knowledge, especially the bloodline inheritance of this human who had grasped many high-level bloodline inheritances. It was still very envious. Because it knew a lot, but for some reason, most of the things it knew did not really belong to it. That was why it craved the knowledge that belonged to it. According to my observation, when you were applying the law engravings just now, in terms of wealth, you subconsciously thought of your Huaxia currency. This is actually very easy to understand. You've only been in the higher continent for a short period of time after all. The impression that Mist Core gave you is naturally far less than the impression that Grandpa Mao gave you. After all, the latter has accompanied you for more than 20 years. Try a few more times in the future and you'll get the Mist Core. Is that so? Zhou Zhou looked hesitant. He still felt a little dreamy about obtaining this picture of Grandpa Mao from the void. Chapter 659, The Omnipotent Lord Law. A strong enemy is attacking. Where did I get Grandpa Mao from? Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of this. This is another normal problem. I'll give them all to you in the future. Zhou Zhou's face darkened. This guy. Earth, in the security vault of a certain rich man in China. Bodhi Supreme said in satisfaction. In other words, my hand just returned to Earth. Zhou Zhou glared at him. You were the one who used the power of the Lord's law to create the hand of wealth to go to Earth. Your main body is actually still on the high continent. Keep this picture of Grandpa Mao well. In the future, when you become stronger, you might be able to use this Grandpa Mao as the coordinates and return to your hometown through the spatial passageway opened by the Hand of Wealth. Bodhi Supreme said lazily. Zhou Zhou's mouth widened slightly. An important reason why he wanted to become the Lord of all races was because he wanted to return to his hometown. They did not expect. He already had an approximate method. Even though the Hand of Wealth had only returned to the cerulean planet and not his main body. However, this also made Zhou Zhou excited enough. There was hope for the future after all. After coming back to his senses, Zhou Zhou felt more and more how terrifying this Lord's Law was. This Lord Law is simply like the source code of the myriad worlds. He muttered to himself. The act of withdrawing the money just now reminded him of some open-world game he had played in the past. As long as he entered a certain mysterious code, he could obtain money, weapons, equipment, and so on. That's right. If you completely master the Lord's law, you will be an omnipotent God in the endless heavens. Bodhi Supreme encouraged. Zhou Zhou nodded. A black iron tier Lord Talent's nomological engraving gave him such a surprise ability. If one grasped the top-notch Lord Law or even the complete Lord Law, it was indeed not a problem to say that he was omnipotent. After that, he did not continue to comprehend the Lord Talent Law engravings. Instead, he planned to rest. He was too tired. If he wanted to continue comprehending, he would probably have to rest until tomorrow. Originally, he wanted to use the Eye of the Heavens anger again after asking the Bodhi Supreme his questions. From the looks of it, it was better to think about it tomorrow. At this moment, Your Majesty, Prime Minister Zheng requests an audience. And the Prime Minister said that he has something important to report to His Majesty. Atli quickly walked over and reported to Zhou Zhou. Important matters. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he immediately asked Atli to bring Zheng Yuankai over. Soon, Zheng Yuankai arrived in front of Zhou Zhou. Your Majesty. About 10,000 kilometers away from the Blazing Sun Kingdom, a vast army of fog monsters is rushing towards the territory of our Blazing Sun Kingdom. Their total military strength is about 100 million. Zheng Yuankai said solemnly. Zhou Zhou's pupils trembled. 100 million. Are you sure? He immediately asked. I've already gone and witnessed it myself. I'm very sure. Zheng Yuankai looked like he was not joking. Zhou Zhou also realized the severity of the matter. 100 million fog monsters were definitely a terrifying combat power that could destroy his territory. However, he was still in disbelief. Even the total military strength of the fog monsters around the Night Empire was only about 1 billion. Moreover, not all of the total military strength of the billion fog monsters was dealing with the Night Empire. A considerable portion of the fog monster factions was dealing with the Lord factions around the Night Empire. What did he do to attract so many fog monster forces? I didn't feel much when I saw the Night Empire being besieged by the fog monster army. Now, the calamity of the tribulation of all races has finally landed on me. I can empathize now. But I'm not an Empire-level Lord faction. Is there a need to send so many mist legions to besiege me? Zhou Zhou muttered. At this moment, he finally felt the terrifying pressure this calamity brought to the forces of the myriad races on the high continent. What would happen to the other Lord factions if even he was feeling the pressure? How's the average strength of the other party? After pondering for a long time, Zhou Zhou asked in a low voice. The other party is also extremely strong. According to the images recorded by the scouts, there's no lack of extraordinary tier, epic tier, and even legendary tier high-level fog monsters in the other party's army. As for the god spirit Scarlet God Spirits, the scouts haven't discovered them yet. Zheng Yuankai said. Let me see the image. Zhou Zhou immediately said. Your Majesty, please take a look. Zheng Yuankai took out a personal terminal created by Wen Yu's technology factory from his spatial ring. After opening a recording, he handed it to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and looked at it. He gradually frowned as he looked on. A moment later, Zhou Zhou returned the personal terminal to Zheng Yuankai. A strong enemy. Zhou Zhou frowned. Ever since he came to the High Continent, other than the last demon lord he faced during the novice lord test, which gave him immense pressure. The fog monster army that came this time was the first enemy to give him such pressure. There were about 100 million fog monsters. There was no lack of extraordinary tier, epic tier, and even legendary tier Scarlet experts. Even the Scarlet God Spirits might be hidden among them. It was just that they might not have discovered it yet. Such terrifying strength. Even if Zhou Zhou gathered all his forces to fight him, he was not confident that he could win. It might even become the losing side. According to their marching speed. How long will it take them to reach the border of our Blazing Sun Kingdom? Zhou Zhou asked. Because they have a lot of troops. In addition, they will clear out the Lord's forces they pass along the way. I estimate that the fastest they can reach the border of our Blazing Sun Kingdom should be around tomorrow night. Zheng Yuankai said. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. Tomorrow night. There was too little time. If he was given another 5 days to develop, even if it was 3 days, he was confident that he could gather at least equivalent military strength to fight the other party head-on. However, Zhou Zhou was not so confident if he came over tomorrow night. Moreover, as a fog monster, night was their home ground. Zhou Zhou and the others' combat strength would decrease because they were not used to the fog at night. On the other hand, the other party's combat strength would increase because of the richness of the scarlet fog. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. Prime Minister, gather all the combat professionals in the kingdom who are willing and capable of participating in the battle and form an endangered army. Take the meaning of accepting orders in times of danger. Arrange for the patrols and guards of various regional cities in the country before the fog monster forces attack. Also, recall Wu Tu and his heavenly army and ask him to temporarily stop the map exploration operation. Return to the back kingdom immediately and gather the corresponding war information with all your might. Inform the subjects in the country about the impending war, but don't say much. Just say that we will definitely win the war. Don't let the subjects in the country panic. That's the arrangement for the time being. If you have any suggestions, you can act according to the situation. But don't ask me too often and focus on efficiency. Zhou Zhou made arrangements. Chapter 660, War Gathering. There was no point in hiding it. A total of 100 million enemies had attacked. How could he hide this? Since that was the case, it was better to say it directly. He trusted Zhang Yuankai's ability very much. He believed that Zhang Yuankai could resolve this situation. Leave it to me, Your Majesty, Zhang Yuankai said respectfully. Just as Zhou Zhou thought. As an old man who had served as the Prime Minister of 2 countries, Zhang Yuankai had seen all kinds of situations. At this moment, he already had a series of solutions in his heart. Still, most importantly, it still depended on victory on the main battlefield. Otherwise, they would lose on the main battlefield. It was useless no matter how well he arranged the rear. Zhou Zhou nodded. After arranging all of this, he felt much more at ease. A powerful army of about 100 million is not the best choice to fight head-on. I need to think of a way to weaken it first. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. After Zhang Yuankai left, Zhou Zhou endured the fatigue in his soul and continued to record the various high-level bloodline inheritances in his mind. Zhou Zhou asked Wenya to record these high-level bloodline inheritances as teaching material to train the territory's personnel. On the other hand, he had also used it as payment for the 2 questions he had asked the Bodhi Supreme previously. After paying him, Zhou Zhou took out another high-level bloodline inheritance and handed it to the Bodhi Supreme, exchanging it for the number of times he asked an ordinary question. What question do you want to ask? Tell me. Bodhi Supreme said lazily. Why did the fog monster army approach my territory and specifically come to look for me? Or are they just on the way? Zhou Zhou asked. I'm naturally here to look for you. You're the strongest lord under the 2 activities of the Supreme Will after all. Even the Supreme Will favors you very much. It's not easy for these scarlet forces to come out and invade the high continent. How can they not come and capture you? Capture you and offer you to the Crimson Overlord. The Crimson Overlord will definitely give you a large number of rewards. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Well, he was so famous in the 2 activities of the Supreme Will. It would be strange if the Scarlet Fog monster forces under the Crimson Overlord did not react at all. There's another reason. They want your race divine artifact. At this moment, Bodhi Supreme reminded again. Race divine artifact. Zhou Zhou was stunned. You mean the lucky star? It's not just the lucky star. They also want the other 2 race divine artifacts in your hands. Bodhi Supreme said. Why do they need so many race divine artifacts? Could it be that they can use them? Zhou Zhou frowned. That's right. They have a pollution technique that can contaminate the race's divine artifact into a scarlet sacred artifact. This scarlet sacred artifact is similar to a race divine artifact, but there are no race restrictions. It can work on any scarlet fog monster. Their only limitation is that the range of the holy artifact effect is limited. Therefore, scarlet fog monsters yearn for the divine artifacts of any race. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Such a secret had never been mentioned in such detail, even for the high-level bloodline inheritances. As expected of the omniscient Bodhi Supreme. Thank you, I understand. Zhou Zhou nodded. It had to be said. It was convenient to have such an almost omniscient existence by his side. Moreover, this Bodhi Supreme was indeed very interesting. Even though it always said that it would only answer one question. However, it would answer other derivative questions on this problem in most cases as long as it was still related to the question. I'm in love. At this moment, Zhou Zhou knew the other party's motive for coming and felt much more at ease. At this moment, a large number of footsteps suddenly came from outside. Zhou Zhou went out to take a look. Indeed, Bai Yun and the others were back. A moment later. In a study room in the advanced grade Lord's Paradise. In a study. Zhou Zhou sat at the desk and looked at the list of battles that Bai Yun had just brought over. Today, they had killed a total of more than 86 million fog monsters and recaptured 33 extraordinary tier advanced grade spatial teleportation arrays, 7 epic tier advanced grade spatial teleportation arrays, and 3 legendary tier advanced grade spatial teleportation arrays. With the enhancement of the King of Loots and the title of the strongest lord, they had obtained a total of 2,360 legendary tier mist cores, 251,200 epic tier mist cores, 8,101,260 extraordinary tier mist cores, 42,503,900 diamond tier mist cores, 146,012,000 white platinum tier mist cores, more than 300 million yellow gold tier mist cores, more than 711 million white silver tier mist cores, and more than 106,000 green bronze tier mist cores. There were 2,016,990 skill books and 2,878,100 pieces of equipment. 101,800 billion units of basic materials. 7.2 million units of basic elemental gem resources. 2.1 million units of high-level elemental gem resources. 320,000 origin crystals. 70,160 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 5 epic tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 1 epic tier Scarlet Lord Talent sphere. 31 Holy Spirit tier Faith divine crystals. 16 Hero Inheritance Secret Manuals. 3 Books of the God Spirit, mid-tier deity level elementary grade. 3 Extraordinary tier Ancestor statues of the human race on Cerulean planet. In addition, under Zhou Zhou's special instructions, Bai Yun and the others also specially brought back the corpses of 21 legendary tier fog monsters and 3 low-tier deity level elementary grade Scarlet God Spirits. These enemies were all killed and preserved by Bai Yun and the others who led the army today. Each of them could obtain God Spirit tier loots. This was the general situation of the loots. At this point, a smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. Putting everything else aside, for today's battle, in terms of the benefits of the mist cores alone, he had obtained a total of more than 150,000 legendary tier mist cores. In the future, he would no longer have to worry about not being able to afford the goods in the Lord shop. In addition, there were other loots such as the epic tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. They were also top grade. The epic tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere surprised Zhou Zhou the most. This was because this meant that he would have another epic tier Advanced Lord Talent today. This Lord Talent was enough to create a top Cerulean planet Lord when they had just descended. He was not in a hurry to use this Lord Talent Sphere. Finally, in terms of the increase in the combat strength of the soldiers, the total number and strength of Zhou Zhou's soldiers had also increased greatly throughout the day. Apart from the 2,518,276 fog monsters that he had incite defection with, With the enhancement of the extraordinary tier insight defection, the 20% of the insight defection troops handed over to him by the Lord members of the Star Alliance had also reached 2,861,250 fog monsters. In total, there were 5,422,886 fog monsters. And now, excluding the forces of the Star Alliance, the total number of troops under Zhou Zhou had already reached 47,547,748. Among them, were 3,353,682 black iron tier soldiers, 6,001,806 green bronze tier soldiers, 10,028,900 white silver tier soldiers, 16,079,169 yellow gold tier soldiers, 10,662,850 white platinum tier soldiers, 1,251,860 diamond tier, 168,850 extraordinary tier, 625 in the epic tier and 6 in the legendary tier. In addition, Knight Rakshasa Sword God Suan had broken through to the legendary tier. The Blood Fire Sword Spirit Bai Yun, the Dragon Horse Spear General Wu Xin, the 10-directional Martial Emperor Feng Luo had broken through to the legendary tier elementary grade. Soul Arrow Wu Tu had broken through to extraordinary tier elementary grade. The original Spirit Race Ansel had broken through to the extraordinary tier elementary grade. The others also had different improvements in strength. Zhou Zhou looked at the list and nodded slightly. Chapter 661, Epic Tier Lord Talent Super Quests Master. In addition, Knight Rakshasa Sword God Suan had broken through to the legendary tier. The Blood Fire Sword Spirit Bai Yun, the Dragon Horse Spear General Wu Xin, the 10-directional Martial Emperor Feng Luo had broken through to the legendary tier elementary grade. Soul Arrow Wu Tu had broken through to extraordinary tier elementary grade. The original Spirit Race Ansel had broken through to the extraordinary tier elementary grade. The others also had different increases in strength. Zhou Zhou looked at the list and nodded slightly. Now, the total military strength under his command, coupled with the more than 26.1 million troops of the Star Alliance, had already reached more than 73 million. After Zhou Zhou calculated this result, a smile appeared on his face. With so many troops around, the difference between them and the fog monsters was not very great. He undoubtedly felt more confident about those enemies. Then, he began to deal with the loots. First, Zhou Zhou looked at the epic tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. A text notification appeared. Do you want to purify it? Purify? Zhou Zhou said expectantly. The next second, a golden light flashed on the Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. Then, the blood-colored light on the Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere disappeared. At this moment, its message has also changed. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere Super Quests Master. Treasure grade, Epic Tier. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have an Epic Tier Lord Talent Super Quests Master. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. After absorbing it, you can obtain an Epic Tier Lord Talent. Super Quests Expert. Lord Talent related to quests. Zhou Zhou pondered. Then, he did not think too much about it and chose to absorb it. Soon, the Epic Tier Lord Talent Sphere immediately turned into countless purple light spots and surged into his glabella. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes. A moment later, he reopened his eyes again after some time. Then, he immediately opened his Lord's personal information. The 28th Lord Talent appeared in his Lord Talent column. Not bad, not bad. The more Lord Talents I have, the stronger my Lord Law Talent will be. I will be able to walk further on this path in the future. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then, he opened the details of the talent. Lord Talent, Super Quests Master, Epic Tier. Super Quest Master, you are a fanatic about quests. No matter what quest it is, you can maintain 200% enthusiasm to complete it. During the long-term completion of quests, you have gradually nurtured a pair of eyes that can discover quests and always find the trick to completing them easier. You believe that there is no quest that you can't complete because you have endless ideas. Specific talent effect 1. Your eyes can see targets with quests and hidden missions. Specific talent effect 2. When you communicate with the target with the quests, there is a certain chance of triggering the quest notification, making it easier for you to obtain the quest from the other party. Specific talent effect 2. When you communicate with the target with the quests, there is a certain chance of triggering the quest notification, making it easier for you to obtain the quest from the other party. Specific talent effect 4. There is a very small chance of obtaining additional mission rewards and a high chance of triggering subsequent quests after you complete the mission. Specific talent effect 5. You are a famous quest master. After other life forms hear your reputation, there is a certain chance that they will take the initiative to find you and issue quests to you. This Lord talent looks quite useful. Zhou Zhou looked at this Lord talent a few times and clicked his tongue in wonder. He thought for a moment and walked out of the advanced grade Lord's paradise. He walked on the street and prepared to test the specific effect of this Lord talent. In the capital, Jade Sun Park. This was the largest park in the Blazing Sun Kingdom. It was personally ordered by Zhang Yuankai and covered an astonishing 10,000 square kilometers. Such an area was comparable to the size of a city on the Cerulean planet and could accommodate 4 to 5 million people. The reason why it was built so big. Firstly, it was because the population of the Blazing Sun Kingdom was increasing. In order to allow more and more subjects to have places to relax and entertain in the future, this Jade Sun Park was built. Secondly, it was because there were many subject races in the Blazing Sun Kingdom. There was no lack of subjects as huge as the dragon race. In order to make Jade Sun Park a place that could accommodate the recreation and entertainment of many races, Zhang Yuankai built this park so big. He even had plans to expand in the future. At this moment, Zhou Zhou was strolling by a lake called the Leaping Fish Lake in Jade Sun Park. Along the way, he saw more than 10 people in front of him, sitting on a small bench on a stone by the lake with a fishing rod in their hands, fishing leisurely. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. Then, he prepared to leave. But at this moment, hey! He suddenly looked at the top of one of the fishermen's heads as if he had seen a ghost. A bright golden exclamation mark floated above. Zhou Zhou could not help but fall into deep thought. He must have played too many online games, right? However, it had to be said that such a notification was indeed quite eye-catching. Zhou Zhou put on a mask and turned into a middle-aged man after some thought. Then, he walked over and came to the other party's side. He was about to speak when he saw the person in front of him shushing him with a serious expression. Then, he pointed at the lake. Zhou Zhou nodded and sat down beside him without saying anything else. However, even though he had sat down, he did not plan to stop. Instead, he sized this person up. He looked like a middle-aged man with short hair. His hair was a little messy, and his gaze was patient and determined. Then, his gaze landed on the other party's fishing rod. At this moment, a line of golden text suddenly appeared. Quest hint: this is Yu Huan's favorite golden bamboo jade rod. Few people know it. If you mention it to Yu Huan, he will have a certain favorable impression of you. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He thought for a moment and pretended to be surprised. This is the golden bamboo jade patterned rod, right? Hey, you know. As soon as he finished speaking, the fisherman, who had just ignored him, suddenly turned to look at him with a surprised expression. Of course I've heard of such a famous fishing rod. Zhou Zhou said seriously. Not bad, not bad. This is the golden bamboo jade patterned rod. Brother, you know your stuff. Sigh, when I first moved here, no one nearby recognized this top-grade fishing rod. It's really frustrating. I thought I was in the desert of the fisher. Speaking of which, I heard that the Blazing Sun Kingdom used to be a huge desert. I really couldn't tell at all. Yu Huan rambled on. It was as if talking about fishing could open his mouth. Zhou Zhou smiled and listened as he communicated with the other party from time to time. Big brother seems to like to fish. Zhou Zhou chatted. It's not just like. It's also work. I don't have any other skills, but I know how to fish. But fishing is also difficult. I earn very little mist cores. It can only supplement my family's expenses. My son, Yu Wang, has also grown up. I'm thinking of exchanging the golden bamboo and jade rod in my hand for 2 diamond tier mist cores to find him a wife. Aren't there many girls in the city now? And all of them look like thieves. If we don't get married now, won't the good-looking ones be snatched away so quickly in the future? Yu Huan muttered. This fishing rod is a very important treasure to Big Brother, right? Zhou Zhou glanced at the golden bamboo and jade patterned rod. White platinum tier advanced grades fishing rod. It could increase the experience of the fisherman's life class during the fishing process. There were also a few exclusive fishing skills. Other than that, even though it was a little old, selling them for 2 to 3 diamond tier mist cores together was indeed not a scam. It's very important. It's the reward of the champion, the king of fish, I obtained in a regional fishing competition. I've loved fishing for most of my life. This fishing rod can be said to be my greatest achievement in fishing. It's better not to sell such a meaningful item. You can think of another way to make money. Zhou Zhou hesitated for a moment and suggested. Yu Huan shook his head and grinned. I want to sell it. Fishing was my greatest achievement until I had my son. As soon as he finished speaking, a quest notification appeared. Chapter 662, Quest, Greatest Achievement. Your subject, Yu Huan, has issued you a subject quest. Quest name, Greatest Achievement. Quality of quests, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. Quest content, Yu Huan wants to find a satisfactory woman for his son, Yu Wang, to be his wife in this wave of immigration. Therefore, he wants to sell his precious fishing rod, the golden bamboo jade patterned rod, to sell the mist core and buy his fishing rod to satisfy his wish. Mission reward, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Fishing Rod, Golden Bamboo Jade Patterned Rod, as well as blueprints, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Fisherman's Fishing EXP, 10 Diamond Tier Mist Cores, Yu Huan's Gratitude, and Yu Wang's Friendship, Extra Reward. Zhou Zhou looked at the mission. It was just a normal quests, so the mission reward was not too special. The only thing that surprised Zhou Zhou was that Yu Huan's son, Yu Wang's friendship was actually an additional reward to him. Zhou Zhou smacked his lips. Never mind, it was just an ordinary quest, not a hidden mission. How could he ask for any high-level rewards? Moreover, he remembered that he had accepted a quest from Deadwood Village in the past. There was also a child's friendship inside that had become one of the quest's rewards. Looking at it this way, it did not seem strange to use the friendship of children as a mission reward. He did not mind. He took out 2 diamond tier mist cores and handed them to Yu Huan with a smile. I quite like this golden bamboo jade rod. Since Big Brother is willing to part with it, how about selling it to me? Really? Yu Huan was stunned and could not react for a moment. When she reacted, she was immediately excited. Heaven took pity on him. He had spent countless efforts in order to find a suitable seller to buy his precious fishing rod and was willing to pay to no avail. Originally, he did not believe the legend that the Blazing Sun Kingdom, which had a rather good green environment, was located in the desert. However, after realizing that not many people bought his fishing rod, he had to believe it even if he didn't want to. God had actually sent the seller he wanted to him just as he was worried. The more Yu Huan looked at Zhou Zhou, the more satisfied she felt. Since this brother knew the golden bamboo jade rod, it meant that he was also a person who liked to fish. He did not have to worry about his fishing rod being wasted if he handed his treasures to the other party. "Thank you, brother," Yu Huan sighed. Then, the two of them handed over the mist core and the fishing rod in one hand and each obtained what they wanted. Still, when Yu Huan handed over the fishing rod, his eyes were still filled with reluctance. However, when he thought of his son, the reluctance in his eyes disappeared and a faint smile appeared on his face. On the other side, after Zhou Zhou obtained the fishing rod, a quest notification immediately appeared in front of him. Prompt: Mission Quest, the greatest achievement has been completed. Mission Reward, Yellow Gold Tier Advance Grade Fishing Rod, Golden Bamboo Jade Striped Rod, as well as Blueprints, White Platinum Tier Advance Grade Fisherman's Fishing Experience, 10 Diamond Tier Mist Cores, Yu Huan's Thanks, and Yu Wang's Friendship, Extra Reward, have been distributed. Big brother, it's getting late. I'll go back and rest first. Don't go back too late. Zhou Zhou stood up and said. Okay. Yu Huan smiled and nodded. After Zhou Zhou left, he looked at the lake in front of him and sighed. If it was in the past, he would most likely stay here to fish at night and earn more mist cores for his family. But now that the fishing rod was gone, he could only... Yu Huan's eyes suddenly widened. Because he suddenly saw his precious fishing rod was actually quietly placed on the fishing gear behind him. Brother! You forgot your fishing rod! He hurriedly stood up and shouted at the figure in the distance. Haha, I suddenly don't want it anymore. Big brother, keep it for yourself. You don't have to return the mist cores to me. The figure in the distance waved without turning his head. At this moment, how could Yu Huan not understand? He had met a good person. At this moment, his body suddenly trembled. He stared fixedly at the back of the figure in the distance. At the same time, his voice began to replay in his mind many times. This back view. This voice. Why does it look so much like His Majesty? Is it so difficult that the person I was chatting with just now was His Majesty? Yu Huan muttered to himself. While this idea was a guess, for some reason, he believed his guess very much. Perhaps this was a man's intuition. On the other side, Zhou Zhou did not care about the fishing rod. He was already very satisfied with exchanging 2 diamond tier mist cores for so many rewards. Why snatch what others loved? He did not return to the advance grade Lord's Paradise. Instead, he continued to stroll around the territory and try to obtain some quests. Yu Huan's quest gave him some benefits. He felt that he could not stop now, as if he had really become a super quests expert. In the next 2 hours, with the hint given by the Lord Talent of the super quests expert, Zhou Zhou had actually triggered 3 more quests in a short period of time. Even though they were all normal quests, he had also obtained rewards for the total value of more than 100 extraordinary tier mist cores. In addition, he had also obtained a lot of skills, equipment, class experience, and even some interesting small tools, allowing him to fully satisfy the addiction of a super quests master. Time to go back. Zhou Zhou handed a letter to an old man. After making the old pen pal smile, he successfully obtained the mission reward. The reward was not much, but he was enjoying it. However, he could not continue. This was because he wanted to go back and rest. He had been comprehending the Lord's law previously and made himself so tired. He had yet to rest. At the thought of this, after bidding farewell to this old man, he rushed towards his advance grade Lord's Paradise. On the way back, Zhou Zhou also took off his mask. Then, he pondered as he walked. I can try not wearing a mask tomorrow and trigger the quests with my true identity. Zhou Zhou thought. His status as a lord would give others, especially the subjects in the territory, a huge sense of reliability. This feeling would make it easier to obtain higher level quests even though it was easy to pull away from normal subjects. Your Majesty. At this moment, a surprised and familiar voice sounded. Zhou Zhou was stunned and looked over. A girl was running towards him. It was Bao Zhiuer, whom he had not seen for a long time. Zhou Zhou had a deep impression of this tailor who had followed him the earliest in the territory. After all, the other party had mended his clothes many times. Long time no see. Zhou Zhou smiled. Your Majesty, nobles are forgetful. I'm afraid you've already forgotten about me, right? Bao Zhiuer was quite excited at first. After hearing Zhou Zhou's words, she said bitterly and disappointedly. Zhou Zhou coughed lightly. He knew that the other party seemed to be interested in him. However, he could not force it. Where's teacher Li Huiyu? How's her body? Zhou Zhou changed the topic. Grandmaster's body has completely recovered. And? Zhiuer, who are you talking to? Before Bao Zhiuer could finish speaking, he heard a woman's voice coming from behind her. Then, a middle-aged couple walked over. When they arrived, not only were they stunned, even Zhou Zhou was stunned. Chapter 663, Li Huiyu's background. Mid-tier deity level hidden mission. Teacher Li. Elder Bai. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. This pair of old men advancing in parallel, their eyes filled with love and warmth, were Li Huiyu and Bai Yuejing. Li Huiyu and Zhou Zhou were not surprised. But Elder Bai, what are you doing? At this moment, Zhou Zhou's mind raced. He quickly thought of the most correct possibility. Li Huiyu was cured by Elder Bai. Could the two of them have feelings for each other during the treatment and were now together? At the thought of this, he widened his eyes and looked at the couple, his eyes filled with gossip. Your Majesty, please listen to my explanation. When Bai Yuejing saw Zhou Zhou's expression, she knew what he was thinking and explained with a bitter smile. Zhou Zhou nodded. Tell me and I will believe them all. Seeing this, Bai Yuejing could only explain first. The content of his explanation was almost the same as Zhou Zhou's guess. Previously, when Bai Yuejing treated Li Huiyu's condition to a certain extent, Li Huiyu was still very weak. Following the principle of a doctor saving people to the end, Bai Yuejing came to Li Huiyu every day to do follow-up treatment. Under Bai Yuejing's meticulous treatment and care, both sides gradually understood each other better. During the process of understanding, feelings gradually developed between them. In the end, Li Huiyu stopped pretending and took the initiative to chase after Bai Yuejing, this old handsome man. Bai Yuejing was also very tempted by this old beauty with an extraordinary aura. Therefore, the two sides gradually came together. 2 days ago, they had even become a legal couple under the witness of the officials of the marriage department in the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Why didn't you call me for such a big matter? Zhou Zhou said regretfully. His Majesty is busy every day. You were also busy with the activities of the King of 10,000 Kings. After discussing it with Huiyu, I didn't tell your Majesty about us. However, we haven't held a wedding banquet yet. We're just registered in the marriage department. In the future, if your Majesty is willing and has time, please come when we hold the wedding banquet. Bai Yuejing smiled. Of course. I'll definitely go then. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. The old couple in front of him had a deep relationship with him. Zhou Zhou naturally had to witness it with his own eyes now that they could get together. At that time, we will welcome your Majesty. Bai Yuejing smiled. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. At this moment, Li Huiyu looked at Zhou Zhou and hesitated for a moment before suddenly asking. Your Majesty, how's the situation outside now? Don't worry, everything is under control. Zhou Zhou was stunned before saying. Li Huiyu nodded hesitantly. The three people present could vaguely tell that Li Huiyu had something to say. Zhou Zhou found it a little strange. But at this moment, a rainbow-colored exclamation mark appeared above Li Huiyu's head. At the same time, a line of rainbow-colored text slowly appeared. Hidden mission hint, tell Li Huiyu how powerful the Blazing Sun Kingdom is now. Perhaps she has something else to tell you. Zhou Zhou was slightly surprised. It was actually a hidden mission? He thought for a moment and said seriously to Li Huiyu. Just live in the capital in peace. Don't worry about anything else. Our Blazing Sun Kingdom is very powerful now. Not only does it have a lot of soldiers, but a god spirit was even born in the territory 2 days ago. Moreover, the other party has already agreed to serve the kingdom. I don't dare to say anything else with our current strength. At least conquering an intermediate kingdom is simple. Even if the advanced kingdom leads the entire military force to our Blazing Sun Kingdom, they might not be able to take down our Blazing Sun Kingdom. Li Huiyu took a deep breath and her eyes became determined. Your Majesty. Li Huiyu has a request. Li Huiyu said solemnly. Zhou Zhou looked at her and nodded. Let's not stand there and talk. Let's talk in this king's blessed land. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Huiyu nodded. Then, he looked at Bai Yuejing, who seemed to know what was going on, and Bao Xiu'er, who was at a loss. He said gently, Yuejing, Xiu'er, come with us. The two of them could only nod in agreement. A moment later, in a study room in the advanced grade Lord's Paradise. In a spacious lounge. Zhou Zhou and the others were sitting there. Let me tell you about my situation first. Li Huiyu took a deep breath and said wistfully. Before I came to the Blazing Sun Kingdom in the future, I was born in the advanced kingdom, the New Wind Kingdom. I was the third daughter of the last king of the New Wind Kingdom, Feng He. I was also a princess before the fall of the country. At this point, she laughed at herself. Everything was going very peacefully. But one day, everything changed. Because a mist source was naturally born in the territory of our kingdom. Mist source. As soon as she finished speaking, Bao Xiu'er exclaimed. No one present blamed her. This was because even Zhou Zhou was shocked by the words mist source. According to the records of the light sacred dragon bloodline in his body, the so-called mist source. It was also known as the cultivationless age prime murderer, scarlet spreader, and the cancer of all realms. It was a product of an invasion created by the Crimson Overlord in order to invade the worlds under the supreme will. This mist source would randomly appear in a certain world in the endless heavens. After it appeared, it would seal off this world or a certain area. Then, it would spread scarlet fog in this world or this area and transform all living beings in the sealed area into fog creatures. This was because the speed at which the fog was spread and transformed into scarlet creatures was too fast. Most of the life forms sealed could not even escape. They became muddle-headed fog creatures. In the history of the myriad worlds, there were many examples of the entire world falling into a fog world because of a mist source. It could be seen how terrifying this small mist source was. My father and mother doted on us the most. After sending us children out of the range of the mist source, they were transformed into fog creatures by the mist source before they could escape. Your Majesty. Li Huiyu looked at Zhou Zhou and begged. I know that my father, mother, and the subjects of the entire New Wind Kingdom can't be saved. But I don't want them to be humiliated after they die. I beg your Majesty to go conquer the fallen New Wind Demon Kingdom when you have enough strength in the future and give father, mother, and the New Wind subjects freedom. May I? Your Majesty. As soon as he finished speaking, a quest notification appeared. Your subject Li Huiyu has issued a quest to you. Quest name, Conquer the New Wind Demon Kingdom. Quality of quest, mid-tier deity level advanced grade obscure. Quest description, the New Wind Kingdom that was once famous for flying freely in the sky has been reduced to a fog country because of a naturally born mist source. Agree to the request of the princess of the fallen country and lead troops to conquer the New Wind Kingdom and save their free souls who are unwilling to fall into the fallen. Mission reward, lost treasure of the New Wind Kingdom. Zhou Zhou looked at the mission thoughtfully. Chapter 664, The New Ancestor Statue of the Human Race on Cerulean Planet. Zhou Zhou's expression was a little serious. A hidden mission for a mid-tier deity level advanced grade. This was the first time he had seen such a high-level hidden mission. The difficulty behind this mission was probably not small and should be at least mid-tier deity-level enemies. "Where's the New Wind Kingdom?" Zhou Zhou asked. "My father knows that the fall of the New Wind Kingdom is an irreversible fact. Therefore, he activated a mid-tier deity-level advance-grade array Wind King barrier before he completely fell, completely closing the entire New Wind Kingdom. The current New Wind Demon Kingdom has been completely hidden on the high continent because of the Wind King barrier. Even a high-tier deity level might not be able to find the location of the New Wind Kingdom. However, this Wind King barrier can be opened with the New Wind Royal bloodline. This is the map of the New Wind Kingdom. Your Majesty, please accept it," Li Huiyu said. Then, he took out a golden silk map from his spatial ring and handed it to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and read it. Soon, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, not very far. With the current speed of the Starry Night, they should be able to arrive after flying at full speed for about a day. He put away the map and said to Li Huiyu, "I can't leave for the time being. I'll take a look when I have time in 2 days." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Huiyu was about to kneel when Zhou Zhou hurriedly helped her up. Her eyes were filled with tears. Clearly, this matter had been in her heart for too long. "You were so seriously injured previously? Could it be?" Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of this and asked curiously. Li Huiyu nodded and sighed softly. "I really missed my family, so I went to the New Wind Demon Kingdom alone. I wanted to use the secret passage to see my parents, but I was severely injured by the New Wind Demon soldiers at the outermost area before I could see my parents. I dragged my severely injured body to Fish Spring Town to rest. Then, I happened to encounter my disciple and His Majesty. It could be considered a blessing in disguise." At this point, she looked at Zhou Zhou and Bai Yu edging beside her. If not for that injury, he might not be able to meet his disciple, lord, and loved ones in his life. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Everyone nodded. According to His Majesty's hometown language, this is called a blessing in disguise. Bao Zhiu'er quickly came back to her senses from the fact that her Grand Master was the princess of a fallen country and said with a smile. She accepted it very quickly. In another world, the princess of a fallen country might be a very precious species. But in the high continent, new kingdoms were established and destroyed every day. Not to mention the princess of a fallen country. It was not uncommon for descendants of the god spirit to decline. Among the people present, only Bai Yu Jing sighed softly. Li Huiyu and him had known about this during the treatment. Originally, he did not want the person he loved to be in danger after almost dying. However, looking at the scene in front of him, he knew that it was useless for him to say too much. Forget it, forget it. Just as well. With His Majesty's current power, he might really be able to save the New Wind Demon Kingdom. This could also resolve the knot in Li Huiyu's heart. Bai Yu Jing thought to himself. After Zhou Zhou was concerned about their recent matters, he bade farewell to everyone and returned to his advance-grade Lord's Paradise. In the study, Zhou Zhou sat on a throne made of golden cedar wood and recalled what had happened tonight. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this super quests had astonishing potential. In just one night, he had obtained many mist cores and valuable items. He had also obtained a hidden mission for a mid-tier deity-level advance grade. The reward for this mission was the lost treasure of an entire high-level kingdom. Even though there was a coincidence, it could be seen that this Lord Talent had huge potential. My previous guess was right. The strength, power, and status represented by my identity also determines what quests I can receive. For example, when I was wearing a mask previously, I could only receive some ordinary middle and low-level quests. Even though the rewards I obtained are also of a certain value, they're only ordinary to the current me. At most, they're a little novel. And when I put down my mask and came into contact with quests as myself, I directly obtained a hidden mission for a mid-tier deity level advance grade. If I had worn a mask to meet teacher Li Huiyu, she definitely wouldn't have handed her identity and the new Wind Demon Kingdom's entrustment to me without knowing my identity and ability. Even if I can know that she has a hidden mission through the mission notification given by my talent, I might not be able to trigger it. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Since that was the case, in the future, if he wanted to do missions, he would try his best to do them with his true identity. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his experience and title. As the strongest lord of all races, the owner of the race's divine artifact, the owner of the chaos human bloodline, the lord favored by the supreme will. This lord talent could not be more suitable for him. He came back to his senses. Zhou Zhou took out 3 grey humanoid statues. This grey willful statue depicted a middle-aged man with a tall crown on his head, a thin face, and a neat black beard. He looked over. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Ancestor Statue of the Human Race on Cerulean Planet Zhongheng. Treasure grade, Extraordinary tier. Treasure effect, place it in the shrine of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and activate the Ancestor Statue's Ancestral Enhancement effect on territory, subjects, or lords. Treasure description, Zhongheng, courtesy name Pingzi, Han Chinese. He was from Xie, Nanyang, and one of the 5 sages of Nanyang. He was a great astronomer, mathematician, inventor, geographer, and literary scholar during the Eastern Han Dynasty of China. He was praised by later generations as the Wood Sage, Sage of Science. Its ancestor Zhongheng. Zhou Zhou came to a realization. He had a deep impression of this ancestor. He remembered watching a children's animation when he was young. It told the story of this ancestor making a guide car. At that time, he was very curious. Why was the wooden man's finger pointing south even though the direction of the guidance car had clearly changed? He did not understand it in the end, and he did not expect to obtain the statue of this ancestor today. As for the other 2 ancestor statues of the human race on the Cerulean planet, they were naturally the 2 additional ancestor statues that Zhongheng had dropped with the help of his lord title. Zhou Zhou first picked up 2 of them and fused them into an epic tier ancestor statue of Zhongheng. Then, he took this ancestor statue to the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Chapter 665, Treasure Ho Feng Earthquake Device. Imperial Ancestral Temple. Zhou Zhou looked at the scene in front of him. 4 10-meter-tall red shrines were neatly placed on the altar. 3 of the shrines worshipped the statues of Sun Simiao, Gong Shuban, and Liu Bei's ancestors. The other 3 shrines were empty. Thick spatial power erupted, forming a spatial passageway with endless suction behind it, directly sucking it into the spatial rift. Zhou Zhou could not help but complain in his heart. He had killed more than 100 million fog monsters under his command. However, there were only a few ancestor statues of humans on Cerulean planet. This was not a matter of drop rate. His drop rate was already maxed out. The fog monsters that could drop ancestral statues were too random and rare. When he was in the World Channel, he had seen other lords drop the ancestor statue of the human race on Cerulean planet. However, no one sold it at all. Zhou Zhou, the king of loots, could only covet such a situation. He didn't think too much about it. He directly took out Zhongheng's ancestral statue and carefully placed it in an empty shrine with the art of control. The next second, the entire hall shook slightly. A deep and solemn middle-aged man's voice sounded. It's better to retreat and form a net than to envy fish in the abyss. So this is what Zhongheng's ancestor said. Zhou Zhou mourned for a second for his language and historical standard. At this moment, a new text notification appeared. You have placed an epic tier ancestor statue of the human race on Cerulean planet in the shrine of the Imperial Ancestral Temple Zhongheng. You have activated the exclusive ancestral enhancement effect, climate, wind, and earth seismoscope. The current ancestor statue has been updated. Current ancestral enhancement effect has been updated. The next second, a huge golden climate, wind, and earth seismoscope that was 20 to 30 feet tall gradually appeared on the ground in front of Zhang Heng's ancestor statue. Zhou Zhou looked at the climate, wind, and earth seismoscope. Its entire body was golden in color. It looked like a wine goblet. There were 8 dragon heads set up outside the goblet. Each dragon head had a small copper pill in its mouth, and under each dragon head was a toad with its mouth open. The climate, wind, and earth seismoscope. The world's first instrument to observe earthquakes. Unbelievable. As expected of a saint. Zhou Zhou looked at the seismograph and felt very emotional. If it was in the modern world, it would not be strange for people to observe earthquakes with all kinds of advanced technology. In the ancient times when technology was backward, Zhang Heng had forcefully created such a black technology without the help of various scientific instruments. Just thinking about it made him feel ridiculous. He looked at the information on the device. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, climate, wind, and earth seismoscope. Treasure grade, epic tier. Treasure effect 1, when all the professionals in the territory create related class actions, their manufacturing efficiency will increase by 800%. At the same time, during the manufacturing process, there is a very small chance that they will suddenly be inspired and create new item manufacturing blueprints. Treasure effect 2, the potential of all physician-related professionals in the territory will increase by 2 levels. It cannot surpass the legendary tier advance grade at most. If you leave the territory, the enhancement of your potential will be ineffective. Treasure effect 3, when an earthquake occurs within 10,000 kilometers of the climate, wind, and earth seismoscope, it can calm the earthquake for 3 days. Cool down, 10 days. Treasure introduction, life is hard work. If you don't want it, how can you obtain it? Prompt, this treasure is exclusive to the Imperial Ancestral Temple. It cannot be worn down, lost, or destroyed. Zhou Zhou looked at the treasure effect of the climate, wind, and earth seismoscope and took a deep breath. Even though this climate, wind, and earth seismoscope was still a little inferior to the effect of Ancestor Sun Simiao's 1000 gold medicine recipe, it was also very strong. Firstly, 800% manufacturing efficiency was already very exaggerated. Professionals in other territories could only do 1 day of work a day. The professionals of the professional kingdom could work for 8 days a day. Moreover, during the production process, there was actually a chance of comprehending a new item creation blueprint. Good God! The King of Internal Scrolls and Inventor is talking about you? As for its treasure effect too, it directly increased the potential of the professionals in his territory by a large level. Even though the upper limit was epic tier advance grade, this was also a height that many life forms could only dream of. The third treasure's ability to suppress earthquakes was similar to his Lord Talent Peaceful Times. His Lord Talent, Peaceful Times, could prevent natural disasters from happening in his territory. Of course, he could bring this treasure out of the territory and suppress the earthquake outside the territory. He could use this ability. A top-grade treasure. Zhou Zhou was all smiles. As expected of the epic tier cerulean planet's ancestor statue. The effect did not disappoint him. Then, he left the Imperial Ancestral Temple and returned to Advance Grade Lord's Paradise. In a study room in the Advance Grade Lord's Paradise. In a loot's warehouse. This was a special place that came with the Blessed Land to process, sort, and store loots. It occupied a rather large area, which was enough to store a large number of loots. After Zhou Zhou arrived, he took out the corpses of the 21 legendary tier fog monsters and 3 low-tier deity-level elementary grade scarlet fog god spirits that he had obtained during the faction quests today. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face as he looked at the corpses of so many high-level experts. A moment later, all the corpses had been extracted. The corpses of 21 legendary tier fog monsters provided Zhou Zhou with a total of 1,150 low-tier deity-level divine crystals. 18 low-tier deity-level hero inheritance secret manuals. 189 low-tier deity-level divine artifacts. 260 low-tier deity-level law skills. 21 low-tier deity-level Book of the God Spirit. 252 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. And 56 low-tier deity-level treasures. For example, low-tier deity-level potions, scrolls, and materials. As for the 3 low-tier deity-level elementary grade Scarlet God Spirits, they provided Zhou Zhou with 220 low-tier deity-level elementary grade divine crystals, 3 low-tier deity-level elementary grade hero inheritance secret manuals, 3 mid-tier deity-level elementary grade divine artifacts, fiery fist, 18 mid-tier deity-level elementary grade law skills, 3 mid-tier deity-level elementary grade books of the God Spirit, 26 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 12 mid-tier deity-level potions, scroll materials, and other God tier items. This low-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirit is too poor. Of the 3 God Spirits, only one of them has a low-tier deity-level divine artifact. Zhou Zhou was speechless. It seemed that the lack of divine artifacts was the same for the God Spirits under the Supreme Will and the God Spirits under the Crimson Overlord. Still, he looked at the divine artifact in the king's treasure box that was about to pile up into a small mountain. He kept feeling that there was something wrong with the style of the divine artifact on his side. It's all brought about by my Lord Talent. Speaking of which, my Lord Talent as the King of Lutes is really abnormal. I feel that the only level of the mythical tier is not enough to describe it. Zhou Zhou could not help but sigh. Then, he did not think too much about it. Instead, he called Atli and Alia over and asked them to gather Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and the other generals of the main territories, as well as the lords of the Star Alliance, to the conference hall to discuss matters later. The 2 sisters took their orders and left. Chapter 666, Beginner Scarlet Empire of Feidu. Refine Flame Scarlet Legion. A moment later, in the conference hall, hundreds of generals had gathered here. Among these generals, many were of different races. There were human generals, monster generals, titan generals, kobold generals, ice ghost generals, and some generals from other races. In terms of quantity, about 2/3 of them were human generals, while the other 1/3 were from the people of foreign races. Moreover, more than half of these generals emitted the aura of heroes. Even though the other half of the generals did not have the aura of heroes, their strength and aura were also extremely strong. Their temperaments were shrewd and capable. Clearly, they were not ordinary people. The lords of the Star Alliance were among them. Even though their temperaments were not as good as the generals who had been on the battlefield for a long time, they were considered outstanding people among the normal cerulean planet lords. Especially after following Zhou Zhou, she had seen many big scenes and gradually developed a calm temperament. In addition, Harris and Ziwu were also present. At this moment, they were looking at the generals of the Blazing Sun Kingdom in surprise. It would be hard for them to imagine if they hadn't seen them with their own eyes. This was the strength of a lord faction that had just established the beginner kingdom a few days ago. It's not unreasonable for this king of the Blazing Sun to have come this far. Harris grinned. What kind of charm does this guy have to be able to attract so many capable people to work under him willingly? Ziwu looked at these generals and experts, and his icy blue pervert eyes flickered. He recalled what this king of the Blazing Sun had done in the past few days and nodded inwardly. He dared to think about what others didn't dare to think about and do what others didn't dare to do. The key was that he had done everything. He didn't dare to say anything else. He was ambitious and had the ability to realize his ambitions. Moreover, there would not be much risk in the process. If it were he really wanted to follow this emperor. On the other side, seeing that everyone was here, Zhou Zhou briefly recounted how the Scarlet Army would arrive at the Blazing Sun Kingdom tomorrow night. Then, he said, "That's probably what happened. Please share your opinions. Wu Tu, you first, tell me about the other party's information," he said. Wu Tu immediately stood up. After receiving His Majesty's order today, the Heavenly Map Army immediately went 10,000 miles away to investigate the situation of the Scarlet Army. According to our investigation, this Scarlet Army is a complete Scarlet Army. It comes from a junior Scarlet Empire called Feidu. It's the strongest army of this empire, the Smelting Yan Army. Everyone's expressions turned serious when they heard this. It was actually the strongest army of the empire. No wonder there were 100 million Scarlet troops. Wu Tu did not look at the others' expressions and continued. According to the information we've received, after this junior Scarlet Empire called Feidu let the Smelting Yan Army descend to the Supreme Continent, they suddenly realized that the location of their descent was actually very close to our Blazing Sun Kingdom. Coupled with the fact that they knew the reputation of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, the ruler of their empire, Feidu Kamori, suddenly changed his mind about invading other empires and headed straight for our Blazing Sun Kingdom. It's all for the sake of plundering our Blazing Sun Kingdom and even destroying it. The other party even plans to withdraw from this tribulation of 10,000 races event after attacking our Blazing Sun Kingdom. This is because they seem to think that their gains after destroying our Blazing Sun Kingdom are enough for them to eat and drink their fill. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Xiantian snorted coldly, his eyes flickering with sword radiance. Looks like our Blazing Sun Kingdom is quite valued by the other party? Aren't they afraid of breaking their rotten teeth if they come to destroy us? Since it's the strongest army of the Scarlet Empire, there should be a Scarlet God Spirit inside. I hope the blood of such a Scarlet God Spirit can improve my strength. Guo Jiao also grinned. His smile was ferocious and arrogant. On the other hand, Ziwu's expression was solemn. I knew that this divine artifact wouldn't be so easy to obtain. Moreover, it was borrowed at the last minute. He sighed softly. Haros was much more excited compared to Ziwu. He gently stroked the divine artifact on his body with an excited expression, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Since it's the strongest army of the Scarlet Empire, there might be a high-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirit among them. Very good. Now that I have this set of divine artifacts, only a high-tier deity-level God Spirit will require me to fight it with all my might. As the god of blazing sun and burns, the nature of his personality was influenced by the path of laws he walked. It was actually quite explosive. From the day he became a god, deep in his heart, he yearned to fight with other powerful god spirits. However, even though he yearned for battle, he was not stupid. He knew that without a divine artifact, if he really rashly went to fight other god spirits and encountered a powerful god spirit with a divine artifact, he would be sending himself to his death. Therefore, in the days after he became a god, he spent most of his time in seclusion to accumulate strength. Until the day the King of the Blazing Sun arrived. After following the King of the Blazing Sun, I seem to be living the life I want. Haros thought. God Spirit. There definitely are. According to our intel, at least 5 Scarlet God Spirits have come with the army, and there's no lack of high-tier deity-level existences among them. This is some specific information. I've sent it to your personal terminals. Wu Tu said. Everyone immediately opened their personal terminals and looked at the information about the Scarlet God Spirit that Wu Tu had just sent. Zhou Zhou was no exception. Mid-tier deity blood fiend demon god in Rabble, a Scarlet God Spirit from the Abyss. He specializes in the law of blood and the law of evil energy. High-tier deity level East Capital King Zhe Qi, comes from one of the myriad worlds, the Eastern Emperor Great Thousand World. He specializes in the law of true fire and the law of space condensation. Low-tier deity level Tsunami Fist God Zhao Cheng Kong, originated from an unknown martial Dao world's law-type god spirit. He looked at the information of these god spirits one by one. Wu Tu had investigated a total of 7 god spirits. Among them, there was a high-tier deity level, 2 mid-tier deity levels, and 4 low-tier deity levels. As for whether there were other Scarlet God Spirits, he did not know for the time being. As long as it's not a true god tier that descends, our Blazing Sun Kingdom will have the strength to fight. A certain hero of the people of foreign race smiled. True god tier will not descend. Zhou Zhou said casually, with the power of a true god tier, a casual attack can cause a large-scale damage of at least 5,000 kilometers. If you attack with all your might, you might even permanently destroy a certain place in the high continent. Therefore, the Supreme Agreement has stipulated that unless the empires or divine kingdoms fight, true god tiers are not allowed to interfere in matters below the kingdom level. Zhou Zhou said casually, with the power of a true god tier, a casual attack can cause a large-scale damage of at least 5,000 kilometers. If you attack with all your might, you might even permanently destroy a certain place in the high continent. Therefore, the Supreme Agreement has stipulated that unless the empires or divine kingdoms fight, true god tiers are not allowed to interfere in matters below the kingdom level. There's only one way for a true god tier to make a move in a world with life forms. That is to descend on the Holy Spirit that believes in He to walk the world of life forms as a sage. But once a true god tier leaves the Holy Spirit, the possessed Holy Spirit will die quickly. Even though they will become heroic spirits after death and head to the true god tier's divine kingdom to be reborn in another form, a living Holy Spirit is much more valuable than a dead heroic spirit. Therefore, unless we have to make a move, the true god tier won't easily sacrifice the Holy Spirit and descend into the life form world. He had some of the contents of the Supreme Agreement in his mind, so he was quite clear about such things. Chapter 667, Bai Yun's Reason. Feng Luo's Path to the Martial God. Haros and Ziwu were a little surprised. This king of the blazing sun was clearly a lord of the human race. How did he know so many secrets? Next, Wu Tu said some more information, then indicated that he was done. Good work. Zhou Zhou nodded. It was already quite good to be able to gather so much information in such a short period of time. Does anyone have anything to say next? He looked at the other generals and they looked at each other. Then, their gazes landed on Bai Yun. Even though Bai Yun was not strong, in terms of combat command, she vaguely surpassed the old general, Wu Xian, and became the number one person in the army. Therefore, everyone wanted her to speak first. For example, Qi Xiantian, Suan, and Guo Jiao. Even though they were much stronger than Bai Yun, most of them only trusted their own strength and were not interested in commanding the army at all. Therefore, they had no objections to Bai Yun's current status. Both sides were like generals and commanders. Therefore, there was not much conflict between them previously. Under everyone's gaze, Bai Yun had no intention of being nervous at all. She stood up calmly and said, "Even though the enemy is coming aggressively, I feel that we will definitely win this war." Everyone became serious as soon as she finished speaking. Even though they had some confidence in the strength of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, they were not as determined as Bai Yun. Where did her confidence come from? Bai Yun noticed the gazes of the generals, but her expression did not change as she continued. "I'll tell you a few reasons. Firstly, our military strength is increasing at all times. We only have more than 70 million troops now. After cleaning up the monster ranch tomorrow, our military strength will increase to at least 90 million. 90 million against 100 million. Even though there's still a difference in numbers, the difference is not too big. We can even be said to be evenly matched. Secondly, Your Majesty has the ability to turn the tables. When they arrive tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, Your Majesty will use incite defection and the other party's military strength will decrease by at least 20 million. At that time, we will have 90 million troops while the other party only has 80 million troops. At that time, we will have the advantage in terms of the number of soldiers. Thirdly, we still have nearly 500 million high-quality faith divine crystals in our inventory. It's not an exaggeration to say that so many faith divine crystals are enough for all our soldiers to sacrifice once before using the small resurrection spell to revive. We have a huge tolerance for mistakes in war. Soldiers are not afraid of death when fighting. Even though the other party is a scarlet monster, we also know that even scarlet monsters are afraid of death. Fourthly, we have a complete military merit exchange system and a huge number of resources to increase our soldiers' strength. Every soldier of ours has obtained a high-level soldier type class from the military merit exchange system. Moreover, they are well equipped and have many skills. How many armies of the Lord faction in the entire High Continent can be like us? Our opponent tomorrow is just an ordinary Scarlet Legion that wants to rely on their numbers to sweep through us. I think our soldiers will be completely stronger than them. Bai Yun said firmly. Everyone nodded. They naturally trusted and were proud of the strength of their soldiers. Just as Bai Yun had said, the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom were definitely one of the strongest and most fearless soldiers among the human soldiers of the same level and even the soldiers of the people of foreign races. Coupled with the other factors mentioned by Bai Yun, they also felt that their chances of winning were much higher. There's still the fifth point. This refined flame Scarlet Legion is still more than 10,000 kilometers away from us. This distance is neither too far nor too short, but it can completely allow us to set up traps along the way in advance and ambush it to weaken its strength. We have Starry Night. We can observe from an extremely high altitude and even attack from a high altitude. Unless the other party uses high-level combat strength or even the combat strength of a Scarlet God Spirit, they basically won't be able to hurt us. If the other party's high-level combatants really dare to fly up to look for us. Bai Yun smiled. Without the help of those normal Scarlet soldiers, our advantage will be even greater. Even if there are only a few, it's enough to increase our chances of winning. Everyone nodded. Even though God spirits were powerful, once there were more lower-level soldiers, they could not be underestimated. For example, if tens of millions of lower-level soldiers attacked a low-tier deity-level God spirit together, this God spirit would not be able to withstand it. Quantity would cause a qualitative change after all. I have good news too. The new God spirit of our Blazing Sun Kingdom, Lady Ice Flower, has already established her divine kingdom. She will return tomorrow. Zhou Zhou said. Everyone was a little excited. Even though the other party was a God spirit of the people of foreign race, he was also a subject of their Blazing Sun Kingdom. The battle was about to begin. It would definitely be a good thing to have another God spirit on their side. How can it be so fast? Hera said in surprise. Didn't the other party just build the Divine Kingdom in the morning? It was successfully built in less than a day? Normally speaking, it would need at least 2 or 3 days for it to be built successfully. Zhou Zhou shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Actually, he knew in his heart. According to the information Vicky had told him, he had discovered the location of the Ice Demon Kingdom's God Spirit Divine Kingdom in the information he had given the other party about the original God Spirits of the Ice Demon Kingdom. The 4 Ice Demon God Spirits of the Ice Demon Kingdom might have built their Divine Kingdom together with the thought of advancing and retreating together. When Vicky arrived and discovered the already dilapidated Divine Kingdom, she immediately became overjoyed. She directly built her own Divine Kingdom with their dilapidated Divine Kingdom as the foundation. As their bloodlines came from the same source and they had both used ice element laws to become achievement God spirits, this operation was smooth beyond expectations. In less than a day, Vicky had built her Divine Kingdom and was preparing to return. Now, the other party was already on the way back with the divine inheritances of the 4 dilapidated Divine Kingdoms. He planned to offer the inheritance of these God spirits to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. This was because Vicky also knew that the Ice Ghost King Kingdom and the 4 Ice Ghost God spirits had been destroyed by the Blazing Sun Kingdom. The inheritances of these God spirits were more accurately the loots of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. In addition, these inheritances were all God-tier medicinal herbs, God-tier minerals, and other God-tier treasures. There were no divine artifacts or law skill inheritances. Therefore, he was not interested in staying. Zhou Zhou was naturally very satisfied with Vicky's performance. He even planned to reward he with a few low-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine artifacts when he returned. As for why he did not tell Heras, it was naturally because Heraus was an outsider for the time being. Zhou Zhou would not be stupid to tell them everything. Your Majesty. At this moment, the 10-directional martial emperor, Feng Luo, stood up and pointed at a human scarlet god spirit displayed on his personal terminal. Can I deal with this scarlet god spirit? Zhou Zhou was stunned. Everyone was also a little surprised. They looked over. The scarlet god spirit Feng Luo was pointing at was Zhao Chengkong, the martial arts law god spirit from an unknown martial arts world. Zhou Zhou pondered and said, "This guy is a low-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirit. Are you confident?" Feng Luo's comprehension ability was astonishing. This could be seen from the fact that he had independently comprehended his own law skill. Zhou Zhou had many heroes under his command. However, there were very few generals who had comprehended law skills by themselves. Even a heaven-defying sword Dao prodigy like Qi Xiantian had yet to comprehend his own law skill. It could be seen how strong Feng Luo's comprehension ability was. However, no matter how strong his comprehension ability was, the other party was still a true martial Dao law god spirit. Your Majesty. Feng Luo raised his head and stuck out his chest. His temperament was steady and calm. He said calmly, I comprehended my own martial arts law skill One Blade Ultimate a long time ago. And just last night, I had already walked my own path as a god spirit. Or rather, the path of the martial god. Chapter 668, Should I accept the friend request? As soon as he finished speaking, a pressure that was similar to divine might and the pressure of blood energy suddenly came from his body. It was the unformed divine might. This meant that even though the other party had yet to become a god spirit, he had already come into contact with the path of a god spirit. From now on, as long as he continued step by step and with the help of enough resources, there was at least a 50% chance of becoming a god spirit. As soon as this pressure appeared, all the generals, experts, and lords looked at him in unison, their eyes shining with envy. Some of them had already obtained the Book of God Spirit rewarded by Zhou Zhou and were already on the path to becoming god spirits. However, their god spirit path was ultimately given to them by Zhou Zhou. Their advancement would accelerate in the early stages, but in the later stages, especially after reaching the upper limit of the Book of the God Spirit, it would be very difficult for them to break through this upper limit, making it extremely difficult for them to break through to the next God Spirit realm. Unless they could change to a higher level Book of the God Spirit to increase their potential and then use their great perseverance and wisdom to study the God Spirit path of the new Book of the God Spirit from the beginning. Only then could they embrace the new method and take another step forward. The difficulty could be seen as average. It would be completely different if he walked the path of a God Spirit. This path would be very suitable for him because it was the God Spirit path he had developed. Moreover, when he needed to break through the upper limit of the path in the later stages, he only needed to follow his own method and continue to develop up the original path. There was no need to take a detour or walk on the path of other God Spirits. Therefore, those who could walk the path of a God Spirit had extremely high potential. For example, the Book of the God Spirit that Zhou Zhou gave his subordinates was usually divided into 3 situations. The first was that his future potential was limited and he might not even be able to become a subordinate of a God Spirit. Zhou Zhou would only allow such subordinates to surpass the upper limit of their potential and reach a realm that they could not reach previously if he gave them the Book of the God Spirit. This naturally did not matter if there was an upper limit or not. The second was that the Book of the God Spirit was extremely compatible with its subordinates. For example, as a natural assassin, Suan was naturally compatible with the Book of the God Spirit given to him by Zhou Zhou. It would only allow Suan to understand his God Spirit path faster. He could even take advantage of his strengths to make up for his weaknesses and easily break his upper limit. The third situation was that his potential was astonishingly high. Geniuses with Master God tier potential like Xiao Xian and Qi Xiantian. Their future potential was at the Master God tier level. Naturally, he would not be restricted by the God Spirit path of a mere low-level God. After reaching the upper limit of the path given by the Book of the God Spirit, they could even easily use their potential to break the upper limit and walk on their own path. Otherwise, if it was really so easy to be restrained, then their potential would not be at the Master God tier level. However, even so, Zhou Zhou did not give them the Book of the God Spirit. He still hoped that they could walk their own path as God Spirits. Okay. Zhou Zhou clapped. Since you're confident, I won't say anything else. Don't worry about the battle. Our Blazing Sun Kingdom is behind you, he said. With the Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals, he was naturally not afraid of his subordinates' deaths. Thank you, Your Majesty, for fulfilling my wish, Feng Luo said respectfully. The martial god path he wanted to walk required him to experience a large number of battles with experts. It would naturally be best if he fought experts from the martial arts course. He took the initiative to make this request to Zhou Zhou because it concerned his future path. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded before letting him sit down. Perhaps it was because the fact that he had walked his own path was too shocking. Many gazes still fell on Feng Luo even after he sat down. Zhou Zhou was also very satisfied with him. This guy. He had given him many surprises ever since he used the law skill he had comprehended. He did not expect it to give him such a big surprise again. He thought for a moment and said to Feng Luo. After the meeting, go to the military officer and collect 1000 legendary tier mist cores worth of military merits. This is your reward for comprehending your own God Spirit path. At this point, he looked at the others and realized that they were all looking at him with burning eyes. Zhou Zhou smiled. If any of you comprehend your own path as a God Spirit in the future, you can also receive such a reward. Also, there's no need to think too much about the generals and experts who have already used the Book of the God Spirit. With the sufficient resources provided by my Blazing Sun Kingdom, the probability of breaking through to the God Spirit realm will increase by at least 40%. There will naturally be more benefits waiting for you after you become God Spirits. Don't worry too much about the reward I just mentioned. Yes, Your Majesty. The morale of the generals and experts soared, and everyone's eyes were filled with the flames of ambition. Who doesn't want to become a God Spirit? Not to mention that His Majesty is using real benefits to crazily encourage us? Who can resist this temptation? Haros and Ziwu looked at each other. This high-tier deity level and mid-tier deity level actually felt a little envious. This king of the Blazing Sun and his Blazing Sun Kingdom were really rich. They did not have such a good faction to provide them with resources and support before they advanced to the God Spirit realm back then. After that, everyone discussed for more than an hour and arranged specific missions before the meeting ended. After the meeting ended, the generals immediately went to do what they had to do. Zhou Zhou originally wanted to go take a look at his Machina race clone. However, before he could leave, his message page blinked. Zhou Zhou took a look. He realized that it was a message from the Military Industry Lord. He looked over. Military Industry Lord, Your Majesty, that descendant of the Holy Roman Empire Eston has already handed over a third of the country's wealth to me. I'll send you the transfer certificate, a third of the country's wealth, and the corresponding books on the nuclear weapons manufacturing process. Lord of the Blazing Sun, all right. A moment later, the military industry lord sent him everything he said. 1/3 of the country's wealth was 500 legendary tier mist cores. This was also written on the handover certificate, proving that the military industry lord was not filling his own pockets. The corresponding books for the nuclear-level arms manufacturing process were an entire library. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder and put away all of this. Then, he put away the mist core and the handover certificate. As for these books, he handed them to Wenya to study. Then, he sent the kingdom token he had agreed on. This transaction was completed harmoniously. Military Industry Lord, Your Majesty. Military Industry Lord, the Overlord Lord, Dragon Lady Lord, Undead Lord, Dark Martial Lord, and Black Heaven Lord, the 5 top lords of Cerulean Planet, also want to trade the kingdom token with you. Military Industry Lord, do you want to approve their friend request? Chapter 669, The Dark Martial Lord is removed from the group chat. When the Military Industry Lord said this, he could not help but want to complain. In terms of the difficulty of adding him as a friend, His Majesty was definitely the most difficult lord to add as a friend among all the Cerulean Planet lords. If not for the fact that he had some trade relationship with the King of the Blazing Sun previously, his friend request would probably have been deleted long ago. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He opened his friend request list and saw billions of friend request messages. After a few seconds of silence, he opened the search bar and typed the names of these lords. Soon, he saw the friend requests of these lords. Moreover, it was not the first or second time they had requested it. The most recent time was more than half an hour ago. Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it. He approved all their applications and pulled them into a group alone. Lord of the Blazing Sun, hello, everyone. Lord of the Blazing Sun, I heard from my little brother that everyone is interested in my kingdom token. Military Industry Lord _ hide. Dragon Lady Lord, yes, I wonder if the King of the Blazing Sun is willing to sell it. Black Martial Lord, King of the Blazing Sun, the entire Cerulean Planet is currently experiencing the crisis of the tribulation of all races. Only when our Cerulean Planet's human lords join forces and build our own kingdom can we unite all our strength to protect ourselves. As a lord who has done so much with the kingdom token, why do you still have the intention to sell it? You should hand the kingdom token to us, the top lords of the Cerulean Planet. Only then can you minimize the losses of the Cerulean Planet's human race. If you ask for too much and we can't obtain the kingdom token, the human lords of the Cerulean Planet will suffer heavy losses because they are alone and helpless in this tribulation of all races. Can you bear this responsibility? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire chat group fell silent. The Military Industry Lord, the Undead Lord, the Overlord Lord, and the Dragon Lady Lord broke out in cold sweat. Lord of the Blazing Sun, you're really lucky to be alive until now with your intelligence. Lord of the Blazing Sun, show some information about the compass of the soul of vengeance. Lord of the Blazing Sun, bye-bye. Lord Black Marshal has been moved out of the group chat. About 160 billion kilometers away from the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Black Marshal City. When the Dark Martial Lord Fan Yin saw that he had been removed from the group chat, he was first stunned, then furious. Snap! A golden jade cup was smashed to the ground. A lord with dog luck walking in front is probably just a low-level person who earns a few thousand a month and has no power when he returns to the Cerulean Planet. How dare he treat me like this? If you dare to do this to me on the Cerulean Planet, I'll let your entire family live a life worse than death. Fan Yin was so angry that his entire body was trembling, and his gaze was ruthless. He was once an only child. With his family connections and doting, he controlled a lot of power in both the underworld and the underworld. On the Cerulean Planet, he was a person praised by tens of thousands of people. Women, wealth, power. It could be said that he could get whatever he wanted. Even if there were some things that he could not obtain for the time being, he could easily obtain them with some small tricks. Who would have thought that the Supreme will moved countless Cerulean Planet people, including him, to the High Continent on a whim? At the beginning, Fan Yin, who had lost everything, felt very desperate. However, the subjects at the bottom obediently bowed down to him with an order, and he let his subordinates snatch the beautiful daughter of a commoner for him to enjoy during the day with a casual sentence, when there was no national law to punish him. He suddenly fell in love with this lawless life where he made his own decisions. This was because the supreme right to be a lord was something he could not enjoy on the Cerulean Planet. Even though he could almost do whatever he wanted on the Cerulean Planet, there was still a limit. On the High Continent, as long as he did not leave his territory, coupled with the extraordinary power given to him by the Black Martial Artist Lord Talent, he could really do whatever he wanted without any scruples. At that moment, the Lord of the Blazing Sun appeared in his vision. His achievements, the wealth he had, the power he controlled, and his reputation among the lords of the cerulean planet and even the lords of all races, were all things he was very jealous of and yearned to have. He had once tried to add the Lord of the Blazing Sun as a friend. It was because he wanted to use the methods he was good at to deceive the other party and transfer everything to him. And yet, his request was not approved. The Dark Martial Lord was very angry about this, but he had no choice. Later on, the kingdom token was discussed. Even though he was arrogant and domineering, he was not stupid. He naturally knew the value of the kingdom token. If he had the kingdom token and could build his own kingdom, the enjoyment of being a top-notch lord would definitely increase by hundreds or thousands of times. Therefore, he asked his friend to find the military industry lord to join this transaction. Then, he, who was very stingy, was unwilling to pay a high price. Therefore, he wanted to use righteousness to coerce the other party. He did not expect the other party to not fall for this at all and directly move him out of the group chat. No way. I definitely can't give up on the kingdom token. As long as I have the kingdom token and build my own kingdom, the identity, status, wealth, and everything else I have will increase by more than 10 times. Now is the best time to build a kingdom. Otherwise, there will definitely not be such a good opportunity for me to possess so many resources in advance and build a kingdom after this special period of the tribulation of all races. Fan Yin quickly thought about it and quickly thought of the military industry lord and the others. If they can obtain the kingdom token, I can try to see if I can snatch the kingdom token from them. A ruthless glint flashed across his eyes. He was more afraid of fog monsters. However, he was best at dealing with his fellow clansmen. He came back to his senses. He was about to close the chat group in front of him that could no longer speak. Then, he saw the treasure information of the compass of the soul of vengeance sent by Zhou Zhou. How can there be such a treasure? When he saw the ability of this compass, his originally ruthless expression suddenly turned pale. On the other side, in the chat group. At this moment, no one spoke. All the lords in the chat group, other than Zhou Zhou, were staring fixedly at the treasure information of the compass of the soul of vengeance. Such a treasure actually exists? All the lords present were terrified. Why did someone still dare to scold the Lord of the Blazing Sun in the world channel of the cerulean planet at this stage? To put it simply, he thought that he was untouchable with this distance between them. No matter how powerful you, the Lord of the Blazing Sun, is, are you going to come to my territory to capture me through the cerulean planet's world channel? Since you can't, then why should I be afraid? I can scold anyone I want. Who cares who you like or dislike? Such an aura was like a keyboard warrior. The reason why this dark martial lord dared to say such brainless words was partly because of his personality and his desire to coerce Zhou Zhou. However, the main reason was because he was not afraid that Zhou Zhou would come and take revenge on him. However, he never expected that Zhou Zhou actually had a treasure like the compass of the soul of vengeance. Therefore, he was dumbfounded. At the same time, the 4 top lords, the Dragon Lady Lord, the Overlord Lord, the Undead Lord, and the Mystic Heaven Lord, also warned themselves in their hearts. Unless they had the strength to resist the Lord of the Blazing Sun in the future or the ability to stop the compass of the soul of vengeance from detecting their location, they definitely could not provoke the King of the Blazing Sunday. Otherwise, he would use this treasure to find their location before sending an army to suppress the border, then the person who provoked the King of the Blazing Sun would really be finished. Chapter 670, Black Martial Artist. Mystic Heaven Lord. Auctioning the Kingdom Token. After Zhou Zhou moved the Dark Martial Lord out of the group chat, the Military Industry Lord was the first to come out and admit his mistake. Military Industry Lord, Your Majesty, I'm sorry. I didn't know him well. I just heard of his reputation in the past and know that he's considered one of the top lords on the cerulean planet. Military Industry Lord. Later on, a friend of mine took the initiative to look for me after he found out about the kingdom token. He said that he wanted the Dark Martial Lord to join him. I owe this friend a favor. After thinking about it, I felt that the other party could be considered a top-notch lord, so I agreed. I didn't expect this Dark Martial Lord to be such a fool. The Military Industry Lord was also cursing in his heart. It's fine if you're effing stupid, but don't effing drag me down with you. At this moment, no matter how good his temper was, he could not help but feel anger and even killing intent. During this period of living in the High Continent, he was no longer the innocent and honest weapons development techies he used to be. Lord of the Blazing Sun, it's fine. Just treat it as a joke. Lord of the Blazing Sun, tell me about this guy. I want to know what abilities this guy has. His words are so annoying that he can still live until now. When the Military Industry Lord heard this, he immediately knew that his chance to show off had come. Military Industry Lord, Your Majesty, this Dark Martial Lord is a lord who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He usually lords over his territory, but the group of dark martial artists under his command are indeed quite powerful. Military Industry Lord, it's said that the black martial artists under his command have a special method. They can freely enter and leave the Scarlet Fog. Moreover, they have grasped the ability to weaken the enhanced strength of the fog monsters at night. Military Industry Lord, this ability is quite rare. It's said that he even used his black martial artist soldiers to befriend some kingdom-level lord factions. To put it bluntly, he's working for those native lord factions. Military Industry Lord, if nothing goes wrong, this should come from his lord talent. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. There was actually such an innate ability. He immediately thought of the refined flame Scarlet Legion that was coming tomorrow. After the other party arrived, there was a high chance that they would attack his kingdom at night. If he could also master this method to allow his soldiers to avoid the threat of the Scarlet Fog, the chances of his soldiers surviving in battle at night would definitely increase greatly. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and typed. Lord of the Blazing Sun, do any of you know the location of this Dark Martial Lord's territory? When the Military Industry Lord, the Dragon Lady Lord, the Overlord Lord, the Undead Lord, and the Mystic Heaven Lord saw Zhou Zhou's message, an idea appeared in their minds. Could it be? This guy wanted to deal with the Dark Martial Lord? Thinking of the compass of the soul of vengeance, everyone felt that it was really possible. Mystic Heaven Lord, I know. Zhou Zhou looked at this lord's name thoughtfully. Thanks to the fact that he usually knew how to surf the world channel when he was free. He knew some famous cerulean planet lords. This Mystic Heaven Lord was one of them. It was said that this person's lord talent was the White Platinum tier lord talent Immortal Sect Protection. The effect of this lord talent was, within his territory was a cultivation sect, the Mystic Heaven Sect. During the aptitude test, the subjects in his territory had a higher chance of awakening an immortal cultivation spiritual root and being taken in by the Xiantian sect to be an immortal Dao Qi practitioner. This was nothing. At most, the territory would have one more rare class change opportunity. But the key was, the Mystic Heaven Lord, who had the lord talent of the Immortal Sect Protection, actually had extremely high cultivation aptitude. It was said that his cultivation aptitude was so high that he even had a chance of touching the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm, True God tier, in the future. This aptitude even alarmed the upper sect of the Black Heaven sect in the immortal world, the Profound Heaven Immortal sect. There was even a true immortal, low-tier deity, from the upper realm who took him in as his disciple for the time being. Then, he left behind a bunch of immortal cultivation resources and left. This matter quickly caused a huge commotion in his territory. It was said that the average loyalty of the subjects in the entire territory had increased by a few points. After this matter was sent to the World Channel, the cerulean planet lords on the World Channel were naturally envious and jealous. Some lords even joked. This Mystic Heaven Lord had forcefully made a White Platinum tier Lord talent feel like a legendary tier Lord talent. even though it was a little exaggerated. It could be seen how high this person's potential was. Lord of the Blazing Sun, how did you know? Mystic Heaven Lord, my territory is not far from this guy's territory. Previously, when I joined the Mystic Heaven Immortal sect, this person specially came over and wanted to buy my Immortal Deo cultivation technique at a low price. After I rejected him on the grounds that my sect did not allow it, this guy thought that I was unwilling to sell it to him. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and often sent troops to attack my territory. Mystic Heaven Lord, my sect can't interfere in the battle for the title of Lord of all races. I had no choice. In the beginning, it was very difficult for me to deal with this guy. Later, I mastered some Qi practitioner protective techniques and learned some array formations. The situation improved a little. After that, I established the Mystic Heaven Immortal Alliance and had the support of a large number of Cerulean planet lords. That's why this guy didn't dare to attack me. Mystic Heaven Lord, if your majesty has the intention to deal with this guy, I'm willing to lead the way for your majesty. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. He naturally did not believe everything this guy said. Unfortunately, it was not in reality. Otherwise, he might be able to listen to this guy's inner thoughts to differentiate between truth and falsehood. At this moment, the Military Industry Lord sent him a transaction. Military Industry Lord, Your Majesty, I just asked my subordinates. What this Mystic Heaven Lord said is true. He has a long-standing grudge with the Dark Martial Lord. The two alliances have even fought many times. Zhou Zhou did not reply. He typed in the group chat. Lord of the Blazing Sun, let's private chat later. Lord of the Blazing Sun, alright, there are only the 4 of you left. Lord of the Blazing Sun, let me make things clear first. As I only have 3 kingdom tokens now, one of you will not be able to obtain the kingdom token. Lord of the Blazing Sun, so, the price goes to the one who gets it. Dragon Lady Lord, alright. The others also expressed their opinions. He could tell. They had already made preparations to compete before coming. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou asked them to start bidding. After more than an hour, the ownership of these 3 kingdom tokens was completely settled. They were obtained by the Dragon Lady Lord, the Undead Lord, and the Mystic Heaven Lord. Instead, the Overlord Lord with the highest grade of Lord talent among the 4 of them did not obtain the kingdom token. Regarding this situation, even though the Overlord Lord felt a little aggrieved, he could not do anything. In order to improve his gluttonous demon body, he had used almost all the resources in the territory to buy rare monster flesh. This allowed his strength to increase rapidly. He had even become an extraordinary tier intermediate grade expert, with all kinds of bloodline abilities. It was even enough to kill an epic tier expert. This strength, putting aside the pervert Zhou Zhou, it was definitely one of the top 3 human lords in the entire Cerulean planet. However, the price of such an achievement was that there was not much wealth left in his territory. As a result, he could not fight back at all in the face of the high price competition of the other 3 opponents. Lord of the Blazing Sun, Overlord Lord, don't worry too much. This is only the first time the kingdom token is being auctioned. There will be opportunities in the future. Accumulate your wealth well. I will inform you when the kingdom token is auctioned next time. Overlord Lord, alright. When the Military Industry Lord, Dragon Lady Lord, Mystic Heaven Lord, and Undead Lord saw this scene, they felt a little emotional. How proud was the Overlord Lord! They had all come into contact with it, so they naturally knew very well. However, facing the current king of the Blazing Sun, they could only obediently let him comfort them. Chapter 671, Condition to buy the kingdom token. This transaction quickly ended. However, the kingdom token transaction chat group established by Zhou Zhou did not disband. Instead, it chose to be preserved. This way, he could continue using this chat group the next time there was a kingdom token transaction. In addition, the Dragon Lady Lord, the Undead Lord, and the others could also pull the Cerulean Planet Lord they felt was strong to join this chat group and participate in the future kingdom token auction. I believe it won't be long before a few new human kingdoms other than me appear on the Cerulean Planet. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. As the main mastermind behind this matter, he actually did not feel much. There were so many human kingdoms on the Cerulean Planet. In any case, it would not cause him trouble. Instead, it would benefit him a lot. For example, the price Dragon Lady Lord and the others paid to obtain the kingdom token in this transaction. Among them, in the future, the Dragon Lady Lord, the Undead Lord, and the Mystic Heaven Lord would follow his lead. Moreover, their lords would have to offer up their territory and a third of the kingdom's wealth after encountering Zhou Zhou's army. The Dragon Lady Lord even promised to give the Blazing Sun Kingdom 100 Drake seeds with dragon bloodline. Their strength ranged from green bronze tier elementary grade to white silver tier advanced grade. The Undead Lord would give the Blazing Sun Kingdom a yellow gold tier advanced grade pure-blooded bone dragon. In the future, the Mystic Heaven Lord would be in charge of the detection of the subject's spiritual roots in the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Moreover, the other party had agreed to apply to the Black Heaven sect. In the future, he would build a Black Heaven sect branch in the Blazing Sun Kingdom so that those with spiritual root aptitude in the Blazing Sun Kingdom could enter a sect and cultivate immortal arts. This way, the Qi practitioner subjects who walked out of the Black Heaven sect's branch sect would naturally serve the Blazing Sun Kingdom in the future. Of course, the materials, mist cores, and other supplies needed to establish the Black Heaven sect needed the Blazing Sun Kingdom to provide and buy them. The Blazing Sun Kingdom also needed to provide wages to the Qi practitioners of the Heavenly Profound sect who came to establish a subsect. Towards this, Zhou Zhou agreed readily. He was also a Qi practitioner, so he naturally knew how powerful they were. Even though it was impossible for every Qi practitioner to be as strong as his chaos sacred body, as long as he could nurture a group of Qi practitioners for his territory, even the most ordinary Qi practitioners would be comparable to kingdom-level combat professionals or even empire-level combat professionals in Zhou Zhou's judgment. Moreover, in any case, he was worried about not having a place to spend the mist core. Treat it as an investment. After recalling the conditions given by these three families, Zhou Zhou smiled. Zhou Zhou felt that it was very profitable that these three kingdom tokens could be exchanged for so many benefits. Otherwise, these three extraordinary tier advance grade kingdom tokens would be useless to him and could only be placed in the king's treasure box to eat dust. He did not mind. He opened the Mystic Heaven Lord's chat box and typed, "Lord of the Blazing Sun, how do you plan to let me lead you to destroy that dark martial lord?" Mystic Heaven Lord, actually, I know the location of His Majesty's territory. Zhou Zhou did not care much when he saw his regeneration. The location of his territory had long been semi-public after the previous few exposures. He was not very surprised that the Mystic Heaven Lord knew. Lord of the Blazing Sun, and then, Mystic Heaven Lord, I discovered an incomplete ancient teleportation array near the territory not long ago. This ancient teleportation array should have been left behind by a previous cultivator. Black Heaven Lord, after I reported this ancient teleportation array to the higher UPS of the Black Heaven sect, a Class 9 array master at the Tribulation Transcendence stage, legendary tier, took action. After repairing it, I realized that it led to the ruins of a dilapidated immortal section. Mystic Heaven Lord, when we discovered the ruins of this immortal sect, there were no treasures inside. However, that array master still repaired its ancient teleportation array and gave it to our Mystic Heaven city. He said that it was our last way out. Mystic Heaven Lord, then, I personally went there and realized that the location of this immortal sect ruin was actually very close to His Majesty's Blazing Sun Kingdom. According to the calculations of my scouts, His Majesty's soldiers only need to travel more than 50 million kilometers north from the border of the Blazing Sun Kingdom to reach this immortal sect ruin. Actually, more than 50 million kilometers was still a very long distance for most of the lords of the Cerulean planet. However, the mystic Heaven Lord believed that this distance was definitely not considered far for the strongest lord of all races in the previous event. In fact, that was indeed the case. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised when he saw the words typed by the mystic Heaven Lord. More than 50 million kilometers was indeed very close. One had to know that the Starry Night spaceship under his command had advanced by leaps and bounds in all aspects after absorbing the spaceship technology he had obtained from Lord Father. And now, the flying speed of the top Starry Night under his command had increased from 8,000 to 9,000 km per hour to more than 500 million km per hour. More than 50 million kilometers? His Starry Night could arrive in 5 to 6 minutes. Mystic Heaven Lord, if your Majesty is at ease with me, you can directly send troops to the Immortal Sect ruins and come to my territory through the spatial teleportation array. Then, you can head to the territory of the Black Martial Alliance. Mystic Heaven Lord, my Mystic Heaven Alliance and the Dark Martial Alliance are not far from each other. It will be very convenient for your Majesty to rest or go on an expedition. Zhou Zhou agreed without much hesitation. This was the confidence brought about by strength. Of course, he would not be unprepared. He took out a contract and wrote down the content of their conversation, including the transaction of the kingdom token. After writing it, Zhou Zhou confirmed it carefully again. After confirming that there was no problem, he signed it himself and sent it to the Mystic Heaven Lord to sign it too. Unlike Zhou Zhou, this was the first time the Mystic Heaven Lord had come into contact with this thing. After a long time, only then did he carefully sign his name on the contract and complete this contract. Soon, Zhou Zhou looked at the golden scale mark that had already appeared in his palm and smiled. With this contract, the other party was truly trustworthy. Lord of the Blazing Sun, send me the location. If nothing goes wrong, I'll go over tomorrow morning. In addition, send me a copy of the Dark Martial Lord's military distribution and faction distribution. Don't say that you don't have them. The two Lord alliances of the Cerulean planet had been at odds with each other for so long. It would be suspicious if there was no information about the other party's war. Mystic Heaven Lord, of course. After saying that, in less than 2 to 3 seconds, Zhou Zhou received a paper document from him. After Zhou Zhou opened it, he took a rough look and clicked his tongue in wonder. This Dark Martial Lord was not even as strong as the Aurora Kingdom when it was on the verge of destruction. A keyboard warrior, right? I'll be a keyboard warrior tomorrow. Zhou Zhou thought maliciously. Chapter 672, Vast Sea of Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Zhou Zhou and the Mystic Heaven Lord discussed the details of their cooperation tomorrow before ending the conversation. The Night Empire's faction quests, the invasion of the Refined Flame Scarlet Legion, and the attack on the Black Martial Lord. There's a lot going on tomorrow. Zhou Zhou thought about his schedule for tomorrow and could not help but sigh. Then, he thought about it and felt that he should have enough time. It shouldn't take long to attack the Black Martial Lord after all. The remaining time should be more than enough to do the first two things. At most, I won't do the Night Empire's faction quests for the time being. I'll let it go for a day. After dealing with the Black Martial Lord, I'll focus on dealing with the invasion of the Refined Flame Scarlet Legion. Zhou Zhou thought. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Zhou Zhou said casually. Soon, Aliyah opened the door and walked over quickly. Your Majesty. Prime Minister Zhang just came over to say that all the lords of the Ice Demon Kingdom have arrived at the Blazing Sun Kingdom and are waiting in Conference Room 1 of the Administrative Hall. Aliyah said respectfully. I almost forgot about this. Zhou Zhou stood up and walked out of the room towards the Administrative Hall. In the Administrative Hall, Conference Room 1. When Zhou Zhou arrived, he saw more than 100,000 Ice Ghost Lords gathered here. Greetings, Your Majesty. When Zhou Zhou entered, the sharp-eyed Ice Ghost Lords immediately discovered him. Then, someone took the lead, and the entire conference room immediately sounded with fanatical shouts. Zhou Zhou smiled and walked onto the stage. He looked at the 100,000 ice ghost lords who were shouting fanatically in front of him and felt a little emotional. This was the foundation of an intermediate kingdom. Previously, he had gathered all the lords of the Aurora Kingdom and the Titan Kingdom, the two beginner kingdoms, but there were only more than 10,000 lords. Currently, there were already more than 100,000 lords from the Ice Demon Kingdom's intermediate kingdom. It could be seen how huge the difference between the beginner kingdom and the intermediate kingdom was. However, the more lords came, the more lord talent crystal fragments he could obtain. He was naturally even happier. Everyone, stop shouting. I can already feel your enthusiasm. Zhou Zhou smiled and comforted her. All the ice ghost lords laughed when they heard this. Then, they gradually quietened down. At this moment, Your Majesty, it's the same as last time. This is the specific list of all the ice ghost lords this time. It records their abilities, strength, and previous lord experiences. Zheng Yuankai walked over and handed Zhou Zhou a list as he whispered. Zhou Zhou nodded and took it. He took a rough look before a smile appeared on his face. There were actually a total of 116,255 ice ghost lords. How many lord talent crystal fragments would this provide him? He was looking forward to it. Then, he suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked up at the ice ghost lords in front of him. Since you can come here, you should know why I called you here. Let me explain something that's not clear. Firstly, I want to see everyone's aptitude. If your aptitude is good, I won't be stingy with the rewards. Secondly, as the Blazing Sun Kingdom expanded, the place also needs more and more capable officials to take over and take care of the livelihood development of the people. I called you all here to make it easier for you to arrange your positions in the future. Of course, everyone is from the Ice Demon State. When our officials arrange positions, they will naturally prioritize you to take up positions in the Ice Demon State. You can rest assured about this. In terms of treatment, our Blazing Sun Kingdom is famous for treating officials well. Everyone should have heard of this, right? Zhou Zhou said. When the ice ghosts heard this, they nodded in agreement. They had naturally done some investigations before coming to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. In particular, they knew why they were here, so the focus of their investigation was on how they would be treated after becoming local officials. He would not have known if he did not investigate, but the results were shocking. Good God! Was the treatment of the officials of the Blazing Sun Kingdom so good? The minimum fixed monthly salary of a regional lord of a yellow gold tier regional territory was 500 yellow gold tier mist cores. If he made outstanding political achievements, he would be rewarded with at least 100 white silver tier mist cores and the highest unrestricted political achievement reward. Every time the average loyalty of the subjects in the territory increased by 1 point, they would be rewarded with 10,000 diamond tier mist cores. They were stunned when they found out about the reward mechanism for these officials' performance. What was going on with the Blazing Sun Kingdom? They looked at the mist core like it was dirt. Did they have a grudge against the mist core? As for the rules that did not allow them to bully the weak for no reason, even though they were not used to it, they immediately felt that. What kind of question was this? As long as the mist core was in place, it was fine even if the race was changed. Seeing that the ice ghosts did not seem to have any objections, Zhou Zhou got someone to distribute the specific reward and punishment system. After all, the ice ghosts read it and expressed no objections. Zhou Zhou raised the main reason why he was here. Next, I'll do something to verify your loyalty. Please don't resist. After the verification is completed, you will really be one of us. I will also give you some rewards. He said. When the ice ghost lords heard this, their expressions were filled with anticipation. They thought of something they had heard about this before they came. It was said that as long as a lord passed this step, they would be rewarded by the King of the Blazing Sun with at least 1000 special soldier type, the King of Yellow Gold class certificate. That was a special soldier type. Special soldier types could be considered top-notch even in the Ice Demon Kingdom. It was not something ordinary Ice Ghost Lords could come into contact with. Now, they had a chance to obtain such a dreamlike top-notch soldier type under the King of the Blazing Sunday. How could they not look forward to it? On the stage, Zhou Zhou was also looking forward to it. He took a deep breath and the chaotic origin energy in his body surged into the Master Thief's robbery gloves on his right arm. The next second, he used the Master Thief's robbery gloves to steal all the Lord Talent crystal fragments of the more than 100,000 Ice Ghost Lords in front of him into his king's treasure box. He took a look and was pleasantly surprised to discover that these 116,255 lords had actually provided him with 601,125 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 6,514 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 2,690 White Silver Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 1,550 Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 620 White Platinum Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 133 Diamond Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 21 Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 5 Epic Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and barely suppressed his excitement. Compared to the treasure vault of the Ice Demon Kingdom, these Lord Talent crystal fragments in front of him were the greatest treasures he had obtained. Chapter 673, God of Pastures Mugu. After that, Zhou Zhou chatted briefly with the Ice Ghost Lords before handing everything over to Zheng Yuankai. Then, he left. Then, he walked out of the administrative hall and returned to the Advanced Grade Lord's Paradise. In a study room in the Advanced Grade Lord's Paradise, Zhou Zhou sat in front of the desk. He opened his Lord Talent panel with a thought. I can upgrade my Lord Talent this time. Zhou Zhou looked at his 28 Lord Talents and smiled. Then, after some thought, he took out 10 Diamond Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments and fused them into a Diamond Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals. Zhou Zhou looked at the Diamond Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals and chanted in his heart. The next second, the Diamond Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals in his hand emitted a bright diamond light. A text notification appeared. You have 3 White Platinum Tier Lord Talents at the same time, Monster Ranch, Mysterious Caravan, and Dragon Slaying Hometown. Please choose one to advance. I choose to advance the Monster Ranch, Zhou Zhou said without hesitation. Monster Ranch was the fastest way to increase his military strength among the many methods he currently had. Even the Insight Defection, which had advanced to the Epic Tier Lord Talent, was inferior to the soldiers provided to him by the White Platinum Tier Monster Ranch. Of course, this did not mean that Insight Defection was weak. However, up until now, Zhou Zhou had not touched the upper limit of Insight Defection. In other words, it was a Lord faction that had incited the Insight Defection's mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. Lord factions of this level usually represented veteran Empire level Lord factions. Zhou Zhou had never instigated an old Empire-level Lord faction like this. He had only instigated a lower-level Lord faction. Under such circumstances, the number of enemies who instigated an instigation naturally did not seem to be as many as the new recruits provided by the Monster Ranch. However, even so, it could be seen how great the potential of the Monster Ranch was. Therefore, after Zhou Zhou thought of upgrading his Lord Talent, the first thing he wanted to upgrade was the Monster Ranch. As for the 2 White Platinum Tier Lord Talents, Mysterious Caravan, and Dragon Slaying Hometown, the former had just been upgraded not long ago, and there was no need to continue upgrading it for the time being. As for the latter, Zhou Zhou did not know what use it had. Under such circumstances, naturally, he had to save the Lord Talent crystal fragments to upgrade his main Lord Talent. Lord Talent has been chosen. Upgrading in progress. The next second, He felt a familiar warm feeling between his eyebrows. Zhou Zhou's expression was calm. A moment later, the warmth on his forehead gradually disappeared. A new text notification appeared. Lord Talent upgrade successful. Congratulations, your White Platinum Tier Lord Talent, Monster Ranch, has been upgraded to Diamond Tier Lord Talent, Monster Ranch. You have leveled up to Diamond Tier Lord Talent effect. Lord Talent, Monster Ranch, Diamond Tier. Monster Ranch, your territory has the method to build a special building, Monster Ranch. After upgrading to Diamond Tier Lord Talent, the information of this talent still hasn't changed. Looks like I have to ask Mugu to come over. Zhou Zhou looked at the information of the upgraded Monster Ranch and muttered to himself. Then, without hesitation, he took out 10 Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments and fused them into an Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals, directly upgrading the Monster Ranch to Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent. However, what made Zhou Zhou a little speechless was that even if he upgraded to the Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent again, the talent information of the Monster Ranch did not change. He shook his head and did not mind. He called Atli over and asked her to inform Mugu to come over immediately after he recovered. Atli took the order and left. A moment later, Mugu came over. "Greetings, Your Majesty," he said respectfully. "Can you feel your improvement? Tell me the details." Zhou Zhou smiled. "Yes, Your Majesty." Mugu nodded and slowly said. "Your Majesty, I am still an extraordinary tier elementary grade monster rancher and monster patriarch. However, I now have a total of 10,000 monster shepherds under me. In addition, the number of monster ranches under my command has also increased from 100 to 500 today. Moreover, the maximum capacity of each monster ranch has increased from 100,000 to 500,000. Zhou Zhou could not help but click his tongue. Each monster ranch could accommodate 500,000 fog monsters. Wouldn't a total of 500 monster ranches be able to accommodate 250 million ranch monsters? Good God! Zhou Zhou instantly felt that the invasion of the refined flame Scarlet Legion tomorrow would not be a problem. There were a total of 250 million ranch monsters. Zhou Zhou did not even need to send troops. When the other party's Scarlet Army arrived tomorrow, he would directly get Mugu to order these 250 million ranch monsters to attack the other party's Scarlet Army with all their might. It would probably be enough to kill most of them. Most importantly, the ranch monsters were not afraid of the scarlet fog in the night. Which meant, his ranch monsters could completely go against the other party's Scarlet Legion in the night without any scruples. The problem that Zhou Zhou was most worried about previously disappeared. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Zhou praised. Your Majesty, I'm not done yet. Mugu smiled. What other improvements? Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. Your Majesty, please take a look. Mugu stretched out his right hand and saw an irregular square mini-continent slowly appear in his palm. Zhou Zhou's vision was astonishing. He could tell at a glance that the mini-continent in Mugu's hands was actually neatly arranged with a vast monster ranch. Moreover, every monster ranch was currently rearing a huge number of fog monsters. This is a continent. Zhou Zhou hesitated. Yes. Mugu nodded and smiled. After Your Majesty's improvement, I suddenly realized that a continent had appeared out of thin air in my body. It's called Ranchland Continent. This continent seems to be specially made for raising monsters. Its area is about 800,000 square kilometers, and monster ranches are naturally built inside. Moreover, there's no need for me to personally control each monster ranch. Every day, a huge number of monster ranch monsters will automatically appear in the early morning to fill the gap in the monster ranch. This pattern is very rigid. The next time to fill the vacancy in the monster ranch will probably be at dawn the day after tomorrow. Moreover, the size of this ranchland continent, the number of monster ranches, and the upper limit of each monster ranch to accommodate monsters will also increase with the strength of its subordinates. I also used this opportunity to comprehend my path to becoming a god. This path to becoming a god will probably follow the laws of cultivation, feeding, monsters, and so on. Because of the path of laws, my class name is no longer the Monster Patriarch. It's the God of Pastures. This god doesn't mean that my strength has already reached the god spirit realm, but because I have mastered a continental world that completely belongs to me. Therefore, I achieved the name of this priesthood with the status of the god of the world. Mugu explained his abilities one by one. Chapter 674, Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent, the Shelter of the Goddess of Life. After Zhou Zhou heard this, he was naturally overjoyed. He had never expected this. Monster Ranch's upgrade to Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent actually had such a huge increase. Not only did the number of monsters that could be reared increase greatly, but Mugu also comprehended his own path to becoming a god and controlled such a magical continent. This improvement. Anyone who heard this would probably say that it was ridiculous. Can someone else enter your monster continent? Zhou Zhou looked at the mini-continent in Zhou Zhou's hand and suddenly asked. Sure. I'm the creation god of this continental world. I naturally control everything in this continental world, including allowing life forms to enter and expel them. But I'm not omnipotent. If an expert above the low-tier deity level descends on my monster continent, because the other party's strength has already exceeded the upper limit of my world's energy level, it would be fine if the other party doesn't have any hostility. They can still live peacefully in my ranchland continent and won't cause any damage to it. However, if the other party has evil intentions, after entering the ranch world, he can completely destroy my world by himself. Even if he doesn't destroy my world, the other party can come and go as he pleases. My world can't trap the other party at all. Mugu shook his head. Zhou Zhou nodded. Even though there were these restrictions, it was also very difficult to hide the excellence of this ranchland continent. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said, these 500 monster ranches will use 200 to nurture the violent storm demon spirit, 100 to nurture the king of yellow gold, 100 to nurture the mechanical fear falcon, 50 to nurture the iron-eating bear, and 50 to nurture the withered tree. As for the poisonous crossbow soldier type represented by the black-tailed fog scorpion, it was temporarily not produced. The soldier type was too weak and was too far behind his version. It was really not worth nurturing. And the current ranch cultivation configuration. It satisfied the long-range spell attack configuration of Zhou Zhou's army, the melee meat shield configuration, the flying arms configuration, the land mount configuration, and the territory's economic source, Jade Sun Tree. At the moment, it could barely be considered perfect. It's a pity that up until now, I haven't encountered any monsters that dropped medical class change certificates and recruitment books. Otherwise, the spoils of war from my monster ranch would be perfect. Zhou Zhou thought greedily. Actually, during this period of time, the Lords of the Star Alliance had been sending him all kinds of monsters for him to see. Unfortunately, monsters were easy to come by. Good trophies were hard to come by. After that, Zhou Zhou chatted with Mugu for a while before letting him leave. After Mugu left, Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on his Lord Talent interface. He had obtained too many Lord Talent crystal fragments today. He estimated that he would have to upgrade many useful Lord Talents soon. His gaze landed on a Lord Talent. It was the Diamond Tier Lord Talent, the Shelter of the Goddess of Life. There are more and more soldiers under my command now. Especially with the Monster Ranch talent that allowed me to level up 2 times in a row, the growth of my soldiers will only become more and more terrifying. Monsters without the class change certificate and recruitment books. Then we can only let the number of clergymen who have mastered the small resurrection spell catch up first. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou no longer hesitated. He took out 10 Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments and fused them into an Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals. Then, he upgraded the shelter of the Goddess of Life. Soon, the Lord Talent information of the Goddess of Life's shelter appeared. Lord Talent, the shelter of the Goddess of Life, extraordinary tier. The shelter of the Goddess of Life, your territory will have a special building. The shelter of the Goddess of Life. I have to go to Carol Moley's place too. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou did not hesitate. He walked out of the advance grade Lord's Paradise and walked towards the shelter of the Goddess of Life. In front of the shelter of the Goddess of Life. After Zhou Zhou arrived, he looked at the building in front of him. The upgraded Goddess of Life's shelter was now more than 300 meters tall. It was made of silver and gold bricks. The temples were connected to each other, forming a temple complex. Around the temple complex, the air was fresh and green. Passers-by only needed to take a breath of the air here to feel much more relaxed. Some sick old men sat in wheelchairs and greedily absorbed the air here, as if the air here was a panacea. And right in front of the shelter, a statue of the Goddess of Life stood here. Her face was still beautiful, and she was wearing a green religious dress with gold trimmings. She looked dignified and solemn, but also kind and natural. Zhou Zhou looked solemnly at the tall statue of the Goddess of Life. He could actually sense a rich aura of life divine power from this statue. It was as if this statue was the Goddess of Life herself. He took a deep breath and did not dare to think too much about it. Then, he looked at the building information. Building name, the shelter of the Goddess of Life. Building level, special grade. Building function 1, Archbishop Carol Moley of the shelter and her clergymen, priests, nuns, and other clergymen can each provide the lord and subject of the territory with basic protection services 3 times a day for free. However, if you need more protection in the future, you will need to spend mist cores or faith divine crystals to buy them. Currently providing shelter types, basic shelter service, life holy water, 1 green bronze tier mist core, basic shelter service, life healing technique, 2 green bronze tier mist cores, basic shelter service, appeasement, 2 green bronze tier mist cores, basic shelter service, mental communication, 2 green bronze tier mist cores, advanced protection, hire a life priest, 1 faith divine crystals per day, advanced protection, hire a life paladin, 3 faith divine crystals per day. Advanced protection, divine art soul restoration, 1 faith divine crystal, advanced protection, divine art limb restoration, 5 faith divine crystals, advanced protection, divine art holy protection, 5 faith divine crystals, advanced protection, divine art small resurrection, 5 faith divine crystals, advanced protection, divine art great resurrection, 1 faith divine crystals. Building function 2, when the Lord and his forces go out to hunt fog monsters, they will encounter fog monsters with a small chance of dropping scarlet crystals. After handing the scarlet crystals to the shelter of the Goddess of Life, they can be converted into faith divine crystals in exchange for the protection they want. Construction upgrade, this building originates from the Lord Talent and cannot be upgraded. Prompt 1, the above level of the shelter service will increase as the territory level increases. Prompt 2, building effect 2 is the exclusive building effect of this special building. The shelter of the Goddess of Life doesn't have this ability. Building description, the Goddess of Life saw that all life forms in the world were suffering from war, so she built the shelter of the Goddess of Life everywhere in the high continent to reduce the death of life forms. All life forms who enter the shelter of the Goddess of Life are protected by the Goddess of Life. Chapter 675, Resurrecting the Black Moon King. Your heart is on the wrong path. There is a lot of upgrade. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. Firstly, Carol Moley had been promoted from Archbishop to Cardinal. As a Cardinal personally conferred by the Goddess of Life. Its status was already comparable to the Pope of some veteran kingdom-level lord factions. The number of asylum services added another high-level asylum service on top of the 3 basic shelter services. The next was the greatest improvement. The prices of the basic shelter service and advanced shelter service provided by the shelter of the Goddess of Life had almost halved. The prices of some services had even decreased even more. Nonetheless, the price of using the Great Resurrection spell was still 1 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystal. Finally, the probability of dropping scarlet crystals had increased from a small probability to a high probability. This was naturally useless to Zhou Zhou. His drop rate was 100% after all. There was no difference between a higher chance and a lower chance for him. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the door of the shelter suddenly opened slowly. Carol Moley walked out of the shelter with 5 clergymen in Archbishop attire. Cardinal Carol Moley greets Your Majesty. Archbishop Barry Milley / Julius Marcia / McPherson Muriel / Bloomer Bridget / Collins Mamie greets Your Majesty. The 6 of them said respectfully. Are they the subordinates sent by the Goddess of Life to assist you? Zhou Zhou asked with interest. A cardinal. 5 archbishops. Such a configuration was not rare among veteran kingdom-level lord factions. However, it was quite surprising in a lord faction that had just established its territory. Yes, Your Majesty. They have mastered the Great Resurrection spell and other divine arts. They are the most elite clergymen in the shelter. Carol Moley said respectfully. How many clerics have mastered the Great Resurrection spell in your shelter now? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. There are now as many as 20 cardinal-level clerics who have mastered the Great Resurrection spell in the shelter. Carol Moley said truthfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. There were so many of these expertises that they were overflowing. How many clerics are there in the shelter now? How strong are they? Zhou Zhou asked. The shelter of the Goddess of Life has 10 million clergymen, 10 million priests, 10 million nuns, and 100 million paladins of life after our Lord Talent was upgraded to extraordinary tier. And my strength has also risen to the level of low-tier deity level advance grade. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. Good God! A total of 140 million clergymen. The soldiers under his command and the soldiers of the Star Alliance did not even have 100 million. Zhou Zhou suddenly felt that it was a pity at the thought of this. The nature of these 140 million clergymen was similar to mercenaries. They basically wouldn't help him without using the faith divine crystals. He shook his head, unconcerned. He was confident now that he had an extraordinary tier monster ranch. The total number of soldiers under his command would exceed 100 million by the next day. Then, he suddenly thought of something. Since you're already at low-tier deity level advance grade, do resurrect a god for me. Zhou Zhou said. Your Majesty, please follow me. Carol Moley didn't ask how strong the god that Zhou Zhou had resurrected was. Since His Majesty said it himself, he could definitely be resurrected. In other words, his strength was below hers. A moment later. In the shelter of the Goddess of Life. In the main hall. Your Majesty, please give me 20 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals and the other party's divine item. Carol Moley said. Zhou Zhou flipped his right hand, and 20 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals and the Black Moon Blade appeared in his hand. He handed it to the other party. After Carol Moley took it, she went to the statue of the Goddess of Life and began to preside over the Great Resurrection spell. She raised the scepter in her hands with both hands, closed her eyes, and muttered something. It was different from the past. Zhou Zhou watched this scene with a serious expression. This time, it was a god spirit that had revived. Which meant the will of the Goddess of Life would personally descend. When he thought about how one of the 10 master god tiers was about to appear in front of him, Zhou Zhou would be lying if he said that he wasn't nervous and excited. At this moment, boom! A terrifying god spirit pressure suddenly descended. At this moment, all the living beings within 100 kilometers discovered a tall, dignified, but intimate, female figure in the depths of their hearts. 99% of these life forms had never seen this life form in their lives. However, at this moment. They naturally knew the other party's name in their minds. He was the source of life, he was also the mother of all living beings, he was the goddess of salvation, he was the undead deity, and he was the goddess of all races. He was goddess of life. Carol Molly, who was closing her eyes and chanting, suddenly opened her eyes slowly. Emerald green light filled with life aura poured out of his opened eyes. Rare plants grew seedlings out of thin air where the light illuminated. Then, as if there was no limit to their growth time, they grew crazily, bloomed, and bore fruits before stagnating at the most beautiful stage. When he completely opened his eyes, his surroundings had already become a place surrounded by flowers, plants, and trees. Moreover, it seemed to be spreading incessantly. Zhou Zhou watched this scene calmly. Was this the power of one of the 10 master god tiers? Such a phenomenon! It was simply as if the laws were personally involved. Her Excellency, the goddess of life, is probably not weak even among the 10 master god tier. He thought to himself. At this moment, he was surprised to discover that the first thing this goddess of life did not look at the Black Moon blade to revive the Black Moon King after the wool descended. Instead, she looked straight at him. Interesting little guy. A dignified voice with a faint smile sounded from all directions. It was as if it filled the entire world. Among the lords of all races, you are the only lord who has comprehended the Lord's law. However, your path is right, but your heart is on the wrong path. With that, the goddess of life did not continue. She waved her hand and sprinkled an emerald green divine power on the Black Moon blade. Then, a phantom was pulled out of thin air and landed on the Black Moon blade. Then, it gradually condensed into a figure wearing a black royal robe with a pitch-black face. There was a silver moon mark on his forehead and a black crown on his head. It was the Black Moon King. At this moment, the Black Moon King was already breathing steadily even though his eyes were closed. It was obvious that he had been revived. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he frowned slightly. Her Excellency the Goddess of Life. What did she mean by saying that his heart was on the wrong path? Chapter 676, Looking for the Supreme Will to Farm Battle Results? When he looked at Carol Molly again, he realized that the emerald green light in his eyes had already disappeared, leaving only a pale and tired expression in the surrounding scene. How are you? Zhou Zhou immediately walked over and supported him. It's okay, Your Majesty. I'm just a little tired. Carol Molly forced a smile. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and took out a pill from his king's treasure box. This medicinal pill was called the Heaven Returning Divine Pill. It was a low-tier deity-level advance-grade god-tier pill. It was a god-tier medicinal pill specially used to restore his own state among the many god-tier items he had obtained. If a god spirit exhausted all its divine power, as long as he consumed this moment's heaven-returning divine pill, he could allow a low-tier deity to quickly recover all his divine power in just a minute and return to his peak state. In the outside world, this god-tier pill was extremely precious even to god spirits. But to Zhou Zhou, such a low-tier deity-level advance-grade medicinal pill could casually drop more than 10 or even dozens of legendary tier advance-grade enemies. Naturally, it was not rare. This pill is too precious. When Carol Molly saw the pill and felt the rich aura of divinity emitting from it, she immediately realized how precious it was and hurriedly refused. In his eyes, he could recover his state as long as he rested. There was no need to use such a precious medicinal pill. Take it. Zhou Zhou shook his head and placed it forcefully in Carol Molly's hand. Thank you, Your Majesty. Carol Molly blushed slightly when she sensed the aura on His Majesty. Then, she returned to her indifferent state. Zhou Zhou did not notice the other party's expression. He walked in front of the Black Moon King and realized that he had already woken up and sat up. Is this, the territory of the Blazing Sun Kingdom? Were you the one who revived me? Are you the King of the Blazing Sun? The Black Moon King looked at the Lord of the Blazing Sun blankly. Zhou Zhou nodded. How long have I been dead? 10 years, 100 years, or tens of millions of years? The Black Moon King said with a complicated gaze. He was already prepared to accept the changes in the world. Senior died in battle the day before yesterday and was revived today. Zhou Zhou said without thinking. Black Moon King. Just 2 days. His gaze became even more complicated. Senior, do you think you haven't been dead long enough? Zhou Zhou hesitated for a moment before understanding what the other party meant. Unexpectedly, the other party nodded in agreement. I can brag to those old fellows when I get back if I was dead for a longer time. I'm not afraid of death and will fight the Supreme Will alone. Now that I've been revived in less than 2 days, how will those old fellows look at my deed of fighting the Supreme Will fearlessly when I return? Those who don't know might think that I've discussed it with you and found the Supreme Will to farm battle results. The Black Moon King said with a pained expression. Zhou Zhou. Looking for the Supreme Will to farm battle results. Why was this big shot's brain so strange? Moreover, could you be considered to have a huge battle with the Supreme Will? You were instantly killed, all right. He was a little speechless. However, he did not undermine the other party at this time. After a long time, the Black Moon King finally came back to his senses from this complicated emotion. How are the subjects of the Kingdom of Black Moon Kingdom? He asked. General Yu Luo has already brought all 36 million subjects of the Black Moon Kingdom to my kingdom safely. If Senior wants to rebuild the Black Moon Kingdom, I can safely send all 37 million subjects to you. Zhou Zhou said. While he valued his subjects very much and hoped that he would have more and more of them, he would not lick his face and force the other party's subjects to stay when the original king was revived. In any case, he was not short of 37 million subjects. Why did he have to do such a thing? The Black Moon King looked at Zhou Zhou and a gratified smile appeared on his face. I did not make the wrong decision that day. He thought to himself. There was nothing that was disappointing about the human in front of him, be it in terms of power, potential, ability, personality, and character. How rare! He sighed in his heart. I want to tour your kingdom. May I? The Black Moon King asked. Of course. Zhou Zhou nodded and asked, however, Senior, your subordinate, General Yu Luo, seems to want you to be revived. Do you want to tell him? Yu Luo. The Black Moon King nodded. I'll tell him later. He should be bringing the wealth of my Black Moon Kingdom to the human capital to meet the Emperor. Let's not interrupt him at this time. Emperor. Zhou Zhou was a little curious. The Black Moon King nodded, reverence appearing on his face. He looked at Zhou Zhou and said solemnly. The Emperor is the leader of our human race. He is the only candidate personally chosen by the will of the human race to lead the human race. Whether its strength, character, personality, dedication, recognition, and responsibility to the human race, they can be considered the strongest among the human race. You should have a chance to see the Emperor in the future. At that time, you must remember to respect him. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. There was actually a leader of the human race chosen by the will of humans. It seemed that this person was definitely an impeccable person in all aspects. According to the bloodline inheritance in his mind, the will of the race was almost equivalent to a small account of the supreme will that had its slot decreased countless times for a race. The leader of the race chosen in such a way naturally would not be the wrong choice. I will. Zhou Zhou agreed seriously. The Black Moon King smiled and nodded. It was already late. It was clearly not very convenient for the Black Moon King to go out and take a look at his Blazing Sun Kingdom, nor could he see the entire Blazing Sun Kingdom. Therefore, the Black Moon King took the initiative to ask Zhou Zhou to arrange a place for him to stay. He would go out and take a look at the territory scenery of the Blazing Sun Kingdom tomorrow morning. Zhou Zhou naturally would not refuse. He immediately sent someone to make arrangements. After making the arrangements, the two of them separated. When Zhou Zhou walked out of the shelter of the goddess of life, he was surprised to discover that there were actually dense subjects surrounding the shelter. Among these subjects, there were human subjects, other people of foreign races, and even some holy clergymen of the holy elven race. It should have been attracted by the phenomenon of the goddess of life's descent just now. He thought to himself. Zhou Zhou did not mind. He casually cast an invisibility spell on himself and left, returning to the advanced grade Lord's Paradise. In a study room in the advanced grade Lord's Paradise, Zhou Zhou sat back in his previous seat and opened his Lord Talent panel again. He gazed at his 28 Lord Talents. Chapter 677, Improving the Lord Talent Crazily. 1. Zhou Zhou looked at it for a while before his gaze landed on Insight Defection. I have 14 Epic Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments on hand now. I can upgrade Insight Defection to the Epic Tier. But do I really need to upgrade it? Zhou Zhou hesitated. His idea was to keep these high-level Lord Talent Crystal Fragments to upgrade the Blessing of the War God. The Epic Tier Lord Talent, Blessing of the War God, could not only quickly increase the combat strength of the lower-level soldiers, it could also greatly increase the speed at which the high-end combat strength under his command increased. This was something that the two Lord Talents, Monster Ranch and Insight Defection, could not do. And now, according to the enemies he had come into contact with so far, he had enough soldiers, and they were even overflowing. However, he could not keep up with the high-end combatants. From the combat strength of a god spirit, excluding Heros and Ziwu, the two god spirit external helpers, and Carol Molly, the half-mercenary. The only god spirit that truly belonged to him under his command was the low-tier deity-level Lady Ice Flower Vicky. As for his current opponents, which one of them did not have a few low-tier god spirits under their command? Which one of them did not have a few low-tier god spirits under their command? If not for the fact that true god tier could not easily fight in the high continent, Zhou Zhou even felt that he might have encountered a true god tier god spirit. From this, it could be seen how scarce the high-end combatants under his command were. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou decided to leave these 14 Epic Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments behind to upgrade the Blessing of the War God to the Legendary Tier in the future. Now, I have 5 Legendary Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments and 14 Epic Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Which means I only need to gather another 36 Epic Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments or 4 Legendary Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments to upgrade the Blessing of the War God. This number shouldn't be too many, Zhou Zhou thought. The tribulation of all races in front of him was the best opportunity to gather these Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Then, he looked at the other Lord Talents. He thought about it. Zhou Zhou made a decision. Upgrade the Gnome Alchemy Workshop, Green Bronze Tier, Return to the City, Yellow Gold Tier, Gift of the Machina, White Silver Tier, Embrace of the Conqueror, White Silver Tier, Fighting God Full-Time Master 2, Green Bronze Tier, Trashman, Yellow Gold Tier, Sturdy Constitution, Green Bronze Tier, Peach Luck, Green Bronze Tier, Beauty, Green Bronze Tier, Spirit Body 3, White Silver Tier. Zhou Zhou thought. In any case, they were all low-level Lord Talents. After leveling up, it would not affect the upgrade of the high-level Lord Talent. He took out the Lord Talent Crystal Fragments and began to upgrade them one by one. Soon, all the Lord Talents had been upgraded. Lord Talent, Alchemy Union, Diamond Tier. Specific Talent Effect 1, there is a special building in your territory, the Alchemy Association. In this Alchemy Association, a large number of alchemy pharmacists, alchemy technicians, alchemy engineers, alchemy enchanters, and other alchemy professionals are gathered. They often sold some alchemy class products and only needed to spend a certain amount of mist cores to buy them from those alchemy professionals. You can also provide them with materials to let these alchemy professionals work for you. Specific Talent Effect 2, you can spend a different number of missed cores to send your subjects to the Alchemy Union to choose an advanced alchemy professional to further their studies. From there, they can change their profession to alchemy professionals. Specific Talent Effect 3. When the Lord or the forces under the Lord go out to hunt fog monsters, they will encounter fog monsters that have a very small chance of dropping alchemy items. This includes but is not limited to alchemy potion recipes, alchemy technology product blueprints, alchemy materials packs, alchemy technology master recruitment orders, alchemy items. Lord Talent, return to the city, yellow gold tier. Return to the city, no matter where you are, you will immediately return to your territory and recover 100% of your physical state in the next 8 seconds after chanting the designated password. You can also specify 10 million life forms or 10 million units of supplies to return to your territory together. If the designated person is a life form, he will recover 50% of his physical state in the next hour. Lord Talent Notification, this talent can be activated 4 times a day. Lord Talent, Gift of the Machina, Diamond Tier. Gift of the Machina, there is a Diamond Tier advanced grade spaceship, Galaxy, from the machinery race in your territory. It is a gift from the Machina race to the lords who participated in the fight for the position of Lord of all races. It also represents the friendship between the Machina race and you. Gift of the Machina, there are 10 Diamond Tier advanced grade spaceships from the Machina race, the Galaxy, in your territory. It is a gift from the Machina race to the lords who participated in the competition for the position of Lord of all races. It also represents the friendship between the Machina race and you. Specific Talent Effect 2, the Galaxy is the crystallization of the Machina race's technological wisdom. It has a mechanical life form that has already grown to a low-tier deity level advanced grade. It is called the Galaxy Star God. He possesses a low-tier deity level elementary grade folding space function, low-tier deity level elementary grade space warehouse, low-tier deity level elementary grade spaceship defense, low-tier deity level elementary grade flight speed, low-tier deity level elementary grade life detection and anti-reconnaissance radar, low-tier deity level elementary grade space stealth, low-tier deity level elementary grade ultra-distance positioning and transmission, low-tier deity level elementary grade researchability, low-tier deity level elementary grade dark universe shuttle function, low-tier deity level elementary grade Guardians of the Galaxy, low-tier deity level elementary grade Galaxy Star God manufacturing factor, automatic repair function. Specific Talent Effect 3, Starry Night uses mist cores and divine crystals as its energy source. 10 legendary tier mist cores or 1 low-tier deity level elementary grade divine crystal can allow Galaxy to operate at full power for 24 hours. Lord Talent, Embrace of the Conqueror, Diamond Tier. Embrace of the Conqueror, 1. Every time a lord conquers a territory, he can attract a different number of classless subjects to join his territory. 2. Every time a lord conquered a regional territory, he could attract a different number of professional subjects to join his territory. 3. Every time a lord conquered a kingdom, he could obtain the loyalty of 3 heroes with an extraordinary tier hero fate level slot and 1 hero with an epic tier hero fate level slot. 4. Every time a lord conquered an empire, he could obtain the loyalty of 3 heroes with the legendary tier hero fate level slot and 1 hero with the low tier deity level. 5. Every time a lord conquers a divine kingdom, he can obtain the loyalty of 2 heroes with the true god tier hero fate level slot. Lord Talent, Full-time Master of the Battle God 6, Diamond Tier. Specific Talent Effect, you can have 6 additional combat class. Combat God Hint, once an additional class is chosen, it cannot be changed. Lord Talent, Collector, Diamond Tier. Scavenger, you are a famous collector. You have countless treasures that are recognized by the outside world. As a collector, you have a greedy intuition towards the treasures in the world. You can acutely sense the location of the treasures within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. At the same time, if the treasure you collect has characteristics such as time-bound or endurance, you can rely on your rich collection and preservation experience to find a way to extend the usage of this treasure. It can be extended by up to 4 times. At special moments, you can also activate your collector's power and temporarily increase the number of uses of this treasure. However, this overdraft of the treasure often comes with a certain price. When you extract the loots from the corpse, the drop rate will increase by an additional 25%. Chapter 678, Improving the Lord Talents Crazily. 2. Lord Talent, Connate Spirit Body, Diamond Tier. Sturdy constitution, both you and your territory subject have innate spirit bodies. Your potential will increase by a large level, up to no more than the legendary tier. As an innate spirit body, not only did its body not contain any harmful impurities, but it was also easier to absorb the energy of the world. At the same time, it was easier to break through the bottleneck of the realm. Even if it failed to break through, it would not cause harm to itself. Lord Talent, Connate Spirit Body, Diamond Tier. Spirit Body 3, Cultivate Constitution Type Lord Talent. You and your subject have a cultivation physique like Spirit Body 6. When undergoing martial arts cultivation, elemental meditation, chi refinement meditation, and other cultivation activities, the efficiency of absorbing promotion energy has increased by 4,000%. Even if you and your subjects don't cultivate, the promotion energy wandering in the world will automatically fuse into your body and accelerate your strength realm. Lord Talent, Peach Luck, White Platinum Tier. Peach Luck, Territory Folk Customs Type Lord Talent. It's very easy for you and your subjects to make connections with Peach Luck. The people you meet are all people worthy of your love. Specific Talent Effect 1, White Platinum Tier Crop. Little immortality peach tree grows in a random area in the territory. It can be picked and transplanted. Specific Talent Effect 2, Favorability increased by 100% when the subjects of the territory communicate with the opposite sex. Specific Talent Effect 3, the reproduction efficiency of the territory's subjects increases by 500%. Specific Talent Effect 4, your territory subjects will not be promiscuous and will not contract the peach blossom disease. Specific Talent Effect 5, the child born between a loving couple and subjects in your territory has the potential to increase by a major level. Specific Talent Effect 6, when a territory subject chooses a spouse, it is easier to tell from the other party's words and actions if the other party is really worthy of love. Lord Talent, Beauty, White Platinum Tier. Beauty Face, the looks of you, your territory subjects, and your descendants have been permanently improved. When you encounter other life forms, it's easier to obtain their favorability immediately through your looks. Note, as you have the celestial appearance and your appearance has already reached the limit of the world, you can't be upgraded again through beauty. Among the 10 Lord Talents, other than Beauty and Peach Luck, Zhou Zhou upgraded the other Lord Talents to Diamond Tier. As for why only these 2 had not been upgraded, Zhou Zhou's reason was very simple. In this chaotic world, these 2 Lord Talents were actually not very useful in war. If it was in a peaceful era, he was still willing to upgrade these 2 Lord Talents to Diamond Tier. However, in the era of the Lord of all races, White Platinum Tier was actually about the same. Therefore, Zhou Zhou chose to save higher-level Lord Talent crystal fragments in preparation for the upgrade of a good Lord Talent in the future. Unless he had too many high-level Lord Talent crystal fragments in the future, then he might increase these 2 Lord Talents again. As for now, forget it. Then, he looked at the 10 enhanced Lord Talents and could not help but smile. If 1 or 2 Lord Talents did not increase much, then, if so many Lord Talents were upgraded to the White Platinum Tier Diamond Tier, the help this would bring to the territory was probably equivalent to adding a legendary tier Lord Talent to the territory. It feels good to use enough Lord Talent crystal fragments, Zhou Zhou lamented. Among his 28 Lord Talents, other than the Black Iron Tier Lord Talent, the Hand of Wealth, which was a tool talent specially used to comprehend the Lord's Law, the other Lord Talents were already White Platinum Tier Diamond Tier or even higher. Zhou Zhou was excited for a while before looking at his remaining Lord Talent crystal fragments. After the recent upgrade, he still had 646,657 black iron tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 108,229 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 2,899 white silver tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 2,145 yellow gold tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 40 white platinum tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 44 diamond tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 22 extraordinary tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 14 epic tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 5 legendary tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 6 mythical tier unique Lord Talent crystal fragments. Zhou Zhou nodded. Even though he had just experienced a fierce upgrade, there were still many Lord Talent crystal fragments left. He would keep these Lord Talents for the time being to prepare for the upgrade of his advanced Lord Talent in the future. It's time to do the last thing today. Zhou Zhou stood up and walked out of the advanced grade Lord's Paradise. A huge spaceship in the form of a miniature Milky Way gradually appeared in the sky above his head. It was the Galaxy spaceship given to him by the Diamond Tier Lord Talent gift of the Machina. The next second, a silver starlight shone on Zhou Zhou from below the Galaxy spaceship. After the light disappeared, Zhou Zhou also disappeared. In the Galaxy. In the captain's room, Zhou Zhou sat on a silver throne and looked at the brand new sci-fi-like arrangements around him. He smiled and asked, "How's it going, my Galaxy Star God Wenye?" As soon as he finished speaking, silver mechanical symbols appeared out of thin air one after another. Then, they quickly condensed into a silver-haired and red-eyed girl wearing silver shorts. Her skin was fair and her facial features were exquisite. "Greetings, Your Majesty," Wenye said respectfully. Zhou Zhou sized up his body and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Flesh divine body." "Yes, Your Majesty." Wenye also looked at her divine body with a hint of infatuation in her eyes. "This is a human data divine body that His Excellency the Machina God Tier personally created for me. Even though it looks like a flesh and blood divine body, it's actually filled with the technological wisdom crystals of data life technology." Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Wenye's data life divine body was actually personally created by the Machina God Tier. That was one of the 10 master god tiers like the goddess of life. No wonder the diamond tier gift of the Machina allowed his diplomatic relations with the Machina to reach the alliance level. Which Machina race faction would dare not to treat them as alliance-level lord factions with the highest level of master god tier backing them? At the thought of this, he opened the activity icon of the King of 10,000 Kings and opened the Join the Faction option. Indeed, he found the Machina race's faction inside. Moreover, this Machina race faction already had a Machina race beginner kingdom faction called Gita. Moreover, the Alliance's diplomacy relationship had already reached the Alliance level and was ranked ahead of the Night Empire and the Elven Empire. Gita Kingdom. Isn't this the mechanical kingdom where the ultimate lord, Zhou Zhou, went? Zhou Zhou thought to himself. It seemed that his diplomatic relationship with the Machina race could only be officially obtained by him or his subordinates coming into contact with this kingdom. It was impossible for him to directly obtain the diplomacy of all the Machina race lord factions with just his lord talent. He shook his head in his heart and did not care. He looked at Wenye. "Come on. Let me see how different you are from before after becoming a god." He smiled. "His Majesty will see." Zhou Zhou nodded and told him to go to the Gita Kingdom where the ultimate lord, Zhou Zhou, was. Wenye smiled and activated the Galaxy spaceship, flying towards a spatial teleportation array. After arriving at the spatial teleportation array, Zhou Zhou used this place to head to the Gold Merchant Lord's territory. Chapter 679, The Speed of the Galaxy. Gita Kingdom. Myriad Merchant City. Beside the spatial teleportation array, the Gold Merchant Lord was leading more than 100 territory officials to stand there respectfully, looking expectantly in the direction of the spatial teleportation array. At this moment, the spatial teleportation array suddenly lit up with a silver-white light. Then, a huge galaxy-shaped spaceship appeared above the teleportation array out of thin air. "Greetings, Your Majesty." When the gold merchant lord and the others saw this, they immediately said respectfully and fanatically. The next second, a figure appeared out of thin air outside the spaceship. It was Zhou Zhou. He looked at the gold merchant lord and the others below and nodded slightly. "You guys can go back. This king is just passing by. I won't stay here," he said. Yes. The gold merchant lord and the others naturally did not dare to have any objections. Zhou Zhou did not say anything else when he saw this. He used spatial teleportation to return to the spaceship and let the starry night fly quickly northwest. Did you notice that the spaceship His Majesty rode on this time is different? It seems to be more advanced. Perhaps His Majesty's territory has developed a higher level spaceship. I wonder when I can have a spaceship too. What are you dreaming about? Even the most ordinary black ghost needs hundreds of diamond tier mist cores. Why do you want to buy a spaceship? If you want to experience a spaceship, can't you just go to the Blazing Sun Kingdom and buy a plane ticket? I heard that His Majesty is going to build an airport in our places in the future. I wonder if it's true. It should be true. The ministers discussed animatedly. The gold merchant lord smiled when she heard their discussion. His Majesty's strength has increased again. He sighed inwardly when he thought of the spaceship that was even more sci-fi than a sci-fi movie. 5 minutes later, in the galaxy spaceship, Zhou Zhou was sitting on a silver throne with his eyes closed. His constitution was strong. Even though he had played the virtual game all night yesterday, not only did this not make him feel even more tired, but it was also equivalent to resting, gradually restoring his state to its peak. At this moment, he closed his eyes to rest. It was not because his eyes were tired from watching the game. He was just thinking about how to develop in the future. "Your Majesty, we have arrived at the Gita Kingdom." At this moment, Zhou Zhou heard Wen Ye's voice. He opened his eyes with a very surprised expression. "We're here." "Yes." Wen Ye said respectfully. The flying distance between the Myriad Merchant City and the Gita Kingdom is about 5,816 million kilometers. This flight took a total of 6 minutes and 54 seconds. Zhou Zhou's mouth fell open. After a long time, he came back to his senses. In other words, the galaxy's flying speed is 50 billion kilometers an hour. He quickly calculated the result in shock. "Yes, Your Majesty." Wen Ye's voice was as usual. Zhou Zhou looked shocked. As expected of the diamond tier gift of the Machina, the speed of a spaceship that had increased by 3 major levels was extraordinary. This was 50 times faster than the previous starry night. Yes. What right did a white silver tier spaceship have to scam a diamond tier spaceship? Moreover, it was a spaceship whose functions had all reached the low tier deity level elementary grade. Such a configuration was not a problem to say that the galaxy was a low-tier deity-level elementary grade spaceship wearing the skin of a diamond-tier advanced grade spaceship. A smile appeared on his face. Then, he thought of something and asked curiously. "I remember that you also have a low-tier deity-level dark universe travel function. How fast will you be if you use dark universe travel function?" If the galaxy activates the dark universe travel function, its speed will reach 100 times the speed of light, 21.6 times normal sailing speed. Wen Ye reported her data truthfully. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. Then, he was secretly happy. 100 times the speed of light. That was 1080 billion km/h. At this speed, he would not have to consider whether he was too far away if he wanted to go anywhere in the high continent in the future. No matter how far away it was, they would eventually arrive after letting the galaxy fly for a day and night. In the future, I won't have to rely on any location teleportation scrolls or random teleportation scrolls to go further. Zhou Zhou lamented. A moment later, he came back to his senses and remembered why he was here. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou immediately stood up from the throne and activated exterior mode. Then, he saw a kingdom that was different from common sense appear in front of him, revealing the tip of the iceberg. Machina Race Kingdom, Gita Kingdom. Zhou Zhou looked at the scene in front of him and thought of the information given to him by the ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou. Gita Kingdom. This was an intermediate kingdom established by the Machina race. It had more than 500 million Machina race subjects in its territory. In terms of numbers, this was a kingdom with a relatively large population of subjects. However, the Gita kingdom knew. Among the 500 million Machina race subjects, there were only more than 10 million Machina race life forms. The remaining 500 million Machina race subjects were just lifeless machines. It was equivalent to a bionic human among humans. In fact, because the classification of the Machina race was very strict, these lifeless mechanical subjects might even be inferior to bionics. If a war began and they were in a life and death situation, the Machina race life forms would throw these mechanical subjects out as cannon fodder without hesitation. It was rational and cold. This was also a common characteristic of the Machina race. Is this the city built by the mechanical race? Zhou Zhou's gaze was focused on the city in front of him. This was a huge mechanical city made up of all kinds of machinery. The technologically bright silver was its main color. All kinds of neon lights filled the city, rendering it like the future cyberpunk-style world. All kinds of mechanical life forms walked in the city like a part on a gear, emitting a sense of order. Other than that, there were also some subjects of the other races who lived here. They seemed to have reached a special harmonious relationship and did not look like they were in conflict. At this moment, a silver flying saucer-shaped aircraft flew over. Zhou Zhou did not do anything. When the silver aircraft flew in front of him, a virtual image was projected above the aircraft. It was the ultimate lord, Zhou Zhou. At this moment, he was in a mechanical palace with mechanical servants serving him. He looked to be in a pretty good situation. Looks like you're doing well. Zhou Zhou smiled. The ultimate lord shook his head. Follow the I-disc reconnaissance robot. Zhou Zhou nodded. Honorable guest, please follow me. At this moment, the frisbee that the ultimate lord Zhou Zhou called an I-disc robot suddenly emitted a mechanical voice. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he followed the I-disc robot and flew towards the mechanical city in front of him. This is one of the yellow gold tier regional cities of our Gita Kingdom, Silver Button City. Honorable guest, you can come to our place as a guest anytime in the future. The I-disc robot flew in front and led the way, not forgetting to introduce this city to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou nodded and did not say anything else. Chapter 680, Apocalypse Satellite 9. The era of the data civilization. Soon, they stopped in front of a mechanical palace. A machine and a person walked into the palace one after another. Soon, they saw the ultimate lord, Zhou Zhou, waiting for them. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised when he saw him. You're already an extraordinary tier advance grade. MHM. The ultimate lord, Zhou Zhou, nodded and gestured for the I-disc robot to leave. After it flew away, the ultimate lord, Zhou Zhou, said to him. I temporarily borrowed half of the Machina race's military strength in the other party's kingdom at the price of promising the king of the Gita kingdom that I would help him research a few war technologies in the future. At the same time, I shared the total database of the Gita kingdom. I obtained a large amount of computing power and a large amount of promotion energy through the Grand Unified Core Energy. This allowed me to advance to the extraordinary tier advance grade in a short period of time. In the future, I should be able to continue improving until I reach the epic tier advance grade. Only then will my improvement speed slow down. Half of the Machina race's troops. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Does the king of the Gita kingdom trust you so much? My main body is the Machina race, and the friendship behind the gift of the Machina represents the Machina race. In addition, I've signed the core contract procedure. There's basically no possibility of harming each other. That's why King Gita trusts me so much. Ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou explained. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he smiled. By the way, I've already upgraded the gift of the Machina to Diamond Tier Lord Talent. The Starry Night has all been upgraded to a higher level galaxy. His diplomatic relations with the Machina race have also increased from their previous friendship to the alliance level. The Gita Kingdom should already know this. I'll send another galaxy over later. It should be useful to your situation in the Machina race. He said. Okay. The Ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou, nodded. It was more than useful. With this witness spaceship that represented alliance-level diplomatic relations. In the future, its situation in the Machina race could be described as like a fish in water. Oh yes. I already know why you're here. According to the information I obtained from you, you should be able to steadily resolve this crisis. I still have a reason to stay here, so I won't go back with you. But you can take some gadgets with you. The Ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou said. Then, he took out a silver ring and handed it to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and entered it with his consciousness. Then, he was stunned. What? What is this? Zhou Zhou said in surprise. 10 Legendary Tier Elementary Grade Apocalypse Satellite 9. As well as the corresponding Satellite Launch Base, Satellite Maintenance Base, Satellite Recovery Base, Satellite Manufacturing Base, Satellite Robot Factory, and 10,000 Apocalypse Satellite Mechanical Engineers. With this batch of facilities and staff, the future satellite launch, recovery, manufacturing, and restoration can be properly resolved. Apocalypse Satellite? It's Lord Father's unfinished loot. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and remembered. The Ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou, nodded. After obtaining the computing power, big data, and promotion energy here, I upgraded the original Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade Apocalypse Satellite 4 to Legendary Tier Elementary Grade 9 through my ultimate algorithm, True Simulation, and Super Calculation. These 10 Apocalypse Satellite 9. As a high-altitude attack satellite building, its range is 100 million kilometers. With the Legendary Tier Elementary Grade Apocalypse Laser Cannon, it can instantly kill all life forms below the Legendary Tier Elementary Grade in the range. Moreover, it can accumulate full power attack charging every 60 seconds when there's enough energy. Apart from that, it also has a satellite reconnaissance function. It can observe any enemy within the attack range and determine who is the greatest threat based on the energy fluctuations. This way, we can hit accurately. They should be useful to you in the upcoming war. The Ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou, said. It works. It's too useful. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up when he heard that. He looked at the 10 Apocalypse Satellite 9 as if they were treasures. He had to deal with hundreds of millions of enemies tomorrow. It would definitely be very difficult to find the other party's general among so many enemies and take the head of the enemy general. Even if he could find the enemy general through the Eye of the Heaven's anger, it was not easy to break through the enemy's obstruction and kill the enemy general inside. However, it was different with this Apocalypse Satellite 9. They could directly launch a laser attack from a high altitude. No matter how many people there were, they could still target them. Would his soldiers dare to block it? He might not be able to withstand it even if he died. This was the advantage of laser strike. Zhou Zhou chuckled and put the mechanical ring on his finger. Then, he asked, what else do you plan to do by staying here? Study the war technology you agreed to. More than that, I also plan to rely on the computing power here to continue climbing the technology level of the Grand Unified Core Energy. Also, there's not only one mechanical kingdom here. There are also many small mechanical lord factions nearby. I plan to take them all down and become a subordinate of my computing power so that I can bring them back to the territory in the future. The computational power of the Gita kingdom is ultimately borrowed. Apart from that, I have another purpose. This is the greatest reason why I'm staying here. The ultimate lord, Zhou Zhou, said. What is it? Zhou Zhou was curious. I discovered a very useful and interesting incomplete technology in the database of the Gita kingdom. It's mixed virtual reality technology. After I complete and popularize this mixed reality technology, our territory can enter the mixed virtual reality era. The ultimate lord, Zhou Zhou, said. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Mixed virtual reality era. This sounded a little complicated. However, it actually had another name in the Machina race. The era of data civilization. Living beings who lived in the era of the data civilization were like living in a game world. Everything could understand each other's information by checking the data. In this data environment, no matter what he did, his efficiency would increase greatly. Life forms could even understand their improvement by observing their data. It was also because they knew how much they had improved and why. From there, they would be more motivated, methodical, and efficient in learning and improvement. Life forms could even find ways to improve faster from big data through the internet, thereby allowing them to improve better. In the online novels of the Cerulean planet and Earth, there was often a type of protagonist who learned everything quickly because he had obtained the proficiency panel. Then, he would leap into the sky and have everything. However, in the eyes of the data civilization, this proficiency panel was only an incomplete data panel. Only the proficiency panel and the perfect teaching data resource could be equivalent to the learning effect of an individual's life in the data civilization. The only thing stronger than the data panel might be the magical learning effect of the proficiency panel in the novel. If my Blazing Sun Kingdom enters the era of mixed virtual reality, the development speed of my territory will be 10 times or even 100 times faster. The more Zhou Zhou thought about it, the more excited he became. Chapter 681, Virtual Reality Game Helmet. How long will it take you to develop a complete mixed virtual reality technology? He came back to his senses and immediately asked. Mixed virtual reality technology is a standard technology even in the Machina race. I have the ultimate algorithm, true simulation, and super calculation, but I can only guarantee that I can develop it in a year. Moreover, it's useless for me to develop it alone. If we want the territory to completely enter the era of mixed virtual reality, the basic construction of the territory has to be done well. For example, mixed virtual reality satellites, mixed virtual reality signal towers, Earth web. You can say, only by modifying the entire territory can we welcome the era of mixed virtual reality. Not for the time being. Unless you can capture the Lord faction of a high-level mechanical civilization and transplant all the results of their civilization. This will be much easier. You can save at least 90% of your time. The ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou, said. Zhou Zhou could not help but be disappointed. A year? Then it seemed that he would not need it for the time being. However, when he heard the other party say that he had plundered the results of a high-level mechanical civilization and transplanted them all, he could not help but fall into deep thought. It seemed like he could do it. However, he needed to develop to enough strength. At the very least, he would only dare to plot against a technological civilization of that level when he could independently conquer an empire-level lord faction comparable to the Elven Empire. Before he had that strength, he should develop his territory obediently and not think too much about it. At this moment, 2 black items were thrown over by the ultimate lord, Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou subconsciously took it and realized that it was 2 ordinary black helmets. He asked curiously, what are these? Virtual reality game helmet. A scrap technology unearthed from mixed reality virtual technology. I created about 300,000 virtual games myself, including RPG, RPG, FPS, multiplayer online battle arena, RAC, pixel, adventure, war, immortal cultivation, combat, tower defense, elimination, and various other types of games. Take it back and play with it. The Ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou, said. Zhou Zhou. Am I a child? Why do I have to bring it back to play? Maybe old Zhou will like it. Just as Zhou Zhou was about to emphasize that he was no longer a child, the Ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou, said slowly. All right, I'll bring it back and try it on old Zhou. Zhou Zhou obediently put away the two helmets. Then, Zhou Zhou chatted with the Ultimate Lord for a while before leaving. He returned to the territory of the Gold Merchant Lord and returned to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Blazing Sun Kingdom. After Zhou Zhou returned, he immediately went to the Lord's shop. Old Zhou, look what I brought for us. Zhou Zhou stood in front of the counter and said excitedly to Zhou Jinmin. At this moment, Zhou Jinmin was knitting. He was stunned when he heard this. Then, he stood up and came in front of Zhou Zhou. He saw the two helmets in Zhou Zhou's hands. Why did you bring the helmet over? Zhou Jinmin said in surprise. You don't know it. Zhou Zhou was even more surprised. I'm your Lord Talent creation. Most of my knowledge depends on your experience. If you don't know me, there's a high chance that I won't know you either. Zhou Jinmin rolled his eyes at him. Zhou Zhou scratched his head. Well, if the Ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou, did not tell him that this was a virtual helmet, he would probably think that this was just a normal helmet. This is a virtual reality game helmet. You can play virtual games. Do you know about virtual games? The kind that is 100% realistic in online novels. Zhou Zhou said. There's such a good thing. Zhou Jinmin's eyes lit up. Quick, quick. Bring it in. Okay. Zhou Zhou took the helmet and entered the shop. At the same time, at Li Ya's residence. At this moment, Li Ya was reading in the study. At this moment, Yu Jiao knocked on the door and walked in. My lady. Young master, he went to play games again. Yu Jiao said helplessly. Li Ya could not help but sigh faintly. She turned to look at herself in the mirror. Had her charm decreased? She became suspicious. The next day, in the Lord's shop, Zhou Zhou and Zhou Jinmin were each wearing a black helmet and lying on a recliner. Their expressions kept changing. Some were excited, some were disappointed, and some were helpless. A moment later, the two of them suddenly cursed in unison. Then, they took off the virtual game helmet. Why is there anti-addiction? Zhou Jinmin stood up cursing. Then, a very indignant expression appeared on his face. Zhou Zhou was also speechless. Maybe the Ultimate Lord subconsciously made it addictive. He guessed. Zhou Jinmin could not help but be speechless. He never expected that he would be punished by anti-indulgence even though he was probably in his 50s or 60s according to the physical age of Earthlings. Then, the two of them came back to their senses and looked at each other. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. This virtual game is too fun. Especially that Legend of the Sword Immortal. It's really good to play. I drew a golden immortal tier sword immortal on my first try. Samsara is fine too, but it's much more fun without teammates. The Western fantasy game, Dragon Blood Continent, works too. The two of them discussed the games inside excitedly like two children addicted to games. This virtual helmet can be manufactured in large quantities later. It's definitely a money-making tool. Not only can I escape from reality, but I can also be happy in the game. Who can resist charging money? Zhou Jinmin suggested. Zhou Zhou could not help but think. Even though he had only played for a while, he could feel the astonishing potential behind the virtual game. Just as Zhou Jinmin had said. If he could fully develop its potential, the mist cores he could earn every day might even be comparable to or even surpass the mist cores provided to him every day by the monster ranches. I can give it a try. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then hurry up and do this. In some virtual games, having teammates and not having teammates are simply two different games. Zhou Zhenmin's eyes lit up. As a small shop owner, he naturally wouldn't consider earning missed cores at all. What he cared about was his gaming experience. Zhou Zhou nodded and did not waste his breath. He first called out to the ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou through his personal terminal and asked him to wear the virtual helmet technology to him through their personal terminals. Then, he began to call for Wenye. Your Majesty, Wenye is here. A mini image of Wenye appeared on his personal terminal. At this moment, Wenye was wearing a Gothic-made outfit and looked very obedient. Analyze the technology of this virtual helmet and promote it on a large scale. All the resources needed will be provided by the territory. Also, tell Prime Minister Zheng. If this virtual game has the potential to create a large amount of wealth, we can strongly support it and even promote it to the people of foreign races overseas. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Mini Wenye nodded and disappeared. Chapter 682, 3 Goods. Looks like I'll have many like-minded friends in the future. Zhou Zhenmin could not help but sigh when he saw Zhou Zhou do all this. Then as the greatest contributor, can you try your best to serve better goods in the future? Zhou Zhou looked at him faintly. Even though the new goods in the past 2 days were not bad, they seemed a little normal compared to before. Okay. Zhou Zhenmin grinned. Let's see what today's new goods are first. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Then, he went to the counter and looked down. He did not see a box containing new goods. Only I, the owner of the Lord shop, can obtain the new goods. Zhou Zhenmin seemed to have seen through Zhou Zhou's thoughts. He chuckled and came to the counter. He reached under the counter and took out 3 new boxes from nothing under Zhou Zhou's own eyes. Zhou Zhou did not say anything, but he dismissed some unrealistic thoughts. He reached out and opened the 3 boxes. The first box contained a book. Zhou Zhou had thought that it was an ordinary skill book. However, when he opened it, he was immediately stunned. Divine Art Great Resurrection Spell. Divine Art Name, Great Resurrection Spell. Divine Art Quality, Special. Skill Description, at the cost of consuming a Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystal, recall the soul of the deceased from the netherworld and reconstruct the body, giving it rebirth. Spellcast Prerequisite 1, the resurrected person's strength is equal to or lower than the caster. Spellcast Prerequisite 2, the Great Resurrection spell can only be used once a day. Spellcast Prerequisite 3, you need to use the deceased's belongings as resurrection items. Spellcast Prerequisite, this Great Resurrection spell cannot revive God's spirits. Zhou Zhou looked at the divine art thoughtfully. This skill should be the Great Resurrection spell mastered by an archbishop. Otherwise, if it was the Great Resurrection spell that Carol Moley had mastered, it should be able to revive God's spirits. Without a doubt. The Great Resurrection spell on anyone was definitely an ability that countless lords of all races and even local lord factions dreamed of at the current stage. This was obvious from the humans' reaction to Zhou Zhou mastering the resurrection ability. However, this Great Resurrection spell was relatively ordinary with Zhou Zhou. There were 20 archbishops who had mastered the Great Resurrection spell in the shelter of the Goddess of Life alone after all. To him, the Great Resurrection spell was not rare at all. Forget it. There's no harm in having more skills. Zhou Zhou made up his mind to buy this good. Then, he looked at the next good. Then, the corners of his mouth twitched. Divine Art Small Resurrection Spell. Divine Art Name, Small Resurrection Spell. Divine Art Quality, Special. Skill Description, resurrect living beings that have died for less than 24 hours at the price of consuming 1 pious tier faith divine crystal. Spellcast Prerequisite 1, the level of the target's fate and strength does not exceed the number of casters. Spellcast Prerequisite 2, the target's physical body is 70% complete and his brain and heart are not destroyed. Could today's Lord shop be exclusively from the shelter? Zhou Zhou asked doubtfully. Then, he looked at the next item. It was a bottle of low-tier advance-grade divine water of life. The item description was created by Carol Moley. It could restore lost vitality to existences below the advance grade of the low-tier deity level. It's really exclusively from the shelter. Zhou Zhou had a headache. But fortunately, each of these three goods was also very good. There were no trash goods. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and looked up at Zhou Zhenmin. How much are these three goods worth? The Great Resurrection spell is worth 10,000 legendary tier mist cores. Small Resurrection spell is worth 100 legendary tier mist cores. Low tier advance grade divine water of life is worth 1000 legendary tier mist cores. Zhou Zhenmin said. So expensive. Even though Zhou Zhou could afford it, he still felt his heart ache. There's a reason why it's expensive. Zhou Zhenmin said seriously. He clearly agreed with the value of these three goods. Zhou Zhou could not find any reason to refute. He could only take out 11,100 legendary tier mist cores to buy the three goods. Then, he did not go anywhere else. He directly learned the Great Resurrection spell and Small Resurrection spell in front of Zhou Zhenmin. Then, he did not go anywhere else. He directly learned the Great Resurrection spell and Small Resurrection spell in front of Zhou Zhenmin. Just as Zhou Zhou was about to leave, Zhou Zhenmin's voice sounded from behind. No, I have to rest for a day. Next time. My wife is still waiting for me at home. Zhou Zhou waved his hand without turning his head. He was not obsessed with games. It was time to go back and accompany his delicate wife. What's so fun about having a wife? Zhou Zhenmin complained. Zhou Zhou returned to his room and washed up. After eating the breakfast that Aliyah had personally made, he walked out of the advance grade Lord's Paradise and came to the Gate of Summoning. He looked at the huge Gate of Summoning in front of him and chanted the summoning in his heart. The next second, the Gate of Summoning suddenly lit up with a bright white light. Then, a large number of subjects walked out. After spending 100 extraordinary tier mist cores to accelerate, the 10,500 new subjects quickly walked out of the Gate of Summoning. Greetings, my lord. The 10,500 new subjects said respectfully. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou nodded and smiled. Then, he asked all the professionals to stand up and realized that he had summoned a total of 336 professionals this time. Among them were an extraordinary tier elementary grade martial master, an extraordinary tier elementary grade explorer, an extraordinary tier elementary grade carpenter, an extraordinary tier elementary thunder elemental archmage, an extraordinary tier elementary radiant mage, an extraordinary tier elementary grade blacksmith, and an extraordinary tier elementary grade jewelry appraiser. The rest were life professionals and combat professionals below extraordinary tier. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly and asked the officials beside him to bring them to their respective places of work and life. After that, Zhou Zhou called Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the others to gather all the territory soldiers outside the city gate. A moment later, at the city gate, more than 47 million soldiers were gathered here. Zhou Zhou did not call the soldiers of the Star Alliance over. There were too many monks and too little meat after all. Mu Gu's 250 million ranch monsters sounded like a lot. However, if it was distributed to more than 47 million soldiers, each soldier could only be distributed 5 to 6 monsters at most. Under such circumstances, the ranch monsters in Mu Gu should be provided to his territory soldiers first. Your Majesty! All the soldiers have gathered. At this moment, Bai Yun quickly walked over and said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and walked to the temporary platform to look at the soldiers below. The soldiers below also looked at the tall and handsome man on the platform with fanatical reverence. Soldiers! I'm sure you know the enemy we're dealing with today. That's the strongest Scarlet Legion from the Scarlet Empire called the Fei Du Empire. It will be the strongest enemy we have faced since we set off. Are you afraid? Zhou Zhou's tiger eyes seemed to be burning with flames as he looked down at the tens of millions of soldiers in front of him. Chapter 683, Sharpening the Blade. Not afraid. Not afraid. Not afraid. The soldiers let out earth-shattering roars. So what if the enemy was stronger? They were not even afraid of death, so why would they be afraid of powerful enemies? What they were most afraid of was a terrifying future where they could not fulfill the Lord's expectations and protect the lives of their citizens. Good, since you're not afraid, I'll get you guys to carry out a small drill first to sharpen the weapon in your hands. Otherwise, you'll be so afraid that you'll think your saber is blunt when you see that terrifying enemy on the battlefield. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. Mugu. He said. I'm here. Mugu appeared out of thin air 2 to 3 steps behind Zhou Zhou. Bai Yun and the others looked at Mugu and His Majesty in surprise, not knowing what they wanted to do. In fact, they were already shocked when they first arrived outside the Blazing Sun Kingdom. This was because they realized that the vast number of monster ranches that surrounded the Blazing Sun Kingdom and made it look like a monster king had actually disappeared overnight. Even though their vision had widened a lot because of the disappearance of the monster ranch, in the hearts of Bai Yun and the other generals, the huge number of ranch monsters was also a natural defense line to protect the capital of the Blazing Sunday. Now that this natural defense line had disappeared, as generals of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, they were naturally very worried. They had wanted to ask Mugu what was going on but could not find him, so they could only give up for the time being. They did not expect that Mugu was by His Majesty's side. Bai Yun and the others naturally did not know. After Zhou Zhou found out that Mugu had already put all the monster ranches into the Wrenchland continent, he arranged for him to stay in the advance grade Lord's Paradise. Bai Yun and the others had been looking for Mugu at the original monster ranch. Naturally, they could not find them. Open the Wrenchland continent and sharpen the knives for my soldiers. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, Zhou Zhou said calmly, seeing that the time was about right. Yes, Your Majesty. Mugu smiled. Then, he stretched out his right hand and saw a mini-continent appear in his palm. It was the Wrenchland continent. Please don't resist, I will personally bring you to the place where His Majesty said you can sharpen your weapons. Mugu looked at the more than 40 million elite soldiers in front of him and said softly. Even though his voice was soft, under the power of his world deity position slot, it easily reached the ears of everyone present. Qi Xiantian, Suan, Guoqiao, and the other territory experts immediately looked at this young man who usually did not perform well. Immortal. No, this aura seems to be the heaven-splitting true immortal. Qi Xiantian was a little surprised. He was from an immortal Dao sect and quickly saw through Mugu's specialness. Suan also looked at him in surprise. Guoqiao subconsciously took out his axe and looked at Mugu eagerly. Then, he thought of something and glanced at Zhou Zhou, who was beside Mugu. He put away his weapon regretfully. At the same time, after Mugu finished speaking, no one made a sound. The scene was terrifyingly quiet. Mugu smiled. He could not help but praise the discipline of His Majesty's army. He raised his right hand high. Then, the mini-continent in his hand flew into the sky and stopped more than 10,000 meters in the sky. The next second, boom! A vast amount of scarlet fog was released from the Wrenchland continent and quickly enveloped the more than 40 million soldiers on the ground below. Under the cover of the scarlet fog, all the soldiers quickly disappeared. In less than a moment, in front of the city gate, all living beings, including Zhou Zhou and Mugu, disappeared into the scarlet fog. On a scarlet continent, an incomparably huge illusory scarlet sun stood in the sky, emitting a majestic scarlet light that illuminated the entire continent. A vast amount of scarlet fog was constantly derived with the illumination of the scarlet light, causing scarlet fog monsters to be born and become stronger from the fog. Roar! Woo! Gaga! All kinds of monster cries spread throughout the entire continent. After Zhou Zhou and more than 40 million soldiers were teleported to the Wrenchland continent, they saw this scene. I almost thought I was at the Crimson Overlord's base camp. Guo Jiao said after holding it in for a long time when he saw the scene in front of him. The others nodded in agreement. Ahem. I can also create life forms in the Scarlet Fog, so the world I created is indeed a little like the world of the Crimson Overlord. But I'm indeed His Majesty's true subordinate. Mu Gu coughed lightly and solemnly declared his faction. There's no time to lose. Let's start sharpening the weapons. Zhou Zhou did not waste his breath and said directly. Mu Gu nodded. Then, he flew into the sky and looked at the more than 40 million soldiers below. Next, I'll teleport you to the entrances of the various monster ranches on this ranch continent. When the time comes, there will be monster ranchers who manage the various monster ranches to guide you into the monster ranch to kill monsters. After all the ranch monsters are cleared, everyone will teleport back to His Majesty and leave this ranchland continent together. Everyone. Is there anything you don't understand? No. More than 40 million soldiers roared in unison. Mu Gu nodded. Then, he waved his right hand. The more than 40 million soldiers on the ground turned into 500 scarlet streams of light and flew towards the 500 monster ranches distributed on the ranch continent. Soon, earth-shattering battle cries sounded from the monster ranches in the Wrenchland continent. On Zhou Zhou's side, Bai Yun and the others had the intention to come over and ask what was going on with this strange monster continent. Ask Mu Gu. As the owner of this Wrenchland continent, he knows better than me. Zhou Zhou waved his hand. Seeing this, everyone went to surround Mu Gu. Zhou Zhou also took out the Bodhi Supreme. Kid, do you have any questions for me? Bodhi Supreme's lazy voice sounded. I saw Her Excellency the Goddess of Life previously. She said that I walked the right path of the Lord's law, but my heart was wrong. Do you know what Her Excellency the Goddess means? Zhou Zhou immediately asked. If he did not resolve this problem, he would not be at ease comprehending the Lord's law in the future. Of course I do. Bodhi Supreme said proudly, there's nothing in the myriad worlds that I don't know. But... Its tone changed and it smiled. Do you really want to ask? Can't I ask? Zhou Zhou frowned. Of course I can ask. I can also tell you the answer. However, there are some answers in this world that you will only feel deeply when you figure it out. Only then will you truly benefit greatly. If I answer for you, you might lose these benefits. When you understand in the future, I'm afraid you'll hate me. Bodhi Supreme said with a smile in his voice. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Chapter 684, 500 million soldiers. After a long silence, Zhou Zhou shook his head. Never mind. In that case, I'll figure it out myself. A wise choice. Bodhi Supreme praised. Zhou Zhou did not say anything. He felt that this Bodhi Supreme was not bad. If it was some greedy fellow, why would it care if he would lose something in the future? It might say it without thinking in order to obtain the knowledge in front of it. He did not expect Bodhi Supreme to not be greedy. Moreover, it was a little kind. He shook his head and didn't think too much about it. Half an hour later, with the cooperation of more than 40 million soldiers and 10,000 monster shepherds, the 250 million fog monsters were all destroyed. Then, they cleaned up the battlefield. Even though there were many corpses of the ranch monsters. Fortunately, the Blazing Sun Kingdom had also obtained a huge number of Loot's blast furnaces after obtaining a few enemy kingdoms in a row. There was no lack of epic tier and legendary tier high-level Loot's blast furnaces. Therefore, with the help of all the soldiers, the corpses of the 250 million ranch monsters were all extracted into Loots in less than a moment. Under the effect of the titles of King of Loots and Strongest Lord. In terms of the Mist Cores, he had obtained a total of more than 1.36 billion green bronze tier Mist Cores, more than 1.15 billion white silver tier Mist Cores, more than 840 million yellow gold tier mist cores, more than 717 million white platinum tier mist cores, more than 680 million diamond tier mist cores, more than 410 million extraordinary tier mist cores, and more than 80 million epic tier mist cores. There were also 1.375 billion King of Yellow Gold recruitment books, 1.50 billion King of Yellow Gold class change certificates, 300 million Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books, 300 million Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates, 14,100 fragments of the Proof of Legion, 110 million True Faith tier Scarlet Crystals, over 85 million Pious tier Scarlet Crystals, more than 53 million Fanatic tier Scarlet Crystals, 132 Holy Spirit tier Scarlet Crystals, 10 million Iron-Eating Bear Pet Eggs, 35 million Fear Falcon Wings and Fear Falcon 3 Radar, more than 1.5 billion units of original gold. As for the other unimportant spoils of war, there was no need to elaborate. Zhou Zhou looked at the number of recruitment books he had obtained today and his eyes widened. His breathing could not help but quicken. Just the mist core alone, he had obtained gains worth nearly 13 million legendary tier mist cores. In terms of soldier-type recruitment books, he had even obtained a total of 450 million soldier-type recruitment books. He only had more than 47 million soldiers under his command, excluding the soldiers under the Star Alliance Master. The gains from the Monster Ranch today directly increased the total number of his soldiers by more than 9 times. It was not in vain that I spent so many high-level Lord Talent Crystal fragments to upgrade the Monster Ranch from White Platinum tier to Extraordinary tier. I've made a killing leveling up. Zhou Zhou muttered excitedly. He knew that with this qualitative change, his development speed would greatly increase in the future. No, now that I can add so many recruits every day, my development strategy and plan will have to change in the future. Zhou Zhou thought. With so many soldiers around, in the future, he would no longer have to be too careful when doing things. Then, he took these 450 million soldier-type recruitment books to the Gate of Summoning and threw them all in. Then, he spent 100 extraordinary tier mist cores to summon them all in one go. Soon, a total of 450 million recruits appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Since there were too many people, the wide venue specially reserved for the new recruits was filled. Bai Yun had no choice but to come over again to coordinate the order like yesterday. Zhou Zhou looked at the endless number of recruits in front of him and the smile on his face became even more obvious. Even though these recruits were only Black Iron tier elementary grade novices. However, with the blessing of the Epic tier War Master God tier, they would definitely have a promising future. My strength just now was 47,547,748 soldiers. Now that there are these 450 million new recruits, my total military strength is 497,547,748 new recruits. In addition to the more than 26 million soldiers of the Star Alliance. The total number of soldiers I can control has reached 523.54 million. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. His expression was filled with unconcealable excitement. One had to know that there were only about 1 billion Scarlet Monster soldiers surrounding the Night Empire. And this quantity. Zhou Zhou was even confident that he could reach it tomorrow. Why was this still the Night Empire's faction quests? In 2 days, I can lead my troops to destroy all the Scarlet Monster soldiers surrounding the Night Empire. Zhou Zhou suddenly felt ambitious. Actually, when he received the Night Empire's faction quests, he felt that the chances of the Night Empire obtaining help from the Divine Sword Empire were very slim. They were all from the 5 great empires of the human race after all. Now that the calamity of all races covered the entire high continent and even the myriad worlds, the Night Empire was already in such a dangerous situation. The Divine Sword Empire's situation would definitely be better than the Night Empire, right? Not necessarily but very likely. Zhou Zhou opened all the spatial teleportation arrays and successfully arrived at the Divine Sword Empire. When he arrived, he realized that the Divine Sword Empire was also a human empire that needed help. However, he did not think too much about it when he accepted the faction quests. After all, he had to give it a try no matter if it was possible to save the Night Empire. Even if he did not reach the hope of the Night Empire in the end, he would at least be rewarded for completing the faction quests. In short, to him, it was not a loss. His thoughts had suddenly changed. He definitely had to do faction quests. However, if he opened all the spatial teleportation arrays and realized that the Divine Sword Empire was also unable to help the Night Empire, he could completely rely on his robust military strength to resolve the crisis of the Night Empire alone. They might even be able to help the Divine Sword Empire. If he could do this, putting aside whether to resolve the current crisis of the human race, his faction points would definitely increase. Moreover, his vast number of recruits could also use this opportunity to increase their strength rapidly. Zhou Zhou thought for a long time before coming back to his senses. He would think about it in the future. Let's resolve the current crisis first. At this moment, in Zhou Zhou's heart, the smelting Yan Scarlet Army was no longer a crisis that made him feel difficult. What he needed to consider now was how to minimize their losses to obtain this victory when they were confident of winning. On the other side, Feng Luo and the other generals also saw the 450 million new recruits in front of them. They looked at each other with blank eyes, feeling that the scene in front of them was even a little unreal. This was 450 million new recruits. Among the empire-level lord factions of the human race, there were about this level of military strength. But the key was, they were only a human beginner kingdom that had just been established a few days ago. The newly built beginner kingdom had soldiers comparable to a beginner empire-level lord faction. Was this reasonable? Reasonable my *s. Even the supreme resistance would curse at how ridiculous it was. There are too many recruits, and their strength is only at the Black Iron tier elementary grade. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to participate in tonight's battle. Compared to the excitement of the generals, as veterans, Bai Yun and Wu Xin were much calmer. There were many recruits in front of him but their strength was too low. If they were to directly line up on the battlefield, not only would they be useless against a powerful enemy like the Scarlet Army, they would probably die in large numbers. That would be better than not going to the battlefield. It was a waste of troops. I'll leave this to you. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he looked at Bai Yun and Wu Xin, the two legion commanders and the deputy commander. The two of you will join forces with the other generals who have mastered military morale. Today, you will lead these recruits to train their soldiers wantonly. As for where to train my soldiers, let's go to the Night Empire. There are enough scarlet monsters there. Let's strive to increase the strength of these 450 million recruits to the white-silver tier before the flame-refining Scarlet Legion arrives tonight. As for the Dark Martial Alliance, I'll lead the troops myself. Zhou Zhou said. It was not difficult to do this with the epic tier Lord Talent blessing of the War God. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun and Wu Xin said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. Chapter 685, Divine Kingdom Treasure. Rob Allen becomes a god. Your Majesty. At this moment, Zheng Yuankai walked over from afar and came in front of Zhou Zhou. Refugees have arrived at our Blazing Sun Kingdom. Currently, the officials of our Blazing Sun Kingdom's various states are accepting these refugees to become subjects of our Blazing Sun Kingdom. He reported respectfully. Oh, how many refugees came today? Zhou Zhou was interested. He had a deep impression of the 76 million subjects last time. A total of 90 million subjects have come this time. Zheng Yuankai was excited. Zhou Zhou was stunned. How many? He subconsciously asked again. 90 million. Moreover, there are more than 80 million female subjects inside. The situation with General Yu Luo did not happen with them this time. They are all just refugees. Zheng Yuankai said excitedly. After he found out that the territory had another 450 million male subjects, he was originally a little worried that the territory would return to its previous situation. Now that they saw the refugees coming so fiercely, they immediately felt much less worried. He sighed with emotion. In this world filled with war, even though extraordinary tier power was popular, it was normal for women to be as strong as men and even surpass them. However, in war, perhaps it was because men were still passionate about fighting, therefore, more men died. Due to the constant deaths of men in war, the number of female subjects in most Lord Kingdom forces far exceeded the number of male subjects. Moreover, the number of male subjects left in the country was mostly old, weak, sick, and young. The Blazing Sun Kingdom, on the other hand, had the Prime Minister worried about how to solve the problem of the territory's prosperity and decline every day. This could definitely be considered a strange scene among the lord factions of all races. There are even more than last time. At the same time, when Zhou Zhou heard Zheng Yuankai's words, he could not help but mutter. Then, a smile appeared on his face. He roughly knew what was going on. It was probably because the Beauty Lord talent had been upgraded to the White Platinum tier that the appearance of the territory's subjects had increased again. As a result, his territory became famous again overnight. In addition, the lord factions of the human race had probably already received news from the higher UPS of the human race and escorted the refugees to his Blazing Sun Kingdom, greatly reducing the casualties of the refugees. These two main factors, coupled with some small reasons that he might not know, caused the number of refugees heading to his territory to increase again. Settle them well. They've all come from afar. Don't disappoint them about our new home. Zhou Zhou came back to his senses and said seriously to Zheng Yuankai. Yes, Your Majesty. Zheng Yuankai retracted the excitement on his face and nodded seriously. At this moment, a female figure appeared in the distance. Snowflakes floated within 10 meters of his body as he held a snow umbrella. The edge of the umbrella was slightly lowered, making he look mysterious. After walking in, she raised the edge of the umbrella, revealing her exquisite face that emitted the female charm of the ice ghost race. It was Lady Ice Flower Vicky. Your Majesty, I'm not late, right? Vicky smiled. You came back just in time. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before smiling. How's the construction of the Divine Kingdom? He asked curiously. Thank you, Your Majesty, for rewarding me with those 4 dilapidated Divine Kingdoms. With the 4 Ice Demon God Spirits of the Ice Demon Kingdom as the foundation, the construction of my Divine Kingdom is going quite smoothly. Moreover, I've refined all their dilapidated Divine Kingdoms into a Divine Kingdom that belongs to me. As a result, even though my Divine Kingdom has just been built, it's already similar to the Divine Kingdoms of those God Spirits who have become gods for 3,000 to 4,000 years. Vicky sighed. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. The 4 dilapidated Divine Kingdoms of the Ice Ghost race were of no value to him and his other subordinates. Since that was the case, then giving it to Vicky was naturally the best choice. Your Majesty. These are the treasures I found in the 4 dilapidated Divine Kingdoms. Vicky took out a spatial ring and handed it to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and read it carefully. Then, he shook his head in disappointment. Most of these treasures were low-tier deity level and mid-tier deity level medicinal herbs, minerals, and other materials. A small number were the personal collections of some god spirits, such as exquisite ice sculptures, antiques with collecting significance, letters from certain relatives. Other than that, there was nothing else of value. I knew it. What good stuff can an ice ghost god spirit that doesn't even have a few low-tier divine artifacts have? He thought. However, even so, he put away the ring. Well done, this award is for you. Zhou Zhou took out the low-tier deity-level advance-grade divine water of life that he had just bought from the Lord's shop and gave it to the other party. Thank you, Your Majesty. When Vicky saw the bottle of life divine water, she immediately took it with a surprised expression. Your Majesty, when do we set off? After putting away the divine water of life, she asked expectantly. He, who had just obtained the divine water of life, could not wait to show her strength to his majesty. There's no hurry. I have one more thing to deal with. Zhou Zhou said. A moment later at the Night Temple. Temple Lord's office. I'm here to see the Temple Lord. Zhou Zhou said politely to the extraordinary tier knight guarding the office. Your Excellency, unfortunately, the Temple Lord just went to the abyss an hour ago. I don't think he'll be back today. The guard knight naturally knew Zhou Zhou's name. He looked at the handsome god spirit like Zhou Zhou curiously and said politely. Zhou Zhou could not help but be stunned. What a coincidence! They were actually only an hour apart? He wanted to use the knight's sacred token to contact the other party, but when he thought about how the other party was in a dangerous place like the abyss, it would not be good if he distracted the other party because of him, he could only give up. Then I'll come again next time. Zhou Zhou dismissed the idea of visiting Bai He. In any case, he was only here to look for him because of a small matter that he did not have to be anxious about. It would not be too late to do it in the future. Lord of the Blazing Sun, if you have something you want to deal with the Temple Lord, even though the Temple Lord is not around, you can look for the 13th Deputy Temple Lord first. The 13th Deputy Temple Lord is currently in charge of acting as the Temple Lord while the Temple Lord is not around. The 13th Deputy Temple Lord can do what the Temple Lord can do. The guard knight kindly reminded, seeing that Zhou Zhou was about to leave. Zhou Zhou was stunned. The Night Temple had a total of 12 permanent Deputy Temple Lords. 3 of them had the strength of a high-tier deity level while the other 9 Deputy Temple Lords also had the strength of a mid-tier deity level. He had long known this information over the past few days. When did the 13th Deputy Temple Lord appear? Someone knew? Zhou Zhou took the initiative to ask without hiding his doubts. Your Excellency, the Blazing Sun, you might not know this. This 13th Temple Lord was indeed newly established yesterday. Speaking of which, you know that Lord. It's His Excellency Rob Allen, the god of Silver Star Knights, who has just broken through to the God Spirit realm. The guard knight said. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened slightly. Rob Allen? That guy had broken through to the God Spirit realm. Chapter 686, 100 Books of Proof of Legion. Sir Rob Allen. When did he advance to become a God Spirit? Zhou Zhou came back to his senses and asked curiously. Just last night. The guard knight puffed out his chest proudly. When His Excellency the God of Silver Star Knights broke through to the God Spirit, it was said that the stars in the starry sky where he was were all shining brightly. The starlight illuminated an area of 1,000,000 kilometers as if it was daytime. Especially one of the silver stars. Silver starlight descended and enveloped the God of Silver Star Knights. According to the higher UPS of the race, such a phenomenon of becoming a God Spirit is extremely rare even in the entire history of the human God Spirits. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. There were also many records about the phenomenon of becoming a god in his mind. If Rob's ascension phenomenon was really as the Guardian Knight had said, it would definitely be an outstanding ascension phenomenon. With such a God Spirit, with such a God-tier phenomenon, as long as he had enough potential and opportunities in the future and did not die midway, there was a high chance that he would reach the true God tier. Temple Lord Bai He really didn't choose the wrong disciple. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. May I ask where His Excellency the God of Silver Star Knights is? Zhou Zhou said politely. In the office of the 13th Deputy Temple Lord. Let me take you there. The guard knight took the initiative to say. That's troublesome. Zhou Zhou nodded. Your Excellency, the Blazing Sun, is too kind. The guard knight smiled and led Zhou Zhou to a corridor. Soon, the two of them arrived at the door of the 13th Deputy Temple Lord's office. After Zhou Zhou parted ways with the guard knight, he looked up to the right of the door. He realized that other than the 13th Deputy Temple Lord title, there was a line of words God of Silver Star Knights below it. God of Silver Star Knights? Looks like this is Rob Allen's God Spirit Lord title. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he knocked on the door without thinking too much. Enter. A familiar voice came from the door. Zhou Zhou pushed the door open and entered. He saw Rob Allen writing on the table. He had a serious expression and his brush did not stop. At a glance, he really had a hint of Baihe's temperament. Zhou Zhou. Rob Allen looked up and was stunned when he saw Zhou Zhou. Then, a surprised expression immediately appeared on his face. He turned into specks of starlight and flew in front of Zhou Zhou. Then, he condensed his body again and said with a smile. I wanted to look for you today. I didn't expect to see you so soon. Looking for me? What's the matter? Zhou Zhou was stunned. Don't you know? I've already broken through to become a God Spirit. Moreover, the key item for me to break through to the God Spirit realm was provided by you. After Rob Allen finished speaking, he raised his right hand and a starry sky divine sword that emitted specks of starlight appeared in his hand. Zhou Zhou looked at it. He realized that this was one of the divine artifacts he had traded to the human race not long ago in order to ask the human race to protect his refugees, the Star Spirit Technique Sword. Rob Allen stroked the Star Spirit Technique Sword in his hand obsessively as if he was looking at his lover. I'm already an advanced grade legendary tier expert. I'm just short of comprehending a complete low-tier deity level law skill and condensing my divine persona to achieve the God Spirit slot. However, even this last step stopped me for a long time. Until one day, I heard that the clan obtained a divine artifact that contained the law skill of the Star Law from you. After that, the clan even decided to give me the low-tier deity level elementary grade divine artifact that contained the Star Law just to give me more help in breaking through to the God Spirit realm. I'm very grateful to the higher UPS of the human race who made this decision. This Star Spirit Technique Sword is indeed very suitable for me. It contains the profundity of the Law of Stars. And my physique is also the star body constitution of the Star Law divine body. Therefore, my physique can be said to be extremely compatible with this divine artifact. Later on, during the process of comprehending the Star Spirit Technique Sword, I naturally successfully comprehended my Star Law skill, thereby making up for the last gap in becoming a god. Then, I successfully advanced to a God Spirit. At this point, Rob Allen took a deep breath and looked up at Zhou Zhou seriously. Your Star Spirit Technique Sword has helped me a lot in becoming a god. Moreover, it's a critical help. I owe you a favor. If you need any help in the future, you must look for me. I'll definitely help you with all my might as long as it's not against my principles. Rob Allen was actually very smart. He understood. Other than the reason he had just mentioned, there was probably another very important reason why he could obtain this Star Spirit Technique Sword. He was a friend of the Lord of the Blazing Sun. And they were friends who got along very well. It was precisely because of this relationship that the higher UPS of the human race sent the Star Spirit Technique Sword to him, who had yet to become a god. Behind this behavior, he might have the intention to rope in and be good to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said, I really need your help with something now. Rob Allen was stunned, as if he did not expect the time to cash in so quickly. Then, he laughed heartily. Tell me, what is it? There will be a huge battle in my territory tonight. I want to ask you for help when the time comes. Okay, I'll help you then. Rob Allen agreed without thinking. In his eyes, no matter how fast Zhou Zhou developed, his opponents would at most be some extraordinary tier, epic tier, and legendary tier enemies. He felt that this was already an overestimation in his heart. Therefore, he didn't feel that there would be any accidents if he helped him with such a small favor, so he agreed readily. I'm not done yet. Zhou Zhou was speechless. No need to say anything else. Just remind me when the time comes. I'll definitely go. I will definitely help you deal with the opponent, no matter who it is. Rob Allen said readily. Are you sure? Zhou Zhou's expression was strange. This guy had just broken through to the low-tier deity level elementary grade. Why was he so arrogant? Should he tell the other party that there were high-tier deity level opponents among his enemies? Should he tell the other party that there were high-tier deity level opponents among his enemies? Since the other party was so confident, perhaps he really had a trump card to deal with them? After all, he was Bai He's last disciple and the future candidate of the Night Temple Lord. He should have such methods, right? Of course. Rob Allen nodded. Then, the two of them chatted for a while. Bai He suddenly remembered that the other party seemed to be here for something. By the way, you're here for something, right? Bai He asked. There's indeed something, but it's just a small matter. Zhou Zhou flipped his right hand and saw a large stack of complete proof of Legion appear in his hand. What's this? Rob Allen took a copy of the proof of Legion. When he saw what it was, he looked at the proof of Legion in his hand and then at the thick stack of proof of Legion in Zhou Zhou's hand. He subconsciously swallowed. Don't tell me, these are all the proof of Legion. He said in disbelief. They're indeed all proof of Legion. There are a total of 100 of them. Zhou Zhou told them the ultimate goal of his trip. I want to sell these proofs of Legion to you. In the future, his monster ranch would be able to produce at least 100 proof of Legion every day. He did not want to establish a new army for the time being. It was useless to keep renewable resources like them. Since that was the case, he might as well take it out and sell it since he was assured that the biggest possible buyer would be the Night Temple at this stage. Chapter 687, Low-tier deity level intermediate grade army formation small god serum myriad spirit army formation. Epic tier war enhancement earthquake. Rob Allen looked at the proof of Legion in his hand and suddenly asked. You should have raised a group of monsters that can drop the proof of Legion, right? That's right. Zhou Zhou was not surprised since this was very obvious. Rob Allen took a deep breath. Even though he had guessed the reason, he was still very surprised to see so many proof of legions in front of him. In the entire human lord faction. Other than the fact that the 5 human empires all had official empire-level armies, most of the other kingdom-level lord factions and lower-level human lord factions were actually armies that had not been recognized by the supreme will. The army they had was formed by the Lord gathering the soldiers under his command together. Then, the Lord gave them the name of the army. This was a self-built army. It was not like having an official army formation with upgradable army buffs and other army interface functions. As for the lords who had an official army, they had also bought the proof of Legion from the territory of other high-level lord factions. It was not the proof of Legion he had obtained at all. Speaking of which, this self-built army was naturally much weaker than those with official army formations. If they could have more official armies among the lord factions of the human race, if the strength of their human race did not increase much in the short term, as long as their army level increased, their human army of the same level would definitely be able to suppress or even crush armies of the same level as other races. What to do? An army with an official organization was much stronger than an army without an official organization. At the thought of this, Rob Allen no longer hesitated. We want these 100 proof of Legion. What do you want? He asked. Do you have a military formation here? The kind that can gather the strength of many people and form a higher level combat strength? Zhou Zhou asked. In the past, the greedy wolf howling moon array could be said to be a sharp weapon of his army. However, as the strength of his soldiers continued to increase, he had more than 600 epic tier experts and even 160,000 extraordinary tier soldiers under him now. Under such circumstances, the greedy wolf howling moon array, which could only form the highest extraordinary tier strength in the past, naturally could no longer keep up. Therefore, he needed a stronger military formation to have stronger strength. A powerful military formation. What level do you need? Rob Allen thought for a moment and asked. True God tier. Zhou Zhou probed. Rob Allen was speechless. You really dare to ask for it? We don't have it and you can't afford it even if you have it. Zhou Zhou did not refute. He was just asking casually. What about high-tier deity level? Rob Allen shook his head. Based on the value of these 100 proof of legion, I can only give you low-tier deity level military formations. Firstly, I can't buy higher level ones. Secondly, I can't come into contact with them for the time being. But let me warn you first, even though that military formation can reach the power of the low-tier deity level intermediate grade, it will also cost a lot to build this army. How so? Zhou Zhou asked. That military formation comes from the Divine Sword Empire and is called the Small God Suram Myriad Spirit Army Formation. It needs at least 100,000 extraordinary tier experts, 1,000 epic tier experts, or 10 legendary tier experts to activate this military formation. Moreover, we need 1 low-tier divine level intermediate grade divine crystals or 1,000 legendary tier mist cores to activate it. Moreover, after activating it, it can only release a full strength attack equivalent to an intermediate grade low-tier deity. After that, it needs to replenish divine crystals or mist cores before it can be activated again. We didn't actually use it many times in the war after obtaining this military formation because this consumption is relatively high. We placed it in the treasure vault. If you need it, I can get someone to bring it over for you now. Rob Allen said. This military formation could be used without caring about consumption in desperate situations. However, there was no need to spend so many human and financial resources in ordinary wars. After all, it was not like the human race did not have low-tier deity level experts. It was just that there were not many of them. The reason why he said all the pros and cons was also to make the other party give up. After all, judging from the consumption alone, this military formation was completely a gold mine. The cost-performance ratio was too low. Even though he was envious of the 100 points of proof of legion, he would not deliberately cheat his benefactor for this. Zhou Zhou's thoughts were different from the other parties. Even though he did not have many divine crystals, he had so many mist cores that he could not finish spending even if he wanted to. Even though his territory needed a lot of resources to invest, he had too many mist cores. His mist cores were still increasing every day on the basis of the monster ranch and the benefits of the war even though his territory consumed some of them every day. What? Even though the Small God Suram Myriad Spirit Army formation could release the full strength attack of a low-tier deity level intermediate grade powerhouse, it was a gold-devouring cave? Please give me this military formation. Zhou Zhou said seriously. Rob Allen was stunned. A moment later, Zhou Zhou played with a mini silver sword carving in his hand as he walked towards the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Wisps of faint sword energy kept spinning around the mini sword carving, looking a little strange. Formation Treasure Small God Sura Sword. This is the formation treasure to use the Small God Suram Myriad Spirit Army formation. It's equivalent to the Greedy Wolf Totem. Not only is the formation method of the Small God Suram Myriad Spirit Army formation engraved inside, but it's also the energy core of the military formation. Zhou Zhou casually took out 1,000 legendary tier mist cores and let the Small God Sura sword carving in his hand absorb them all. After absorbing it, he saw the Small God Sura sword carving emit a faint silver sword energy light. What surprised Zhou Zhou was that a portion of the sword chi emitted by the Small God Sura sword could even shuttle back and forth in the space on his palm. It actually had the ability to penetrate space. An offensive god-tier army formation with the ability to tear through the air. These 100 points of proof of legion were well spent. An even more obvious smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. A moment later. The temple. In front of the ancestral altar. Zhou Zhou looked at the notification on the ancestral altar and requested him to offer 10 epic tier mist cores first. Zhou Zhou was stunned. It was actually not 10 legendary tier mist cores? Could it be that today was not the legendary tier ancestral blessing, accompanying the army as a national doctor? Previously, he would also come here on time every day and spend 10 legendary tier mist cores to obtain a legendary tier ancestral blessing, it followed the military national healer. Was there going to be a change today? Zhou Zhou was curious and took out 10 epic tier mist cores and placed them on them. Soon, a text notification appeared. You have obtained an ancestral blessing, Earthquake, Epic Tier War Enhancement. Earthquake, Extraordinary Tier War Enhancement. You will temporarily have a chance to use the law skill Earthquake. You can release a level 10 earthquake that affects a radius of 100 km at a designated location. There's actually a war enhancement that takes the initiative to be released. Zhou Zhou looked at the war enhancement in surprise. This was the first time he had seen this type of war enhancement. Chapter 688, 3 Orders. Zhou Zhou looked at the war enhancement thoughtfully. This war enhancement should have been given to him by Zhang Heng, the ancestor statue of the human race on Cerulean planet that he had just obtained. No wonder the ancestral blessing only sacrificed 10 epic tier mist cores this time. Zhou Zhou thought. This was because ancestor Zhang Heng's statue was at the epic tier. The mist core that his ancestral blessing needed to be sacrificed was naturally at the epic tier. Then, his gaze landed on the war enhancement itself. A magnitude 10 earthquake is no joke. Zhou Zhou muttered. One had to know that there had never been a magnitude 10 earthquake in the history of the human race on Earth or the Cerulean planet. A magnitude 10 earthquake was already considered a huge earthquake. It was the upper limit of earthquakes on the Cerulean planet. If there was an earthquake stronger than a magnitude 10 earthquake, it could only be caused by a destructive meteorite impact or a large-scale superweapons war. Even in the extraordinary tier world of the high continent, a level 10 earthquake should be quite terrifying. Zhou Zhou was very happy. This epic tier war enhancement was a little strong. However, it was good to be stronger. Moreover, it came at the right time. A moment later. Outside Blazing Sun City. More than 47 million soldiers were gathered here. Linger, the Green Phoenix Lord, Nong Chinglin, the Gold Merchant Lord, the Paper Immortal Lord, and the other lords of the Star Alliance who had just rushed over with their troops were stunned when they saw this scene. Their eyes were filled with confusion. What was going on? It had only been a night since they last met. Where did this vast army come from? When they found out from Bai Yun that this army not only belonged to their emperor, but it also had nearly 500 million troops, excluding them, they were completely shocked. 500 million troops. Their total population was only 1.4 billion. The army in front of him was actually comparable to more than a third of China's population. Linger had a proud expression. The Green Phoenix Lord had an incredulous expression. Ridiculous. The usually calm Gold Merchant Lord could not help but ask. The Paper Immortal Lord's mouth also widened adorably. After a long time, when the lords of the Star Alliance came back to their senses, they looked at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. The unbelievable scene in front of him. It undoubtedly proved once again that choosing to join His Majesty the Blazing Sun was the right choice. At this moment, a figure flew over from afar and arrived in the sky. It was Zhou Zhou. There are so many people. Zhou Zhou looked at the more than 500 million soldiers below and could not help but click his tongue. With his eyesight as a chaos human, he could not see the end of the crowd. It could be seen how terrifying the sea of people in front of him was. He took a deep breath and began to give orders. Firstly, he would first arrange for these 450 million Black Iron Tier elementary grade recruits. Zhou Zhou ordered Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and the other heroic generals who had mastered military morale to lead these recruits and 20 million veterans to the Night Empire on a galaxy to clean up the scarlet fog monsters around the territory of the Night Empire. More than 26 million soldiers of the Star Alliance followed. The galaxy was a special spaceship that represented friendship with the Machina race. Even though it was only a Diamond Tier advanced grade spaceship on the surface. However, its actual configuration was a low-tier deity-level god-tier spaceship. In particular, the low-tier deity-level elementary-grade folded space function inside gave the interior of the galaxy a small world. According to Wenyi, the galaxy had a low-tier deity-level elementary-grade folded space function. The life space contained in it could accommodate up to 1 billion humans working and living inside. It was naturally more than enough to accommodate 500 million soldiers. Zhou Zhou had a total of 10 of such spaceships with the help of his Lord Talent. The only pity was, Zhou Zhou could not build a galaxy spaceship manufacturing factory to make more galaxy spaceships even with his current resources because the configuration of the galaxy was too high. Fortunately, according to Wenyi, he could save up 2 galaxies from the god-tier materials that Vicky had brought him just now until he had enough. After Zhou Zhou gave the first order, he gave the second right on the heels of that. This second order was to get 10,000 extraordinary tier soldiers, 100 epic tier soldiers, 2 legendary tier soldiers, as well as the 2 god spirits, Heros and Zhou, to bring the 10 Apocalypse Satellite 9 given to him by the ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou to the place where the Flame Scarlet Legion would pass through. They would use the Apocalypse Satellite 9 to kill them continuously. It would take at least a day until he, Zhou Zhou, completely eliminated all the other party's enemy forces. Zhou Zhou also planned to make a huge investment. 10 Apocalypse Satellite 9 had been used continuously for at least a day. The consumption of mist cores alone was not a small number after all. However, Zhou Zhou believed that everything was worth it. The loots dropped by the other party's death were enough for him to easily recover his capital. As for the third and last order, Zhou Zhou would personally lead the remaining 20 million elite troops to crusade against the Dark Martial Alliance. According to the Mystic Heaven Lord, after the Black Martial Lord gathered the forces of more than 1,000 lords in the Black Martial Alliance, there were already more than 6 million soldiers in the Black Martial Alliance's headquarters. The strength of the soldiers was about between Black Iron Tier and White Platinum Tier. There was not a single Diamond Tier or higher soldier. A soldier of this strength, not to mention Zhou Zhou, the more than 20 million veterans. Even if there were only more than 200,000 elite soldiers left in the entire country when the Aurora Kingdom was on the verge of destruction, it was enough to defeat it. There were almost no high-end combatants after all. In addition, Zhou Zhou's danger prediction did not give him a warning. Therefore, Zhou Zhou was not worried that something would happen to him on this trip. Let's go. The victory of today's battle will definitely belong to us. With Zhou Zhou's order, more than 500 million soldiers were sucked into the galaxy. In less than a moment, the place where there was a sea of people previously became empty. Zhou Zhou did not follow the veteran to the base of the Dark Martial Alliance. Instead, he followed the 2 god spirits, Heros and Zhou, to the location of the flame-refining Scarlet Army. With the galaxy's astonishing speed, in just 1,300th of a second Zhou Zhou and the others realized that the spaceship had already arrived at its destination. As god spirits, Heros and Zhou's perception was very sharp. They stood up in shock immediately. What speed is this? The 2 gods were shocked. They could be considered gods who had seen some of the world. But at this moment, the 2 gods were still stunned by the speed of the galaxy. One had to know that this was pure speed, not spatial teleportation. The former was actually even harder to achieve than the latter. You don't have to be so surprised. The galaxy is actually a god-tier spaceship. It's the crystallization of the Machina race's technological wisdom. Its speed has already reached 50 billion kilometers an hour. It's normal to be able to do this. Zhou Zhou explained with a faint smile to the 2 gods. This was not a secret. There was nothing wrong with telling them. The 2 gods nodded. However, the shock on his face did not dissipate. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the scarlet ground below. The scarlet color was nothing else. They were the soldiers of the flame-refining Scarlet Army. They looked like a scarlet flowing curtain from a high place since there were too many of them. A smile appeared on his face. His gaze was a little excited. There were more than 100 million scarlet soldiers. He had never activated Insight Defection on so many scarlet monsters. Chapter 689, Battle. You too, do you want to take a walk with me? Zhou Zhou looked at the two god spirits, Heraus and Ziwu. The two gods were stunned. It was as if they did not expect Zhou Zhou to make such a request. Heraus laughed out loud in no time. How dare an epic tier kid like you go down there? I'm a high tier deity level expert with a full set of divine artifacts after all. Why wouldn't I dare? Heraus suddenly stood up and looked at the flame-refining scarlet army below with burning eyes. He had long wanted to do something big since he obtained the divine outfit that Zhou Zhou lent him. Otherwise, he would be letting down the explosive god spirit venerable title of the god of blazing sun and burns. Ziwu did not say anything, but he also stood up from his crawling position and looked at Zhou Zhou with his snow-white perverted eyes. Since you're willing, I'll tell you too. I just want to fight easily with the other party and then come back. When the time comes, you must not fight. When they come near our blazing sun kingdom, we can fight them however we want. How about that? Sure. Heraus and Ziwu clearly had the same thoughts. They nodded readily. Zhou Zhou nodded and said, Wenye. Your Majesty, Wenye is here. The maid outfit quickly appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. I can release those 10 Apocalypse Satellite 9. Then, after we're done probing, you can control the crowd control Apocalypse Satellite 9 to kill the legendary tier fog monsters among them. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Wenye said respectfully. Then, countless codes flashed across her eyes as she silently controlled the 10 Apocalypse Satellite 9 in the arms warehouse to rise into the sky and disappear. Your Majesty, the 10 Apocalypse Satellite 9 has been upgraded to its predetermined orbit. The Apocalypse laser is ready. We can kill the legendary tier fog monsters below at any time. Wenye trailed off. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he did not waste any more time and asked Wenye to open the door of the spaceship. Then, he jumped down from the spaceship with Heraus and Ziwu and flew towards the flame-refining Scarlet Army 100 kilometers below. The human and two gods flew extremely quickly. In less than 10 seconds, they flew about 10 kilometers away from the flame-refining Scarlet Army. From this height, Zhou Zhou and the other two gods could even observe the hair on the Scarlet soldiers below with their astonishing observation skills. Who? At this moment, a cold shout filled with coldness sounded. Then, a purple light soared into the sky from the flame-refining Scarlet Army below and headed straight for them. In the blink of an eye, it arrived not far in front of them. Zhou Zhou and the others looked over. This scarlet monster was wearing purple military armor. Its eyes were long and narrow, and there were two purple blades emitting a deep purple light on its hands. A cold and unholy aura emitted continuously from his body. An abyssal god spirit transformed into a fog existence. From the looks of it, it should be from the void spirit demon race. Ziwu whispered. Zhou Zhou nodded. The information the other party gave him was a mid-tier deity-level advance-grade god spirit of the void spirit demon race. The void spirit demon race was good at spatial methods. They could fight and run. They were very difficult to deal with even in the abyss. Human race? There are also god spirits of the people of foreign races. Do you have a death wish? How dare you appear in front of our flame-refining Scarlet Army? Osteri looked at them coldly. Even though he sensed that one of their auras had already reached the high-tier deity level. However, with the backing of the flame-refining Scarlet Army and his superb escape ability, he was not afraid at all. You don't know him. Heraus had a strange smile on his face as he pointed at Zhou Zhou. A tiny human, an ant-like existence. Why should I know him? Osteri glanced at Zhou Zhou and sneered. Even though Zhou Zhou gave him a special feeling, humans were still humans. What was there to care about the weak humans? At the same time, he was also silently communicating with the experts in the army and asking them to come quickly and destroy the two god spirits and the human race from the people of foreign race. Even though the purpose of their trip was not them, there was no reason to let them go since they had encountered them. On the other side, Heraus and Ziwu shook their heads. They were clearly here for Zhou Zhou, but they actually did not recognize him. Fine. This was indeed in line with the arrogant personality of the abyssal demons. The man and the god looked at each other and instantly understood each other's thoughts. The next second, Ziwu charged straight at Osteri, while Zhou Zhou used the mid-tier deity level advance grade divine artifact Shadow Cloak on him to enter an invisible state and disappear. Then, he charged straight at the army of the flame refining Scarlet Army below. However, just as he was halfway there, a void spirit demon race Scarlet God spirit that emitted the aura of a high-tier deity level flew over from below. A hiding human kid. The other party had clearly discovered Zhou Zhou's location. He raised his hand and launched an illusory blade-shaped attack that emitted sharp spatial fluctuations. Law skill spatial blade. It was as if he had teleported. The spatial blade had already arrived in front of Zhou Zhou as soon as it was released. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's heart suddenly rang with alarm. But he was not worried. The next second, a god spirit emitting blazing flames descended from the sky and blocked the spatial blade with a huge fire source shield of the low-tier deity level elementary grade. It was Heros. At that moment, he looked at him. His pair of fire pupils were as dazzling as two suns, and they were getting brighter and brighter. "I've been waiting for this battle, for a long time," he said in a low voice. It contained the madness and fighting spirit that had been suppressed for a long time. Whoosh! A flame divine axe that was as crystalline as fire glazed appeared in his hand. It was another low-tier deity level elementary grade divine artifact, the divine fire glazed axe. At the same time, all kinds of divine artifacts flashed on his body. He made a rough count. There were actually 5 to 6 of them. The other party's void spirit god spirit, Gerard, frowned slightly and looked at this guy with surprise. Who is this guy? Why are there so many divine artifacts? Could he be from a powerful divine system like the Sun Shrine of the Sun God system or the Pantheon of the Elemental God system? One had to know that he only had 1 mid-tier deity level intermediate grade divine artifact and 2 low-tier deity level elementary grade divine artifacts as a god spirit of the Crimson Kingdom. Even though the other party only had a low-tier deity level elementary grade divine artifact on him, he had many divine artifacts. As the number of divine artifacts increased, actually, it could also make up for the difference in the level of the divine artifact. There was not much difference between a low-tier deity level divine artifact and a mid-tier deity level divine artifact after all. His expression turned solemn. He slowly took out his weapon, a grey hook sickle. Its entire body emitted an abyssal dark aura, making Heros' eyes flash with disgust. The two gods did not say anything else. They rushed towards each other and fought. The two gods, who were focused on the battle, were no longer in the mood to pay attention to Zhou Zhou. Chapter 690, Insight Defection. 27 million monster soldiers. Zhou Zhou did not stay idle to watch the battle. Instead, he put on the shadow cloak and continued to fly down. During the flight, he saw scarlet god spirits emitting the aura of god spirits fly past him and fly in the direction of Heros and Ziwu. There were a total of 4 of them. There was even a second high-tier deity level scarlet god spirit among them. On the other scarlet god spirits, 2 of them emitted the aura of low-tier deity level, while the other emitted the aura of a mid-tier deity level. However, these scarlet god spirits did not notice him in the shadow cloak. The shadow cloak was a mid-tier deity level advance grade divine artifact after all. Only a high-tier deity level or even higher level expert or an anti-hidden law skill of the same level could see through its invisibility. These scarlet god spirits clearly could not do the above 2 points, so they could not discover Zhou Zhou. Soon, he turned invisible and flew about 10,000 meters above the flame refining Scarlet Army. Then, he did not attack immediately. Instead, he took out a scroll that emitted the aura of divine power. Scroll name, Guardian of the King of the Sky. Scroll grade, mid-tier deity level advance grade. Scroll effect, a law scroll made by the King of the Sky, Molochus. Using the scroll, you can release a mid-tier deity level advanced grade law skill once the guardian of the King of the Sky. It protects the user for a minute and makes them immune to attacks below the mid-tier deity level. Moreover, it can withstand a full-strength attack from a high-tier deity level elementary grade god spirit. This was the loot that Zhou Zhou had extracted from a low-tier deity level enemy. Originally, it was only a low-tier deity level advanced grade law skill scroll sky control. Later on, with the help of the King of Loots, he advanced to the guardian of the King of the Sky. As long as Heros and Ziwu can stall those two high-tier deity levels, the effect of this scroll is enough to deal with other mid-tier deity level and low-tier deity level. If it really doesn't work, if a high-tier deity level Scarlet God Spirit appears, at most, I'll take a galaxy and fly away. Zhou Zhou thought. His internal world still stored the remaining galaxy spaceships. In front of the galaxy's terrifying flying speed, even a high-tier deity level would be inferior. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou injected the chaotic origin energy in his body into the King of the Sky's guardian scroll in his hand. Soon, after injecting about 60% of the chaotic origin energy in his body, this scroll suddenly emitted a faint green light. Then, the green light suddenly erupted, forming a green divine power ball that enveloped Zhou Zhou. On the green ball of divine power, there was a faint image of a divine bird with green feathers and purple eyes. It was the law skill, the guardian of the King of the Sky. Seeing that he was already protected by the law skill, Zhou Zhou could not help but relax, feeling safe. Then, he removed the invisibility of the shadow cloak and exposed himself to the flame-refining Scarlet Army. Who? Human! How dare you! The moment Zhou Zhou appeared, he was discovered by the Scarlet experts in the billions of Scarlet Army below. Many Scarlet experts shouted angrily at Zhou Zhou. There were also some Scarlet experts who rushed out of the army with arms in their hands and charged at Zhou Zhou. They also began to cast spells and shoot arrows on the spot to attack Zhou Zhou. Who am I? Didn't you come here to look for me? Zhou Zhou looked at the Scarlet Fog monsters coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, all the Scarlet monsters were shocked. Then, they smiled. He smiled sinisterly. Very good. Since you took the initiative to come up and have a death wish, it saves us from running over to look for you. A purple-robed succubus stuck out her slender forked tongue and licked her lips, her eyes filled with charm. From the aura on his body, he was also a mid-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirit. I'll offer you to the Crimson Overlord. I'm sure the Crimson Overlord will be very satisfied. Perhaps it will give us a chance to step into a higher level. Attack! The Empire will give whoever captures the King of the Blazing Sun first a chance to become a high-tier deity level. He ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, all the fog monsters went crazy. That was a high-tier deity level. In this era where Master God tiers were high and mighty and true God tier could not easily descend to the life form world, high-tier deity level could be said to be the top powerhouses of the high continent. Who could resist this temptation? Therefore, at this moment, all the flying fog soldiers flew crazily in Zhou Zhou's direction. Even the fog monster soldiers who could not fly were all on the ground, releasing their attacks at Zhou Zhou. Facing these attacks, Zhou Zhou, the guardian of the King of the Sky, looked rather calm. He silently activated Earthquake. Just as he finished chanting in his heart, the next second, rumble! The ground began to tremble slightly. Regarding this tremble, at first, all the scarlet monsters did not care. After all, the tremors caused by billions of scarlet soldiers marching together were more than this. They realized that something was wrong in no time. Why is the ground shaking more and more? Earthquake! Why is there an earthquake at this time? The scarlet monsters on the ground were a little surprised. As for the fog monsters in the sky, they did not notice the situation on the ground at all. Their minds were only filled with the thought of killing Zhou Zhou in the sky. There's an earthquake. That's not right. There's something wrong with this earthquake. The mid-tier deity level succubus god spirit also realized that something was wrong with this earthquake. But it was already too late. Rumble. It was as if a world annihilation divine dragon was rolling under the ground. A large area of the ground kept collapsing. Hundreds or thousands of fog monsters fell into the deep pit created by the collapse every second, either dead or injured. Countless underground water surged into the sky, killing countless fog monsters before they could react. 10,000 meter-long cracks kept appearing on the ground. A large number of fog monsters that had not mastered the ability to fly fell into these abyss rifts with terrified expressions and disappeared. All kinds of accompanying earthquake disasters appeared frequently at this moment, displaying the terrifying power of natural disasters to the life forms of the world. The fog monster soldiers of the refined flame Scarlet Legion were already standing very densely. At the moment of the earthquake, it directly killed dozens or even millions of monsters in this sudden earthquake. The succubus god spirit who had ordered the attack at the beginning was completely stunned. He never expected that. They had already suffered such a huge loss before they even officially began their offensive. And all of this should have been brought by the king of the blazing Sunday. At the thought of this, he looked at Zhou Zhou with even more resentment. In the sky, the scarlet monster had already arrived in front of Zhou Zhou and launched all kinds of offensive attacks. However, in front of the guardian of the king of the sky, these offensive attacks were directly immune to him and were no threat to him at all. Zhou Zhou ignored the ferocious expressions of the fog monsters outside the barrier. He raised his right hand and activated insight defection without hesitation. The next second, an invisible fluctuation instantly covered the billions of scarlet fog monsters. A text notification appeared. Prompt: you have activated your Lord's exclusive talent, Insight Defection. Insight Defection has taken effect. Lord Talent Notification: there are a total of 11,242,200 Black Iron Tier Fog Monsters, 8,117,002 Green Bronze Tier Fog Monsters, 4,001,632 White Silver Tier Fog Monsters, 2,149,660 Yellow Gold Tier Fog Monsters, 1,515,11 White Platinum Tier Fog Monsters, 881,200 Diamond Tier Fog Monsters, 111,350 Extraordinary Tier Fog Monsters, 32,552 Epic Tier Fog Monsters, and 104 Legendary Tier Fog Monsters have betrayed their lord's faction and become your loyal subordinates. When Zhou Zhou saw these text notifications, he quickly calculated the results in his heart. Then, a smile appeared on his face. This insight defection had made a total of 27,807,373 fog monsters his subordinates. I didn't come all the way here in vain, he thought. Chapter 691, Sneak Attack. Zhou Zhou's confidence. Zhou Zhou looked at the remaining fog monsters of the Scarlet Legion and felt that it was a pity. His insight defection could only be used on the same enemy faction once a day. If only he could use the second insight defection on these fog monsters. Then he could have at least 20 million fog monster subordinates. However, the situation in front of him was not bad. Zhou Zhou was not greedy. Bye, everyone. Zhou Zhou looked at the countless fog monsters outside the barrier and smiled. Then, he planned to use spatial teleportation to escape. He had extremely high spatial talent to begin with, and he often used this skill. With the enhancement of his extremely high comprehension ability, he had already comprehended this law skill to the law skill level. Even though it was only an epic tier other law skill, it was equivalent to the law skill that Feng Luo had comprehended back then, One Blade Ultimate. However, it was more than enough in the face of the current situation. At this moment, a dark purple flying arrow that emitted the aura of a high-tier deity level instantly passed through space and shot at the King of the Sky's guardian barrier. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the guardian barrier that protected Zhou Zhou, the King of the Sky, exploded on the spot. A large amount of wind stats divine power and abyss divine power contained in it caused a terrifying explosion under the conflict. Rumble. An azure and dark purple explosion ripple instantly spread out with the barrier as the center. Wherever it passed, countless fog monsters below the legendary tier could not even let out a scream before they were instantly killed. Even their corpses were not left behind. Even the Scarlet God spirits who rushed over and were accidentally affected suffered some serious injuries when they were caught off guard. High up in the sky, a void spirit demon god spirit holding a dark blue ferocious bow slowly lowered its bow. The arrow just now was released by him. And he was one of the only 2 high-tier deity levels in the refined flame Scarlet Legion. I didn't expect a little worm to run over. And he's the king of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. What's this guy thinking? As the sovereign of a country and the favored one of the supreme will, you actually took a risk and ran to the most dangerous place on the battlefield. He shook his head. He did not understand. Could it be that this king of the Blazing Sun had walked too smoothly and was arrogant? Had he already begun to look down on god spirits like them? He did not think too much about it, let alone mind it. This was because he already knew that Zhou Zhou was an epic tier intermediate grade human through his aura. While the aura on his body was a little strange, the strength could not be faked. In his heart, the other party would definitely die with the arrows of attacks just now. Now that I've killed the king of the Blazing Sun, the Crimson Overlord should reward me, right? He began to fantasize. According to the Crimson Overlord's past style, it would definitely be rewarded with something for dealing a huge blow to the Supreme Will and fighting for the Crimson Overlord's face. As he thought, he looked at the center of the explosion where the King of the Blazing Sun was. As time passed, the divine power violent storm in the center of the explosion gradually dissipated, revealing the scene inside. And then, his pupils constricted slightly. That was because he actually didn't see the remains of the King of the Blazing Sun's corpse inside. That's impossible. I clearly restrained my strength just now. That abyss demon arrow could at most break through the wind stat's divine power protective barrier protecting him and kill him. It's impossible to kill him until there's not a trace of him left. Thinking of this, he immediately flew to the center of the explosion. After he carefully observed it for a few seconds, his expression turned ugly. Spatial law skill. I actually let him escape. In the sky, on a galaxy spaceship. Zhou Zhou sat calmly in the captain's exclusive seat and recalled the scene just now. That guy should be at least a high-tier deity-level intermediate grade Scarlet God Spirit. Otherwise, it would be impossible to directly break through my Sky King's guardian. It's indeed difficult to stop so many Scarlet God Spirits with just Heros and Ziwu. Zhou Zhou shook his head. The reason why he boldly appeared in front of so many Scarlet Fog monsters and even boldly exposed his identity to attract the hatred of the refined flame Scarlet Legion was because other than a large pile of divine artifacts and other god-tier treasures, there was another very important reason. He now had a total of 9 resurrections with the professional ability of the Lord of the End. With so many resurrections, Zhou Zhou naturally had the capital to do whatever he wanted. Zhou Zhou even wanted to take the initiative to die and see what this resurrection effect was like. After all, if he revived with the power of the final nirvana, his strength would also increase greatly. Ever since he entered the epic tier, Zhou Zhou felt that it was increasingly difficult to increase his strength. There were at least 4 to 5 million fog monsters that had just died from the earthquake. However, Zhou Zhou felt that the promotion energy provided by these 4 to 5 million fog monsters only increased his epic tier intermediate grade strength by about 2 to 3 levels. The promotion energy provided by these 4 to 5 million fog monsters only increased his epic tier intermediate grade strength by about 2 to 3 levels. Not to mention legendary tier and even god spirits. Therefore, if the power of the final nirvana could really increase his strength, he did not mind improving himself through death. It was just a pity. Even if it was a high-tier deity-level existence, it did not force him to consume even one resurrection. Your Majesty! Lord Heros and Lord Ziwu are back. They are walking towards the captain's room. At this moment, Wen Ye's voice sounded. Zhou Zhou nodded. Soon, the two gods walked over. Hera's face was filled with excitement and a hint of depression. Ziwu was also excited, but other than excitement, he was also a little worried. Are you two injured? Zhou Zhou asked with concern. With this divine artifact, even if I can't defeat it, it's easy for me to not be injured. Even though I've been suppressing that guy called Gerard, he's indeed an opponent I can fight. Heras was the first to speak. Then, he said helplessly, however, a group of scarlet god spirits rushed over later on. There was also another high-tier deity-level god spirit who interfered. Otherwise, I would have definitely decided a victor with he today. I fought 2 mid-tier deity levels and 2 low-tier deity levels alone with my divine artifacts. Ziwu said solemnly, however, this fated Scarlet Empire can't be underestimated. Even though we far exceed the other party in terms of low-level combat strength, I'm afraid it's very difficult to compare to the other party in terms of high-end combat strength at the God Spirit level. This battle is not easy to fight. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he smiled and said, "You're right. However, if it really comes to the most dangerous moment, I'll ask the Elven Empire for help. With the Elven Empire's strength, it will definitely not be a problem to defeat this flame-refining Scarlet Army." Ziwu was about to ask why he felt that he would definitely be able to invite the experts of the Elven Empire to help him resolve the current predicament. However, he quickly thought of Zhou Zhou's unfathomable wealth. That's true. With the divine artifact resources this guy has, even if he casually takes out a low-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine artifact, it should be enough for the experts of the Elven Empire to take action and resolve the current crisis for him. After all, even the Elven Empire lacks divine artifacts. It's not difficult to defeat an ordinary Empire-level Scarlet Legion. Moreover, the Elven Empire seems to have heard rumors that Zhou Zhou has many divine artifacts recently. At this moment, they're probably thinking about how to get the King of the Blazing Sun to gift them a few divine artifacts. If this King of the Blazing Sun really asks the Elven Empire will probably agree without thinking for the sake of a divine artifact. Ziwu thought to himself. He felt a little emotional. There was a proverb circulating in the Blazing Sun Kingdom from the King of the Blazing Sunday. It was called Money Talks. From the looks of it, he could also allow God to drive under his command with a divine artifact. Chapter 692, Mystic Heaven Immortal Alliance. Zhou Zhou, Heras, and Ziwu chatted for a while. Then, Zhou Zhou prepared to leave. Please continue to monitor the flame-refining Scarlet Army and protect the 10 Apocalypse Satellites 9 in the sky. If a powerhouse of the flame-refining Scarlet Army wants to fly up and destroy the Destruction Apocalypse Satellite 9, please take the galaxy immediately to the orbit of the Apocalypse Satellite 9 and move them. Then, change to a new place to continue releasing them to deal damage. This is called guerrilla tactics in our hometown. Zhou Zhou smiled. Leave it to us. When the two gods heard this, they felt that it was not difficult and immediately agreed. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he took out a galaxy from his inner world after bidding farewell to the two gods. Then, he boarded the galaxy and flew in the direction of the ancient teleportation array that the Mystic Heaven Lord had mentioned. On a plane about 50 million kilometers away from the Blazing Sun Kingdom, there was a temporary military stronghold here. At this moment, a group of people was gathered in front of the entrance of the military stronghold. They were Wu Tu, Mai Lun, and the other generals of the army who had led their troops here in advance, as well as the nervous Mystic Heaven Lord, his subordinates, and the members of the alliance. They were Wu Tu, Mai Lun, and the other generals of the army who had led their troops here in advance, as well as the nervous Lord of the Mystic Heaven, his subordinates, and the members of the alliance. It was as if he was a righteous cultivator who had lived in a Daoist sect for a long time. He was righteous and innocent and was willing to help others. Just his appearance gave people a good impression. Before Wu Tu and the others came, they had heard Zhou Zhou mention this person's aptitude and experience in the high continent. Now that he had seen him with his own eyes, he had to admit that he was indeed a Qi practitioner seed that was filled with an immortal aura. But it's still far inferior to His Majesty. Wu Tu looked at the Mystic Heaven Lord and muttered in his heart. If the Mystic Heaven Lord was a Qi practitioner seed, then he felt that His Majesty was a natural immortal king. The Mystic Heaven Lord was far inferior in terms of temperament and appearance. It could be said that they were on two completely different levels. It was even much inferior to the most handsome youth in their territory, Xiao Xian. At the same time, the Mystic Heaven Lord was also looking at Wu Tu and the others. The more he looked at them, the more he clicked his tongue. I've long heard that the subjects of the Blazing Sun Kingdom are all outstanding looking. It's true from the looks of it. The Mystic Heaven Lord sighed in his heart. Even though these people's appearances were not comparable to his, they could be considered outstanding among ordinary people. It made him want to join the Blazing Sun Kingdom now. Not for any other reason. He just wanted to see the upper limit of his appearance. He turned to look at the higher UPS of the Mystic Heaven City and the Alliance Master members of the Mystic Heaven Immortal Alliance. Then, he was speechless. Because he realized that at this moment, these people were looking at Wu Tu and the others with infatuated eyes. Even some people with stronger self-control could not help but look at Wu Tu and the others from time to time. All of you, restrain yourselves. You have to pay attention to the image of our Mystic Heaven Immortal Alliance outside. The Mystic Heaven Lord shouted secretly. It was too embarrassing. It was as if they had never seen handsome men and beautiful women before. Even though they had indeed never seen so many handsome men and beauties gathered together. At this moment, a huge shadow that covered the ground suddenly enveloped them. A series of exclamations suddenly came from the crowd. At the same time, they looked at the sky. The Mystic Heaven Lord was shocked. Then, he immediately reacted and turned around to look at the sky. He saw a huge spaceship that was as gorgeous and resplendent as the Milky Way. It quietly floated in the sky, as if it had been parked there. The huge spaceship even completely covered the sun, causing the plane below to be completely enveloped by the shadow of the galaxy spaceship. Right on the heels of that, a handsome man in a luxurious dragon robe flew out. As soon as he appeared, it was as if it was the only light source in the world, attracting everyone's attention. Is that a god? A female lord looked at Zhou Zhou infatuatedly. The others also looked similarly obsessed. Even the Mystic Heaven Lord, who was quite confident in his appearance, looked at Zhou Zhou in a daze. At the same time, Zhou Zhou looked down. When he saw Wu Tu and the others, he immediately turned into a golden light and flew down, arriving in front of everyone. Greetings, Your Majesty. Everyone said respectfully and fanatically. Zhou Zhou nodded and looked at the Mystic Heaven Lord and the others. You're the Mystic Heaven Lord, right? He walked in front of the Mystic Heaven Lord and suddenly smiled. He's even more handsome than in the video. He praised. The Mystic Heaven Lord came back to his senses. It's not as good as what if it's not as good as Your Majesty. The Mystic Heaven Lord lowered his head with a flushed face, feeling extremely embarrassed for his narcissism in the past. In front of such people with such peerless celestial appearance, how did he dare to say that he was the most handsome in the world in the past? Zhou Zhou smiled and did not harp on this topic. You're from Mystic Heaven City and the Mystic Heaven Immortal Alliance, right? Nice to meet you. I'm the King of the Blazing Sun of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Everyone can call me the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. He looked at the people behind the Mystic Heaven Lord and greeted them. When everyone saw this, only then did he come back to his senses and hurriedly replied to Zhou Zhou. After a few simple words, Zhou Zhou said. There's no time to lose. Let's deal with the Dark Martial Alliance first. Okay. Let's set off now. The Mystic Heaven Lord and the others immediately perked up, their expressions filled with excitement. Some people even had rich aggro in their eyes. Their Mystic Heaven Immortal Alliance had been fighting the Dark Martial Alliance for so long that a portion of them had long developed a blood feud. After that, everyone did not waste any more time and directly entered this military stronghold. Then, they used the ancient teleportation array here to head to the headquarters of the Mystic Heaven Immortal Alliance. Mystic Heaven Immortal Alliance Headquarters Base. When Zhou Zhou and the others arrived, he swept his gaze and saw the architectural style of the Mystic Heaven Immortal Alliance. He could not help but say in surprise, "The architectural style here is not bad." The architectural style of the Mystic Heaven Immortal Alliance was clearly modeled after ancient buildings. Pavilions, pond pavilions, carved beams, and painted buildings could be seen everywhere. There were fake mountains, strange rocks, flower beds, and potted plants, decorated with vines and green bamboo. At the same time, it also had a rich Xiangxia factor. For example, Zhou Zhou had seen immortal cranes riding the wind just now. On the backs of the immortal cranes were Qi practitioners who were dressed like immortals. Other than that, Zhou Zhou also acutely realized that there seemed to be some array formation here that was constantly gathering the promotion energy of the world towards this city. Even though he could not tell anything in the short term, as time passed, as long as nothing unexpected happened here, this place would sooner or later evolve into a blessed land. It's a little like a weakened version of the Essence Spirit Array. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. As long as your majesty likes it. I specially hired an architect from the Black Heaven sect to design this. Therefore, the architectural style is more inclined to the preferences of the Qi practitioners. The Mystic Heaven Lord said politely. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, they first came to a reception room. After chatting for a while, the Mystic Heaven Lord began to introduce the Dark Martial Lord to Zhou Zhou. Chapter 693, The Resurrected Sun Extermination Association, 1. After the Dark Martial Lord found out that His Majesty was going to attack them, he has been gathering the soldiers of the Lords under the Dark Martial Alliance. Just now, the information part of our Mystic Heaven Immortal Alliance tells me that the Dark Martial Lord has gathered about 4,500 Lord soldiers. His total military strength has already reached about 8 million. It's said that he also paid a huge price to hire a few experts from the kingdom that hired him. However, they did a good job of keeping it a secret. Our intelligence personnel didn't get any information about it. The Mystic Heaven Lord said with a solemn expression. This Dark Martial Lord was clearly frightened by the reputation of the King of the Blazing Sunday. In the past, he did not have the ability to gather so many soldiers. Now, it was obvious that he had the thought that he would probably die if he did not succeed. That was why he had tried his best to gather so many people. Zhou Zhou nodded casually. An expert? No matter how strong an expert was, they would still be from a kingdom-level lord faction. Unless a true god tier or even stronger descend. Otherwise, Zhou Zhou would not be worried that there would be danger on this trip. The Mystic Heaven Lord heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Zhou Zhou's expression did not change. Then, joy appeared on his face. As expected of the strongest lord of all races who could defeat the kingdom's forces at this stage. This confidence was really enviable and desirable. When he thought about how he had also hitched a ride on the King of the Blazing Sun's ship, the thoughts in the depths of his heart that were subservient to others immediately dissipated. If I work hard alone and dig out my potential and my lord talent to the extreme, I'm afraid I won't be able to reach the heights of the King of the Blazing Sun in the future. I might not even be able to reach the heights of the spiritual medicine lord under his command. But if I follow the King of the Blazing Sun, not only can I greatly guarantee my safety at this stage, but in the future, with the resources he has, as long as I assist him with all my might and not betray him, he will definitely support me with all his might, allowing me to easily reach the limit of my potential. It won't even be difficult for me to surpass the limit of my potential. If that's the case, what's the big deal about submitting to him? The Mystic Heaven Lord thought. Just as a certain internet celebrity on Earth said. On the street, I'm driving a Mercedes, and the other party is driving a little electric scooter. You're talking about dignity with me? How good was the King of the Blazing Sun to his subordinates? This could be seen from the group of Star Alliance masters who flaunted on the World Channel every day how much benefits they had enjoyed and how much their strength had increased after joining the Star Alliance. They were really showing off. It was not just talk. They even posted videos and screenshots every day. Some flashy lords even broadcasted the war scenes they experienced sometimes. These could not be faked. Therefore, many lords of the cerulean planet hoped to join the Star Alliance and have a winning career. There was a good saying. Why work hard to carry others when there was someone to carry him? This was the thought of many lords who yearned to join the Star Alliance. There was only one lord of all races after all. Many lords knew their limits and knew that they could not fight for the position of lord of all races in the hands of so many abnormal lords. Since that was the case, why fight to the death? There was more than one choice in life. Therefore, many of them chose to rely on powerful lords. If they exclude the lords of the people of foreign races, the Lord of the Blazing Sun was undoubtedly the Lord of the Blazing Sun with the greatest potential from the cerulean planet. The Dragon Lady Lord, the Undead Lord, and the other top lords were very proud at the beginning. They even wanted to fight for the position of the Lord of all races. However, the Lord of the Blazing Sun appeared first and came first in the Novice Lord test. Later on the Lord battlefield of all races and in the competition with the lords of the people of foreign races, they realized the difference in strength and foundation between them and the lords of powerful race civilizations. After that, they learned that Zhou Zhou had suppressed the lords of all races and obtained the title of the strongest lord of all races. In the end, they learned of the existence of the Star Alliance. These things changed their original thoughts step by step. Until now, they could already willingly choose to join the King of the Blazing Sunday. Speaking of which, how many lords does the Dark Martial Alliance have? Zhou Zhou asked. There are about 500,000 lord members of the cerulean planet in the Dark Martial Alliance. However, 99% of the lords are widely distributed in various regions of the High Continent. They can't send troops to help the Dark Martial Alliance when they need them. Not everyone can have an expedition spaceship like Your Majesty. Even if we want to build an ultra-long-distance teleportation array, we have to have that technology. Most of these lords who joined only want to wear the identity of a member of the Lord Alliance and usually add the Lord Alliance to the chat group. At this point, the Mystic Heaven Lord could not help but smile bitterly. Wasn't his Mystic Heaven Immortal Alliance the same? In fact, due to the traffic restrictions, most of the Lord Alliance of the cerulean planet lords experienced the same problem. There was no solution now. Therefore, Lord Alliances like the Star Alliance, where all the lords in the alliance could communicate and cooperate in reality, were envied by many Lord Alliances even though there were very few of them. However, when the Dark Martial Lord was active in the Myriad Races Lord battlefield back then, he bought more than 20 Master Servant Subject Territory contracts and contracted more than 20 lords to become his subordinate territory. The other party used the teleportation array given by the Master Servant Territory contract and relied on these 20-odd lords of subordinate territory to contact more than 10,000 cerulean planet lords in reality. Most of these 8 million soldiers came from them. The Mystic Heaven Lord said. Zhou Zhou did not say anything. Actually, he could do this too. He could even contact dozens or even hundreds of times more lords of the cerulean planet. He had hundreds of Master Servant Territory contract lords under his command after all. However, he had no intention of continuing to recruit lords of the cerulean planet ever since he did not have the Master Servant Territory contract. Therefore, he had never done this. Ever since the Lord members of the Dark Martial Alliance found out that the Dark Martial Lord wanted to deal with Your Majesty, many lords have already left the Dark Martial Alliance. The lords who still dare to stay in the Black Martial Alliance and are willing to work for the Black Martial Lord are either threatened by the Black Martial Lord in reality, have a close benefit relationship with the Black Martial Lord, or are hostile to Your Majesty. The Mystic Heaven Lord said. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, everyone chatted for a while. Then, Zhou Zhou stood up and looked at everyone in the meeting room. "There's no time to lose. Let's go to Black Marshal City," he said. "Yes." Everyone stood up and replied. Black Marshal City. The Black Marshal Lord was sitting on the sofa in his room and looking at the virtual screen in front of him. On the virtual screen, a group chat was displayed. The name of this group chat was the Sun Extermination Association. A long time ago, the Sun Extermination Association had disappeared after the leaders who founded it were destroyed by Zhou Zhou. For some reason, it actually resurrected. Chapter 694, The Resurrected Sun Extermination Association, 2. At this moment, the Black Marshal Lord looked at the content of the chat group and occasionally typed. "Second Lord of the Blazing Sun, how's the preparation going? Our Dark Warrior hero. Black Marshal Lord, I've already gathered more than 8.56 million soldiers of the Black Marshal Alliance. This is already the limit of what I can gather. Dark Marshal Lord, in addition, I spent a third of the wealth of the Dark Marshal Alliance and invited 3 epic tier experts from the Roland Kingdom to help. Black Marshal Lord, this is the first time I've grasped so much power. With my current strength, I should be able to defeat the King of the Blazing Sun, right? Evil Dragon Lord, more than 8 million soldiers and 3 epic tier experts? Good Lord! If I had your strength, I would have directly attacked the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Lord of Water Chestnut Flower, don't be careless. We might have 8 million people, but we might not be able to win against the Lord of the Blazing Sun even if we have the upper hand in numbers. We've gathered a lot of information about the King of the Blazing Sun's strength. That information is either incomplete or outdated from a long time ago. This information might no longer be trustworthy. Second Lord of the Blazing Sun, that's right. From the fact that the King of the Blazing Sun can casually defeat an intermediate kingdom while being a beginner kingdom, his military strength should be at least 10 million. There should be more than 3 extraordinary tier heroes. We can't underestimate him. Evil Dragon Lord, can you change your group nickname? Do you want to become the Second Lord of the Blazing Sun so much that you've gone crazy? Second Lord of the Blazing Sun, how can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? I will definitely replace him. Evil Dragon Lord, what swan? You're just a quail. How dare you call me a sparrow? Dark Marshal Lord, why should I fight if you say so? Can you stop scolding and give me ideas? Black Marshal Lord, don't forget, I'm now representing the Sun Extermination Association to face the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. This is a battle that will make our reputation known. As long as we succeed in this battle, our Sun Extermination Association's reputation will be established again. In the future, we will have the confidence to gather more forces to overthrow the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Second Lord of the Blazing Sun, you don't have much serious ability, but you're quite capable of tyrannizing others. Second Lord of the Blazing Sun, in addition, forget about the Sun Extermination Association. The former Sun Extermination Association has already been destroyed. We only inherited the spirit of this organization and were led by Boss to rebuild the Sun Extermination Association. Lord of Water Chestnut Flowers, why do I feel that we're dealing with the Great Demon King? Seeing the words sent by the Dark Marshal Lord. Evil Dragon Lord, with the King of the Blazing Sun's terrifying strength, he's no different from a Great Demon King. Evil Dragon Lord, where's Boss? At Boss. Boss, I already know what you're worried about. Lord Dark Marshal, do as I say next. Dark Marshal Lord, good. I'm all ears, Boss. Boss is still the most reliable. On the sofa. The Dark Marshal Lord looked at the words sent by Boss in the group chat. He was first stunned, then surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. That's right. Why didn't I think of this? I'm so stupid. He immediately stood up impatiently and walked out. After Zhou Zhou and the others boarded the Galaxy, they immediately flew above Black Marshal City. The mystic Heaven Lord and the others were shocked to discover that they were already above Dark Martial Arts City before they could react. I just got on the spaceship. The mystic Heaven Lord looked at the scene below and could not help but be dumbfounded. He boldly looked up at the spaceship he was in. The more he looked at it, the more shocked he was. The technological creation in front of him was like an extremely exquisite work of art, attracting his attention. Until Zhou Zhou patted his shoulder. Stop looking. If you like it, you can come to my territory to take a look at it any time in the future. No, I'll send you a normal spaceship in your territory later and let you drive it yourself for fun. He said. Since he had signed the contract book, he was considered half belonging to him even though it was not the master-servant territory contract. What was a normal spaceship worth? The mystic Heaven Lord's eyes widened. F***ck. Is this how rich people greeted each other? He carefully touched the shoulder that was just patted. This touch was worth a spaceship. Then, he flew out of the galaxy with Zhou Zhou. As soon as he came out, the mystic Heaven Lord realized that the 20 million soldiers Zhou Zhou had brought had already surrounded the entire Black Martial City. The sky, ground, and even the ground were already surrounded by soldiers. Not even a fly could fly out. There were quite a lot of transformation skills in this world after all. The soldiers had to be careful. The mystic Heaven Lord looked at the 20 million soldiers and clicked his tongue at Zhou Zhou's strength. Then, he looked at Black Martial City below. As he watched, he suddenly felt a little strange. Why was this Black Martial City so quiet? What about the 8 million soldiers of the Dark Martial Lord? This Black Martial City is almost empty. Only some abandoned lonely old and young subjects are left. At this moment, Zhou Zhou seemed to have heard what he was thinking and said calmly. The mystic Heaven Lord was stunned. A young general emitting an extraordinary tear aura flew up from below. Your Majesty! I've already brought people to check the entire Black Martial City. Other than 40,000 to 50,000 abandoned old people, children, and women, the Black Martial Lord, his trusted aides, and soldiers have all disappeared. Currently, we haven't discovered any arrangements like the spatial teleportation array. We haven't found out how the other party left yet. The young general said respectfully. Zhou Zhou frowned. This young general in front of him came from the original Aurora Kingdom and was best at searching and detection. With his investigation skills, he was ranked among the top in the entire Blazing Sun Kingdom, but he actually didn't discover how the other party left. Did you find anything strange? Zhou Zhou said. We did discover some strange places. The young general was already prepared. I smelled a faint stench of insects in this Black Martial City. However, I didn't find that worm after following the stench. The stench of insects. Is there anything else? That's it. Zhou Zhou nodded. Could it be that the Dark Martial Lord was scared away? The mystic Heaven Lord muttered. He felt that this was very likely. Was there anyone in the entire Cerulean planet who didn't know how terrifying the Lord of the Blazing Sun was? Even if the Dark Martial Lord had more than 8 million soldiers and the help of experts, the other party probably knew that they could not defeat the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Since that was the case, why would he stay to wait for death? He can't escape. Zhou Zhou said calmly. Then, he turned around and flew back into the galaxy. Galaxy. In the captain's room. After Zhou Zhou returned, he calmly sat on the throne and took out the Bodhi Supreme. Bodhi Supreme, what's going on with the Dark Martial Lord? Zhou Zhou asked directly. Trying to escape? Did you ask my Bodhi Supreme? Chapter 695, The Mysterious Boss. Didn't you hear what your subordinate said? The Bodhi Supreme's lazy voice sounded. I believe he ran away, but I don't think it's that simple. Zhou Zhou said calmly. You're right, but if you want to ask the specific reason, it will cost you one normal question that I can answer. Bodhi Supreme chuckled. Sure. Zhou Zhou agreed without hesitation. It was just one normal question. He could easily create another one if he gave the other party more bloodline inheritances. Refreshing, but it's a little troublesome for me to explain this to you in words. Take a look for yourself. As soon as Bodhi Supreme finished speaking, an illusory video appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. At this moment, the illusory video was playing the scene of the Dark Martial Lord looking at the chat group alone. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows, wanting to see what the Dark Martial Lord's chat group was discussing. In the end, this illusory video seemed to have heard his request and really enlarged the chat group panel according to his wishes. The Sun Extermination Association. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Wasn't this Lord organization of the cerulean planet that targeted him destroyed by him? Why did it appear again? He did not ask. Instead, he continued to read patiently. Soon, he saw the words typed by Second Lord of the Blazing Sun. So he's just using the Sun Extermination Association's name to deal with me. Zhou Zhou's expression was calm. He did not react much. In the past, when he was weak, he was not too interested in the Sun Extermination Association. He only used a little strength and destroyed it. Now, he could be said to have gained wings in front of the Lord of the Cerulean planet. Naturally, he was not afraid of the Sun Extermination Association. He continued to read. Soon, he exclaimed softly. "Who's this boss?" He continued reading. He quickly knew what this boss had instructed the Dark Martial Lord. "Boss, since you already have more than 8 million troops and have the help of experts, why do you care about the King of the Blazing Sun? Boss, I can provide you with an escape method and a territory relocation token to let you come to my universe. You have so many soldiers and experts. It won't be a problem for you to capture a kingdom-level lord faction alone. Boss, since that's the case, why don't you leave the high continent and find another way to develop?" Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. This idea was indeed not bad. With more than 8 million soldiers and some high-end experts, they could indeed take down the lord faction of a beginner kingdom. Normal beginner kingdoms usually only had 2 to 3 million troops after all. Even if there were more white platinum tier experts in the lord faction of the beginner kingdom, they could fill this difference in strength with human lives in front of so many soldiers. He continued to read. The Lord of the Black Martial Tower quickly raised his concerns. "Dark Martial Lord, but I borrowed these soldiers from other lords. How can I explain this to them?" "Boss, then do you want me to tell you about stepping on your left foot or your right foot first?" "Dark Martial Lord, I don't dare, I don't dare. I understand. Don't worry, boss. Leave this matter to me. When we reach boss's world, I'll follow your lead in the future. Boss, please take care of me when the time comes. Boss, I won't mistreat you as long as you work hard for me. In the future, as long as you don't betray me and make more contributions, you might even have a chance to become a god. At that time, what kind of power beauties in the world can't you experience in front of you, a god spirit? Second Lord of the Blazing Sun, envy. Lord of Water Chestnut Flowers, envy. Dark Martial Lord, boss is right. Then I'm gathering people. Who exactly is this boss? He actually mastered the method to transmigrate to the universe at this stage. Zhou Zhou muttered. It had to be said. He was a little surprised by the methods of this person with the code name Boss. If the other party was really the lord of the cerulean planet, Zhou Zhou had to admit that he might have underestimated the potential of the lord of the cerulean planet. What's so strange about transmigrating into the universe? Just as Zhou Zhou was shocked by this person's methods, Bodhi Supreme said lazily again. As long as you ride the galaxy you have now into the dark universe and fly for a period of time, no more than a day and night, you will encounter the world membrane of another world. It sounds very difficult to open the world membrane, but it's nothing to the god spirits. With the divine power of the god spirits, even Vicky, who has just advanced to the god spirit level in your territory, they can easily open the world membrane and enter another world. If this person who claims to be the boss discovers a cross-border teleportation array to the high continent in his world, it will be even easier. As long as there's enough energy to activate the array, he can come to the high continent in the next second. The high continent is the core area of the great cosmos. There are many experts in the various small and medium-sized universes, continents, planets, cosmic mystic realms, God spirit worlds, and even low-dimensional worlds and demi-planes in the supreme universe. In order to return to the high continent, they have set up a fast world teleportation array to the high continent. It wouldn't be surprising if the other party was lucky enough to discover one. Zhou Zhou nodded and continued to watch the virtual video in front of him. After the Dark Martial Lord found out about Boss's idea, he obtained the means to transmigrate into the universe and the territory relocation token Boss mentioned. With these two methods, the Dark Martial Lord was clearly much more confident. He gathered the 8 million soldiers and released a worm. This worm was like a toad and was half the height of a human. Its entire body was densely covered in special patterns that emitted silver light. Its eyes were like white crystals, and it actually had an exquisite and translucent beauty. This is the array-devouring goo toad. Zhou Zhou looked at the toad and searched through his bloodline inheritance for a long time before finding its origin. The array-devouring goo toad is a goo cultivator method among Qi practitioners. It's said that this goo worm can feed on array formations and swallow the array formations that exist in reality into its body, turning them into a part of its body. Then, it can use them as if it was using its intrinsic mystical ability. You can say that it's a natural array master. This method of refining arrays into the body is also a top array formation talent that many array masters in the immortal world can only hope to obtain. Because of this, once the array-devouring goo toad appears, it will cause a bloodbath in the immortal world. Over the long term, the refining method of this goo worm has long been forced to be lost after a long period of bloody competition. It actually appeared again. Could it be that this boss is a lord who walks the path of goo cultivation in the immortal world? Zhou Zhou guessed in surprise. Chapter 696, Gate of Restart. Insect Tribe Universe. Zhou Zhou asked Bodhi Supreme to pause the video. Then, he carefully observed the array-devouring goo toad in the video. As he watched, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with this array-devouring goo toad. Why does this array-devouring goo toad look a little deformed? Zhou Zhou frowned. According to the records of his bloodline inheritance, even though the array-devouring goo toad was a goo refined from a cultivation goo, it would also possess the unique beauty of a powerful goo worm. The array-devouring goo toad in front of him looked a little unnatural. It was as if, could this be a goo worm pieced together? Zhou Zhou had a strange guess. At this moment, the video was still continuing. The array-devouring goo toad immediately opened its mouth after hearing the order from the Black Martial Lord to activate the cross-border teleportation passageway. Then, a silver-white super-large-scale array appeared. Then, this array formation quickly spread out with it as the center. In the blink of an eye, it covered the Dark Martial Lord and more than 8 million soldiers. They disappeared within a heartbeat and the video ended. Zhou Zhou pondered for a moment and asked Bodhi Supreme about the origins of this array-devouring goo toad. If you want to answer this question, you need to use up an official answer. Bodhi Supreme said leisurely. Why is it so expensive? Zhou Zhou was shocked. He had asked Bodhi Supreme about the path of his laws and had also obtained the Supreme Eye, a top-notch secret technique specially used to comprehend the Lord's laws. He had only used this once to officially resolve his doubts. Even though he had already officially answered Bodhi Supreme's doubts 5 times because of his Diamond Tier Lord talent, Zhou Zhou did not want to use it so casually. Because this matter concerns you. Moreover, the matter you want to investigate involves some lords with more potential. They might shine in the Lord of all races competition in the future. If you obtain information about them from me and take action against them, it will be equivalent to affecting the competition for the Lord of all races in the future. At this point, Bodhi Supreme's expression was solemn. I'm the dog of the Supreme Will. I don't dare to ruin his mood. Zhou Zhou. He took a deep breath and began to weigh whether he should use this opportunity. After thinking for a few seconds, he suddenly thought of something and a faint smile appeared on his face. I'm really getting more and more timid. No matter how strong the other party is, can he be stronger than the top lords of all races like the True Lord, the Great One Lord, and the God Shepherd Lord? Since I can tolerate these abnormal lords as my opponents, is there no room for a lord weaker than them to be my opponent? Moreover, this time, I wasted Bodhi Supreme's rare opportunity to resolve its doubts to kill an enemy with great potential. Even if we succeed in killing it, does it mean that such enemies won't appear again? In this competition that concerns the Lord of all races, what I am not lacking of is countless lords with potential. If I kill one, can I kill all of them? Rather than thinking of killing an opponent who has yet to mature, why don't I think about how to improve myself? I want to establish my roots in the broken rock and constantly grow. Only then can I be at ease and not be afraid of any dangerous enemies. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. In his heart, at the very least, he had to encounter something as important as the Lord's law before it was worth using his precious answers. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou immediately knew what he wanted. I want to know how to find the Dark Martial Lord safely, he asked. The Dark Martial Lord's method of moving freely at night was too important to him. If he had that Lord talent, it would be immeasurably useful to his future development. The most obvious and simple benefit. Even he could lead troops out at night. This is very simple. You only need one normal question, the Bodhi Supreme chuckled. Put it on the account first and I'll pay it back slowly in the future. Zhou Zhou said without thinking. Bodhi's laughter immediately disappeared. I wouldn't have let you go on credit if it wasn't because I know that you have so many inheritances in your mind. It criticized in its heart. However, it still told Zhou Zhou how to find him. I'll teach you a skill that can rely on the remaining power of spatial teleportation to temporarily open the spatial passageway again. After you master it, go to the place where the array-devouring goo toad left with its people. Then, use this method to open the cross-border teleportation passageway they left again. You can go to the place where the Dark Martial Lord arrived. But I have to remind you that the duration of the temporary fast world teleportation channel activated using this method is very short. Take heed, otherwise, you might be trapped there forever. Even though you have the galaxy, it's not omnipotent. There are places it can't reach. Bodhi Supreme warned seriously. I'll keep that in mind. Zhou Zhou nodded seriously. When Bodhi Supreme heard this, he taught Zhou Zhou a skill called the Gate of Restart. After he obtained this skill, he immediately asked Wu Tu to bring all the soldiers into the galaxy. Then, he put the galaxy into his internal world. Then, he came to the place where the array-devouring goo toad had disappeared. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and activated the Gate of Restart. The next second, wisps of silver spatial power gradually appeared around Zhou Zhou before gradually forming a slightly transparent cross-border teleportation array. At this moment, Zhou Zhou could clearly feel that the incomplete spatial power in front of him could maintain this cross-border teleportation passageway for about half an hour through the Gate of Restart. Half an hour is enough. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. Then, without any hesitation, he teleported to another world through this illusory cross-border teleportation array. In the insect tribe universe of the Zerg race. When Zhou Zhou arrived, he realized that he was on a desolate planet. He looked around and found only dead yellow sand. There was not even a breeze and it looked terrifyingly quiet. This is the universe where that boss is. Zhou Zhou looked at this new world curiously. At this moment, a line of text suddenly appeared in front of him. Prompt: Welcome to the Zerg Lord Universe. F. Prompt: Detected that you are a lord of all races from the High Continent. Do you want to temporarily enter the Cerulean planet's human race insect race Lord World channel? Prompt: after you enter the cerulean planet's human race insect race Lord World channel, you can communicate with your Lord. Prompt 2. You will automatically leave the cerulean planet human race Zerg Lord World channel after you leave the Lord universe, but you will retain the friends you have already added to in this Lord universe. Zhou Zhou frowned. Chapter 697, The Insect Lord and the Dark Martial Lord. The Insect Race Lord Universe. And the Insect Race Lord World channel of the cerulean planet. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. Could this be a Lord universe that only Zerg Lords fought for supremacy? He thought for a moment and chose to settle in. Soon, a whole new world channel appeared in front of him. Zhou Zhou looked at it curiously. Bell Insect Lord, I just invaded a cloud race town today. Pft, pft, this group of cloud race people taste soft and not delicious at all. Moreover, the energy obtained from their bodies can't create many subordinate Zergs. Instead, more than 2,000 of my Bell Insect subordinates died in battle when I invaded. I've really suffered **ing loss. Giant Beetle Lord, we're still invading an ordinary town. Our insect god has already begun to attack the third life planet. I, the giant beetle, am envious. Black Insect Lord, as a member of the Insect God Alliance, I have already accepted the genetic modification of the insect god. I have already broken through the limit of the epic tier and have the potential to grow into a legendary tier Zerg. Ha ha ha. Min Insect Lord, hold on tight to the previous poster's thigh. These lords of the insect tribe universe, seems to be very different from our normal lords of all races. Zhou Zhou pondered. Moreover, Zhou Zhou realized from these short sentences that this insect god they were talking about seemed to have an extremely high status among them. It was even comparable to him in the cerulean planet's human race world channel in the high continent. Could it be the strongest lord here? Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it. He had more important things to do now. He took out the Bodhi Supreme and asked. Tell me the location of the Dark Martial Lord. The question he had just asked was to find the Dark Martial Lord safely. Therefore, this question was not considered a second question. He was brought to another planet, about 150 million kilometers away. After Bodhi Supreme finished speaking, it transformed into an interstellar map for him to see. After reading it, Zhou Zhou immediately took out the galaxy and boarded it. He flew towards the planet where the Black Martial Lord was according to the map given by the Bodhi Supreme. Planet Cologne. This was originally a modern technology planet. However, after the Insect Lord invaded, this place became a resource planet ruled by the insects. The people of Cologne here were controlled by the Zergs with a kind of Zerg called the cerebrate worm. They worked in the factory every day to produce some low-level resources for the Zergs. At this moment, the Dark Martial Lord and his 8 million soldiers were here. Boss, is this the planet you are asking me to manage? The Dark Martial Lord looked at the technological city scene that was like the cerulean planet in front of him with an extremely excited expression. Putting aside the benefits of being a lord, who was willing to live on the edge of a knife every day in a place like the high continent, the technological planet in front of him gave Lord Dark Martial the illusion that he had returned to the cerulean planet, making him feel intimate and relaxed. A firefly insect that emitted a faint light flew in the sky and emitted a faint female voice. Even though there were many life planets like this in the insect tribe universe, there was actually nothing worth cherishing. For example, this inhabited planet in front of him. There were originally more than 100 million Cologne clansmen living here. However, there were only 3 to 4 Black Iron tier extraordinary individuals, and once they appeared, they would be captured for research by the government. It could be seen how rare extraordinary power was here. No. Or rather than being rare, it was better to say that there was too little promotion energy on this planet and it was very difficult to give birth to extraordinary tier life forms. This was also why Boss did not care about the resources on this planet. No matter how many life planets I have, they're not even a hair of the high continent. It's very difficult for even a black iron tier extraordinary tier individual to be born on planet Cologne. But in the high continent, black iron tier life forms are cannon fodder in war. Even a true god tier can be born. Master god tier is willing to set their sights on the high continent. The difference is too great. She sighed in her heart. The first time she went to the high continent, she was immediately shocked by the rich promotional energy there. At that time, the shock in her heart was like a country bumpkin coming to a first-tier city. It was simply indescribable. If not for the fact that her foundation was in the insect tribe universe and that the reputation of the Zerg race was really not good in the myriad worlds, she would have wanted to stay in the high continent and not leave if there was a chance she would personally be killed by the god spirits of the high continent. Thank you, Boss Insect Lord. I'll definitely do my best for you. At this moment, the Black Martial Lord also came back to his senses and immediately expressed his loyalty to the Insect Lord. The Insect Lord, which was emitting a faint white light, suddenly chuckled. Just talking about it won't do. Then what will it take for Boss to believe me? The Black Martial Lord asked carefully. Easy. Just accept a little trick of mine. As soon as she finished speaking, an extremely ugly worm that looked like a face-hugging worm suddenly jumped out of the soil under his feet. Then, under the terrified cries of the Dark Martial Lord, it hugged his face and slowly bit him. Ah! Save me! Kill this crazy woman! The Dark Martial Lord fell to the ground and scratched his face crazily as he screamed. However, in the eyes of the soldiers behind him, at this moment, the Dark Martial Lord did not let out any screams. Instead, he stood there like a normal person and chatted calmly with the Insect Lord. Even though the soldiers were curious about the content of the conversation and the origin of this insect that emitted light, no one dared to approach them. No need to scream. I've long placed the phantom insects near you. They can't see your appearance or hear your cries. The Insect Lord smiled faintly. You're so ruthless. The Dark Martial Lord was on the verge of death, his voice revealing despair. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will only control you through this method and let you retain most of your intelligence. However, you will definitely be loyal to me in the future. A subordinate with a brain is more valuable than a brainless puppet after all. Moreover, I need you to control your 8 million extraordinary tier people. The Insect Lord was a little excited. More than 8 million extraordinary tier military forces. There were even 3 epic tier experts among them. Even she, who was called the Insect God by her lords, only barely had so many subordinates. This silly Dark Martial Lord could be said to have directly doubled her strength. These 8 million low-level extraordinary tier soldiers are nothing. On the other hand, the 3 epic tier experts need to use some methods to control them. With this enhancement in strength, I wonder how far my faction is from the King of the Blazing Sun. The Insect Lord thought to herself. At this moment, there was a bang. The cerebrate worm on the Black Martial Lord's face suddenly exploded into countless minced meat and fell to the ground. Who? The Insect Lord suddenly shouted. Weren't you thinking about me just now? A faint smile sounded. The Insect Lord was stunned for a moment before her body trembled. Chapter 698, The Escaped Insect Lord. Return. The Insect Lord looked up. A peerless and handsome man in the Emperor Dragon robe was flying in the air and looking down at her. Behind him was a huge spaceship that could cover the sky. His galaxy spaceship and him were only hovering in mid-air, but it already gave the Insect Lord a lot of psychological pressure. King of the Blazing Sun. The Insect Lord gritted her teeth. Insect Lord. Zhou Zhou looked at her. When I found out that this was the Insect Tribe universe, I guessed that the boss behind the Dark Martial Lord was you. The Insect Lord remained silent. She did not even ask if it was the Dark Martial Lord who leaked the secret. Otherwise, how would he know about her hidden identity as the boss? Because the Insect Lord knew that at King of the Blazing Sun's level, he could contend for hegemony with the top lords of all races. Being able to use some amazing intelligence-gathering methods would be too normal for him. King of the Blazing Sun. The insect lord suddenly whispered. You're too powerful. However, it's precisely because you are very powerful that you seem to have become arrogant. You actually dare to come to my home ground alone. Come out, my children! The insect lord suddenly roared at the sky. Her voice was as sharp and ear-piercing as a poisonous bug. The next second, more than 8 million zergs appeared from the void and surrounded Zhou Zhou from all directions, leaving not a single gap. Facing this scene, Zhou Zhou remained calm. He even glanced at the insectoids calmly. These strange things are all your subordinates. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. He was used to seeing those handsome men and beautiful women in his territory. Occasionally looking at these strange-looking insects actually gave him a rare sense of comfort. Could this be the relaxation after aesthetic fatigue? Zhou Zhou could not help but think. Attack! Kill him at all costs! The insect lord roared. As soon as she finished speaking. Sizzle! Sizzle! Caw-caw! Wyokiu! Crack! Crack! All kinds of insect cries came from these 9 million insectoids. It was extremely noisy. You're mistaken. I didn't come alone. Zhou Zhou said calmly. The next second, the galaxy above his head shone brightly. Right on the heels of that, ripples appeared in the void below the spaceship. Then, more than 20 million blazing Sun City soldiers appeared out of thin air. Under the lead of the generals, they roared and flew towards the Zergs. At this moment, the battle suddenly descended. Zhou Zhou and the Insect Lord watched as the soldiers from both sides fought. Then, they saw the scales of victory on the battlefield tilt towards Zhou Zhou at a visible rate. Not only were Zhou Zhou's soldiers 3 times more than the Insect Lord's, but their average strength was also stronger. The strongest insect soldiers under the Insect Lord were only extraordinary tier. As for Zhou Zhou, he had legendary tier soldiers. Coupled with the difference in numbers, equipment, potions, single-use weapons, and combat experience. It would be strange if Zhou Zhou's side did not have the advantage. These Zergs are quite interesting. They seem to have been modified. Zhou Zhou realized this after carefully observing these Zerg soldiers. Then, without hesitation, he stretched out his right hand and activated Insight Defection. The next second, an invisible fluctuation covered these insect soldiers with his right palm as the center and quickly enveloped them, and a text notification appeared. Prompt: you have activated your Lord exclusive talent, Insight Defection. Insight Defection has taken effect. Lord Talent Notification: there are a total of 841,525 black iron tier iron-tailed worms, 691,251 green bronze tier scythe mantises, 348,411 white silver tier ladybugs, 149,660 yellow gold tier meteorite golden turtle ants, 19,960 white platinum tier blood dragons, 1001 diamond tier gold swallowing goo, and 50 extraordinary tier dark demonic butterflies have betrayed their lord's faction and become your loyal subordinates. 2 million Zergs. Not bad. Zhou Zhou nodded. While this number was far inferior to the results of the refined Flame Scarlet Legion, he could use these 2 million Zerg to probe the background of this Zerg lord. In this way, he could know what he wanted even without the help of the Bodhi Supreme, or even know more. On the other side, just now, after Zhou Zhou activated Insight Defection, the Insect Lord suddenly felt that her life connection with the 8 million plus insects was reduced by a quarter. This made her heart sink. Why did this King of the Blazing Sun have so many means that caught people off guard? At this moment, a blood-colored sword light suddenly appeared from the void behind the light spot. Before the Insect Lord could react, it pierced through the firefly worm that represented her existence. King of the Blazing Sun. We will meet again in the future. An angry voice came from where the firefly worms were. Then, the firefly worms that had been pierced by the blood sword turned into countless specks of light and dissipated into the air. Suan, who was still in the posture of drawing his sword, frowned slightly. After confirming that the other party had really escaped, he pulled up the unconscious Dark Martial Lord and turned into a bloody light that soared into the sky, flying in the direction of Zhou Zhou. At the same time, after the Insect Lord escaped, the 800 zergs around Zhou Zhou seemed to have received an order. They suddenly roared crazily and launched a suicidal attack on Zhou Zhou's soldiers fearlessly. Caught off guard, even though Zhou Zhou's soldiers' strength, equipment level, and combat experience far exceeded the other party, some of them were still injured. However, they were veterans after all. He quickly adjusted himself and calmly welcomed the final counterattack of these insectoid soldiers. A moment later, the battlefield returned to calm. Zhou Zhou's side won. Then, he asked Wenya to control the galaxy and put away all the Zerg corpses. Then, he returned to the back galaxy and flew straight back to the temporary cross-border teleportation channel. In front of the temporary cross-border teleportation channel, he took one last look at the Insect Tribe universe before opening the Insect Race Lord World channel on Cerulean Planet. With his Lord of the Blazing Sun ID, he sent a message on the World channel. Lord of the Blazing Sun is here. After that, he didn't care how much of a commotion his words had caused among these insect race lords. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the temporary cross-border teleportation channel and disappeared. Black Marshal City, where the temporary cross-border teleportation space tunnel was. The Mystic Heaven Lord was stationed here. At this moment, the Mystic Heaven Lord was observing his surroundings to prevent any enemies from approaching. He looked worriedly at the temporary cross-border teleportation channel and frowned from time to time. At this moment, a silver stream of light flashed through the temporary cross-border teleportation channel. Then, the galaxy's huge spacecraft appeared in the sky again. Mystic Heaven Lord looked at the galaxy and heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the temporary cross-border teleportation channel again and realized that it was dissipating bit by bit until it completely disappeared. Chapter 699, Interrogation. In the galaxy. In a small conference room, Zhou Zhou and Mystic Heaven Lord were sitting there. At this moment, they were looking at a man kneeling on the ground with drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. He was smiling foolishly. This man was none other than the Dark Martial Lord. How did Lord Dark Martial become like this? Mystic Heaven Lord could not help but feel a chill in his heart when he saw the Dark Martial Lord's expression. He looked at Zhou Zhou carefully. Could this be done by Zhou Zhou? Wasn't this too ruthless? Don't look at me. I'm not interested in this kind of thing. The person behind Lord Dark Martial made him like this. Zhou Zhou said calmly. He had arrived at the scene a long time ago with the galaxy. However, because he wanted to know more information, he had been hiding in the dark and did not appear. It was not until the Insect Lord wanted to turn the Dark Martial Lord into one of her own that he decisively attacked and appeared in front of the Insect Lord. There's someone behind him. The Mystic Heaven Lord was stunned. It's the Insect Lord. That woman even established a Sun Extermination Association and recruited a group of lords who are hostile to me. Zhou Zhou smiled and told him about it. The Sun Extermination Association has appeared again. The Mystic Heaven Lord said in surprise. He knew that his new backer usually did not like to take the initiative to show off on the World Channel. Therefore, there was not much news about him on the World Channel. And the Sun Extermination Association incident was one of the few incidents where the Lord of the Blazing Sun was involved. Back then, he had even watched the commotion for fun. Zhou Zhou nodded casually. Then how does your Majesty plan to deal with this organization? Is there anything I can do? The Mystic Heaven Lord immediately said. Now that he was Zhou Zhou's subordinate, he naturally knew how to protect the interests of his faction and attack the enemies of his faction. There's no need to do anything about it. Just issue a warrant and see if they have the guts to show up. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Won't it be a disaster to raise a tiger? The mystic heaven lord said worriedly. Let's wait until they grow to the level of the top lords of the myriad races before talking about raising a tiger. In my opinion, the value of me focusing on my own development is much higher than the value of spending effort to destroy them. Zhou Zhou said. And there was another very important reason. He had already checked the temporary cross-border teleportation channel. The remaining power of space teleportation on it was no longer enough for him to use the gate of restart again. And he currently did not have the preparations and means to fight across the universe. Therefore, to him, at this stage, it was very inconvenient to conquer a lord from another universe. Since that was the case, there was no need to spend so much effort. Seeing how determined Zhou Zhou was, the mystic heaven lord did not say anything else. He believed that His Majesty had his own judgment. I will talk to the military industry lord, the dragon lady lord, and the undead lord later and get them to issue the arrest warrant together, he said. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, Zhou Zhou and the mystic heaven lord chatted for a while. The mystic heaven lord could not help but say, I feel that His Majesty seems to have the dharmic powers of us Qi practitioners. That's right, I'm also a Qi practitioner. The immortal who gave me the Qi practitioner class change certificate is from the Myriad Sword Immortal sect. Ask the elders of the Profound Heaven Immortal sect later. They should know. Zhou Zhou chuckled. There was nothing to hide. The mystic heaven lord's eyes lit up. It turned out that both His Majesty and him were Qi practitioners. Moreover, from His Majesty's words, their sects seemed to have a certain relationship. He immediately felt that his relationship with His Majesty had become even closer. Then, the two of them chatted for a while before Mystic Heaven Lord stood up and left. Before walking out of the room, the Mystic Heaven Lord took one last look at the silly Dark Martial Lord. The formidable enemy he had been vexed about all this time couldn't last more than half a day in the hands of this King of the Blazing Sunday. He even fled to another universe, but he couldn't escape from His Majesty's grasp. The Mystic Heaven Lord thought silently. No wonder so many people liked to cozy up to someone powerful. His life problem could be resolved with a causal order in front of a big shot after all. With this comparison, who wouldn't want to find a backer to cozy up to someone powerful? At this moment, he was no longer resistant to becoming Zhou Zhou's subordinate. He even planned to work hard for Zhou Zhou in the future. Only then would he have a higher status among Zhou Zhou's many capable subordinates. Let's first do a good job of establishing the Black Heaven sect branch in the Blazing Sun Kingdom, he thought firmly. Then, he left the spaceship. On the other side, Zhou Zhou looked at the foolishly smiling Dark Martial Lord in front of him. You deserve to end up like this. But you can't continue to be so stupid now. I still have to ask you something. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself and healed him with the chaos healing technique. Right on the heels of that, under the treatment of the chaos healing technique, the originally silly Dark Martial Lord's eyes gradually became clear and his consciousness gradually became clear. Ah! He screamed in horror and frantically touched his face. What made him gradually heave a sigh of relief was that the insect lord's cerebrate worm seemed to have disappeared from his face. Then, he saw Zhou Zhou looking at him calmly. That extremely handsome, godlike face immediately let him know that the other party was the King of the Blazing Sun that he was extremely afraid of. King! King of the Blazing Sun! His face was extremely pale. He had just left the wolf's den and was now in the tiger's den. Why are you so afraid of me? Just saved you from the insect lord and healed the injuries caused by the cerebrate worm, otherwise, you'd still be a fool. Zhou Zhou looked at him and said calmly. Cold sweat broke out on the Dark Martial Lord's head. Then, he suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhou Zhou while begging for mercy. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! You're a magnanimous person. Spare me, a sinner. In the past, I was to entertain angels unaware, which was why I foolishly offended you. If I were given another chance, even if I had 180 more guts, I wouldn't dare to offend you. Please spare me. I'm willing to lead all the Lord members of the Dark Martial Alliance to offer our loyalty to you. From now on, if you want us to go east, we won't go west. If you want us to fight, we won't run. The Dark Martial Lord spoke for more than 10 minutes, but he did not stop. Moreover, all kinds of begging words came out of his mouth. This was the first time Zhou Zhou knew that there were so many ways of begging. Shut up! Zhou Zhou said. The Dark Martial Lord was about to say something when he suddenly stopped. I ask and you answer. If your answers satisfy me, I can spare your life. If you dare to hide or lie, then bear the consequences. There are a lot of extraordinary methods to detect lies on this high continent. Don't think you can hide it from me. Zhou Zhou stared into his eyes and said coldly. Such a weak-minded person. He could hear what he was thinking effortlessly. Yes. Yes, Your Majesty. I promise to tell you everything I know. The Dark Martial Lord hurriedly said. Tell me about you, the Sun Extermination Association, and the Insect Lord. Zhou Zhou said. Chapter 700, Insect Lord's Lord Talent Genetic Map. The Dark Martial Lord took a deep breath and began to organize his thoughts. Then, he said with a trembling voice. In the beginning, I didn't have much to do with the Insect Lord. However, one morning, a strange black insect suddenly found me. It didn't say anything else and only asked me to add the Insect Lord as a friend. I naturally know the name of the Insect Lord. There are only a few legendary tier Lord talents among the human lords on Cerulean planet after all. Therefore, I agreed without thinking. Later on, she asked me to join her Insect God Alliance on the condition that she would help me develop my territory and give me resources for development in the future. After a while, she saw that there were no problems with me and asked me to join the Sun Extermination Association. I didn't dare to refuse, so I joined the Sun Extermination Association. Then, the Kingdom Token incident happened. Zhou Zhou knew everything that happened after that. After listening, he was sure that this guy was not lying. How many lords does the Sun Extermination Association have? Zhou Zhou asked. About a dozen. This organization has just been rebuilt by the Insect Lord, so it hasn't recruited many people yet. The Dark Martial Lord said in a low voice. Tell me what you know about the Insect Lord. Zhou Zhou nodded and asked. The Dark Martial Lord thought about it and his eyes lit up. I know an important piece of information about the Insect Lord. Cut the crap. Just say it. Yes. Yes. The Insect Lord is actually working with the Dragon God Lord now. The Dark Martial Lord said quickly. Working together? How are they working together? Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. Then, he reacted. A space teleportation channel. Your Majesty is right. The Insect Lord had mastered a method to open the passageways to other universes, and then found the Dragon God Lord in the elemental realm. They then worked together. I'm not too sure about the entire contents of their collaboration, but it seems to be related to the fusion of insect genes and dragon genes. The Dark Martial Lord hurriedly said. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, a white platinum tier insect called Blood Dragon flashed across his mind. At that time, he was only a little surprised. He did not expect the insect tribe universe to have a high-level bloodline creature like the dragon tribe. Now he realized that the Blood Dragon was very likely a product of genetic fusion developed by the Insect Lord. I'll check it out later. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he thought of the chat content of the Lords of Cerulean Planet on the Insect Race Lord World channel. The Insect Lord seems to have a way to improve his genes and potential. Zhou Zhou looked at Lord Dark Martial. Yes, Your Majesty. The Dark Martial Lord hurriedly nodded. The Insect Lord told me that her legendary tier Lord talent is called the Genetic Map. It can contain the genes of all creatures in the world and make use of them at will. It's said that many of the insects with unique abilities under her command are genetically modified insects that she personally created through the genetic map. However, according to her, it depends on luck to create this kind of genetic modification. It requires a large number of genetic modification experiments to successfully create a new example of excellent genetic modification. This process consumes a lot of resources, so even she rarely uses this Lord talent. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. However, that was what he said. However, judging from the reactions of the insect lords on the World Channel, that insect lord had probably succeeded many times and had already started to use it to seek benefits for himself. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou could not help but feel that it was a pity. This legendary tier lord talent genetic map was also a lord talent that was comparable to a cheat. Unfortunately, he could only stay in the insect tribe universe for a short period of time. Otherwise, she would definitely think of a way to find him and take his lord talent. In any case, the other party had even established the Sun Extermination Association. Zhou Zhou did not feel burdened at all. The other party has grasped the method to come to the High Continent and established the Sun Extermination Association. He's not giving up on destroying me. If that's the case, I'll wait for you to come and kill me before taking your lord talent. He thought. His ability. It was his greatest confidence to be so calm and even indulge the other party. He believed that as long as he did not stop and continued to improve. Since the other party had not surpassed him previously, then, it would be even more impossible for her to surpass him in the future. If he became lazy in the future, he would stop advancing and let the other party surpass him. Then he would deserve whatever was coming his way. Perhaps I can deliberately create the illusion that I'm weak. At that time, I might lure out the insect lord and other enemies who have designs on me. This thought suddenly appeared in Zhou Zhou's mind. He shook his head. It all depended on the timing. The current situation was definitely not good. Perhaps in the future. That array-devouring goo toad was also modified by the insect lord. Zhou Zhou recalled this matter and asked. Now that the array-devouring goo toad had been locked into Zhou Zhou's small world, it was trembling in fear from the lightning in his small world. It's not just the modification of the genetic map. I heard that the insect lord even used some goo cultivation methods to refine that array-devouring goo toad. That array-devouring goo toad is really precious to her. If I hadn't brought more than 8 million soldiers to that universe, I'm afraid the insect lord wouldn't have let me come into contact with the array-devouring goo toad. The Dark Martial Lord muttered. Then, he suddenly realized something. Your Majesty, my 8 million soldiers. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Zhou Zhou's calm gaze on him and he was so frightened that he hurriedly changed his words. What about your Majesty's 8 million soldiers? I brought them all back. In the future, they will live well in my blazing sun kingdom. Their families will also be brought over. Zhou Zhou said calmly. The Dark Martial Lord nodded and bowed. Zhou Zhou said nothing. He recalled what the other party had said just now. Insect race and a goo cultivator. She will definitely be the protagonist if this was in an online novel. But if I take out 28 Lord talents, including 3 mythical tier unique Lord talents, how will you deal with them? Then, Zhou Zhou asked Lord Dark Martial some more questions. Lord Dark Martial was very afraid of death. He had done everything he could to answer. If he could not answer, he simply did not know. You can go now. Zhou Zhou said. The Dark Martial Lord was delighted. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will definitely repay Your Majesty for sparing my life in the future. With that, he immediately turned around respectfully and left the room. Zhou Zhou looked at his departing figure and sneered. This guy. The moment he left, he finally revealed his malicious intent. I'll definitely repay you in the future. After the Dark Martial Lord left the small conference room, although his expression did not change, he immediately thought viciously in his heart. He had already figured it out. The Dark Martial Alliance was finished. There should be no place for him among the humans on the Cerulean planet. Since that was the case, he might as well join the people of foreign races. When he was the Alliance Master of the Dark Martial Alliance, he had obtained a lot of information about the human Lord of Cerulean planet and the King of the Blazing Sunday. He could exchange this information for a large sum of money no matter which people of foreign race he went to. Especially the information about King of the Blazing Sunday. Those people of foreign races would definitely be very interested in the information about the strongest lord of all races. As for the consequences, who cares? It was fine as long as he lived well. If that didn't work, he would change his race. He had long been fed up with the low potential of the human race. Soon, he got off the spaceship. Just as he was fantasizing about joining the people of foreign races in the future and living a glorious life, he suddenly saw that a large group of Dark Martial City's subjects had gathered in front of him. At this moment, they were all looking at him as if they wanted to eat him alive. "Who are you?" The Dark Martial Lord was shocked. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was even angrier. Many people looked at him with bloodshot eyes. "Lord Dark Martial. Do you still remember that girl called Sun Ling? She's my sister. However, because you occasionally went out on the streets and took a fancy to her beautiful appearance, you ordered the soldiers to snatch my sister in the middle of the night. In less than 2 days, when my sister returned, she had already become a ravaged corpse. I'm here to avenge my sister. Zhou Zhou. You bastard! Some time ago, you rode your dog *T Cloud Wolf mount on the street and barged along the way, killing my old father, who was resting at a roadside stall. Have you forgotten? Lord Dark Martial. Just because my second brother said a few words about your usual atrocities in the tea house, you ordered your soldiers to capture him and kill him. How cruel and heartless are you? Lord Dark Martial, you deserve to die." More and more angry roars sounded. Soon, the Dark Martial Lord was injured and this was like a fuse. More and more people gathered around. One punch, one kick, one saber, one sword. At first, the Dark Martial Lord was screaming very loudly, until his voice stopped abruptly. A moment later, the crowd dispersed. Only a minced meat that didn't look human was left at the scene. A soldier walked over and stowed it in a sack expressionlessly before returning to the spaceship. Chapter 701, Epic Tier Overlord Talent Dark Walker, 1. In a small conference room, Zhou Zhou looked at the Dark Martial Lord who had turned into minced meat in front of him and shook his head. "I've already let you off and even specially told all the subjects of Dark Martial City this good news. You brought this upon yourself. You can't blame me if you can't live," he said. Zhou Zhou did not touch the other party's corpse, directly extracted his loots from afar. His gaze landed only on the other party's Lord Talent Sphere and Lord Talent Crystal Fragment. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere Dark Walker. Treasure grade, Epic Tier. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have an Epic Tier Lord Talent Dark Walker. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. After absorbing it, you can obtain an Epic Tier Lord Talent. Absorb this Lord Talent Sphere, Epic Tier. Dark Walker. Is this the higher level talent of an extraordinary tier Lord Talent Dark Martial Artist? Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. Then, without hesitation, he directly absorbed this Lord Talent. The next second, the Epic Tier Lord Talent Sphere immediately turned into countless purple light spots and surged into his glabella. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes. A moment later, he reopened his eyes again after some time. Then, he immediately opened his Lord's personal information. In his Lord Talent column, the Epic Tier Lord Talent, Dark Walker, appeared. The 29th Lord Talent. I'm about to break through 30. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he opened the details of the talent. Lord Talent, Dark Walker, Epic Tier. Dark Walker, a special Lord talent. When the Scarlet Fog first descended on the High Continent, countless life forms accidentally entered the Scarlet Fog because they did not know the dangers of the Scarlet Fog. In the end, they were killed by the fog monsters hidden in the Scarlet Fog. In the face of the increasingly vast Scarlet Fog, the compressed living environment made the survival of normal life forms the most urgent problem. In this critical moment of life and death, a group of forerunners who were not afraid of death had created a special obscure class Dark Walker through countless explorations and sacrifices. The Dark Walkers were not powerful enough to destroy the Scarlet Fog, but they had mastered various strange methods to resist the corrosion of the Scarlet Fog. They used their power to protect the safety of normal life forms, relying on these strange methods, when the powerful extraordinaires did not save them, greatly slowing down the speed at which normal life forms died. Later, when powerful extraordinaires appeared and protected them, the Dark Walkers were gradually forgotten by the world because they did not master supernatural powers and other drawbacks. Specific Talent Effect 1. Your territory has a Dark Walker class change statue. When a life form makes an oath to protect normal life forms in front of the class change statue, it can automatically become a Dark Walker and master all the methods of a Dark Walker. Specific Talent Effect 2. Black Membrane. Dark Walkers can activate a power called Black Membrane, causing a black membrane to appear around them, protecting them from the corrosion of the Scarlet Fog when they go out at night. Specific Talent Effect 3. Demon Vanquishing Powder. The Dark Walker has mastered a special potion-making method called Demon Vanquishing Powder. After encountering a fog monster and throwing the Demon Vanquishing Powder on the monster, it can eliminate the increase in strength obtained by the fog monster. Specific Talent Effect 4. Demon Concealment Ointment. The Dark Walker has mastered a special potion-making method called Demon Concealment Ointment. After applying the Demon Concealment Ointment on himself, when he encounters fog monsters, there is a high chance that the fog monsters will treat the living beings who use the Demon Concealment Ointment as members of the fog monsters' camp, so that he will not be attacked by the fog monsters. Specific Talent Effect 5. Sacred Redemption Medicine. The Dark Walker has mastered a special potion-making method called the Sacred Redemption Medicine. After consuming the Sacred Redemption Medicine, there is a certain probability that a life form that had just turned into a fog monster not long ago could become a normal life form again. Lord Talent Notification 1. This class has been optimized by the Supreme Will, removing the disadvantage of changing into a Dark Walker. Lord Talent Notification 2. When the Dark Walker loses the will to protect normal life forms, he will automatically lose all the means of the Dark Walker. Lord Talent Notification 3. This class is a life profession. Any living being who has the ambition to protect normal life forms can work part-time. After Zhou Zhou read the details of this Lord Talent, his eyes widened. What did he see? There was actually a potion that could turn the fog monster back into a normal life form. The Sacred Redemption Medicine. This effect was indeed worthy of its reputation as a sacred medicine. In comparison, the talent effect called Black Membrane seemed a little insignificant. One had to know that Zhou Zhou had come into contact with many important figures and obtained many bloodline inheritances ever since he arrived in the High Continent. In terms of knowledge and experience, he believed that even the clansmen from those great races might not be better than him. Even so, he had never heard of anyone researching a potion that could turn the fog monster into a normal life form. It was as if it was irreversible. Now, he actually saw such a magical method in a profession called the Dark Walker. Moreover, such a class had other magical methods to deal with the fog monsters. Black Membrane, Demon Vanquishing Powder, Demon Concealment Ointment. From the looks of it, any one of them was enough to shock all the living beings in the High Continent. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou was even more puzzled. How could such a useful class decline? He thought. That shouldn't be the case since the myriad worlds were affected by the Crimson Overlord's Scarlet Fog. This profession should be able to shine in such an environment. He thought for a moment and decided to look for the Dark Walker's professional statue first. When Zhou Zhou thought of this, he immediately got Wenya to use the teleportation array to return to the ancient teleportation array from before. Then, at full speed, they returned to the capital in the blink of an eye. The spatial teleportation array of the Mystic Heaven Immortal Alliance headquarters should be completed tomorrow. At that time, it won't be so troublesome to go back and forth. Zhou Zhou thought. Actually, it was not very troublesome. Flying back and forth was a matter of the blink of an eye with the galaxy. However, he only had 10 galaxy after all. He would definitely use them all in war. How could he use them for normal transportation? Dragon Lady Lord, Military Industry Lord, and Undead Lord have to arrange teleportation arrays as well. Even though these three people have submitted to me, they should still have some ambition in their hearts. Open the teleportation array and let them see the difference. Perhaps we can eliminate their ambitions and make them completely loyal. If we open the teleportation array, they will have some thoughts that they shouldn't have. Then I'll find out in time. Zhou Zhou's expression was dark. Please don't give him a reason to attack. Other than the Military Industry Lord, the Dragon Lady Lord and the Undead Lord both had epic tier Lord talents. Once he dealt with these two people, with the enhancement of his loots, they could directly become 2 legendary tier Lord talents. While he did not lack 2 legendary tier Lord talents, if it was offered to him, he would not refuse. However, if they were willing to follow him obediently, he was also willing to accept them. They were talents who had relied on their own strength to reach this level after all. They all had extremely strong leadership and organizational ability. Moreover, Zhou Zhou valued talents. Chapter 702, Epic Tier Lord Talent Dark Walker, 2. Especially as his territory increased, he needed more and more such talents with strong organizational and leadership abilities. As for Dragon Lady Lord and the others, they were undoubtedly such top talents. Or rather, every lord of all races was either a talented person or a worker with experience from the relevant organizations. It was just that the Dragon Lady Lord and the others were the best among them. Zhou Zhou called Atli over and asked her to find the professional statue of the Dark Walker. Half an hour later, Atli came back. Your Majesty, we've found it. Atli said respectfully. Take me there. Zhou Zhou stood up. Yes, Your Majesty. Then, the two of them left the place one after another. A moment later, Zhou Zhou stood in front of a statue. This statue was only as tall as a person. He wore a black robe and carried a medicine basket on his back. He held a walking stick in his hand and walked forward. He looked ordinary and did not feel anything special. This is the Dark Walker's class advancement statue. Zhou Zhou looked at the statue in disbelief. It was a talent creation with an epic tier Lord talent after all. Why did it look worse than a statue at a roadside stall? Moreover, this statue appeared in a very remote place. It was as if it was afraid that others would notice it. He didn't think too much about it and thought about the class change. Determined to protect normal life forms. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and his expression gradually turned solemn. I, Zhou Zhou, was originally just one of the many living beings. Of course I won't forget my roots. I will always abide by the will of the Dark Walker and protect my subjects. He said. He definitely loved his subject and would even think of ways to nurture them. They could spend as much manpower, financial resources, and material resources as they wanted. However, for those who resented him, hated him, and even wanted to destroy him, why should he care if the other party was dead or alive? After he finished speaking, he quietly looked at the statue of the Dark Walker. 10 seconds later, a black light flew out of the statue of the Dark Walker and flew towards Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou endured it and did not move, allowing the black light to fly into his glabella. He felt some class inheritance information appear in his mind. This included the origins of the Dark Walkers, history, famous professionals, achievement, and the most important method of creating the black membrane, demon vanquishing powder, demon concealment ointment, and sacred redemption medicine. Soon, Zhou Zhou had completely absorbed all the inheritance of this class. After he came back to his senses, he could not help but sigh faintly. There are so few class inheritances. Blacksmiths have more skills than you. While that was true, Zhou Zhou, who had already become a Dark Walker and received the inheritance of the Dark Walker, already knew why there were so few inheritances of this class. It was simple, it was just that its development time was too short. Moreover, the disadvantages of its previous class also made very few people willing to take on this profession. The first Dark Walker developed the special power of the black membrane, which ignores the corrosion of the scarlet fog, by devouring the corpse of the fog monster and supplementing it with some digestive secret medicine. But it's not without a price. The price was: Dark Walkers who have mastered the black membrane technique will lose control of their bodies as the number of times they use the black membrane increases. They will become uglier and uglier, less and less like ordinary life forms, more and more like fog monsters. In the end, they would almost 100% become a new fog monster. That's exactly why every Dark Walker would usually choose to hide their figure in a black robe to prevent others from seeing their abnormality. When one is about to lose control of their consciousness and become a fog monster, the Dark Walker will choose to leave the gathering place of life forms and head to the final destination alone. Then, he will commit suicide and end his life. The fate of every Dark Walker is almost always this tragic. This is the price of obtaining the power of the fog. That's why even the Dark Walker himself is unwilling to pass down this profession. In addition, after the Dark Walkers saw that the extraordinaires had taken action and protected the living beings of the High Continent, they felt that their class was redundant, so they were even more unwilling to leave legacies behind for their class. Hence, in less than 100 years, this profession disappeared. Zhou Zhou fell silent. Only now did he know the weight of the Dark Walker profession. This profession had clearly saved countless life forms when it was born. However, because of this act of saving life forms, they bore the curse of fate. In the end, they all embarked on self-destruction, not even leaving their names behind. As for why they did not leave behind the recipes for the demon vanquishing powder, demon concealment ointment, and sacred redemption medicine when they self-destructed, Zhou Zhou only found out after becoming a Dark Walker. This was because the materials for making the demon vanquishing powder, demon concealment ointment, and sacred redemption medicine all required a little bit of the Dark Walker's own blood as the medicinal catalyst. Only then could these three divine medicines be effective. Otherwise, their effects were no different from poison. Even when using these three potions, he needed the Dark Walker to activate them with the power of the black membrane. Otherwise, he would not be able to use these three potions. It was precisely because of these two reasons that the Dark Walker did not leave behind the formulas for the three potions. Or rather, they were left behind but no one could discover their value, and in the end, they gradually declined. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and took out a piece of paper. Then, he wrote down all the herbs needed for the potions and handed it to Atli. Atli took it and looked at it. She realized that the medicinal herbs inside were all unqualified medicinal herbs. What did it mean to be unqualified? They were ordinary herbs that were even inferior to black iron tier herbs. A medicinal herb of this level could be said that it was everywhere and was not valuable at all in an extraordinary place like the High Continent. Zhou Zhou found it hard to imagine. Back then, the first batch of Dark Walkers had relied on these unorthodox herbs to bring hope to the living beings who had suffered the Scarlet Fog disaster for the first time. Get Linger to gather all the medicinal herbs here. Collect 10 billion sets first. Inform the Alchemist Guild, the pharmacists, doctors, and other classes in the territory. They can even be normal subjects. From now on, do your best to make this potion. These potions were originally made by ordinary people after research. With a little familiarity with his territory's subjects, he could easily make them. Wenye, you should also start building the corresponding pharmaceutical factory. Once it's completed, start working immediately. All the expenses mentioned above will be handled by the kingdom. Zhou Zhou said. Yes. Your Majesty. The gentle voice that was everywhere appeared in Zhou Zhou's mind. Lastly, get all the soldiers and subjects in the territory to come here and accept the profession inheritance of the Dark Walker. That's all for now. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll do it right away. Atli said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. The current Dark Walker class no longer had the disadvantages of the class that they had when they were just developed. Naturally, he could allow all subjects to accept his class inheritance. Zhou Zhou felt that the history of the Dark Walker should not be forgotten by the world. He would let the subjects of his territory remember them first. Chapter 703, The Angry Bodhi Supreme. The Fearful Insect Lord. After Atli left, Zhou Zhou raised his hands and clenched his fists slightly. The next second, as his power erupted, wisps of black light appeared on the surface of his body, then formed a thin black membrane on his body. So this is the black membrane. Indeed, I don't feel any supernatural power augmenting this black membrane. This black membrane can only give life forms the ability to resist the corrosion of the scarlet fog. It's like wearing close-fitting soft armor. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. The class characteristics of this Dark Walker were somewhat similar to the class characteristics of a demon hunter. They could obtain the ability to protect themselves from their enemies, and their lifespans were extremely long. However, demon hunters could have extraordinary power and form very quickly. This was not something that Dark Walkers could compare to. Previously, Zhou Zhou also wanted to obtain a demon hunter class. With his current fighting god full-time Master 6, it was naturally not a problem for him to have 6 additional classes. However, the grade of the demon bloodline that Gurdon, the demon hunter subject, could provide him with was too low. The best demon bloodline was only at the extraordinary tier level. Zhou Zhou now had a god spirit level subordinate. His ambition naturally became higher. In his eyes, no matter what, only a low-tier deity-level demon bloodline was worthy of his attention. The low-level demon bloodline ability was almost useless to him, who only used law skills when fighting now. Therefore, Zhou Zhou wanted to make a trip to the front lines of the abyss through the Night Temple in the future when he had the time. He wanted to send his god spirits to hunt for a god-tier demon bloodline so that it could become his first demon bloodline power as a demon hunter class. However, because he had been too busy recently, this matter had been delayed until now. I'll deal with the demon hunter class after I'm done with my work. Zhou Zhou thought. There was so much he needed to do now, like solving the Refined Flame Scarlet Legion, completing the hidden mission of the New Wind Demon Kingdom, searching for the lost treasures of the New Wind Demon Kingdom, and the current activity of the King of 10,000 Kings. Everything else was also important, so he could only put aside the matter of the demon hunter class. Zhou Zhou was not idle either. He found Wu Tu and asked him to give the order for the soldiers to rest for an hour before leading the soldiers to help Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the others to protect the 450 million new recruits and increase their strength. Then, Zhou Zhou spent 3 normal questions to find out the location of the headquarters of the Dragon Lady Alliance, the Undead Alliance, and the Military and Industrial Alliance through the Bodhi Supreme. That's it. I won't let you ask questions on credit again. Pay off the debt you owe first. Bodhi Supreme could no longer hold it in facing Zhou Zhou's repeated debts. After shouting, it stopped talking. Zhou Zhou poked the other party twice before it actually turned invisible and disappeared. We'll meet again when you pay your debts. Humph. After Bodhi Supreme finished speaking, it really did not respond to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou was helpless. In that case, then he would probably not see this big brother for 6 to 7 days. Looks like I'll have to settle the debt slowly first. Zhou Zhou lamented. Fortunately, there was nothing important to ask now. Otherwise, it would really be a little troublesome. Then, he found Suan. Suan. I have a quest for you. You and Vicky, lead the array masters of the Night Empire, and some people needed to set up the array. Go to the Dragon Lady Lord's Dragon Blood Alliance headquarters, the Undead Lord's Undead Alliance headquarters, and the Military Industry Lord's Military Engineering Alliance headquarters and build a two-way teleportation array led by the Blazing Sun Kingdom at their headquarters. There's no need to pay attention to anything else other than that the right to open and close the teleportation portal has to be in our own hands when building the two-way teleportation array. Also, when you return, remember to bring back 1/3 of the kingdom's resources from the Dragon Lady Lord, the Undead Lord, and the Mystic Heaven Lord. This is a map of the locations of the 3 headquarters. Take a galaxy and return quickly. Zhou Zhou handed him the map. Yes, Your Majesty. Suan said respectfully, then turned around and left without any hesitation. After everyone left, Zhou Zhou suddenly felt lighter. This was the advantage of having loyal and capable subordinates. There was no need for him to do anything himself. He could just hand it over to his subordinates. The Lord himself could be a hands-off boss and directly accept the results of the capable people's work. Relaxed, Zhou Zhou first went to the Alchemist Union, then to the shelter of the Goddess of Life, and then to other places in the territory. He chatted with the subjects for a while and ate barbecue at a roadside stall. Then, he patted his stomach and returned to the advanced grade Lord's Paradise in satisfaction. In an exclusive cultivation room, Zhou Zhou sat cross-legged on a mat, preparing to continue comprehending the Lord Talent, Hand of Wealth. However, before that, he looked at the void in front of him and said helplessly, "Bodhi Supreme, I need your help to comprehend the Lord's laws." The air was silent for a while, then, the Bodhi Supreme suddenly appeared in his right hand. "Thank you." Zhou Zhou smiled and touched the black gold seed. Then, he used it to enter a state of self-absorption and began to comprehend the Hand of Wealth. At the same time, in the insect tribe universe, Planet Pandora. D*MN Lord of the Blazing Sun. A sharp whistle came from the insectoid throne at the highest point of the planet. The entire planet's surface shook. Then, they looked in the direction of their queen in fear, not knowing why their queen was angry. On top of a ferocious royal clan formed from stone sculptures of insectoids. A beautiful woman in a dark purple sexy dress with a dark purple crown on her head and a pair of dark purple narrow eyes was angrily grabbing the handle of her throne, looking like she wanted to crush it. She was the Insect Lord. Ever since she began to use her legendary Tier Lord Talent genetic map, she had worked hard to improve the genes of the Zergs under her command and increase her Lord power. At the same time, she had also created a human body for herself. It was the human body in front of them. This human body was modeled after her original body on Earth. After she succeeded in creating it, she even gave up her original insectoid body and used this human body as her main body. She was once a beautiful female foreign noble. She knew that the insectoids were very powerful. However, she still could not accept the ugly appearance of the insect race. Therefore, she would rather give up her strength and return to her human body. Anyway, as a lord, she did not need to personally take action and fight on the battlefield. Therefore, she actually did not have much obsession with whether her main body was strong or not. But now, the Insect Lord felt that she had a great obsession with vengeance on Zhou Zhou. More than 8 million of my insect race members were actually wiped out by you. All my insectoid subordinates have been destroyed by you. King of the Blazing Sun. You really deserve to die. The Insect Lord gritted her teeth in hatred. After this battle, her lord's faction could be said to have suffered a huge blow. She might even lose her status as the insect god on the World Channel. Chapter 704, The Perturbed Princess Yuling. Actually, she was already in danger. This was because before the King of the Blazing Sun left, he actually left a sentence on the World Channel, "The Lord of the Blazing Sun was here," which was ridiculous and childish in her eyes. How dare you write this? Do you think you're Sun Wukong? However, it was these ridiculous words that dealt her an even greater blow. This was because the other party could clearly say things like "your insect god is just so-so." I've already easily defeated her on the world channel that could deal a greater blow to morale. However, he did not say anything. He only left behind a sentence: the Lord of the Blazing Sun is here. What did this mean? This meant that in the eyes of the Lord of the Blazing Sun, defeating her was not as interesting as leaving a sentence on the world channel: the Lord of the Blazing Sun is here. This was simply a huge insult to the insect lord, who had always had a lot of pride. And most importantly, a lord of the Zerg race saw and filmed the entire process of the King of the Blazing Sun defeating her from a hidden angle. It even sent it to the world channel. As soon as this video was released, all the Zerg lords started doubting the strength of the insect lord. Is this really the strongest lord in their insect tribe universe? Why does she look so weak in front of the King of the Blazing Sun? She was actually completely wiped out after fighting for a while. This result made many on their world channel stop addressing her as the insect god, other than a small number of insect lords, fanatical fan lords and the lord members of the Insect God Alliance. This great honor came because of her tyrannical strength. In the end, she also lost it because of her strength. The insect lord felt very aggrieved. However, she could not say anything to refute the huge difference in strength between the King of the Blazing Sun and her. The King of the Blazing Sun was too strong. While it was only one attack, what was exposed was also so strong that it made her feel a little desperate. She even felt that even if she could join forces with the Dragon God Lord and the two legendary tier Lord talents to fight against the King of the Blazing Sun together, the chances of winning were very slim. Everyone clearly started at the same point. Why is the difference so big? The Insect Lord was very confused and afraid. She was afraid that the King of the Blazing Sun would find her again and kill her. With the King of the Blazing Sun's strength, it was very simple to do this. She was already severely injured and only had some Zerg cubs that could not form any reasonable combat strength under her command after all. If the King of the Blazing Sun came knocking on her door, she would have no room to resist. Even though there was still a large amount of genetic resources stored in her treasure vault that could be used to nurture newborn Zerg cubs and accelerate their growth to form combat strength, this would also take a lot of time. What she lacked the most now was time. She had no choice, so she did not even reply to the doubts about her on the world channel. Instead, she focused on hiding here to recover her strength. At the same time, she silently prayed that the King of the Blazing Sun would not come over. She no longer cared about reputation and only wanted to survive now. As for the Dragon God Lord, she had also asked him for help. However, when the other party heard that the King of the Blazing Sun could actually come to her universe, he kept refusing to come, saying that he needed time to reorganize the dragon race. How could the Insect Lord not tell that the other party was afraid? He was afraid that he would be implicated and killed if he went over. But she had no choice and could only curse in her heart that the other party was a coward. At the same time, in the Night Empire, Yuling Palace, Princess Yuling was sitting on an exquisite throne, listening to the reports of the generals below. You're saying that there's a huge mysterious force leading nearly 500 million soldiers to eliminate those fog monster forces around the territory of our Night Empire? She asked in surprise after hearing the other party's report. Which faction is it? What else did they do other than clearing out the forces of the fog monsters? Yuling immediately asked. Nothing else other than clearing the fog monsters. As for which faction it is, I didn't dare to send troops forward to ask because the other party is protected by an expert. However, from the standard military uniforms on them, they seem to be from the Blazing Sun Kingdom. The general also looked hesitant towards the end. He really did not believe that a beginner Kingdom Lord faction that had just established a kingdom could send so many soldiers out to fight. What did it mean to have more than 500 million soldiers? That was triple the number of soldiers of their Night Empire. It was the size of ordinary intermediate grade empires. However, this was the information obtained by the scouts. He could not lie. Blazing Sun Kingdom. Princess Yuling looked confused. Her first thought was, Could some veteran Empire-level Lord faction have disguised themselves as soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom and secretly come over to help them? She dismissed this idea in no time. Who would do something so thankless, not asking for anything in return, to appear in a world like the High Continent where war was frequent? Have the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom come to Whisper City today? Princess Yu Ling thought for a moment and asked. Yes. The other party also piloted a Machina race spaceship suspected to be at the God Spirit tier. And according to the scouts, that huge and magnificent God Spirit tier spaceship also exists among the nearly 500 million soldiers. The general said. Is there anything else worth noting? Yu Ling's eyes flickered as she asked. Also. According to the scouts' report, about 90% of those soldiers seem to be new recruits. Those human soldiers are also specially looking for the weak Scarlet Fog Monster faction to attack. Rather than saying that they're clearing the forces of the Fog Monsters, it's more like they're training their troops. The general voiced his guess. Princess Yu Ling pondered for a long time and looked at the general. Order our soldiers to prepare for battle. At the same time, send troops to come into contact with this faction. If the other party is really from the Blazing Sun Kingdom, make a request to support them. Since we're allies, how can we let the other party fight alone? If the other party is not from the Blazing Sun Kingdom or his answer is unclear, immediately retreat to the border fortress and prepare to defend against the enemy. Princess Yu Ling's expression was solemn. If this group of people was really allies, then the crisis of their Night Empire should be easily resolved. But if these people were enemies with ulterior motives, Princess Yu Ling's thoughts went wild. Then the Night Empire will probably be destroyed today. However, she believed in the former more. If the other party was really hostile, why would they beat around the bush with their terrifying military strength? If they attacked directly, their Night Empire would definitely not be able to stop them as long as they were not stingy with the lives of the recruits. 3 hours later, in the Blazing Sun Kingdom, Suan and Vicky returned with the resources of the 3 kingdoms. They handed the resource list to Zhou Zhou. When Zhou Zhou saw the list, he could not help but chuckle. The Dragon Lady Lord, the Undead Lord, and the Mystic Heaven Lord seemed to have discussed it halfway. Each of them handed over a third of the kingdom's wealth, which was 500 legendary tier mist cores. It was exactly the same as the 1/3 of the kingdom's wealth that the military industry lord had paid previously. We've discussed this in advance. Zhou Zhou smacked his lips. Chapter 705, Using the Eye of the Heavens Anger Secret Law. Zhou Zhou's enlightenment. Zhou Zhou did not mind. 500 legendary tier mist cores were about a third of the wealth of an ordinary beginner kingdom. It was just that they did not want to suffer a loss. There was no need to pursue it too much. Other than the 500 legendary tier mist cores, the Dragon Lady Lord also sent over 100 drakes with dragon bloodline according to the previous transaction conditions. Their strength ranged from green bronze tier elementary grade to white silver tier advanced grade. The Undead Lord also sent over a yellow gold tier advanced grade pure-blooded bone dragon according to the transaction conditions. As for the Mystic Heaven Lord, he had already begun to prepare to establish a branch of the Black Heaven sect in the Blazing Sun Kingdom and set up an Immortal Sect department to test the spiritual roots of the Blazing Sun Kingdom's subjects. The construction could officially begin when the two-way teleportation array was officially built tomorrow. The value of the kingdom token is very tempting to the current lord of the Cerulean planet. I'll get a few more kingdom tokens later. There are many lords with potential in the Cerulean planet. If I take this opportunity to sell the kingdom token, I can completely obtain a large number of rare resources and the support of a large number of lords with potential. Zhou Zhou thought. At this rate, while he might not be able to control all the lords of the Cerulean planet in the future, he could at least control more than 90% of the lords of the Cerulean planet. As for the mist cores, he did not care too much. A moment later, in a quiet room, Zhou Zhou closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the futon to adjust his mental state. A moment later, he opened his eyes, and a glint of hidden feeling flashed across them. I have time now. It's time to try the Eye of the Heavens Anger secret law. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and formed a hand seal called the Eye of the Heavens Anger in the Eye of the Heavens Anger secret law with both hands. After the hand seal was formed, Zhou Zhou immediately felt that his soul seemed to be attracted by a gentle force and was about to fly towards the unknown netherworld. He knew that this was a normal feeling when using the Eye of the Heavens Anger, so he did not resist and let this power guide his soul to the unknown land. During the flight, Zhou Zhou's panic, suspicion, fear, curiosity, and other emotions towards the unknown slowly disappeared. He was like a living being with a god's perspective. He calmly and coldly felt his soul and quietly waited for it to reach the end. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Zhou's soul finally arrived at its destination. It was pitch black here, yet it also seemed to contain countless colors. This place was chaotic. It was as if it had already derived all things. This place was extremely quiet. It was as if countless voices were shouting and chanting. All kinds of conflicting and harmonious strange feelings filled Zhou Zhou's soul consciousness. At first, Zhou Zhou felt that his soul was about to be torn apart and eaten by this strange feeling. But gradually, Zhou Zhou felt himself calm down. Like the origin of laws, he examined the world without emotion. And then, he discovered the territory of the Blazing Sun Kingdom from his perspective. His consciousness extended to the surroundings of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. He also saw the strength of the other kingdoms, Lord factions, and Scarlet Fog. When he saw the Scarlet Fog faction, he suddenly felt a faint discomfort. When the Refined Flame Scarlet Legion appeared in his perspective, especially when he saw the Legion commander of the Refined Flame Scarlet Legion, the uncomfortable feeling in his heart immediately soared. It was as if there was a consciousness in his heart telling him to destroy it. As long as they destroyed the other party, the High Continent would be protected, repaired, and corrected. It would become better. Zhou Zhou suddenly understood. There was an enemy in the Refined Flame Scarlet Legion that even the Supreme Will wanted to eliminate. As long as he destroyed him, he could obtain a large number of faction points in this King of 10,000 Kings event. He could even unlock an achievement. After Zhou Zhou found out about this, he was not too affected. Instead, he continued to explore into the distance. He could feel it. The range he could detect through the Eye of the Heavens Anger was definitely more than this. After more than 4 hours, Zhou Zhou's soul returned from the netherworld and entered his body again. His eyes were shockingly bright. It was not just because he had checked a total of 5 important fog monsters that the Supreme Will wanted to eliminate during the use of the Eye of the Heavens Anger. More importantly, when he observed the High Continent from the perspective of the Supreme Will, he comprehended the meaning of the Lord Law. Even though this meaning did not allow him to master any powerful Lord talent again, it made him understand why the Goddess of Life had said last time that his path was right, but his heart had gone the wrong way. Lord's Law, also known as the Supreme Law, Emperor's Law, God's Law, Control Law, Control Law. I was so stupid. Why must I master the Hand of Wealth completely when I comprehend it? This way. Even if I completely master the Lord's Law represented by the Hand of Wealth, won't the path I take as a God Spirit become a path to steal money? Isn't this like losing a watermelon and picking up a sesame seed? No matter what kind of Lord Law I comprehend, what I want to master in the end should be the Supreme Law, Great Dao of the Lord Law, not a part of it. Control, control. That's the key. I don't need to master the Lord Law behind every Lord talent. I just need to learn how to use these Lord Laws. Zhou Zhou looked excited. This was like solving a math problem. Students did not need to understand how the mathematical formula for solving the problem came about. He could still solve the problem as long as he knew how to use the mathematical formula rationally. Of course, even though that was the case. However, it did not mean that Zhou Zhou could not learn the incomplete Lord Law represented by the low-level Lord talent. This was because he was like a child who had just entered kindergarten when it came to the Lord Law. Even if he was given a lot of mathematical formulas, he would not be able to solve a high school mathematics problem. Not to mention the world problem. The current Zhou Zhou needed to start with the incomplete Lord Law behind the low-level Lord talent and slowly comprehend the mysteries of the Lord Law. After laying the foundation, he could better comprehend the more profound Lord Law and even control the entire Lord Law in the future. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou immediately took out the Bodhi Supreme and activated the Supreme Eye. He began to comprehend the incomplete Lord Law represented by the Black Iron Tier Lord Talent, Hand of Wealth. A moment later, Zhou Zhou, who was comprehending the Lord's Law, looked delighted. He did not know if it was because his heart was in the right place, but when he comprehended the Lord's Law again, he realized that his speed of comprehending the Lord's Law was more than 10 times faster than yesterday. In Zhou Zhou's eyes, comprehending the Lord Law represented by this Hand of Wealth Lord Talent was as easy as eating and drinking. Perhaps I can comprehend higher level Lord Talents. Zhou Zhou thought arrogantly. Then, he quickly calmed down. Let's completely comprehend the incomplete Lord Law behind the Hand of Wealth first. Zhou Zhou was very stable. Be it being a lord or comprehending the laws, in any case, he was only at the epic tier intermediate grade now. He would only touch the threshold of becoming a god when he reached the legendary tier advanced grade, so there was no need for him to be anxious. Time passed slowly. Zhou Zhou was still immersed in comprehending the Lord's Law and could not extricate himself. This feeling of suddenly discovering that he was a good seedling really made him unable to stop after all. However, things didn't go as planned. Your Majesty, the refined flame Scarlet Legion has already advanced about 1,000 kilometers away from the border of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Atli walked in and reported respectfully to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 706, Fighting the Refined Flame Scarlet Legion, 1. Zhou Zhou looked at Bai Yun. How's the increase in the strength of the recruits? He asked. All of them have been upgraded to white-silver tier. Some with outstanding potential have even reached the yellow-gold tier. Bai Yun replied respectfully. A total of 450 million black iron tier elementary grade recruits had all advanced to the white-silver tier or even yellow-gold tier after all. In the eyes of others, this was probably a fantasy. However, with the help of the epic tier Lord Talent War Master God, this matter became possible. Zhou Zhou nodded calmly. Even though white-silver tier and yellow-gold tier soldiers were still considered middle and lower-level combatants in the upcoming war. With the enhancement of equipment, skills, and military formations, it was enough for them to play their role in war. Come on! Prepare for battle! Zhou Zhou stood up and walked out of the advanced grade Lord's Paradise with Bai Yun. A moment later, about 900 kilometers away from the Blazing Sun Kingdom, Zhou Zhou and the others were riding a galaxy and stopping 10,000 meters in the sky. They were looking at the refined flame Scarlet Legion below through virtual external mode. Zhou Zhou looked at it for a while before turning to look at Heros and Ziwu. Gentlemen, did you encounter any accidents today? He asked. Haha, what accidents can we encounter with this galaxy around? They did fly here and want to destroy your Apocalypse Satellite 9, but they won't be able to do anything to us as long as we put the Apocalypse Satellite into the galaxy and fly away. We can only let your Apocalypse Satellite 9 continuously fire lasers at their army soldiers, injuring or even killing experts below the God Spirit level. Not only are we not injured at all after a day, the other party lost at least 100 legendary tier experts. As for the other fog monsters below the epic tier, more than 1,000 of them died. Heros laughed loudly. He still felt emotional when he said this. He did not expect the 10 Apocalypse Satellite 9 to be able to kill so many powerful fog monsters in just a day. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. As expected of the secret weapon given to him by the ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou, it did not disappoint him. In the end, he took a deep breath and looked at everyone solemnly. Everyone, prepare to fight. He said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone responded in unison. Your Majesty, Do you have any means to deal with them? I'm talking about those scarlet god spirits. According to my observations throughout the day, there should be 7 scarlet god spirits among them. Moreover, there are 2 high-tier deity-level god spirits, 2 mid-tier deity-level god spirits, and 3 low-tier god spirits. It's not scary for them to fight alone, but if they attack together, I'm afraid no god spirit among us can withstand their joint offensive. Heraus looked at Zhou Zhou and said solemnly. In today's battle with the refined flame Scarlet Legion, they already had an absolute advantage in terms of normal soldiers. However, in terms of god spirit level combat strength, they occupied a considerable disadvantage. After all, other than Ziwu and him, there were only 3 god spirits on their side, including the local god spirit of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, Lady Ice Flower Vicky. On the other hand, there were a total of 7 scarlet god spirits, and there were many high-level god spirits among them. To be honest, this difference was a little big. If they could not deal with the enemy's scarlet god spirit combat strength, even if they could win this battle, the final outcome would probably be a tragic victory. Heraus also reminded him kindly. Zhou Zhou naturally understood what he meant. He nodded and said seriously. Don't worry, I have my own way of dealing with them. If I really can't win, I'll ask those powerful factions to send god spirits to help. The Elven Empire, the Night Temple, and even the Night Empire that could not protect themselves. Zhou Zhou was confident that he could invite god spirit level allies from them to help. However, that was what he returned to do when he encountered a desperate situation. He wanted to see the limits of his soldiers now. Ziwu's eyes were dark and did not speak. Since His Majesty the General was so confident, there was no need to mention anything else. Then, they did not waste any time. Zhou Zhou first asked Wenya to land the galaxy on the ground. Then, he released all 500 million soldiers from the galaxy and began to arrange their formation. At the same time, at the refined flame Scarlet Legion. In the middle of the army, a scarlet god spirit that was more than 10 meters tall and covered in a layer of golden brown lava armor, had a cow-headed helmet on his head, and carried a huge void blade on his back, was sitting on a mighty mount that had the divinity of a rhinoceros. He was the Legion commander of the Scarlet Legion, Gerard. He was one of the 2 high-tier deity levels who had fought Heraus previously. At this moment, his expression was dark, as if he was in a very bad mood. What to do? No one would be in a good mood after being continuously attacked by the lasers in the sky for an entire day, causing more than 100 legendary tier Scarlet Fog experts and more than 1,000 experts below the epic tier to die. In addition, as the Legion commander of the Scarlet Legion, now that he had encountered such a thing, this matter would definitely become a small flaw in his expedition even if he conquered the entire Blazing Sun Kingdom. Gerard had the personality of a perfectionist. Therefore, he was already extremely dissatisfied and angry that he had been ambushed for a day. If not for the fact that you have that ridiculously fast Mach-in race spaceship, how could I let you launch a sneak attack so freely in the sky? If you have the ability, give up the spaceship and come down to fight. Gerard felt very aggrieved. They were clearly stronger than the other party. However, because the other party ran quickly, his side was completely in a situation of being beaten up. He had conquered countless enemy kingdoms for the Feidu Scarlet Empire. This was the first time in so many years that he had suffered so much grievance. The key was that there was no way to counterattack. This was because the refined flame Scarlet Legion and the Feidu Scarlet Empire behind them had indeed not developed any super powerful spaceship technology as a pure demon empire. Not every Lord faction developed so comprehensively like the Blazing Sun Kingdom. The refined flame Scarlet Legion was a classic combat army. The main way for the army to increase the combat strength of the army was to kill more enemies and absorb more promotion energy to constantly increase their strength realm. Other than that, it would increase enhancement from time to time in terms of armors and weapons. There was almost nothing else that could increase the combat strength of the army. For example, a spaceship. Damn the Blazing Sun Kingdom! I will definitely kill all the subjects of the Blazing Sun Kingdom after we arrive. Gerard gritted his teeth. At this moment, an extraordinary tier void spirit scout teleported over and arrived in front of him. Lord Legion Commander. A large army suddenly appeared ahead. It should be an army from the Blazing Sun Kingdom from the way they are armed. It reported. Gerard was stunned. Then, he immediately laughed softly with a ferocious expression. Chapter 707, Fighting the Refined Flame Scarlet Legion, 2. Good, good, very good. I knew they wouldn't just stand there and wait for death. It's even better since you dare to leave the city to fight. It'll save them from using the advantage of the city wall to block our offensive. All troops, listen up. Speed up. The soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom are waiting for us to slaughter them. We can return to find the king and the Crimson Overlord to receive the rewards once we kill these D*MN human brats. He shouted angrily. His voice spread throughout the entire Refined Flame Scarlet Legion. Nearly 75% of the soldiers of the Refined Flame Scarlet Legion were excited. They raised their weapons with ferocious expressions and kept shouting. At the same time, they increased their speed and quickly advanced in the direction of the Blazing Sun Army. The eyes of the remaining Refined Flame Scarlet Legion flickered. They hid their abnormalities and quickly advanced towards the Blazing Sun Kingdom's army like the other soldiers. On the other side, when the scout in front of Gerard heard that the Legion commander had already ordered an offensive, he immediately said, "Legion commander, I'm not done yet. Is there any other information?" Gerard, who had originally planned to fly to the front, frowned and looked at it. He was about to be the first to rush to the other party's soldiers, pluck the king of the Blazing Sun's head, and obtain the chief credit for this battle. This way, he might be able to obtain more rewards from the Crimson Overlord. Reporting to the Legion commander, they had more than 500 million troops. The scout immediately reported. However, the other party's soldiers are a little strange. It said in a low voice. More than 400 million of them seem to be new recruits. The strongest are only at the white-silver tier and yellow-gold tier. Only the remaining tens of millions of soldiers are equivalent to the level of our army, but there aren't many God Spirit level enemies. When Gerard heard the other party say that the army of the Blazing Sun Kingdom had more than 500 million soldiers, he was shocked. However, when he heard the latter half of the sentence, he thought for a moment before laughing out loud. Then the king of the Blazing Sun must have known that he was about to face a calamity, so he sent all the subjects in his country as soldiers. Where would he get so many soldiers otherwise? Don't worry about it, these soldiers who were pulled up at the last minute are militias at most. They don't have much combat strength. They're just useless in front of the elite soldiers of our Refined Flame Scarlet Legion. Gerard said calmly. In addition, what made he more confident was there were clearly many more Scarlet God Spirits on their side than the other party. God Spirits were existences that could play a huge role in war. Therefore, even if the other party had many soldiers, firstly, their combat strength was not high, and secondly, they were protected by the God Spirits, so he was actually not too worried. Yes, Legion Commander. The Void Spirit Scout did not say anything else and retreated silently. Seeing this, Gerard rode his mount into the sky and led the Refined Flame Scarlet Legion towards the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. A moment later, the two armies arrived less than 50 kilometers away from each other. Both sides were soldiers made up of extraordinary tier people. Even though they were far away, they could at least see the enemy's location. King of the Blazing Sun. Put down your weapons obediently and accept your death. Our fated Scarlet Empire can let the normal subjects of your Blazing Sun Kingdom live, but it will transform the living beings on our side of the fog. Otherwise, we will definitely slaughter the entire city after we break through your territory. Gerard rode on his mount and floated high in the sky, sending a cold voice transmission to Zhou Zhou and the soldiers behind him. Soon, his voice spread to the ears of more than 500 million soldiers and even subjects in the entire Blazing Sun Kingdom. When the soldiers heard this, not only did they not retreat, their eyes became even colder. At this moment, Zhou Zhou also flew into the sky and looked calmly at the Legion commander of the Scarlet Legion, Gerard. "I'll give you a chance to put down your weapons and surrender obediently. As long as you are willing to surrender, I can let bygones be bygones and let you become subjects of my Blazing Sun Kingdom. Once you become subjects of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, I can treat you as equals and let you enjoy the benefits that the Blazing Sun Kingdom subjects enjoy now." There was still no movement from the refined flame Scarlet Legion when this was mentioned. The soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, especially the soldiers of the people of foreign races, looked at Zhou Zhou with even more respect, fanaticism, and anticipation. The reason why they were willing to work wholeheartedly for the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Putting aside the reason for the Lord Talent of the peaceful times, the King of the Blazing Sun had always been willing to treat people of foreign races like them equally, or even enemy country subjects. This was one of the important reasons why they were willing to follow the King of the Blazing Sunday. If it was another kingdom faction, there was a high chance that they would not do that. There might even be a class system among them and treat them differently. This was not just a guess. Most of the powerful lord factions in the High Continent did this to the subjects of different races in their territory, or even to the subjects of the enemy lord faction. At the same time, Gerard also heard what the King of the Blazing Sun said. He sneered, clearly very disdainful of him. "I knew you were one tough cookie. I'll capture you myself later. Let's see if you will still be this insolent." Zhou Zhou's expression became even calmer. The two of them looked at each other. "Kill! Kill!" The two of them said these words almost at the same time, and the soldiers on both sides roared and rushed towards each other. Soon, both sides exchanged weapons and fought. Zhou Zhou's side had more than 5 times the number of soldiers. However, there were 450 million white silver tier and yellow gold tier recruits among the 500 million soldiers after all. Therefore, while it seemed that Zhou Zhou's soldiers had surrounded all the other party's soldiers, it did not pose much of a threat to the other party. Gerard chuckled when he saw this, and the disdain at the corners of his mouth became even stronger. But in the next second, his expression immediately changed. On the battlefield in front of him, he saw more than 27 million of the 110 million soldiers. Refined Flame Scarlet Legion soldiers suddenly changed their attitude and turned to kill their allies beside them. A quarter of the soldiers suddenly rebelling was not a small matter. At this moment, the entire Scarlet Army immediately fell into chaos under the collision of internal and external forces. High up in the sky, Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this. It was him who ordered the incite defection on the more than 27 million soldiers in the other party's army to suddenly fight among themselves just now. This method was really effective and exciting to use no matter how many times he had used it. Chapter 708, Fighting the Refined Flame Scarlet Legion, 3. What happened? Gerard was shocked when he saw this, but he quickly reacted. He looked at Zhou Zhou coldly. He knew that this must be the other party's method. Soldiers on the periphery, continue to block the enemy's soldiers' offensive. Kill the betrayers of our own army without mercy. Gerard immediately ordered decisively. As the order was passed down, Scarlet soldiers who had been instigated by Zhou Zhou's incite defection were beaten up and killed one after another. However, they would also try their best to take down one or more soldiers of the Fog Army before they died. In addition, Zhou Zhou's Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers were constantly exerting pressure on them from the periphery. A large number of Scarlet Fog soldiers from the Refined Flame Scarlet Legion, which was trapped in a pincer attack from both inside and outside, fell on the battlefield one after another. All Scarlet God spirits immediately mobilized to suppress the internal strife. At the same time, destroy the enemy soldiers and reduce the pressure on our side. Gerard gave another order again, seeing that the situation was turning bad. Then, as soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed out to kill the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Seeing this, the other Scarlet God spirits also flew over, preparing to help their soldiers defeat the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. But at this moment, a god spirit burning with the light of the blazing sun suddenly appeared in front of Gerard. He held the fire source shield in his left hand and the divine fire glazed axe in his right. His divine eyes were as dazzling as two suns. It was the god of blazing sun and burns Heraus. Let's continue our unfinished battle. This time, no outsiders will interfere in our battle. One of us will definitely die today. Heraus said to him with full fighting spirit. He was willing to put his life and death aside even if he was not fighting for the Blazing Sun Kingdom when facing a rare opponent. Crazy! Gerard cursed in his heart. He hated this group of god spirits who walked the path of the solar system's laws. Once they started fighting, they would not care about their lives. Why don't they cherish the god spirit slots that they had painstakingly obtained? Gerard had no intention of fighting the other party at all, wanting nothing but to stay away from this lunatic. However, Heraus was clearly targeting him. No matter how he dodged, Heraus would always catch up to him immediately and attack him crazily, forcing him to attack. Gerard could only fight him first in this situation. At the same time, the other scarlet god spirit of the void spirit demon race holding a dark blue ferocious bow also saw Gerard's current situation. However, he had no intention of interfering. Instead, he decided to continue resolving the predicament on the battlefield. At this moment, Lady Iceflower Vicky and the god of the snowfield and White Wolf had already rushed in front of him and blocked his path. "We are your opponent," Ziwu said calmly. Even though the other party was a high-tier deity-level god spirit, Vicky and him were both wearing low-tier divine artifacts. Even if they could not kill the other party, they could still hold the other party back and not let him join the battle. Courting death. This high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade void spirit demon race scarlet god spirit was furious when it saw a mid-tier deity-level elementary-grade god spirit and a low-tier deity-level elementary-grade god spirit trying to stop it. Without thinking, he immediately retreated and pulled away. At the same time, he drew his bow and arrow, preparing to quickly destroy the two god spirits who did not know what was good for them. However, Ziwu was very experienced in combat. Don't let him pull away. It's an archer-type god spirit. Once the other party widens the distance, all of his offensive methods will be greatly enhanced. However, as long as we close the distance between us and the other party, his strength will be halved or even more. Ziwu shouted and took out the white wolf's tooth to rush over. Vicky followed Ziwu and attacked without hesitation. The two sides immediately fought in the air. At the same time, the other 5 scarlet god spirits also rushed towards the battlefield below. Among the 5 scarlet god spirits, 2 were mid-tier deity level and 3 were low-tier deity level. Thick spatial power erupted, forming a spatial passageway with endless suction behind it, directly sucking it into the spatial rift. 3 figures flew out from the blazing sun kingdom and charged at the 5 scarlet god spirits. Among them, Qi Xiantian and Guo Jiao each faced a mid-tier deity-level scarlet god spirit. The 10-directional martial emperor, Feng Luo, was facing the low-tier deity-level elementary-grade storm fist god, Zhao Chengkong. The two sides immediately began to fight. At this scene, the other 2 scarlet god spirits looked at each other and smiled sinisterly. The other party shouldn't have the combat strength of a god spirit anymore. Then let the 2 of us show these low-level life forms what true slaughter is. One of the low-tier deity-level elementary-grade scarlet god spirits said. The other low-tier deity intermediate-grade scarlet god spirit nodded coldly. In the distance, Zhou Zhou looked at the 2 scarlet god spirits and turned to look at Bai Yun. "How's the mastery of the military formation?" he asked. "Your Majesty, that low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade military formation small god serum myriad spirit army formation is very difficult. It's also very difficult for me to completely master it for the time being. However, I can still set up this military formation with its military formation treasure small god Sura sword," Bai Yun said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Zhou Zhou could tell that Bai Yun was very talented in military formations when she comprehended the greedy wolf howling moon array's hero skill, the greedy wolf devouring arrow, alone. She was not inferior to Wu Xin. She only used a day to set up this low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade small god serum myriad spirit army formation. It was enough to see her military formation talent. Go on, you're in charge of dealing with one of these two scarlet god spirits. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully. Then, she immediately flew out and specially mobilized 100,000 extraordinary tier soldiers from the 500 million strong army and asked them to surround her. These 100,000 extraordinary tier soldiers had all practiced the small god serum myriad spirit army formation with Bai Yun when she was familiarizing with it today. They also had the energy to successfully set up the array. It was the time for them to attack. Seeing that everyone was here, Bai Yun activated the small god serum myriad spirit army formation without hesitation. A large amount of silver sword energy emerged from every extraordinary tier soldier and quickly gathered. Right on the heels of that, a huge figure of a mysterious swordsman, who was 10,000 meters tall and wearing a silver raincoat, holding a silver divine sword, surrounded by silver sword energy, appeared above the 100,000 extraordinary tier soldiers, enveloping them in his body. It was the spirit of the small god myriad spirit army formation, the god spirit swordsman. It was equivalent to the greedy wolf spirit that appeared when setting up the greedy wolf howling moon array. The next second, this god spirit swordsman raised the sura in his hand and waved it gently at the two scarlet god spirits charging towards the battlefield. Whoosh! A silver translucent sword energy shot out and suddenly disappeared when it flew into the air. Then, it appeared in front of one of the scarlet god spirits in the blink of an eye and instantly severed its arm. The two scarlet god spirits were shocked. At the same time, at the core of the Sura swordsman's formation, Bai Yun held the treasure of the military formation small god Sura sword in her hand and calmly took out 1,000 legendary tier hearts of materials. She asked the carving of the small god Sura sword in her hand to quickly absorb them all. After absorbing them all, this small god Sura sword carving emitted a faint silver sword energy light again. Seeing this, Bai Yun controlled the Sura swordsman again without hesitation, and released another low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade sword energy at the two scarlet god spirits. Chapter 709, Fighting the Refined Flame Scarlet Legion, 4. The two scarlet god spirits knew how powerful this sword chi was. They hurriedly dodged to the sides, however, this sword chi seemed to have locked onto them. No matter where they flew, this sword chi could immediately turn and fly towards them. They even hid in the interlayer of space, wanting to avoid the sword chi, but it even rushed into the interlayer of space, wanting to kill them. They looked at each other and could feel the trouble with this sword chi. They could only join forces to resist it. After the two gods did their best to block the sword chi, they were about to heave a sigh of relief when they saw another sword chi shoot towards them. Even though the sword chi of this military formation is strong, it's not to the extent that I can't block it. How about this? I'll block the sword chi of this military formation. You go and destroy the main body of the military formation. As long as we destroy the main body of the military formation, they won't be able to release such sword chi attacks again. At that time, we can slaughter the remaining Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers at will. The low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade Scarlet God Spirit quickly calmed down and said, "Okay." The other low-level deity-level Scarlet God Spirit also felt that there was no problem. Without hesitation, he held a blue ancient broken blade and flew towards the Sura swordsman. In the sky, Zhou Zhou, who had been observing the battlefield, naturally saw this Scarlet God Spirit that wanted to ambush the spirit of the military formation. His expression was calm. With a flip of his right hand, a huge halberd appeared in his hand. The halberd was another loot that Zhou Zhou had obtained from the fog monster when he obtained the Ghost God General Hero inheritance. The Ghost God Demon Slaying Halberd. Equipment name, Ghost God Demon Slaying Halberd. Equipment grade, Epic Tier Intermediate Grade. Equipment Effect 1, Demon slaying halberd's lethality to fog monsters increases by 300%. Equipment effect 2, Ghost God evil spirit. When the user uses the Ghost God demon slaying halberd, their body will be filled with Ghost God evil spirit. Life forms with weak resistance will feel as if they have seen a ghost god in the human world when they see the user. At best, they will feel fear in their hearts, and at worst, they will die from fear. Equipment effect 3, Ghost God demon slaying halberd. After the user obtains the recognition of the Ghost God demon slaying halberd, they will automatically inherit a combat method from the Ghost God. After mastering this combat method, it can greatly increase the combat power of the Ghost God demon slaying halberd. Equipment effect 4, Ghost God on Earth. Sacrifice the Ghost God demon slaying halberd and summon a low-tier deity level Ghost God to reappear in the world. You will bear the consequences. According to the equipment information, this Ghost God should only attack the fog monsters. It shouldn't attack us. Zhou Zhou looked at the halberd and thought. There was another reason why he was willing to use this halberd without worry. His danger prediction talent and talent intuition lord talent were vaguely reminding him that using this halberd would not cause him any harm. There might even be benefits. Zhou Zhou believed in his two talents, especially the latter. Talents could go wrong, however, it was almost impossible for his lord talent to be wrong. This was his experience as a lord with 29 lord talents. Let me see what a real ghost god looks like. Zhou Zhou said softly. Then, he silently activated the sacrifice in his heart and threw it to the scarlet god spirit that was rushing towards the spirit of the military formation. What is it? The scarlet god spirit quickly discovered the epic tier weapon that was thrown at it. He was very cautious and did not dare to receive the ghost god demon slaying record. Instead, he released an energy ball and shattered it in the air. However, just as he was shattering it, boom! The ghost god demon slaying halberd exploded with a bang, and a large amount of pale white fog spread out. A tall and terrifying figure appeared from the pale white fog and slowly walked towards the scarlet god spirit. When the scarlet god spirit saw the figure in the fog, it suddenly felt fear and a feeling as if it had encountered an old enemy. Who is that? He picked up his ancient blue blade and watched with hostility as the figure walked out of the white fog. What are you doing? Hurry up and destroy the main body of that military formation. In the distance, the scarlet god spirit, which was resisting the sword chi, cursed when it saw that this scarlet god spirit was actually just standing on the spot. However, his voice was ignored by the other party at the moment. His attention was all on the figure that was about to walk out of the pale white fog. Soon, the figure appeared wearing tattered pale white armor. White bones could be vaguely seen through the cracks of the tattered pale white armor. It had 4 white bone heads that protruded from its dinosaur-like mouth and 8 arms. The 8 arms held 8 ancient and tattered weapons, namely a halberd, bell, cauldron, drum, mace, spear, bow, and dagger. It stood in front of the pale white fog, its black eyes looking at the world in front of it. Then, it looked at Zhou Zhou and paused for a moment before nodding respectfully. Then, its gaze swept across Qi Xiantian, Guo Jiao, Wu Tu, Bai Yun, Feng Luo, and the others. Finally, its gaze landed on the low-tier deity-level elementary grade scarlet god spirit that had shattered the ghost god demon slaying halberd. Demon! Its voice was hoarse. Boom! Its body suddenly disappeared. Boom! Its body suddenly appeared in front of the scarlet god spirit again. You are... Before this scarlet god spirit could finish speaking, the 8 weapons on the ghost god's 8 arms suddenly emitted the light of various divine artifacts. Then, they smashed, stabbed, slashed, and slashed at its body. The scarlet god spirit that was hit by the 8 divine artifacts at the same time fell silent before it could even finish speaking. On the battlefield, all the god spirits fighting, Qi Xiantian, Guo Jiao, and the others were stunned. One strike and it killed a low-tier deity-level elementary grade scarlet god spirit? What kind of joke was this? The aura emitted by the other party was clearly that of a low-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirit. But how could there be such a strong low-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirit? Killing experts of the same level looked even easier than killing dogs. In the sky, Zhou Zhou was also shocked by the other party's combat strength. Previously, when he offered sacrifices to the ghost god demon-slaying halberd, he only wanted to increase his combat strength by one low-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirit. He seemed to have released a boss from the situation in front of him. Moreover, while the other party seemed to be using 8 broken-looking weapons. If Zhou Zhou did not feel it wrongly, they seemed to be 8 different low-tier deity-level elementary grade divine artifacts. Moreover, even though the other party's armor was tattered, it was actually also a divine artifact, making it a full set of divine artifacts. Zhou Zhou could be mistaken if it was anything else, however, he had too many divine artifacts and was therefore confident that he would not make a mistake. This ghost god has at least 10 divine artifacts that are compatible with the other party's strength. Zhou Zhou guessed in his heart. He took a deep breath. Then, he looked at the other party's information. Name. Territory. Soldier type, ghost god. Grade. Strength level, low-tier deity level elementary grade. Ability overview, a soldier who came from a mysterious training ground. He was born to slaughter scarlet fog monsters. He was born opposing the Crimson Overlord and the fog monsters under his command. He had endless hatred and an almost undying body. Skill. Grade Scarlet Reaper. Grade Undead Vengeful Spirit. Grade Low-Tier Deity Level Elementary Grade Physical Immunity. Grade Low-Tier Deity Level Elementary Grade Elemental Immunity. Grade Low-Tier Deity Level Elementary Grade Soul Immunity. Talent 8 Armed Ghost Deity. Talent Ghost Deity Killing Spirit. Talent Fear Power. Low-Tier Deity Level Elementary Grade Demon Extermination Halberd Technique. Loyalty. Potential. Prompt: this ghost god is very respectful to you and your lord faction as you are favored by the supreme will. It will not attack you and your lord faction. Chapter 710, Fighting the Refined Flame Scarlet Legion, 5. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. So many question marks? The last time he saw so many question marks was on Baihe. This guy was clearly only at the low-tier deity level elementary grade, but he actually had so many unexplorable secrets. Moreover, that last notification was worth thinking about. This ghost god soldier type is probably from the supreme will. Zhou Zhou guessed in his heart. At the same time, just as he was guessing in his heart, the situation on the battlefield had also changed greatly. After the ghost god killed the low-tier deity level elementary grade scarlet god spirit, its gaze shifted and landed on the low-tier deity intermediate grade scarlet god spirit that was fighting the Sura swordsman. He did not say a word and flew straight at him. This scarlet god spirit also saw the ghost god rushing towards it. He was immediately shocked and gave up on this place and fled in the direction of Gerard without a second thought. Legion Commander, save me, he shouted in panic. However, Gerard only had time to take a look at him before he was dragged into the entangled battle by the battle-crazed Haras. During the battle, a few furious curses from Gerard, such as DMN and B*, could be heard. Seeing this, the Scarlet God Spirit could only rush towards the other Scarlet God Spirit. But at this moment, a pale white skeleton figure appeared in front of him as if it had teleported. It was the Ghost God. The Scarlet God Spirit was shocked. Then, it turned around and ran without thinking. However, just as it turned around, a Shinra sword chi shot over from afar and slashed at him, who was caught off guard. Half of the Scarlet God Spirit's body drooped outside and it was almost cut in half. Even so, the aura on his body was already infinitely close to death. When the Ghost God saw the Scarlet God Spirit so close and on the verge of death, it did not choose to attack. Instead, it looked at the Sura swordsman, as if it had seen Bai Yun at the core. Bai Yun was stunned. Then, he immediately understood. She injected 1000 legendary tier mist cores into the small god sword in her hand again. Then, she controlled the crowd control swordsman Shinra to release another Shinra sword chi to kill this dying scarlet god spirit. At this moment, the surging promotion energy immediately surged into Bai Yun's body. Bai Yun almost immediately broke through to the legendary tier and came very close to the legendary tier advance grade. Not only that, even thousands of the 100,000 extraordinary tier soldiers who formed the small god Suram myriad spirit army formation broke through at this moment, as if they had benefited greatly. A god spirit had died and it gave such terrifying benefits. In the sky, Zhou Zhou felt his aura and a faint smile appeared on his face. He had also broken through to the epic tier advance grade. How rare! He had finally broken through. A lord's breakthrough was really 10,000 times harder than ordinary life forms. He complained in his heart. Then, he looked at the battle in front of him. At this moment, 2 of the 7 god spirits of the flame refining Scarlet Legion had already died. There were only 2 high-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirits, 2 mid-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirits, and 1 low-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirit left. Among them, the 10-directional Martial Emperor, Feng Luo, was using his legendary tier elementary grade body to fight against the low-tier deity-level Tsunami Fist God, Zhao Chengkong. When Zhou Zhou looked over, he was stunned to discover that the 2 of them were actually fighting to the death. Even though Zhao Chengkong had a certain advantage, at this moment, Feng Luo seemed to have fallen into a state of epiphany. During the battle with the other party, his improvement could be said to be extremely fast, and he was gradually catching up to the other party. Zhou Zhou wanted to ask Bai Yun, who had free time, to help him. However, Zhou Zhou dismissed this idea in the current situation. This opportunity seemed to be a rare opportunity for Feng Luo to increase his strength. Perhaps it was the best choice for the other party if he did not interfere. He looked at the other battlefields. Haros and Gerard were fighting to the death. Even though Haros had a divine artifact on him, Gerard's own strength as a high-tier deity-level intermediate grade and a high-tier deity-level divine artifact basically eliminated the difference in combat strength between them. The other 2 god spirits, Ziwu and Vicky, fought another high-tier deity level with their divine artifacts. Fortunately, I temporarily lent Vicky another low-tier deity level elementary grade divine artifact before I came. Otherwise, he might really not be able to stop him with the low-tier deity level elementary grade divine artifact I rewarded him with previously. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he looked at Qi Xiantian and Guo Jiao and his expression became solemn. Unlike the others, Qi Xiantian and Guo Jiao were only legendary tier experts now. And the opponents they faced were all mid-tier deity level scarlet monsters. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was not small. Even though they had a history of killing gods before, that was only an enemy who had just entered the low-tier deity level elementary grade. Now, even if they advanced from the previous epic tier to the legendary tier, the difference in strength was still too great when facing a mid-tier deity level scarlet god spirit who was even stronger and more experienced in combat. If not for the fact that Zhou Zhou had used the Ice Demon sacrificial robe to set up a low-tier deity-level elementary grade defense law skill on the 2 of them, they would have been in a dire situation already. But even so, Qi Xiantian was already showing signs of defeat. It was only a matter of time before they lost. Guo Jiao was in an even worse state. He was directly beaten to death without becoming stiff, which was a fake death state. For the next period of time, if they could not defeat that mid-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirit and let Guo Jiao bathe in the divine blood, he would really die completely after his death. When the time comes, he could only use the Great Resurrection spell to help the other party. Bai Yun and Your Excellency the Ghost God. Can you help my subordinate? Zhou Zhou sent voice transmissions to Bai Yun and the Ghost God while pointing in the direction of Qi Xiantian. Bai Yun controlled the small god Suram myriad spirit army formation to attack Qi Xiantian without hesitation. The ghost god took a look and rushed towards Qi Xiantian. Guo Jiao saw this scene. Zhou Zhou smiled, then his expression became solemn. He raised his right hand, and as the chaotic origin energy in his body continuously surged out, a chaotic spear finally condensed after condensing a total of 70% of the chaotic origin energy. It was the chaos flying spear technique. Go! Zhou Zhou threw it forcefully and the chaos flying spear shot towards the mid-tier deity level scarlet god spirit that Qi Xiantian was fighting. It was extremely fast and arrived in front of the scarlet god spirit in the blink of an eye. Qi Xiantian, who had long received His Majesty's voice transmission, retreated dozens of kilometers and made way. The scarlet god spirit also discovered the chaos flying spear. He felt a sense of threat. He instinctively wanted to dodge without thinking. But at this moment, Guojiao, use your full strength. You can use the dragon slaying will. Zhou Zhou shouted. Ha 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 ha. Guojiao, who had entered a fake death state, immediately had bloodshot eyes when he heard this. I'm really, so aggrieved. His suppressed voice suddenly became hearty. Bang, 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 bang. The aura on his body suddenly erupted. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the other party's scarlet god spirit, Guojiao's strength seemed to have no upper limit as it quickly increased. Legendary tier advance grade. Low tier deity level elementary grade. Low tier deity level intermediate grade. Mid tier deity level elementary grade. Mid tier deity level intermediate grade. When Guojiao's strength reached the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade, his explosive strength slowly stopped. Then, he looked up at the scarlet god spirit with its blood-red eyes. Did you have a good time fighting? The next second, he brazenly threw a low skill level flying axe attack. Facing the flying axe that arrived in an instant, the scarlet god spirit's head was cut off before it could react. Even so, he was not dead either. The flesh on his severed neck kept rolling, as if he was going to regrow his severed head. At this moment, Guojiao flew over and grabbed the flying chaos flying spear. Then, he pierced through the other party's body and grabbed his body. Then, under the shocked gazes of all the soldiers, he forcefully tore it into two. This mid-tier deity level scarlet god spirit that had previously suppressed Guojiao died immediately. Guojiao was not done yet. Instead, he poured his divine blood on his injured body. Not only did Guojiao's injuries quickly recover after bathing in the divine blood, even the aura on his body began to increase again. Mid-tier deity level advance grade. High-tier deity level elementary grade. When his aura reached the high-tier deity level elementary grade, even the three high-tier deity levels who were fighting fiercely on the field were attracted. They looked at Guojiao in surprise. When did another high-tier deity level appear on the battlefield? In the sky, when Zhou Zhou saw that Guojiao's strength had reached the high-tier deity level elementary grade, a smile appeared on his face. Even though Guojiao's current strength was only temporarily enhanced by the dragon-slaying will, it was enough to determine the outcome of this battle. The subsequent battle was not beyond Zhou Zhou's expectations. With the addition of Guojiao, a high-tier deity level elementary grade combatant who had suddenly appeared. They first destroyed the mid-tier deity level elementary grade scarlet god spirits that Qi Xiantian and the others were facing. Then, he went to support Vicky and Ziwu and joined forces to kill the high-tier deity level creature they were facing. In the end, he killed Gerard with the unwilling Heros. Then, they arrived around Feng Luo and surrounded him and Zhao Chengkong. They watched as the helpless Zhao Chengkong was forcefully beaten to death by Feng Luo, who had made a huge advancement in martial arts. At this point, the god spirits on the refined flame Scarlet Legion's side had already been completely destroyed. The remaining Scarlet Legion monsters were all below the legendary tier. To Zhou Zhou's soldiers, it was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. Zhou Zhou could basically declare victory in this battle. Chapter 711, Guojiao and Feng Luo advance to the God Spirit realm. On the battlefield, the morale of the soldiers of the refined flame Scarlet Legion had already dissipated by more than half. A quarter of their comrades suddenly rebelled and aimed their weapons at their own people after all. Then, they had no choice but to raise their butcher's knives to kill their comrades before destroying the enemy. During this process, their Lord God Spirit chose to attack brazenly in order to help the legionaries out. This was originally something that gave them hope, but in the end, the God Spirits that they regarded as incomparably powerful were actually killed one by this beginner kingdom that had just established a kingdom a few days ago and did not even have many God Spirits. An existence of a God Spirit, without a doubt, it was the greatest spiritual pillar of the refined flame Scarlet Legion other than the Empire. Now that their mental support had fallen, they naturally had no intention of fighting. Some of the smart soldiers of the Fog Monster Army even felt that the Scarlet Empire behind them was probably finished. Most of the God Spirits of the Scarlet Empire were in the refined flame Scarlet Legion after all. Now, the God Spirits of the Scarlet Legion had been completely wiped out. It also meant that there were not many top combatants left in the Scarlet Empire. Next, if its enemy Scarlet Kingdoms found out about this, they would probably rush over without hesitation and devour that particular Scarlet Empire. Within the territory of the Crimson Overlord, the intensity of the Scarlet Lords fighting for territory was not inferior to the intensity of the Lords under the Supreme Will. In fact, it was even more intense. At the thought of this, many soldiers were even more confused. What the hell is going on? We're only attacking a beginner kingdom. How did we destroy the Scarlet Empire behind us? Things shouldn't have developed like this. On the other side, even though Zhou Zhou did not know what these Scarlet soldiers were thinking, it did not affect his mood at all. For the past 2 days, the refined flame Scarlet Legion had always been a shadow on his heart. Now, this shadow that he had once found very difficult to resist had actually been dealt with by him. How could he not feel relaxed and happy? Zhou Zhou casually put away the Knight's Sacred Token and the Elven Sacred Token. Originally, he had planned to ask these two forces for help if the situation was not right. From the looks of it, there was probably no more need for that. Then, he looked at the generals, lords, Vicky, Haras, Ziwu, and the ghost god around him. Finally, his gaze landed on the ghost god. "Thank you for your help in this war, Your Excellency," he said politely. As soon as these words were spoken, all the generals and god spirits looked curiously at this ferocious and majestic ghost god. They were also very curious about this ghost god who had suddenly descended on the battlefield. Even Haras and Ziwu, the two experienced high-tier deity level and mid-tier deity level, were no exception. He was clearly only a low-tier deity level elementary grade god spirit. However, he was wearing at least 10 low-tier deity level elementary grade divine artifacts. What kind of background gave him this amount of arrogance? Even the sons of gods of powerful pantheon groups with true god tier probably didn't have such treatment, right? The ghost god seemed to have ignored everyone's surprised and curious gazes. He bowed slightly to Zhou Zhou, his attitude unexpectedly respectful. Then, he glanced at the successor of the ghost god general, Luo Sheng. He flew in front of him and raised his right hand. Wisps of pale white fog condensed in his hand. After a long time, a new ghost god demon slaying halberd appeared in his hand. He handed it to Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng was stunned. "Is this, for me?" He hesitated. The ghost god nodded. Luo Sheng looked at Zhou Zhou, who came back to his senses and nodded slightly. "Thank you very much." Luo Sheng took it politely with both hands. Then, he looked at the information of the new ghost god demon slaying halberd and was immediately pleasantly surprised. This was because this new ghost god demon slaying halberd had actually become a rare weapon that was enhanceable. Even though he could only grow to the low-tier deity level elementary grade, this also meant that as long as he broke through to the low-tier deity level elementary grade, he would directly possess a divine artifact that was quite compatible with his low-tier deity level elementary grade ranking. The only regret was that the effect of Ghost God on Earth had disappeared. In the future, he would no longer be able to summon this powerful low-tier deity level elementary grade Ghost God by sacrificing the Ghost God demon slaying halberd. "Your Excellency, are you going to Zhou Zhou also saw the information about the new ghost god demon slaying halberd. He guessed something and looked at the ghost god. The ghost god nodded slightly and sent a message to Zhou Zhou. Then, he ignored everyone's reaction and flew into the distance before quickly disappearing. Where is he going? Haros was stunned. The others also looked in the direction it had left. He wants to return to the place where he was born and continue fighting the scarlet fog monsters with his kind. Zhou Zhou explained to everyone according to the message the other party sent him before he left. Everyone nodded. Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it. This god spirit that clearly came from a mysterious background was clearly not something he could subdue at this stage. Even though he felt a little regretful about the departure of this ghost god, he did not care too much. Then, his gaze landed on Guo Jiao and Feng Luo, and a smile appeared on his face. I haven't congratulated you yet. You've finally reached the god spirit slot, he said with a happy tone. Guo Jiao laughed, looking very smug. Feng Luo, on the other hand, was much more mature. There was not much pride on his face. Instead, he bowed respectfully. Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving me a chance to fight that martial arts god spirit alone. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to understand my path as a martial god. The 10-directional martial emperor, Feng Luo. No. He was now the 10-directional martial god Feng Luo. After he killed the tsunami fist god, Zhao Chengkong, and completely understood his path as a martial god, he used the 81 times promotion energy obtained from killing him to directly advance to the low-tier deity level elementary grade god spirit. He was not far from becoming a low-tier deity intermediate grade god spirit. It was 81 times the promotion energy after all, equivalent to the benefits Feng Luo could obtain from killing 81 low-tier deity level elementary grade god spirits. It was normal for there to be such improvement. Guo Jiao was the same. After killing a mid-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirit alone and helping Vicky, Ziwu, and Haros kill the other 2 high-tier deity-level God Spirits, he obtained a huge amount of promotion energy. This allowed his strength to break through continuously from the previous legendary tier. He even crossed a major level and reached the low-tier deity intermediate grade. At this moment, Guo Jiao was not far from the low-tier deity level advanced grade. The partial promotion energy of 2 high-tier deity levels and all the promotion energy obtained from killing a mid-tier deity level alone was so terrifying. At the same time, Qi Xiantian and the others, who had helped kill the Scarlet God Spirits, had also obtained huge benefits. Among them, Qi Xiantian had broken through to the legendary tier advanced grade. Actually, he had already obtained enough promotion energy to advance to the low-tier deity level elementary grade. However, he was stuck at this bottleneck and could not break through for the time being because he had yet to comprehend his law skill. Next, Qi Xiantian only needed to comprehend his law skill and walk out of his God Spirit path before he could directly advance to the low-tier deity level elementary grade. Vicky also obtained a large amount of promotion energy. However, the promotion energy he obtained was not enough to advance him to the low-tier deity level intermediate grade as he only assisted in killing the Scarlet God Spirits. However, he was not far away. Other than that, Bai Yun and the 100,000 extraordinary tier soldiers had also obtained a lot of benefits. However, perhaps because the promotion energy had been divided equally by the 100,000 extraordinary tier soldiers, Bai Yun had only broken through to the legendary tier advanced grade and had not advanced to the low-tier deity level elementary grade. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied with this. After this battle, the number of god spirits under his command had increased from 1 Vicky to 3. Moreover, there were still tens of millions of miscellaneous soldiers that had yet to be dealt with. Their strength would definitely increase again after dealing with these miscellaneous soldiers. At that time, 1 or 2 more god spirits might appear. Chapter 712, Zhou Zhou's Condition. The Tempted Haros. At the same time, Haros and Ziwu also looked at Zhou Zhou's subordinates in surprise. They never expected that the strength of the generals under the King of the Blazing Sun had actually increased so rapidly after just one battle. This did not make sense. The most ridiculous thing was that this alone was nothing. What made them feel the most ridiculous was the situation with Guo Jiao. Even though he had already recovered the aura of a low-tier deity intermediate-grade god spirit, Heros, and Ziwu did not forget how he had displayed astonishing performance when he displayed the strength of a high-tier deity-level elementary-grade god spirit. How did he do it? The two gods were in disbelief. Allowing the strength of a low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade god spirit to suddenly increase to the high-tier deity-level elementary grade. Even the legendary forbidden secret techniques that temporarily increased one's strength probably could not do it, right? As Heros thought about it, he suddenly remembered the legend of a special race he had heard of in the past. Thinking of that special race, even Heros, whose personality was gradually recovering, could not help but fall silent. At the same time, he looked at Guo Jiao with flickering eyes. Zhou Zhou's sixth sense's subtlety quickly discovered Heros' abnormality. He did not say anything immediately on the surface. He only asked the generals to go to the battlefield to help the soldiers deal with the remaining soldiers of the refined Flame Scarlet Legion. Then, he left Heros and Guo Jiao behind alone. I wonder why His Majesty asked me to stay. Heros looked at Zhou Zhou and said. Zhou Zhou looked at him and suddenly smiled faintly. Your Excellency Heros. You should have sensed Guo Jiao's identity, right? He suddenly said. Heros was stunned. After a moment of silence, he looked at Guo Jiao and said bitterly, could this be the legendary Dragon Slayer? Haha, that's right. Guo Jiao laughed and admitted it. His Excellency Heros indeed knows about the Dragon Slayer. In this era, not many people know about the Dragon Slayer. Zhou Zhou looked at Heros and said. I only learned about this special race by chance after reading a few ancient books left behind by the ancient gods. It's said that the Dragon Slayer race was born in the same cosmic era as the Dragon race. In that era, the Dragon race can be said to be the peak race that reigns supremacy in the myriad worlds. There's even the Dragon Law that's specially named after them among the myriad law Great Dao. In that era, the strength of the Dragon race could be said to be known by all races. Even powerful races like the original Spirit race and the Chaos Gods race sometimes avoid the Dragon race. But such a powerful race was suppressed by a nameless low-level bloodline race. They were even almost slaughtered by that nameless race. That nameless race was originally nameless, but because of this, they were called the Dragon Slayer race by the myriad races. The myriad races only knew afterwards that the power of the Dragon Slayer was not limited to the Dragon race. It's the nemesis of true peak-level bloodline races. Moreover, it can be said to be able to restrain the other races and was completely unreasonable. For this reason, the peak-level bloodline races of the myriad races even joined forces to completely destroy this race. I didn't expect that there are actually still surviving descendants of the Dragon Slayer today. Heros looked at him with a complicated expression. Today, he finally understood why the top bloodline races in the myriad worlds were so afraid of the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer's strength could actually increase by two major realms facing those high-level bloodlines. The legendary tier Dragon Slayer directly had the strength of a mid-tier deity level. This improvement was simply against common sense. Facing life forms with normal bloodlines, the Dragon Slayer's performance was very ordinary and even a little weak. This race was simply specially created by the supreme will to target high-level bloodline races like them. No wonder those high-level bloodline races were still afraid that the Dragon Slayer would make a comeback. Zhou Zhou smiled. Heros only knew about Guo Jiao being a Dragon Slayer. If he knew that all the subjects in the Blazing Sun Kingdom were Dragon Slayers, he did not know how he would react. I also know that Guo Jiao is a Dragon Slayer and that the Dragon Slayer has a dangerous status in this era. For this reason, I specially reminded Guo Jiao not to expose his identity as the Dragon Slayer unless it was a special occasion. Today's situation is special. Guo Jiao was severely injured and on the verge of death, so I asked him to activate the dragon-slaying will. Zhou Zhou said. Haros nodded. Then I wonder how Your Excellency Haros plans to resolve this matter. Zhou Zhou asked. Your Majesty should have your own plans, right? Haros looked at Zhou Zhou and sighed. Indeed I have. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he looked at Haros and said seriously, I plan to invite you to join our Blazing Sun Kingdom and become a worshipped god spirit of our Blazing Sun Kingdom. I wonder if Your Excellency is willing. Haros smiled, not seeming very surprised. What are the conditions? Your Majesty, do you plan to use this sentence to make me, a high-tier deity level, join your Blazing Sun Kingdom that has just been established a few days ago? You have to know that even old Empire-level Lord factions might not have a high-tier deity level as their worshipped god spirit. He said. I've naturally prepared for the conditions. If Your Excellency is willing to join our Blazing Sun Kingdom, I can provide you with two benefits. The first benefit. I will give Your Excellency a high-tier deity-level divine artifact that you can use. A high-tier deity-level divine artifact. Is what you said true? Before Zhou Zhou could finish speaking, Haros' breathing quickened and immediately asked Zhou Zhou anxiously. Of course. I can give it to you today as long as you agree. Zhou Zhou said. It was just a high-tier deity-level divine artifact. Among the few mid-tier deity-level and high-tier deity-level scarlet god spirits who had died today, any mid-tier deity-level divine artifact could be directly upgraded to a high-tier deity-level divine artifact with the help of his King of Lutes. Zhou Zhou was also confident that he could take out even true god-tier divine artifacts. Because he remembered that the Legion commander of the Refined Flame Scarlet Legion called Gerard had a rare high-tier deity-level divine artifact. Zhou Zhou could possess a true divine artifact in minutes when he extracts his corpse. Okay. I'm willing to join your Blazing Sun Kingdom. Haros agreed without hesitation. He did not even want to hear the second condition. Your Excellency, don't be anxious. As for the second condition. Your Excellency, do you know why the strength of my soldiers increased so quickly? Zhou Zhou asked. This. I'm really curious. Haros' curiosity was indeed aroused. He had long discovered this. He just felt that this was the King of the Blazing Sun's secret, so he didn't ask. Zhou Zhou did not waste his breath when he saw this. He pulled out the epic tier blessing of the war god and adjusted it to a mode visible to outsiders. Finally, he showed it to Haros. Haros only took a look before his eyes widened. Even the aura on his body could not help but riot, causing the energy within a radius of more than 10 kilometers to almost be converted into fire element energy. Is this a real Lord talent? Haros began to doubt his life. Zhou Zhou looked at Guo Jiao and smiled at the same time. Chapter 713, Haros joins the Blazing Sun Kingdom. What do you think, Your Excellency? Zhou Zhou asked. I'm willing to join the Blazing Sun Kingdom and become your worshipped god spirit. Haros took a deep breath and said seriously. Regardless of whether it was in terms of divine artifacts or improving one's strength, Zhou Zhou had given his conditions that he could not refuse. Under such circumstances, he knew that the Blazing Sun Kingdom with the Dragon Slayer was destined to be targeted by the various high-level Lord factions in the future, even though he knew that the Blazing Sun Kingdom was currently in the limelight and that there would definitely be trouble from competitors from all races in the future. He found it difficult to reject this condition. In the end, strength still determined everything in this world. Zhou Zhou had given him a quick passage to the true god tier or even higher realms. Not to mention Haros, who had an explosive personality. Even other indecisive gods would probably agree in the end. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, he silently pulled the other party into the Blazing Sun Kingdom and made him a subject. The moment he became a subject of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, Haros seemed to have sensed something, and his body trembled slightly. He was a high-tier deity level after all. At his realm, even though he still could not sense the existence of the Lord's Law, he could still sense the various Lord talents in the Blazing Sun Kingdom. At that moment, he felt all sorts of strange powers augmenting him. Some of the buffs even made his appearance change. For example, the white platinum tier Lord Talent Beautifulness made him look even better. The white platinum tier Lord Talent Peach Luck made him feel that his luck with the opposite sex seemed to be a little better. Another example was the diamond tier Lord Talent Connate Spirit Body and the white platinum tier Lord Talent Spirit Body 6, which allowed his physique to be optimized to a certain extent. While this optimization didn't add much to him, who was already extremely talented, it could be considered precious. Of course, other than the epic tier Lord Talent blessing of the War God, the other Lord Talents didn't shock him much. Haros did not even think that it was the enhancement of his Lord Talent. He only thought that it was the enhancement of some special territory buff. Such an effect could be given by some special buildings and treasures. Therefore, he did not expect that this was the comprehensive enhancement brought about by Zhou Zhou's Lord Talent. Furthermore, the augmentation of the above buffs was not as shocking as the other buff. And that was: how did I become a dragon slayer too? Haros' expression changed again and again. For a moment, he did not even know what expression to show. He looked at Zhou Zhou with a complicated expression. All subjects who join the Sun Kingdom will automatically become dragon slayers. Actually, this is the third hidden benefit of joining the Blazing Sun Kingdom, but I forgot to mention it just now. Zhou Zhou said with a smile. He stopped pretending since he had laid his cards on the table. Haros. Your Majesty, you forgot it at just the right time. He said bitterly. Previously, he had kept a respectful distance from the Dragon Slayer. Unexpectedly, not only did he enter a thief's den, he had even become one of them. Everything happened too suddenly. For a moment, Haros did not know what to say. Following that, he took a deep breath. His gaze became resolute, and a smile even appeared on his face. Even though this smile was a little bitter. Looks like I have to study it in the future and kill the living beings of those high-level bloodline races. He sighed. However, there was a hint of hidden excitement in his expression. Zhou Zhou saw his performance and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Haros was a warlike person to begin with. Now that he borrowed the other party's divine artifacts and the support of the Dragon Slayer, the other party would probably use the advancement method of the Dragon Slayer as an excuse to make him take the initiative to fight against the powerful enemies of those high-level bloodline races. Then, Zhou Zhou saw Haros close his eyes and begin to sense the uniqueness brought to him by the Dragon Slayer. Ignore the bloodline suppression brought by those with higher bloodlines. Moreover, the stronger the bloodline pressure, the greater the difference in bloodline between the two sides, and the higher the strength that erupts until the body can't withstand the enhancement strength. Moreover, as a dragon slayer, after slaughtering high-level bloodlines, I can bathe in the enemy's blood to recover my injuries and increase my strength. This increase is not limited by my potential. The higher the level of the enemy's bloodline, the faster my injuries will recover, and the more my strength will increase. Is this the advantage of being a dragon slayer? It's indeed blessed by the heavens. As expected of the dragon slayer race that is famous for stepping on the corpses of dragons. Haros muttered to himself excitedly. Zhou Zhou couldn't help but smile when he saw him like this. At this moment, Haros suddenly frowned slightly. Then, he looked up at Zhou Zhou. Your Majesty, as a high-tier deity level, my potential is actually a true god-tier elementary grade. If the source of the Dragon Slayer's explosive strength lies in the difference in bloodline level with the other party, then wouldn't I not be able to unleash a very high additional strength like Guojiao? He asked. Zhou Zhou nodded. You're right. With your current bloodline, you can hide it. I'm afraid only a life form at the Master God tier bloodline level can allow you to unleash strength that exceeds the high tier deity level. He said. This was also one of the weaknesses of a dragon slayer. However, it was not a big flaw. Having high potential was not a bad thing after all. Guojiao was too special. His potential could be said to be the lowest in the entire Blazing Sun Kingdom. Only white silver tier intermediate grade. In fact, his potential would only be at the green bronze tier intermediate grade without the sun moon star sword to increase his potential. However, as the saying went, fortune and misfortune depended on each other. It was precisely because his bloodline level was so low. Therefore, when he faced a high-level bloodline, because of the huge difference in bloodline level, he could erupt with such shocking strength. From this point of view, Zhou Zhou was even inferior to him. When he heard Haras's words, he felt that it was a pity for him. What was a pity for he was that the other party was not human. Otherwise, with the support of the sword of Xian Yuan Sun Moon Star Sword, his potential could completely reach the level of a Master God tier. It was not his current true God tier elementary grade potential. On the other side, Haras nodded. Even though he felt that it was a pity, he did not pay much attention to it. The song in Bloodbath alone and ignoring the enemy's bloodline pressure was enough for him to benefit greatly. As for the additional burst of strength, naturally, it would be best if there was. If there wasn't, he could only console him that it was because he was too outstanding that he had such an outcome. Your Majesty, what about my high-tier deity-level divine artifact? Haras, who had straightened out his identity and faction, did not stand on ceremony and directly asked Zhou Zhou for what he wanted. Come to my place tonight, Zhou Zhou said. Haras nodded excitedly. A high-tier deity level, can finally have a high-tier deity level divine artifact that matches my own strength. He was extremely excited. Haras did not stay any longer and ran to the battlefield below to help the soldiers deal with the remaining soldiers of the refined flame Scarlet Legion. Guojiao did not say anything else and went to help. Zhou Zhou looked at Guojiao's back and glanced at a law skill in his skill column. Chapter 714, Dragon Slaying Power. Scarlet Beheader. Ranking. Law skill name, Dragon Slaying Power. Law skill quality, low-level deity tier elementary grade. Introduction, the exclusive law skill of the Dragon Slayer. When the Dragon Slayer kills high-level blood creatures and bathes in its blood while advancing to the God Spirit, he will automatically master the exclusive law skill. When the Dragon Slayer fights with high-level blood creatures, it will automatically activate upon the body, weapon, armor, kills, etc. and increase their lethality towards these creatures with high-level bloodline. The Dragon Slayer actually has a shortcut to becoming a god. A Dragon Slayer God Spirit. Zhou Zhou nodded. It seemed that he had another path to becoming a god in the future. Moreover, this path was quite easy. He only needed to slaughter high-level bloodline creatures and bathe in their blood. Moreover, this path to godhood was not weak. It was just targeted. Then, he looked at the notification that had appeared before, but he had yet to read it. King of 10,000 Kings event hint, you have led your territory soldiers to kill Gerard, the Legion commander of the Refined Flame Scarlet Legion, high-tier deity level intermediate grade, a beginner Scarlet Empire. You have made outstanding contributions to this King of 10,000 Kings event. You are rewarded with 1 bottle of potential advancement potion, high-tier deity level intermediate grade, 1 book of the God Spirit, high-tier deity level intermediate grade, 100 divine crystals, high-tier deity level intermediate grade, 1 random special building blueprint. King of 10,000 Kings event hint, you have obtained the achievement Scarlet Beheader, high-tier deity level. Scarlet Beheader, high-tier deity level worth 50 universal general faction points. Good God! A bottle of high-tier deity level intermediate advancement potion and a high-tier deity level intermediate book of the God Spirit. This is a God Ascension package. Moreover, it has an extremely high upper limit. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. This round of killing was not a loss. It was not in vain that he had spent so much time and energy and used up another ghost god demon slaying halberd. Not bad, not bad. In addition, the Scarlet Beheader achievement obtained from killing Gerard was also worth a total of 50 million faction points. One had to know that the legendary advance grade faction quests given to him by the Night Empire would only reward him with 100 million faction points after completing the entire set. This Scarlet Beheader achievement gave him half of the faction quests points as a reward. Indeed, anyone who only does the faction quests has no future. If I want to surpass those top lords in this King of 10,000 Kings event, I have to take a shortcut and overtake them. It was not in vain that I specially went to the illusory life race to obtain the Bodhi Supreme, the Eye of the Heavens Anger, and other treasures left behind by the illusory life race. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. When it was dark, his soldiers finally killed the remaining 80 million scarlet fog monsters. This battle had benefited his army greatly. Among them, the Blazing Sun army was upgraded to a Diamond Tier army. The Dragon God Army, Monster Army, and Heavenly Map Army had all been upgraded to the White Platinum Tier Army. The Diamond Tier Braveness buff directly increased the overall strength of the Blazing Sun Army's soldiers by 60%. The White Platinum Tier Army's Braveness buff also increased the overall strength of the Blazing Sun Army's soldiers by 50%. The improvement was not small. It was already late, but Zhou Zhou had no intention of leaving. He got all the soldiers to activate the black membrane. Then, he got some soldiers to kill the new fog monsters around them while letting the other soldiers continue to extract the loots. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction seeing the soldiers covered in black membrane and diligently extracting their loots in the fog. This Dark Walker was very convenient to use. In the future, the knight would not be able to stop his expansion. Then, Zhou Zhou took this opportunity to open the rankings. First was the Night Empire Faction Points ranking. Night Empire Faction Points rankings. First place, Blazing Sun Kingdom Lord of the Blazing Sun 71.1 million faction points. Second place, Green Phoenix City Green Phoenix Lord 1,564,000 faction points. Third place, Spiritual Medicine City Spiritual Medicine Lord 1,128,000 faction points. Fourth place, Paper Immortal City Paper Immortal Lord 603,100 faction points. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. 50 million faction points was indeed not for show, it directly widened the gap between him and the second place by 2 digits. The other people in the Night Empire who were doing faction quests were probably stunned when they saw the difference in faction points. He casually opened the camp channel of the Night Empire. As he had expected, these lords of the Night faction were all shocked at where he had suddenly obtained so many faction points. Then, he looked at the requirements of the Night Empire faction quests. Legendary Tier Advance Grade Spatial Teleportation Array, 4/12ths. 26 Epic Tier Advance Grade Spatial Teleportation Arrays, 12/26ths, 114 Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade Spatial Teleportation Arrays, 111/114. Today is the 4th day, and I've completed almost half of the mission requirements. Even though the remaining spatial teleportation arrays are small and exquisite, with my current strength, it shouldn't be difficult to resolve them in 2 days as long as nothing unexpected happens. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he looked at the Elven Empire's faction points ranking. Elven Empire faction points ranking. First place, Blazing Sun Kingdom Lord of the Blazing Sun 50 million faction points. Second place, Light God City Light Envoy Lord 5,126,000 faction points. Third place, Wind Fire City Sky Lord 4,882,000 faction points. Fourth place, Winterfrost Lord of Winterfrost 4,060,000 faction points. I've never done faction quests in the Elven Empire, let alone obtained any faction points. Now, I've directly relied on 50 million faction points to reach the top of the faction. Looks like this is the effect of the Universal General Faction Points. It can be used anywhere. In other words, faction points that can be used in all faction rankings. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. From the looks of it, the Universal General Faction Points were much more useful than the faction points of a single faction. In particular, the more factions he joined, the more useful the universal general faction points would be. He didn't think too much about it and looked at the most important Lord faction points ranking. Myriad Races Lord faction points ranking. First place, Original Spirit Race True Lord 286,000,000 faction points. Second place, Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord 410,009,000 faction points. Third place, Chaos Gods Race Great One Lord 92,002,000 faction points. Fourth place, Human Race Lord of the Blazing Sun 71.1 million faction points. Fifth place, Myriad Spirit Clan Spiritual Lord 51,606,000 faction points. Zhou Zhou looked at the rankings with a solemn expression. This top-notch lord of the top 3 races was actually so strong? He already obtained an additional 50 million faction points, but he was only ranked 4th? Especially the true lord. He actually had a total of 286 million faction points. How did he do it? Zhou Zhou was puzzled. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the human lords of Cerulean Planet and the top lords of the myriad races also saw the increase in the Lord of the Blazing Sun's faction points. A question appeared in their minds as well. How did King of the Blazing Sun do it? Chapter 715, The Shock of a Top Lord of the 10,000 Races. Primal Chaos City. Mutated beast life forms emitting a black-grey chaotic aura gathered here. The one in charge was a strange black bird with 3 legs. He stood tall in the sky, his body emitting chaotic flames as he ruled over this ancient and majestic city. King of the Blazing Sun. Suddenly increased by 50 million faction points. Has he also completed a top-notch faction quest? The mystic bird life form, which was the Great One Lord, pondered. As a lord from a top-notch race civilization, the advantage he had in accepting faction quests was unimaginable for other normal lords. It was a top-notch faction quest that other lords could only obtain by pulling strings. All he needed to do was say that he was from the Chaos Gods race, and countless rulers of empires would take the initiative to build connections with him. They would hand the faction quests of their own countries to him, and they would even take the initiative to request for help in order to help him complete the mission. In order to avoid violating the agreement, they would not take the initiative to send troops to help complete their faction quests. However, giving more hints and intelligence support to make it easier for officials at various levels to complete the faction quests was allowed in the Supreme Agreement. And now, there were a total of 5 top-notch faction quests in his mission list. If he could complete each faction quest, he would be able to obtain at least 50 to 200 million faction points. This was only because the Great One Lord knew that the King of 10,000 Kings' activity time was limited. Even if he could receive a large number of top-notch faction quests, he could not complete all of them. Therefore, he chose these 5 top-notch faction quests that he felt he could complete in a short period of time among all the many top-notch faction quests. Otherwise, there would only be more. This Lord of the Blazing Sun clearly came from an ordinary human. But he actually completed a top-notch faction quest in just 4 days. The Great One Lord was silent. The Great One Lord had always been very unconvinced that the Lord of the Blazing Sun could obtain the achievement of the strongest Lord of all races in the previous Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event. Even though it was rumored that the other party had repelled the true Lord, the Great One Lord did not believe it to be true. How powerful was the true Lord? He knew very well as someone who had fought with the other party before. He did not believe that a mere human lord could defeat a Great One Lord. It must be because of some special reason that the Great One Lord gave up fighting with the other party. That was why the other party picked up a huge bargain. If he had met him on the final battlefield, he would definitely have made this human lord reveal his true colors and let him know what the foundation of a race from a great race civilization was. That was what the Great One Lord thought. Right now, the gap between me and this lucky Lord of the Blazing Sun isn't that big anymore. Looks like I have to hurry up and complete a top-notch faction quest to stabilize my ranking. As for the Cloud Mulberry world, I can only go there in the future. The Great One Lord frowned. He had an arrogant personality. It was barely enough to allow the true Lord and Lord Mu to be ranked above him. However, if a human lord that he looked down on was above him, then he would be extremely unhappy. As for the Cloud Mulberry world, it was an opportunity he had found from the inheritance of his own race. If he could obtain a remnant branch of the Mulberry Divine Tree in the Mulberry Cloud world, he could use the inheritance in his mind to create his own intrinsic growth divine artifact. That would be a huge improvement for him. The True Kingdom. In the original King's City. This was a kingdom established by the true lord of the original spirit race. Coincidentally, the time difference between he and Zhou Zhou's establishment of the kingdom was only about half a day. However, it was this half a day that made the latter famous in the entire high continent and even among all the lords of the myriad races. The former was still unknown until now. Other than the nearby lords who knew that this true lord had also established a kingdom, the other lords only knew about the Blazing Sun Kingdom and not the True Kingdom. The true lord once felt that it was a pity. However, if he was slow, he was slow. Even if there was only a difference of half a day, it could not change this fact. Therefore, the true lord stopped thinking about the king of the Blazing Sun and his Blazing Sun Kingdom. Until the Lord of the Blazing Sun's explosive increase of 50 million faction points had raised his ranking from over 10 to 4th place. He had almost entered the top 3 before he attracted the true Lord's attention again. The Lord of the Blazing Sun. The true Lord looked at the name Lord of the Blazing Sun thoughtfully. He originally thought that this Lord from the human race would be at his limit if he could obtain first place in the previous Lord's event. Originally, he had planned to forget the unpleasant experience from before. He did not expect that this magical human lord actually showed signs of rising again in this event. Interesting. The King of 10,000 Kings event this time is different from last time. During the previous Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event, even the top lords of the Myriad Races had no choice but to follow the rules of the Supreme Will and fight one-on-one in that illusory arena. Most of the advantages of the top lord's race reputation were not displayed. And in this King of 10,000 Kings event, the lords of the top races can use the reputation of the races behind them to obtain a large number of benefits from the outside world. Under such circumstances, this human lord actually caught up. Surprise flashed across the true lord's eyes. It had to be said. This Lord of the Blazing Sun surprised him too much. Then, he watched for a while before closing the rankings. It was only the 4th day of the King of 10,000 Kings event. There were still a total of 26 days until the end of this event. This improvement was nothing to him, a lord who had obtained nearly 300 million faction points in 4 days. This time, he was full of confidence to be able to obtain first place in this King of 10,000 Kings event. What happened during the last event definitely wouldn't happen to him again. Heaven-chasing city. Lord Mu looked at the Blazing Sun King's ranking with a dark expression. He actually caught up again. He muttered to himself. His voice was a little cold. He had never forgotten the experience of being defeated by King of the Blazing Sun's soldiers with the greedy wolf howling moon array on the battlefield of lords of all races. In fact, when he thought about it, it was still vivid in his mind, as if it had happened yesterday. He was also a person who was unwilling to admit defeat. Hence, up until now, he had always had the thought of getting back at him. Don't let me find you in reality. Otherwise, I will let you know where the shepherd's god race's true strength lies. The heaven-chasing lord said softly. At the same time, just as these top-notch people of foreign races lords were shocked and afraid of Zhou Zhou's huge improvement, the lords of Cerulean Planet's World Channel were also in an uproar. Chapter 716, Special Building War Hero Monument. More than 9,000 divine artifacts. I knew that His Majesty would not fall behind those top-notch people of foreign races lords. Didn't someone say last time that His Majesty's rise was just a flash in the pan? If you have the ability now, stand up and look at the current rankings. Say that again. I understand now. It turns out that His Majesty is the kind of person who accumulates a lot of experience. He fell behind at the beginning just to pave the way for him to catch up later. I remember that during the last Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event, His Majesty's ranking wasn't very high at the beginning. When the true lords reached the top of the mythical tier, His Majesty didn't seem to have reached the diamond tier. However, later on, His Majesty defeated many top lords step by step and slowly took over the mythical tier rank. In the end, he even surpassed the true lords and became the strongest lord of all races. Compared to being dazzlingly powerful at the beginning, His Majesty's slow-moving strength can only be used later. However, it feels really satisfying to follow the entire process. It's like watching a drama. Dragon Lady Lord, congratulations to Your Majesty for successfully entering the 4th place on the faction points ranking of the lords of all races. Dragon Lady Lord brings all the Lord members of the Dragon Blood Alliance to congratulate Your Majesty. Undead Lord, congratulations to Your Majesty for successfully entering the 4th place on the faction points ranking of the lords of all races. I bring all the Lord members of the Undead Alliance to congratulate Your Majesty. Military Industry Lord, Your Majesty is awesome. All the members of the Military Industry Alliance and I congratulate Your Majesty heartily. Mystic Heaven Lord, all the lords of the Mystic Heaven Immortal Alliance and I sincerely congratulate Your Majesty. Overlord Lord, congratulations, Your Majesty. The top lords of the Cerulean planet, who usually did not appear, appeared at this moment and congratulated Zhou Zhou. Many lords were stunned when they saw this scene. They didn't know why these top-notch lords of Cerulean planet, who were usually arrogant, were suddenly sucking up to the King of the Blazing Sunday. It wasn't until a lord who knew the inside story told these Cerulean planet lords that the Dragon Lady Lord and the others had already joined Zhou Zhou's faction that everyone understood what was going on. However, it was precisely because they knew the truth that the lords of Cerulean planet were even more shocked. One had to know that these top-notch lords of the Cerulean planet and the Lord Alliance behind them could be said to control the most elite lords of the Cerulean planet. If they had all submitted to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, wouldn't that mean that the current Lord of the Blazing Sun could be considered the true supreme leader among the lords of Cerulean planet? After figuring this out, many Cerulean planet lords who were keyboard warriors decided not to badmouth the Lord of the Blazing Sun on the World Channel in the future. Instead, they decided to be an unknown turtle and stop provoking the King of the Blazing Sunday. The King of the Blazing Sun was powerful in the past, but he didn't like to form alliances with others. When one was far away from authority, the powers that be will not intervene, therefore he wasn't respected by many lords. And now, not only was the King of the Blazing Sun powerful, his lord faction was also about to control all the lords on Cerulean planet. Under such circumstances, who would dare to find trouble for himself? The Dragon Lady Lord and the other top lords of Cerulean planet might find the location of their territories by mobilizing more than 100 million lord members of the Lord Alliance under them. Then, they would send troops over to keep things in check in the territory. Zhou Zhou also saw what happened on the World Channel. He smiled. Even though he didn't care about the keyboard warrior's words, it would be better if his ears were quieter and the comments he saw when he was diving were cleaner. He casually replied to the congratulations of Dragon Lady Lord and the others before looking at a blueprint. It was the random special building blueprint. Building blueprint name, War Hero Monument. Building blueprint level, Special. Building blueprint function 1 Heroic Spirit Blessing. When the territory is in trouble, the soldiers who died in the war will reappear in the form of heroic spirits and fight one last battle with the enemy to protect the territory's subjects. Building blueprint function 2 Loyalty. Territory subjects' loyalty is fixed +1. Building blueprint description, Cherish peace, heroes live forever. This special building blueprint is not bad. Zhou Zhou nodded. He planned to go back and find Zhao Chongshao and the others to build this building as soon as possible. Then, he began to retrieve the loots. The extracted targets included the corpses of more than 600 legendary tier fog monsters, the corpses of 3 low-tier deity-level fog monsters, the corpses of 2 mid-tier deity-level fog monsters, and the most important 2 high-tier deity-level fog monsters. Under Zhou Zhou's special instructions, these corpses had been specially delivered to him by the soldiers. Among them, under Zhou Zhou's extraction, he obtained more than 600 copies of the Book of the God Spirit, more than 9,000 low-tier deity-level divine artifacts, and more than 30,000 low-tier deity-level materials, minerals, potions, building blueprints, and other loots. Looking at the many god-tier loots in the king's treasure box, even though Zhou Zhou was already prepared, he was still stunned. After a long time, he came back to his senses and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had specially extracted the loots alone. Otherwise, the glory of so many god-tier loots, especially more than 9,000 low-level divine artifacts, would probably cause the moral values of all the soldiers in the territory to collapse. Divine artifacts have always been extremely precious. Even the high-tier deity-level heros cherished the divine artifacts that Zhou Zhou lent him. However, Zhou Zhou now had more than 9,000 low-tier deity-level divine artifacts. Who wouldn't be confused after seeing it? In the future, I can freely sell away low-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine artifacts. Zhou Zhou looked at the divine artifacts and sighed. He thought for a moment and quickly came to a decision. In the future, every god spirits of his territory could have a set of low-tier deity-level divine artifacts for free. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his talent. Moreover, as his enemy level continued to increase, the strength of his subordinates also needed to be improved quickly. Otherwise, he would not be able to deal with his enemies in terms of strength. Therefore, it was not the time to be calculative. He had to do his best to increase his combat strength first. The rules of rewarding meritorious service were placed on higher-level divine artifacts or other rewards. Then, he extracted the loot from 3 low-tier deity-level scarlet god spirits, 2 mid-tier deity-level scarlet god spirits, and 1 high-tier deity-level scarlet god spirit. He took a quick glance and then an obvious look of disdain appeared on his face. This was because only 3 god spirits among the 6 scarlet god spirits had 2 low-tier deity-level intermediate grade and 1 mid-tier deity-level elementary grade divine artifacts. That high-tier deity level which wasn't Gerard was actually only using a mid-tier deity level divine artifact. The other scarlet god spirits were using ordinary weapons of legendary tier advance grade. How poor! Zhou Zhou was speechless. However, he still chose to extract it. Soon, he had obtained 6 Book of the God Spirit, 54 low-level deity-level divine artifacts, 6 mid-tier deity-level intermediate-grade divine artifacts, 3 high-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine artifacts, and a bunch of god-tier materials, ores, potions, building blueprints, and other loots. As for the other spoils of war below the god-tier level, there was no need to elaborate on them here because there were too many of them. Then, he looked at Gerard's body at the end, and his eyes suddenly became hot. This high-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirit could have a high-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine artifact. Once he extracted it, with the enhancement of the King of Loots, he would directly possess 3 identical true God-tier elementary-grade divine artifacts. Chapter 717, Gerard's Loot. Dimensional Passage. Zhou Zhou looked at Gerard's corpse and a text notification appeared. Item name, Pillar of the Empire Gerard's corpse. Item level, high-tier deity level intermediate grade. Item effect, contains unextracted loots. Item description, beginner Scarlet Empire, the strongest Scarlet God Spirit in the Scarlet Empire. He has been in control of the refined flame Scarlet Legion for more than 2,000 years. He has a lot of combat experience and is known as the Pillar of the Scarlet Empire. However, he died in a special war with a kingdom. Loot drop rate, 40 high-tier deity level intermediate grade divine crystals, drop rate, 100%, 500,000 origin crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 high-tier deity level intermediate grade hero skill space blade, drop rate, 5%, 1 high-tier deity level intermediate grade hero skill shuttling between spaces, drop rate, 5%, 1 high-tier deity level elementary grade divine artifact space splitting blade, drop rate, 1%, 1 legendary tier advance grade equipment space crystal spiritual bell. Armor, drop rate, 20%, 1 legendary tier advance grade equipment space invisible boots, drop rate, 20%, 1 legendary tier advance grade equipment soul rearing jade, drop rate, 20%, 1 legendary tier advance grade equipment Vajra blessings, drop rate, 20%, 1 high tier deity level intermediate grade space oscillation divine spark fragment, drop rate, 5%, 1 high tier deity level intermediate grade soul tower divine spark fragment, drop rate, 5%. 1 high tier deity level intermediate grade hero inheritance secret manual, drop rate, 3%, 1 high tier deity level intermediate grade book of the god spirit, drop rate, 0.1%, 6 black iron tier lord talent crystal fragments, drop rate, 0%. Zhou Zhou looked at his spoils of war and suddenly realized something very interesting. That was, the strong did not seem to have lord talents. Among their spoils of war, there were usually a few black iron tier lord talent crystal fragments. He thought for a moment and understood. If a person with a lord talent discovered that they had a lord talent at the beginning, most of these people would actually put their energy into becoming a lord and not spend their energy on becoming strong. Lords could also increase their strength by nurturing subjects after all. Even though the speed at which he increased his strength was relatively slow, just like Zhou Zhou, whose strength was far inferior to his subordinates. This was because the Lord needed too much promotion energy. If a person did not detect that he had the Lord talent at the beginning, he would devote all his energy to improving his personal strength. This choice did not seem to be as glamorous as a lord's with power, status, and benefits that lords had. However, it could allow this person to focus on improving his strength and quickly increase his strength. It was probably for this reason that was why the experts he encountered did not have any lord talents. The lords he met were basically inferior to the generals under them. He did not think too much about it and directly extracted them. The text notification appeared again. Do you want to retrieve the loot? Do you want to use the race divine artifact Lucky Star to retrieve a special loots? Yes. Zhou Zhou immediately said. Previously, he had used the lucky ability of the Lucky Star once a day. However, the additional loots he obtained was at most special in terms of stats effects and did not attract Zhou Zhou much, so he did not pay much attention to it. He had yet to use his lucky ability till this day. Since he had encountered the corpse of this high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade god spirit, he naturally had to use it on this fellow. Lord Talent Notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title Hint, your loots have been affected by the title of the Strongest Lord. The number of loots has increased by 150%. Lord Talent Notification, you have obtained Perfect Loots 100 Divine Crystals, True God Tier Intermediate Grade, 1.25 million Origin Crystals, 3-dimensional Hero Skills, True God Tier Intermediate Grade, 3-dimensional Passage Hero Skills, True God Tier, 3 Sword of New Dimension Creation Divine Artifact, True God Tier, 3 Purple Element Mystic Space Armor Divine Artifacts, Low Tier Deity Level Intermediate Grade, 3 Mysterious Traveler Boots Divine Artifacts. Low Tier Deity Level Intermediate Grade, 3 Heavenly Element Soul Heart Divine Artifacts, Low Tier Deity Level Intermediate Grade, 3 Subdue Dragon Riding Demon Amor Divine Artifact, Low Tier Deity Level Intermediate Grade, 3 World Destruction Divine Spark Fragments, True God Tier Intermediate Grade, 3 Soul World Divine Spark Fragments, 1 Hero Inheritance Secret Manual, True God Tier Intermediate Grade, 1 Book of the God Spirit, True God Tier Intermediate Grade. 15 Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Green Bronze Tier. Lucky Star Notification, you have obtained a special loots the Pillar of the Empire Puppet, High Tier Deity Intermediate Grade. Whoosh! Gerard's corpse turned into a large amount of light and flew into Zhou Zhou's king's treasure box in the blink of an eye. Zhou Zhou began to check the loots. Needless to say, there were divine crystals, origin crystals, and lord talent crystal fragments. He looked at the first hero skill. Hero skill, dimensional slash. Level, true god tier intermediate grade. Skill effect, condense the power of space to the extreme and form a slash that can destroy most things in the myriad worlds. It's an extreme slashing power. No matter how strong something is, it's very difficult to withstand its slash. It can even cut open the world membrane and open a spatial rift that leads to another world. Extreme slashing power. It can even open a spatial rift that leads to another world. This is actually a pure combat hero skill. Zhou Zhou looked at this hero skill and muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He had picked up a treasure. This hero skill was definitely the most practical hero skill regardless of whether or not it was rare. It could play a huge role when used in battle. Moreover, because it was a hero skill, Zhou Zhou could also let his ultimate lord clone learn it. However, the power he learned could only be temporarily at the extraordinary tier advance grade. In the future, its power would increase as the ultimate lord's strength increased. In addition, when he heard that the insect lord had the ability to go to another universe, even though he did not say it out loud, he was actually quite envious. But now, with this dimensional slash, even if he could not find another universe, he already had the ability to open up another universe. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied. Then, he looked at another hero skill. Hero skill, dimensional passage. Level, true god tier intermediate grade. Skill effect, condense a vast amount of spatial energy and use the spatial coordinates you are at as the starting coordinates. Find another spatial coordinate and you can set up a temporary dimensional passage between the two spatial coordinates. This dimensional passage can allow people and supplies from both places to pass through. The communication distance of the dimensional passage depended on the strength of the person who released it. The weaker one was, the shorter the communication distance in the dimensional passage. On the other hand, the stronger one is, the further one can go. Maintaining the dimensional passage required the user to constantly input spatial stats energy into the dimensional passage. The dimensional passage can allow two different worlds to communicate with people and supplies. Good God! It's a pair with the dimensional slash. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. First, he would use the dimensional slash to open the barrier between the alternate worlds. Then, he would use the dimensional passage to build a bridge between the two worlds. After that, he could play master to the two worlds to his heart's content. Zhou Zhou thought that he could give it a try when he finds a new universe in the future. Chapter 718, True God Tier Divine Artifact Sword of New Dimension Creation. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the True God Tier Divine Artifact with anticipation. It was a long sword that emitted a faint seven-colored light. At the hilt of the sword, was an exquisite silver wheel. In the wheel was a slowly rotating strange silver-grey ball of light. The rich power of space and time kept surging in all directions with the silver-grey ball of light as the core. After reaching a certain range, it was recycled into the silver-grey ball of light. Zhou Zhou took out the true divine artifact and held it in his hand. At this moment, Heraus and the other god spirits with sharp senses were suddenly stunned. Then, they looked in Zhou Zhou's direction and realized that their king actually disappeared. Where's His Majesty? Bai Yun's expression changed slightly. I don't know. Heraus frowned. He was an actual high-tier deity-level god spirit. In addition, he liked to fight, so his perception was much sharper than other high-tier deity levels of the same level. He could even confidently say that in terms of perception, other than a few talented god spirits, only the true god tier and master god tier could firmly crush him. However, with such a perception, even he actually didn't notice when His Majesty disappeared. This left him in disbelief. I didn't find out when His Majesty disappeared. However, my divination didn't produce any ominous results. His Majesty shouldn't be in any danger. An epic tier intermediate grade hero from the people of foreign race who was good at divination said in a deep voice after divining a few times. Everyone was slightly relieved after hearing this, but they were still a little worried. Don't worry. I'm fine. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's voice suddenly sounded in everyone's minds. This sound seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to sense where the person who made the sound was. When everyone heard this, they immediately recognized that it was their king's voice. They still heaved a sigh of relief even though they did not see him in person. Your Majesty, where are you? Haros magnified his perception to the greatest extent, wanting to find where His Majesty was. He had always been confident in his perception. But now, he had suffered a setback from His Majesty. This made he somewhat indignant. I'll be right back. Zhou Zhou did not explain further. At the same time, in a temporarily formed spatio-temporal region, Zhou Zhou sized up this realm. This should be one of the abilities of the true God tier divine artifact in my hand. Zhou Zhou guessed. Then, he clicked his tongue in wonder. As expected of a true God tier divine artifact, there was actually such a phenomenon as soon as he touched it. He was not in a hurry to look at the information of the divine artifact. Instead, he first made the true God tier divine artifact recognize him as its master. Then, he willed it. Right on the heels of that, the silver-gray ball of light gradually stopped surging with the power of time and space, causing the surrounding regional phenomena to gradually disappear. The power of time and space was retracted into the silver-gray light wheel. Zhou Zhou's figure appeared above the generals. The generals quickly discovered Zhou Zhou. They were only truly relieved when they saw that their king was safe and sound. What's that? Haros looked at the sword of new dimension creation in Zhou Zhou's hand. While the sword did not emit the aura or pressure of a treasure, it looked like an exquisite mortal sword. However, he felt that since it was so valued by His Majesty, it was definitely not an ordinary item. It might be a rare treasure. Nonetheless, since it was His Majesty's treasure, Haros, who was already a subject, did not think too much about it and did not have any greed. At the same time, Zhou Zhou also looked at the information on the divine artifact in his hand. Divine artifact name, Sword of New Dimension Creation. Divine artifact grade, True God tier intermediate grade. Divine artifact law New Dimension Creation 1, you can open up a permanent dimensional channel to a specific world coordinate. You can open up to 3 permanent dimensional channels at the same time. Divine artifact law New Dimension Creation 2, with the Sword of New Dimension Creation in hand, any attack can split the heavens and earth. It can kill existences below the True God intermediate grade. After using it, a large amount of time is needed to recover the divine power in the sword. Divine Artifact Law New Dimension Creation 3, the Sword of New Dimension Creation nurtures a world source. After 129,600 years, it will grow into a complete boundless universe. Prompt, it can be bound to the soul. After reading it, Zhou Zhou couldn't help but gasp. Good God! This is a true God tier divine artifact? It involves the world at every turn? He thought for a moment, then nodded. Well, at the level of a true God tier, basically, they had grasped one or two methods to destroy the world. A true God tier divine artifact that was compatible with a true God would not be worthy of a true God tier if it did not have world-destroying means. Furthermore, there were two other things that caught his attention about this true God tier divine artifact. First thing, it was just that the method that the divine artifact had just revealed to open up a temporary domain was not displayed on the divine artifact's information. This was recorded in his bloodline inheritance. Generally speaking, at the level of a true God tier divine artifact, its ability could not be summarized with just a few words or functions. Therefore, the divine artifact information he saw was only the main and most powerful functions of a true divine artifact. Other than that, true God tier divine artifacts also had other hidden functions within them, and the owner of the divine artifact would have to dig and discover it themselves. For example, the ability to open up temporary realms. And the second thing was that Heraus didn't notice that the divine artifact in his hand was the true God tier divine artifact from the legends. This was also very simple. In other words, the divine artifact was hiding itself. Divine artifacts of this level basically all had their own spirit. Most of these divine artifact spirits were very arrogant. They would only let the living beings they acknowledged see their true appearance, while the living beings they didn't acknowledge would hide their dazzling points with their divine artifacts and not let the other party discover them because the other party wasn't worthy. That was why Heraus' situation happened just now. Of course, the owner of a divine artifact could also take the initiative to release their divine artifact's light. But generally speaking, unless they wanted to show off, otherwise, not many god spirits would take the initiative to reveal such a treasure to other life forms. He came back to his senses. Zhou Zhou looked at the divine artifact. The more he looked at it, the more the look of satisfaction on his face deepened. What a true god tier divine artifact! Moreover, it was a complete true god tier divine artifact. One had to know that even the legendary faction quests of the Elven Empire only asked him to find a fragment of a true god tier divine artifact in a mystic realm. Even so, it also made the original Elven Empress very cautious. She was even willing to pay a huge price to help him increase his ranking on the rankings. It could be seen how precious true god tier divine artifacts were. If the original Elven Empress knew that he had a complete true god tier divine artifacts and 3 of them at that, even if the other party was the ruler of an empire that was about to advance to a divine kingdom and had the restrictions of the Supreme Agreement, the other party would probably do something dangerous. This was not a good time to carefully study the functions of the divine artifact. Zhou Zhou could only suppress his curiosity and put the sword of new dimension creation into the king's treasure box. Then, he looked at the other loots. Chapter 719, Dimensional Traveler's Divine Inheritance. The Pillar of the Empire Puppet. Zhou Zhou looked at the spoils of war behind. He only took a glance at the 12 low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade divine artifacts before retracting his gaze. They were all ordinary low-tier deity-level divine artifacts, nothing special. Now that he had more than 9,000 low-tier deity-level divine artifacts, he no longer had any feelings for divine artifacts of this level. He looked at the 6 divine spark fragments. 3 of the divine spark fragments were the advanced version of space oscillation, world destruction, and the other 3 divine spark fragments were the advanced version of the soul tower, soul world. He took out a piece each and began to study. After experiencing part of the high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade god spirit, Gerard had successfully comprehended the 2 law skills, world destruction and soul world. Law skill name, world destruction. Law skill quality, true god tier intermediate grade. Law skill power introduction, the user controls the power of the spatial laws and detonates the spatial origin that forms an entire world, causing the entire world to fall into an endless spatial explosion until the entire world is completely destroyed by the shattered spatial origin power. Law skill name, soul world. Law skill quality, true god tier intermediate grade. Law skill power description, the user will construct a soul world that is suitable for the soul to survive. The soul world can continuously absorb the soul origin energy of the soul world to nourish itself. At the same time, the soul will receive great protection in the soul world. It can ignore the soul attacks of the true god tier intermediate grade and below. It will also have a certain weakening effect on soul attacks of the true god tier intermediate grade and above. What a powerful law skill! Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised and tongue-tied. The former was a genuine method of destroying the world. The latter could even protect his soul from the soul attack of a true god tier. To Zhou Zhou, who liked to protect himself, this was undoubtedly very much to his liking. It's a pity that my strength is still too low. These 2 true god tier law skills can only be used by true gods. I'm an epic tier advanced grade lord. Even with the help of chaotic origin energy, I can probably only use the power of a mid-tier deity level. It's probably the same for the Sword of New Dimension Creation. With my current abilities, I probably won't even be able to use those true God-tier divine artifacts. Zhou Zhou thought. The standard for using true God-tier divine artifacts was much higher than true God-tier law skills. The latter did not have a physical body and could be used with reduced power after all. The former was a real divine artifact. The body mass was placed there. Even if Zhou Zhou had the chaotic origin energy, he probably could not use it. There was one thing that made him feel better. After today's battle, he felt that he was not far from the legendary tier level. When he reached the legendary tier level, with the chaotic origin energy in his body, he might be able to use the Sword of New Dimension Creation and unleash the power of a mid-tier deity level divine artifact. When he becomes a low-tier deity level God Spirit, he should be able to barely use a portion of the true God-tier divine artifact's abilities and unleash the power of a high-tier deity level divine artifact. When he reached the high-tier deity level God Spirit, he should be able to completely control this true God-tier divine artifacts. Then, he looked at the Hero Inheritance Manual and the Book of the God Spirit. Treasure Name, Book of the God Spirit. Treasure Grade, True God-tier Intermediate Grade. Treasure Effect, a mythical book that records the path of becoming a dimensional traveler. After using it, one can embark on the path of becoming a dimensional traveler. Treasure Description, Book of God Inheritance. After using it, you can walk on a smooth path to becoming a god, but whether you can really become a god in the end depends on the user himself. Treasure Name, Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Grade, True God Tier Intermediate Grade. Treasure Ability, after using it, you can obtain Dimensional Traveler Air Hero's Legacy. Introduction, Traveler, when you embark on the journey again, you must remember the meaning of the journey itself. Dimensional Traveler Space. Dimensional Traveler. Dimensional / Dimensional Passage, Sword of New Dimension Creation, World Destruction. Sounds like the path of a god spirit who can travel in an infinite world. Zhou Zhou could not help but be tempted. In some infinite stream novels, this would definitely be the cheat of the protagonist. Moreover, he was also a loyal reader of infinite flow novels. Therefore, at this moment, he could not help but be tempted by this god spirit path. Furthermore, the grade of this path was also intermediate true god tier grade. Honestly, it wasn't low either. Moreover, with his many bloodlines and the potential enhancement of his lord talent, it would be easy for him to surpass this level in the future. The only reason why he felt that the path of a god spirit was not suitable for him was that he was a lord of all races currently. JIS main foundation was on the high continent. Before the Supreme Will launched an activity similar to conquering the myriad worlds, he could not abandon the foundation of his territory and go to the myriad worlds alone to play. Zhou Zhou thought seriously for a moment. Then, he put away the Book of the God Spirit and the Hero Inheritance Manual regretfully. He felt that at this stage, opening up the resources of the infinite worlds was indeed very tempting. However, he still had to prioritize the foundation of the Lord of the Supreme Will. In the future, when the Supreme Will asked them to go to the myriad worlds to fight, it would not be too late for him to accept the divine inheritance. Therefore, he planned to keep the Dimensional Traveler's Book of the God Spirit and Secret Manual of Hero Inheritance for now and use them when the time was right. Just like how he kept a large number of Lord Talent crystal fragments and upgraded his Lord Talent when the time was right. He stopped thinking and looked at the last loots. In other words, it was a special loots dropped by the lucky star. Treasure Name, the Pillar of the Empire Puppet. Treasure Grade, True God Tier Intermediate Grade. Treasure Effect, you can obtain the loyalty of the Pillar of the Empire Puppet, which is an intermediate grade high tier deity level, after you drip your blood and it recognizes you as its master. This violent storm demon spirit lord had hero skills Space Blade, hero skills Space Travel, law skills Space Oscillation, law skills Soul Tower, and other abilities. Furthermore, it was equipped with a high-tier deity-level elementary grade divine artifact Space Splitting Blade, a legendary tier advance grade equipment space crystal spirit bell armor, a legendary tier advance grade equipment space stepping invisible boots, a legendary tier advance grade equipment soul nurturing jade, a legend. It was equipped with a high tier deity level elementary grade divine artifact space splitting blade, a legendary tier advance grade equipment space crystal spirit bell armor, a legendary tier advance grade equipment space stepping invisible boots, a legendary tier advance grade equipment soul nurturing jadedary tier advance grade equipment such as the Vajra world protection armor. Not only is Pillar of the Empire puppet powerful and loyal to its master, it will automatically recover to the form of a puppet when more than half of its body is destroyed. At the same time, it will begin to absorb elemental energy to heal itself until it completely recovers and can fight again. Current maximum number of self-repairs of the Pillar of the Empire puppet, 3/3. Prompt: after the enhancement of your Collector Lord talent, the current upper limit of the self-repair of the Violent Storm Demon Spirit Lord puppet has increased to 9/9. As a collector, after careful observation, you discovered that you can increase the upper limit of the self-repair of this treasure by sacrificing scarlet crystals. It can be increased to 12/12. At special moments, you can also activate your collector's power and temporarily increase the number of uses of this treasure. However, this overdraft of the treasure will permanently reduce the strength of the Pillar of the Empire puppet by a small level. Treasure description: it was dropped by a high-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirit after its death. It was condensed under a magical power and is a good protective treasure. Chapter 720, War List. Tisk, not bad. I obtained 9 chances to obtain the help of a high-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirit for no reason. As for the Scarlet Crystals, don't I have as much as I want? Without thinking, Zhou Zhou took out a large pile of unpurified scarlet crystals from the king's treasure box and offered them all to Gerard's puppet, the Pillar of the Empire. Soon, after sacrificing about 3 fanatic believer-level scarlet divine crystals, the upper limit of the use of Gerard's puppet, the Pillar of the Empire, became 12/12. 12 times. That's enough for a long time. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. In a short period of time, the Pillar of the Empire puppet could be used as his regular combat strength. Then, he put away the Pillar of the Empire puppet and looked at the battlefield before him. At this moment, most of the spoils of war on the battlefield had been extracted. Bai Yun and the others were leading the soldiers to prepare to return to the galaxy. Zhou Zhou waited for a while before all the soldiers boarded the spaceship. Then, the galaxy activated and returned to the capital city in the blink of an eye. Blazing Sun Kingdom. The moment Zhou Zhou returned to his blessed land, Bai Yun walked over with a list of loots. Your Majesty, please take a look. Bai Yun handed the list of loots to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and looked at it. Not counting the more than 600 legendary tier Scarlet Fog monsters and the 7 Scarlet God Spirits that Zhou Zhou had already retrieved the loots. Today, they had killed a total of 83 million fog monsters. With the enhancement of the King of Loots and the title of the Strongest Lord, they obtained a total of 262,600 legendary tier mist cores, 2,806,000 epic tier mist cores, 2,178,000 extraordinary tier mist cores, 43,750,000 diamond tier mist cores, 90,125,000 white platinum tier mist cores, 178,500,000 yellow gold tier mist cores, 368,750,000 white silver tier mist cores, and 717 million green bronze tier mist cores. More than 2,180,000,000 skill books and 2,546,000,000 equipment. Basic materials, 5,099,000,000 units. There were more than 15 million units of basic elemental gem resources. More than 6 million units of high-level elemental gem resources. 1 million origin crystals. 80,600 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 45 Holy Spirit tier Scarlet Divine crystals. 16 Hero Inheritance secret manuals. Then, in terms of the increase in the combat strength of the soldiers, the total number and strength of Zhou Zhou's soldiers had also increased greatly throughout the day. Other than the 27,807,373 fog monsters and the 2,051,858 insects that he had instigated from the Insect Lord, the 20% Insight defection troops handed over to him by the Lords of the Star Alliance had also reached 3,122,570 fog monsters. All three of them added up to a total of 32,981,801 fog monsters. And now, excluding the troops of the Star Alliance, the total number of troops under Zhou Zhou's command had already reached 532,529,549 soldiers. Among them, there were 854,561 black iron rank soldiers, 1,215,415 green bronze tier soldiers, 455,651,750 white silver tier soldiers, 30,078,850 yellow gold tier soldiers, white platinum tier 23,081,822 soldiers, diamond tier 15,229,750 of them, 4,405,600 extraordinary tier soldiers, 21,770 epic tier soldiers and 31 legendary tier soldiers. In addition, Butcher Guo Jiao had broken through to low tier deity level intermediate grade. 10 directional martial god Feng Luo had broken through to the low tier deity level elementary grade. Blood Fire Sword Spirit Bai Yun and Qi Xiantian had broken through to legendary tier advance grade. Dragon Horse Spear General Wu Xian and Ghost God General Luo Sheng had broken through to the legendary level. Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction Nazario, Dragon King of War and Strength Extreme Dragon, Soul Arrow Wu Tu had broken through to the legendary tier elementary grade. Original Spirit Race Ansel had broken through to extraordinary tier advance grade. The others also had different increases in strength. Zhou Zhou looked at the list of battles and nodded in satisfaction. In fact, the number of fog monsters they killed today was even millions less than the fog monsters they killed yesterday. But the key was there were many experts in the refined Flame Scarlet Legion. This resulted in his spoils of war and the improvement of the soldiers' strength being much higher than yesterday. However, it was not as if he did not consume any energy today. For example, the 10 Apocalypse Satellites 9 and Bai Yun's myriad spirit army had consumed more than 100,000 legendary tier mist cores. However, compared to the final outcome, it was not a loss. Instead, it was a huge profit. Hence, Zhou Zhou did not mind. Now, the Lords of the Star Alliance have a total of more than 41 million troops. Including the soldiers under my command, there are more than 570 million soldiers. At this thought, Zhou Zhou nodded in his heart. After he cleared the monster ranch tomorrow, the total number of soldiers under his command would exceed 1 billion. This was not comparable to the Elven Empire, but in terms of military strength alone, it was no longer inferior to the Night Empire. Of course, this was in a situation where they were purely comparing military strength. If one were to compare the foundations of both sides. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment. It seemed that he was not bad either. Just the foundation represented by the more than 9,000 low-tier deity-level divine artifacts. Not to mention the Night Empire, even if the Elven Empire came, they would be dumbfounded and shout that they had not seen the world. As for the Divine Kingdom, Zhou Zhou thought about it and found it hard to judge. This was because almost all divine kingdoms had their own divine artifact forgers. The number of divine artifacts that a divine kingdom lord faction possessed would only be limited to how many materials they had to forge divine artifacts. Under such circumstances, no one knew how many divine artifacts a divine kingdom lord faction could have. However, there was a universal law. The higher the level of the divine artifact, the rarer it was. Regarding that point, the Divine Kingdom Lords were no exception. Bai Yun, this is for you. Hand them over to the soldiers who performed the most heroically and obtained the most military merits in today's battle. Zhou Zhou took out the 16 hero inheritance manuals from the vast amount of loots and handed them to Bai Yun. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun took the 16 hero inheritance manuals with a solemn expression and left. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou asked Atli to call Zhao Chongshao over and handed him the special blueprint of the Monument of War Heroes. When Zhao Chongshao first saw this special building blueprint, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. He thought of something and his expression suddenly became troubled. Your Majesty. There are many high-level talents in construction in our territory now. It's not difficult to build it. I'm even confident that I can build this war hero monument before tomorrow night. But I'm just afraid that we won't be able to use it after it's built. Zhao Chongshao looked at Zhou Zhou carefully. Zhou Zhou was stunned when he heard that. Then, he came to his senses and could not help but be speechless. He almost forgot that ever since his territory had a heaven-defying divine art like the small resurrection spell, the soldiers in his territory had always maintained a zero mortality rate. Which meant, until now, not a single soldier under his command had truly died on the battlefield. Then there was the problem. Since no soldiers had died on the battlefield, where would the heroic spirits on the War Hero Monument come from? If there were no heroic spirits on the War Hero Monument, it would naturally not be a problem. He would let the heroic spirits protect his territory in times of danger. Let's build it first. Zhou Zhou thought for a long time before saying this. Chapter 721, Upgrading the Territory. Okay. Zhao Chongshao nodded with a smile and left. Zhou Zhou thought about it again. In the end, he could not think of a solution and could only give up. I hope this war hero monument will never be used. Zhou Zhou had another thought. Then, he walked out of his advanced grade Lord's Paradise and looked at the grand building in front of him. I can upgrade my territory now. Zhou Zhou thought. He had obtained more than 6 million units of high-level elemental gems in today's spoils of war. In addition, he already had more than 3 million units of life elemental gems and death elemental gems. With so many gems, it was enough for him to upgrade his territory once. He still had more than 1 million units of high-level life elemental gems and death elemental gems left. The next second, with 2 trillion units of basic materials, 1,000 extraordinary tier mist cores, 500,000 origin crystals, 10 million units of basic elemental gems, 9 million units of high-level elemental gems, and 3 extraordinary tier territory tokens disappeared. Boom! A golden light immediately covered the entire advanced grade Lord's Paradise. A moment later, the golden light dissipated. The clearly expanded beginner grade Lord's Paradise appeared in front of Zhou Zhou and a text notification appeared. Congratulations! Your advanced grade Lord's Paradise has successfully been upgraded to an extraordinary tier intermediate grade building. Your territory has been successfully upgraded to extraordinary tier intermediate grade. Your extraordinary tier intermediate grade 5 elements amplification array has been successfully upgraded to extraordinary tier intermediate grade. Territory stone tablet endurance increased to 5 billion/5 billion. Your territory has expanded to 200,000 km x 200,000 km x 100,000 m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, basic building blueprint treasure chest, extraordinary tier intermediate grade. Lord talent notification. The upper limit of the enemy lord's power that you can use incite defection to increase to high-tier deity level elementary grade. Lord talent hint, your monster ranches can be upgraded. Lord talent hint, your mysterious caravan faction has increased. Lord talent hint, the strength of the clergy in your goddess of life's shelter has increased. Not bad, not bad. I've finally advanced the territory to an extraordinary tier intermediate grade. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at the next requirement for the territory to level up. Construction upgrade, 1 trillion units of wood, 1 trillion units of fine sand, 1 trillion units of metal, 1 trillion units of stone, 5,000 extraordinary tier mist core, 1 million origin crystals, 10 million units of basic elemental gems, 10 million units of thunder elemental gems, 10 million units of life elemental gems, 10 million units of death elemental gems, 10 extraordinary tier cities, 100 extraordinary tier lifestyle professionals, 10,000 extraordinary tier military professionals, 10 extraordinary tier territory tokens. Zhou Zhou looked at the upgrade request and frowned deeply. Basic materials, mist cores, origin crystals, as well as basic elemental gems, thunder elemental gems, extraordinary tier class life class integration, and combat professionals were not a problem. However, wasn't 10 million units of life elemental gems and 10 million units of death elemental gems too ridiculous? The previous upgrades only required 3 million units of high-level elemental gems each. It had increased by 3 times by now. He looked at the more than a million life elemental gems and death elemental gems in the king's treasure box in silence. There's too much I need. Moreover, these high-level elemental gems are not the only ones we lack. There are also 10 extraordinary territory tier territories and 10 extraordinary territory tokens. After I took down the Ice Demon Kingdom, there are only 7 extraordinary tier regional territories in the kingdom. I still need 3 extraordinary tier territories to satisfy it. As for the extraordinary tier territory tokens, I don't have any of them now. I've used them all as upgrade materials for my territory. Zhou Zhou had a headache. Together, they needed him to occupy 13 extraordinary tier regional territories. Under normal circumstances, an extraordinary tier regional territory was enough to become the capital city for establishing a beginner kingdom. Which meant, these 13 extraordinary tier regional territories might mean that he needed to occupy 13 beginner kingdoms. 13 beginner kingdoms, where can I find them? No, there really are. Zhou Zhou suddenly perked up and reacted. He suddenly remembered something. Previously, when he attacked the Titan Kingdom and the Nether Bark Kingdom, these two people of foreign races knew that they could not defeat Zhou Zhou's Blazing Sun Kingdom, so they secretly facilitated the Ice Demon Kingdom to unite a total of 16 people of foreign races to deal with Zhou Zhou together. However, not only did the alliance of the people of foreign races not defeat Zhou Zhou, he also led his troops and wiped out more than 20 million of them. Since that time, Zhou Zhou had formed a feud with the 16 people of foreign races and the Ice Demon Kingdom behind them. Even later, during Zhou Zhou's founding ceremony, they had sent their heroes to cause trouble, but they were easily dealt with by Zhou Zhou and his subordinates. The Ice Demon Kingdom had already been destroyed by him. As for the 16 people of foreign races, they were still in their respective territories because Zhou Zhou did not have time to deal with them. How could he continue watching? I'll take them. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhou made his decision. After completing the Night Empire's faction quests, I should be free for a period of time before the battlefield of the gods opens. During this period of time, I can completely send my billions of troops to destroy these 16 people of foreign races who have a grudge against me. When the time comes, I should be able to satisfy the requirement to upgrade my territory again. Zhou Zhou thought. Moreover, he had not forgotten about it. Among the 16 people of foreign races, there was also a spiritual Gu kingdom with good bloodline potential. Their 10,000 Gu insect royal bloodline should be able to improve his chaos human race bloodline to a higher level. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou immediately asked Aaliyah to call Wu Tu over. In the advance grade Lord's Paradise. Greetings, Your Majesty. After Wu Tu came over, he immediately said respectfully. Wu Tuesday. From today onwards, the Heavenly Map Army will be expanded with 10 million veterans and 40 million new recruits. At the same time, I will get Wenya to assign you 10 Black Ghosts, 5 Starry Nights, and 1 Galaxy. Next, the Heavenly Map Army will be in charge of 2 intelligence exploration quests. On the one hand, it's to continue exploring and collecting the current intelligence information I need to kill in the King of 10,000 Kings activities. Zhou Zhou said. The targets he mentioned were naturally the existences that the Supreme Will hated through the eye of the heavens' anger. After killing them, Zhou Zhou would obtain a large number of faction points as a reward. Naturally, he would not give up. He had already killed Gerard, and there were still 4 targets that he had yet to come into contact with. Wu Tu and his Heavenly Map army had to collect information on these targets. The second quest. The 16 people of foreign races that the Nether Bark Kingdom and the Titan Kingdom allied with last time, I'm preparing to make a move on them after some time. During this period of time, you also have to gather information on them. Of these 2 quests, the former is the main and the latter is the secondary. As for the specific arrangements, you can figure it out yourself. Zhou Zhou said. It was just 16 beginner kingdoms that he had once severely injured. To the current Zhou Zhou, dealing with them was not a difficult task. Therefore, the focus of Zhou Zhou's intelligence gathering was still the remaining 4 targets that had been discovered by the Eye of the Heavens' anger. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll definitely do it well. Actually, I've been collecting information on those 16 people of foreign races for a long time. If Your Majesty needs it, I'll organize all their information tomorrow night and send it to Your Majesty. As for the targets of the 4 Scarlet Forces, please give me some time, Your Majesty. It won't be long. Wu Tu said respectfully and confidently. Okay. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. This kid was a little young, he had never been disappointed in his work. Wu Tu left after that and Zhou Zhou walked out of Advanced Grade Lord's Paradise and came to the Gate of Summoning. Chapter 722, Upgrading the Gate of Summoning. Upgrade of the Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou came to the Gate of Summoning and spent 40 billion units of basic materials and 2,000 extraordinary tier mist cores to upgrade it to the extraordinary tier intermediate grade. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, your Gate of Summoning has been upgraded to an extraordinary tier intermediate grade building. You can summon plus 600 subjects every day. You will definitely summon 400 professionals every day among the subjects. Prompt: under the influence of the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer 6, you can summon 11,200 subjects a day. You will definitely summon 407 professionals every day among the subjects. 7 of the professionals will have the same level as your territory. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. After the Gate of Summoning was upgraded to the extraordinary tier intermediate grade, the number of basic summoning subjects had reached a total of 1,600. After being enhanced by Glory of the Pioneer 6, it directly doubled to 11,200 people. Moreover, there were 407 professionals among them. Not bad, not bad. Even though the number of these subjects was almost worlds apart from the number of subjects he recruited every day because of his beauty lord talent. However, in terms of profession level, it was far superior to those refugees who came because of the beauty lord talent. Most importantly, they were free. Zhou Zhou naturally would not mind. Then, he looked at the upgrade requirements for the Gate of Summoning. Construction upgrade: 50 billion units of wood, 50 billion units of fine sand, 50 billion units of metal, 50 billion units of stone, 5,000 extraordinary tier mist core, territory level upgraded to extraordinary tier advance grade. This upgrade requirement is really easy. Zhou Zhou sighed for the umpteenth time. Then, he returned to the advance grade Lord's Paradise and asked Atli to call Mugu, Zhang Fugui and Carol Moli over. Soon, they came over. Greetings, Your Majesty. The 3 of them said respectfully. The territory has been upgraded. Let me understand your respective improvements. Zhou Zhou said. Mugu was the first to stand up with a calm expression as usual. Your Majesty, my current strength is already that of an extraordinary tier intermediate grade rancher. I already have a total of 12,000 monster shepherds under my command. In addition, the number of monster ranches under my command has increased from 500 to 600 today. Moreover, the maximum capacity of each monster ranch has increased from 500,000 to 600,000. Moreover, the area of my ranchland continent has increased from more than 800,000 square kilometers to more than 1,000,000 square kilometers. Mugu reported truthfully. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Which meant 360 million fog monsters will appear in Mugu's monster ranch the next day. Coupled with his king of loots. A smile gradually appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. The gains from his monster ranch tomorrow would probably exceed his imagination. Use the additional 100 monster ranches to nurture the king of yellow gold. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said. He already had enough violent storm spirit professionals. On the other hand, the number of king of yellow gold troops was relatively small. There were even times when the relatively small number of yellow gold tier kings could not protect the violent storm spirit behind them, allowing a portion of the enemies to pass them, forcing the violent storm spirit to face this group of close combat agility type enemies. Even though the violent storm spirit's close combat ability was not bad, it was definitely not their spell casting strength. Therefore, this definitely wouldn't do. That was why Zhou Zhou assigned these 100 new monster ranches to the king of yellow gold. Even if he took 10,000 steps back, it would not be a bad thing to have more troops in the front row. Yes, Your Majesty. Mugu said respectfully. Then, he retreated to the three of them. Carol Molly stood up. Your Majesty, the shelter of the Goddess of Life has also advanced to the Extraordinary Tier Intermediate grade after our territory was upgraded to the Extraordinary Tier Intermediate grade. The shelter of the Goddess of Life now has a total of 12 million clergymen, 12 million priests, 12 million nuns, and 122,000 life paladins. And my strength has also jumped to mid-tier deity level elementary grade. Carol Molly said. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Even though it did not increase much, it was not bad. After Carol Molly left, Zhang Fugui stood up. Your Majesty, the number of our mysterious merchant has increased from 5,000 to 80,000. The number of carriages transporting goods has also increased to 30,000. In addition, the strength of all the mysterious merchant has also increased to the extraordinary tier intermediate grade. The internal space of each mysterious merchant's mysterious business ring has also increased from the original 1 million cubic meters to 2 million cubic meters. Zhang Fugui chuckled. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he chatted with the three of them for a while before they left. After they left, Zhou Zhou asked Atli to call Feng Luo over. A moment later, Feng Luo came over. Greetings, Your Majesty. Feng Luo said respectfully. How does it feel to become a god spirit? Zhou Zhou looked at him. I'm terrified. Feng Luo lowered his head even more. There was no arrogance on his face. Zhou Zhou looked at him admiringly. This Feng Luo. From the beginning, he had walked his own path as a sword-shield soldier. Right on the heels of that, he relied on the Zunwu inheritance he had given the other party to become the new 10-directional martial emperor. He had also relied on his obsession with martial arts and comprehension to become the martial arts department's god spirit 10-directional martial god. This person, even though it looked ordinary on the surface, he had actually reached this stage without anyone knowing. Even a prodigy like Qi Xiantian was actually behind the other party. Zhou Zhou could not help but click his tongue in wonder. Silently improving his genius. This is for you. Consider it my reward for you killing the enemy god spirits alone today. Zhou Zhou took out a spatial ring and threw it to the other party. Feng Luo hurriedly took it. When he saw what was in this spatial ring, his body immediately trembled. Then, he immediately looked up at Zhou Zhou in disbelief and excitement. Your Majesty, isn't this too precious? Feng Luo was a little afraid to accept the gift given to him by His Majesty. This was because the spatial ring contained nothing else. It was a set of 6 low-tier divine artifacts and the bottle of high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade potion rewarded after killing Gerard. A potential advancement potion of this level. Not to mention god spirits below the high-tier deity level. Even a true god tier would probably be willing to take action. Many true god tier had their own subordinates or descendants. Any true god tier would be willing to have a subordinate or descendant with high-tier deity level potential in their faction after he made a move once. It was precisely because Feng Luo knew how precious this potion was that he did not dare to accept His Majesty's reward. Chapter 723, Touched Feng Luo. Ziwu joins the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Take it. You're not the only one with a divine artifact. In the future, I'll reward he with a divine artifact that suits every low-tier deity level elementary grade god spirit in our territory. As for the potential advancement potion, your potential is a little low. Even with the enhancement of the Sun Moon Star Sword, it only increased your potential to the legendary tier advance grade. If not for your dragon slaying wool allowing you to bathe in high-level bloodlines and break through the limit of your potential, you would almost have no chance of breaking through to the god spirit realm. However, even though your potential is low, your comprehension and resistance far exceed the world. Moreover, you've been with me for a while. I've seen everything you've done, your attitude towards the subjects and soldiers, and your loyalty to me. You're not bad. This king will never mistreat my subordinates. I'm willing to give you this bottle of potion. Don't think too much about it. If you really think this potion is precious, just improve yourself in the future and don't disappoint yourself, this king, and the subjects behind us. Zhou Zhou stood up and patted Feng Luo's shoulder. I remember your dream is to open up a peaceful place for living beings who have suffered from war, right? He asked. Yes, Your Majesty. I didn't expect you to still remember. Tears appeared in Feng Luo's eyes. I remember many of your dreams. Zhou Zhou smiled. Bai Yun's dream is to become the most outstanding general under me. Uncle Wu's dream is to retire after peace. Wu Tu's dream at first was to supplement his family's expenses. Later on, after this dream was completed, his dream became to draw a map of the entire high continent. Zhao Changshao's dream is to build all kinds of special buildings. There are also many soldiers and subjects. I remember their dreams. Zhou Zhou looked at Feng Luo seriously. So since this is your dream, you need to become stronger and stronger. And this bottle of potion is the power you need to realize your dream. After saying that, he sat down again. Thank you, Your Majesty. I won't be able to repay you even if I die 10,000 times. Feng Luo knelt on one knee, tears in his tiger eyes. Come on. Go back and consume this bottle of potion. There's a battle tomorrow. Zhou Zhou waved his hand casually. Yes, Your Majesty. Feng Luo wiped his tears forcefully and bade farewell. Zhou Zhou was about to call Atli over when he heard a knock on the door. Come in. Zhou Zhou said. Atli walked in. Your Majesty. His Excellency Haros and His Excellency Ziwu request an audience. She said respectfully. Let them in. Zhou Zhou was stunned before saying. Yes, Your Majesty. Atli turned around and left. Soon, Haros and Ziwu walked in. Greetings, Your Majesty. Haros smiled and patted Ziwu beside him, causing sparks to fly on his body. Ziwu shook the fur on his body and dissipated the cremation. Your Majesty, I've just told he that I've already joined the Blazing Sun Kingdom. After this Snow Wolf heard my conditions, he thought for a moment and agreed. Haros laughed. Which god spirit wouldn't be tempted after hearing the benefits of joining the Blazing Sun Kingdom? Ziwu was only an ordinary mid-tier deity level, so he naturally could not resist such temptation. Zhou Zhou was overjoyed. A mid-tier deity level elementary grade god spirit joining his Blazing Sun Kingdom at this time would definitely increase the upper limit of his power greatly. Welcome to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zhou Zhou stood up and said seriously. Ziwu is willing to serve His Majesty. Ziwu nodded. Zhou Zhou nodded and said, if that's the case, I gave you the divine artifacts I lent you previously. As soon as these words were spoken, not to mention Ziwu, even Hera's eyes widened. Really? The two gods said in unison. Of course it's true. In the future, this king will give him a set of low-tier deity-level divine artifacts to every god spirit who joins my Blazing Sun Kingdom. However, if you want a higher-level divine artifact, you need to make contributions. Zhou Zhou said with a smile. He was about to pile up a small mountain of low-tier deity-level divine artifacts. However, he still had to cherish divine artifacts above the mid-tier deity level. That's great. Heras and Ziwu looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. This was a total of 6 divine artifacts. It was enough to make countless god spirits below the true god tier jealous. He actually gave it to them for nothing? If they had known earlier, they would have joined the Blazing Sun Kingdom earlier. Oh yes! This is the divine artifact we agreed on previously. Zhou Zhou took out a high-tier deity-level divine artifact from his king's treasure box and handed it to Heras. This divine artifact was called the Flame Spirit Divine Armor. Focusing on protecting the main body and soul could also increase the power of fire stats law skills by about 30%. He could hand it over to Heras. Thank you, Your Majesty. Heras took the divine artifact and stroked it excitedly, as if it was his lover. This divine artifact is too suitable for me. After Heras recognized the divine artifact as his master, he knew the ability of the divine artifact. Then, his eyes immediately lit up. As long as Your Excellency likes it. He turned around and saw Ziwu's eager gaze. Your Excellency Ziwu, you don't have to be envious. In the future, as long as Your Excellency can personally kill a mid-tier deity level or assist in killing a higher level god spirit, I can also give Your Excellency a mid-tier deity level divine artifact suitable for you. Zhou Zhou promised. Really? Ziwu's snow-white wolf eyes lit up. You're joking. Zhou Zhou said this idiom in the common language of the continent. Ziwu immediately understood. Okay. Ziwu nodded seriously. With the divine artifacts that Zhou Zhou had given it was not difficult for he to kill a mid-tier deity level as long as he was careful. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, he called Vicky and Guo Jiao over and gave them 2 sets of divine artifacts. As Guo Jiao's performance was very outstanding when he killed the Scarlet God Spirit today, Zhou Zhou rewarded him with a mid-tier deity level elementary grade divine artifact. It did not matter if he could not use it for the time being. He would reward them first. Otherwise, with the results of the other party killing a high-tier deity-level god spirit and assisting in killing a high-tier deity-level god spirit, Gerard, Zhou Zhou would be too embarrassed to only reward him with an ordinary low-tier deity divine artifact. Then, Zhou Zhou chatted with them for a while before they left. After they left, Zhou Zhou took out the sword of new dimension creation. He looked at the divine sword in his hand and gradually became serious. Then, he continuously injected the chaotic origin energy in his body into the sword of new dimension creation. However, no matter how much chaotic origin energy he injected, this sword of new dimension creation seemed to be unable to wake him up. There was no reaction at all. Indeed, it's still too difficult for me to activate this true god tier intermediate grade divine artifact with my current epic tier advanced grade chaotic origin energy. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. True god tier divine artifacts were indeed true god tier divine artifacts. Even the chaos human bloodline could not defy the heavens to the extent of using such a divine artifact above their level. He put away the sword of new dimension creation and prepared to continue comprehending the incomplete Lord Law behind the hand of wealth. But at this moment, there was another knock on the door. However, instead of Aaliyah and her sister's voices, another female voice came. Husband! Haven't you rested yet? It was Wenyi. Zhou Zhou was stunned before getting up to open the door. At the same time, in the cultivation room of Qi Suanation's residence, Qi Xiantian sat cross-legged in midair, the accompanying divine sword circling around him. Even the nameless Feng Luo has comprehended his own law skill and reached the achievement true immortal realm. It's time for me to take the last step. He closed his eyes and prepared to break through. Chapter 724, I can defeat someone at Grand Unity Realm. In the bedroom of the Advanced Grade Lord's Paradise. Zhou Zhou opened his eyes in a daze and woke up. Then, he turned around and saw Li Yi, who was still half asleep. A faint smile appeared on his face. He kissed the other party and habitually opened the world channel. Brothers, it's the 5th day. Did you obtain any results in your own camp? Don't mention it. *CK, I'm still bribing a diplomat near a kingdom. I've already invested a lot. I hope I can farm diplomacy in the next 2 days and join this kingdom. I was lucky enough to complete a yellow gold tier faction quests in a kingdom faction. I already have 8,000 faction points. Envy. Envy +1. How did I obtain the faction mission? Can you give me some pointers? Brother. Big brother. Come on, don't be petty. *CK, I spent so much time and energy on the mist cores, but I only found out today that that person is not a kingdom noble at all, but a swindler pretending to be a noble to deceive the mist cores. Everyone, be careful. Don't be deceived like me. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. In order to do this event, the lords of the Cerulean planet had really displayed their abilities. And from the looks of it, there were also many unlucky people who suffered losses. At this moment, 4 people sent Zhou Zhou a message at the same time. They were the Military Industry Lord, the Dragon Lady Lord, the Mystic Heaven Lord, and the Undead Lord. Zhou Zhou looked at them and realized that the messages they sent were all about how they were going to establish a kingdom. All of them sent an invitation to Zhou Zhou, hoping to invite his backer to attend the founding ceremony. Zhou Zhou was a little speechless. Then, he pulled them into a group chat. Lord of the Blazing Sun, you guys chose the same day to build your kingdom. Military Industry Lord, ahem, we all feel that today is a good day and an auspicious day. Moreover, we don't want to delay the establishment of the kingdom for too long, so we discussed and decided to build the kingdom today. Dragon Lady Lord, there's another reason. Actually, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. The 4 of us don't want to fall behind the other party in building a kingdom, but we're all your people, so we don't want to fight too hard. Therefore, we chose to build a kingdom on the same day or even at the same time. Mystic Heaven Lord, Your Majesty, the spatial teleportation array you requested has been built. You can come over directly through the spatial teleportation array. Our founding ceremony will be held at the Alliance headquarters. Undead Lord, Your Majesty, can you bring me along the next time you start a war? My Undead Resurrection Lord talent can revive dead life forms to become my subordinates. You will definitely conquer faster with me helping you. The corners of Zhou Zhou's mouth twitched when he saw the Undead Lord's words. I, the King of Loots, let you, a lord who has mastered Undead Resurrection, follow me around in battle? How can I retrieve the loot if you resurrect the dead? Sacrificing me for you? Your Lord talent is naturally at odds with mine. Lord of the Blazing Sun at Undead Lord, next time for sure. Lord of the Blazing Sun, the 4 of you are establishing your kingdom at the same time. This king can't participate all at the same time. How about this? Your founding ceremony shouldn't be over for a while. I'll go to all of your places to show myself, then go to the others to participate in the other founding ceremonies. Zhou Zhou felt like a professional ribbon cutter, but he had to go. Firstly, he was also quite interested in the founding ceremonies of other countries and wanted to join in the fun. In any case, the faction quests of the Night Empire could be easily resolved by Bai Yun and the others with an army of billions, Heros, and other god spirits even if he did not go. Secondly, he had previously promised the Military Industry Lord and the others that he would see the capital party behind them in the future. In other words, the descendants of the kingdoms that had been destroyed. This trip could be considered a way to meet them. Thirdly, the military industry lord and the others could be considered half his own people. As their backer, he had to go over and show his face to leave an impression in their hearts. At this moment, the military industry lord and the others were already a little embarrassed about the time they built their kingdom. How could he dare to object? He immediately agreed. Lord of the Blazing Sun, when will you start the founding ceremony? Mystic Heaven Lord, 8 p.m. Dragon Lady Lord, 8 p.m. Military Industry Lord, same. Undead Lord, I'm also at 8 o'clock. Lord of the Blazing Sun, alright, this king will pass through the teleportation array and go to your places to participate in the ceremony. Dragon Lady Lord, Military Industry Lord, Mystic Heaven Lord, Undead Lord, welcome, Your Majesty. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he closed the private chat and dived into the world channel to watch the chats of the lords of Cerulean Planet. At this moment, there was a commotion beside him. Leia had woken up. You always wake up before me. Leia lay on the bed and smiled quietly at Zhou Zhou. I'm used to this. Zhou Zhou smiled. I'll go cook. Leia did not stay in bed. She got up, put on her clothes, washed up and went to cook. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou also got up, washed up and ate a meal with Leia before walking out of the advanced grade Lord's Paradise. However, as soon as he walked out of the Blessed Land, he saw someone waiting quietly for him at the door. Greetings, Your Majesty. Qi Xiantian said respectfully. Why are you? Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he sensed the change in his aura and his expression suddenly became pleasantly surprised. You broke through. I was lucky enough to comprehend a trace of the true meaning of the Sword Dao law and finally reached the achievement True Immortal slot. Qi Xiantian sighed with emotion. The law of Sword Dao. Then aren't you a Sword Immortal now? Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before taking a deep breath. Being a Qi practitioner was the top profession that surpassed many other professions. The Sword Immortals among the Qi practitioners were top existences among the Qi practitioners. It was said that such Sword Immortals pursued the path of breaking all techniques with a single strike or creating all techniques with a single strike. The only thing they believed in and wanted was the sword in their hands. Hence, even though it was very difficult for such Sword Immortals to be born, once one was born, he was the top existence of the same level. Even killing enemies above their level was as easy as eating and drinking to them. No wonder Qi Xiantian had never become a hero with his comprehension ability. Only then did Zhou Zhou understand. To a Sword Immortal, everything other than the Sword Dao could be considered an existence that disturbed their Dao hearts. What they pursued was supreme sword intent to reach the pinnacle. The hero slot was important, but it was also an external object to them. Therefore, Qi Xiantian naturally would not waste his time and energy on becoming a hero. What level of enemy do you think you can deal with now? Zhou Zhou asked. I can even defeat someone at the Grand Unity Realm. Qi Xiantian said softly. However, his voice was quite firm. The Scarlet Mystic Immortal Sword on his back seemed to have heard his words and actually let out a series of sword whistles. Zhou Zhou looked at Qi Xiantian and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 725, Easily Breaking Through a Billion. Those above True Immortals were Golden Immortal Realm. Above the Golden Immortal Realm was the Grand Unity Golden Immortal. The Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm was an existence comparable to a high-tier deity-level god spirit. Which meant Qi Xiantian, who had just advanced to the low-tier deity level, was already confident in dealing with high-tier deity-level existences. Qi Xiantian, who had just advanced to the low-tier deity level, was already confident in dealing with high-tier deity-level existences. Putting aside the actual combat ability of a Sword Immortal, Zhou Zhou had discovered the grade of the Scarlet Mystic Immortal Sword on Qi Suanation's back when it let out a sword howl. It was actually a high-tier deity-level divine artifact, a Grand Unity Realm immortal artifact. This immortal sword was already a low-tier deity-level divine artifact when Qi Xiantian first arrived in the Blazing Sun Kingdom and was only at the epic tier. Now that Qi Xiantian had advanced to the low-tier deity-level elementary grade, this immortal sword had actually advanced 2 levels in a row and become a high-tier deity-level divine artifact. Even Zhou Zhou was a little envious. As expected of Qi Xiantian, who had the heavenly sword immortal body and the immortal sword summoning. However, envy was useless. Unless these 2 goods came from the Lord's shop, it would be very difficult for Zhou Zhou to have the same talent. Therefore, Zhou Zhou quickly calmed down. Here. Your gift for becoming an immortal. Zhou Zhou threw a spatial ring over. Qi Xiantian hurriedly caught it. When he saw the 6 divine artifacts inside, his body immediately trembled. Then, he immediately knelt on one knee. "Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty," he said excitedly. And could not help but be excited. That was a total of 6 true immortal realm immortal artifacts. Even if it was the myriad sword immortal sect in the immortal world, he would have to do a large number of sect quests and pay a huge price to obtain them. This process might take hundreds or even thousands of years. He did not expect His Majesty to give him a set of immortal artifacts. How could he have imagined this? Don't worry too much. Every low-tier deity-level god spirit in our Blazing Sun Kingdom will have such a divine artifact. Use them well. Don't disappoint me. If you can make more contributions, this king will give you stronger immortal artifacts in the future. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing His Majesty's words, even Qi Xiantian was so excited that he almost became unstable. He had experienced His Majesty's generosity a long time ago. Therefore, he did not doubt the authenticity of His Majesty's promise at all. At this moment, he was even more glad that he had chosen to come to the Blazing Sun Kingdom and become His Majesty's subject. Then, he chatted with Qi Xiantian for a while more before he left. After he left, Zhou Zhou saw another person walking over before he could go to the gate of summoning. It was none other than Feng Luo. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Feng Luo's face was filled with gratitude. Zhou Zhou looked at his expression and opened his attribute list. Indeed, the other party's potential had increased to the high-tier deity level intermediate grade. "How does it feel to have your potential increased?" Zhou Zhou smiled. "I feel that there are no more doubts ahead," Feng Luo said emotionally. Previously, he had already felt a little strained when advancing to the legendary tier because of his limited potential. And now, he could feel it. Low-tier deity level elementary grade was far from his limit. He already had a greater future. Therefore, he was even more grateful to His Majesty now. It was just that Zhou Zhou had yet to become a god spirit. Otherwise, he would have become Zhou Zhou's Holy Spirit tier believer in minutes. Zhou Zhou smiled. Then, he chatted with Feng Luo as they walked towards the gate of summoning. In front of the gate of summoning, Zhou Zhou looked at the huge gate of summoning in front of him and chanted the summoning in his heart. The next second, the gate of summoning suddenly lit up with a bright white light. Then, a large number of subjects walked out. After spending 100 extraordinary tier mist cores to accelerate, the 14,700 new subjects quickly walked out of the gate of summoning. "Greetings, my lord," the 14,700 new subjects said respectfully. "Welcome to Blazing Sun City." Zhou Zhou nodded and smiled. Then, he asked all the professionals to stand up and realized that he had summoned a total of 496 professionals this time. Among them were 1 extraordinary tier intermediate grade demon hunter, 1 extraordinary tier intermediate grade demon warlock, 1 extraordinary tier intermediate grade carpenter, 1 extraordinary tier intermediate grade fire elemental archmage, 1 extraordinary tier intermediate grade blacksmith, 1 extraordinary tier intermediate grade water elemental archmage, 1 extraordinary tier intermediate grade chi practitioner. The rest were life professionals and combat professionals below extraordinary tier. Zhou Zhou nodded and asked the officials beside him to bring them to their respective places of work and life. After that, he called Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the others, gathered all the territory soldiers, and directly entered Mugu's ranchland continent. Ranchland continent. When Zhou Zhou arrived on this continent, he immediately felt that it was different from before. Not only was the area larger, but there were also more monster ranches and monsters. More importantly, the extraordinary tear energy contained in the air here had also increased by a small level. Zhou Zhou even vaguely felt that the grade of this continent had increased to a certain extent with his super powerful six senses. This ranchland continent is not inferior to my small world. As long as it grows smoothly in the future, Mugu's ranchland continent might grow into a universe-level world. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Ranch universe or monster universe? He was really looking forward to it. Zhou Zhou smiled and did not think too much about it. Then, he ordered Mugu to bring his soldiers to the various monster ranches in the ranchland continent and begin to clean up the monsters in the ranches. Even though there were already more than 360 million monsters in the ranchland continent, they naturally could not resist Zhou Zhou's 500 million strong army. It was not enough for each soldier to kill a ranch monster. Coupled with the help of a large number of monster shepherds, these 360 million ranch monsters were all dealt with in less than a moment. After that, all the soldiers began to retrieve the loot of the ranch monsters. A moment later, all the ranch monsters were extracted. Under the effect of the titles of King of Loots and Strongest Lord. In terms of the mist cores, he had obtained a total of more than 2,040,000,000 green bronze tier mist cores, more than 1,720,000,000 white silver tier mist cores, more than 1,260,000,000 yellow gold tier mist cores, more than 1,023,000,000 white platinum tier mist cores, more than 1,020,000,000 diamond tier mist cores, more than 630 million extraordinary tier mist cores, and more than 120 million epic tier mist cores. There were also 360 million King of Yellow Gold recruitment books, 360 million King of Yellow Gold class change certificates, 360 million Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books, 360 million Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates, 26,500 Proof of Legion fragments, more than 160 million True Faith tier Scarlet crystals, more than 128 million Pious tier Scarlet crystals, more than 76 million Fanatic tier Scarlet crystals, 151 Holy Spirit tier Scarlet crystals, 90 million Iron-eating bear pet eggs, 180 million Fear Falcon wings and Fear Falcon 3 radar, more than 2.8 billion units of original gold. As for the other unimportant spoils of war, there was no need to elaborate. Zhou Zhou looked at the list of loot from the monster ranch and could not help but smile. 360 million Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books, 360,000 trillion King of Yellow Gold recruitment books. There was only one thought in Zhou Zhou's mind as he looked at these loots. The number of soldiers under my command has indeed exceeded 1 billion.